of them disagree with you, it gets on and popping pretty quick. What's up, Plain Reality? Are you there, bro?
Yeah, right around. I was just feeding the cat. How's things?
Oh, just chilling, man.
Yeah, just
anything new going on?
No, not really, man. Not really. I think it's a pretty good day on here today, man. A lot of really good conversations today.
Yeah, right on.
You know, I've just been sitting on the sidelines for most of the day, chucking a few little pieces in here and there. Just basically about to have something to eat, so that's why I was just staying off, because I don't know if I'll hot mic in. So it's easier to just stay on mute, so don't bother anyone.
All right, I got you.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I mean,
no, sorry, go on, Gio. Okay.
No, go ahead. If you had a new topic, I was just
going to. Oh no, man! I was just talking for the sake of talking, man. If you want to go.
Well, I was I mean, one of the things that you were saying last about like it is quite like a test of one's, like, on multiple levels of one's own being, like even like your character it can be to a certain level, and like you were saying, being able to, like, keep your cool in a sense when, like, no matter what the topic is, like if there's like if it is kind of a bit more of that where like you're putting your ideas on the table and then there's people listening, especially when it comes to truth, like whether, especially like some of these topics that are really going to that level, like, yeah, like being able to, and when I say keep the cool, I don't necessarily just mean like emotionally. I'm just talking about like your whole, it is like a quest in a sense, or it's like a challenge to be able to like assert, especially when like the truth is on the line, as it were, like if that's the topic when it comes to that, especially with like the implications that some of these have as well. And like, but being able to like hold one's composure while bringing through the actual information, like for those listening to actually share that perspective, while also, yeah, like being able to like represent that, to the highest capacity one can, but then while also, in some cases, if some of these guys are even doing like, even if they're doing like subtle tactics or like mild tactics, it's almost like a quest of like, it's almost like they're trying, it's like a game or something where they're trying to throw you off, throw you out of line, or like throw you off key, or like try to get you to misrepresent or whatever it may be.
Try to figure where your buttons are at, yeah.
Yeah, and if the person's like really lowbrow, then yeah, it just becomes like just like not even productive, and it's just like a kind of a shit show kind of thing. But I mean, if that's not the case, if there actually is some actual like backing to it, then yeah, like being able to, yeah, like hold the composure within that and then like represent, if there's, like I said, if there's truth on the line, to be able to like represent that, within the conversation, without letting them like throw you off if that's what they're trying to do. Yeah, that's like a whole, like a quest. It could even be. It's like to even like to sustain that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have the ones that are ignorant, and when they're lying, you can kind of tell they're confused. So it's like a lot easier to deal with. To where you get a Glober that you've been dealing with for months. You know this guy's blatantly lying. We've already been through this, and you're just like, all right, hold my blood pressure together here.
Okay, well, hang on for a second, fellas. Gio, specifically, if a random person come on here and said that your girlfriend's cheating on you, and they believed that was the truth because they witnessed it, maybe because they were doing it to her, and they said, dude, I've directly measured this cheating, would you believe them, or just outright believe them, or would you need further evidence? Because that's exactly what's happening here.
Well, you'd have to link it to what you're seeing in reports, what it relates to now. I would imagine if somebody did that, you would get people running hot. You know, if you had someone who like you would get some reactions for sure. If someone came in and was like, "Yo, I have direct evidence," but I mean, I thought that's what you were going to say, like that you could rile people up that way. But if you're trying to say, so what are you trying to link that to? Yeah, you're trying to say someone shows up and says what they have evidence, like picture evidence or something of your girlfriend cheating. Well, then yeah, of course, like if somebody said that to someone else, I would expect that person would want to see the evidence. Yeah.
No, I'm saying that hypothetically, the person that was cheating with your girlfriend said to you, "I'm doing your girlfriend." Would you take them for their word, or would you take her word? To go, no, he's full of shit. No, I don't even know him. Because that's about the direct measurement thing. This
I don't know. I might have to lean more towards the guy that came with the.
Not really. I mean, if the guy comes to you, and this is my view on it, and says, I'm the one cheating with your girlfriend, I have proof. I said, okay, well, why are you telling me this? I would question it. I would question her, and I would say, or before I question her, I'd be like, okay, well, just prove it to me. I mean, no big deal. What method do you do? Do you take her to dinner first, or what? He would say, yeah, we go to dinner, and then we go to this apartment, whatever. Okay, well, show me, right? Prove it to me. So
These
if you
days,
think
the paper trail would be huge anyway.
And he better not be
These
using
days,
a
the
fifth island.
paper trail would be huge.
Yeah,
All you have to do is go,
pictures?
all right, show me some text messages. And he'll show you text messages. Here's your girlfriend. Here's me chatting online. Because otherwise, how else are they going to meet up?
But
Obviously,
that can
there's
be
going to be
fabricated.
messages, right? So
That can be
yeah,
fabricated
of course,
too. Yeah,
of course
so
it can be.
does she have
But then he goes, here's pictures of me and her there,
Right.
and here's her coming into my house later, and here's me inside her. Right? Then now you're going like, okay, now I'm going to punch you in the face for starters, and
she
then
has
I'm going
a
to walk
mole
away.
on her left
and
cheek, right?
and-
Or
yeah, that's
But
right.
what
So if
normal
there's
person
proof,
would
and then
want to
there's
see
just
that?
saying it.
So Jazz,
Well-
you're saying if someone shows you Himawari pictures of the globe,
yeah,
you just take it for face value, or do you question it and want more evidence? Do you look for curved water, for example?
No, I'm not. I've got no reason how, what, why, or when to think that it's not there.
well, you might be losing a girlfriend over a lie then.
Dude, his answer was very telling, right? He was like, who would want to see that? Right? So it's similar to like not being able to truly look at the evidence against the globe.
Oh, snap.
Ooh. Built-in bias.
Yeah, you're like, well, I mean, I would be more comfortable if I just pretended I didn't hear that and then didn't see the evidence.
It could be true, so I don't want to look at it. Yeah.
But then what happens is you're going to go kiss her and you're going to be like, where has this mouth been? And you're not going to be able to get it out of your mind. And you're going to occasionally go back to that guy and be like, you're so stupid for claiming you slept with my girlfriend, but tell me more.
Maybe trolling a little
Yeah.
bit for like 5 years.
Exactly.
She said she doesn't even know you.
Exactly. Paranoia. How can you be so paranoid to think everyone's lying to you?
No,
Oh,
checking
he
up on
didn't
the
get it.
lie. Yeah, he missed it. It flew over. We were talking about you.
Totally terrible analogy. Yeah, it's more like projection.
It
We
is
were talking about
literally
you saying that the water curves, and I'm asking you, okay, yeah, I sometimes see it curve too, but have you measured it? And you go, no, why would I need to measure it?
No. It's not why would I need to measure it. It's how the fuck could you measure it on something on such a scale? Like to say that you can directly measure that is fucking insane.
Dude, in 2023, that's a moronic statement.
Bingo.
Yeah, I mean, when plane surveying is done within 100 square miles, that is plenty of room that there should be significant curvature. Plane surveying wouldn't even exist if we lived on a globe. You would never even have plane surveying. It would all just be globular surveying. Nonetheless, that distance that plane surveying is done is plenty to measure the feet of curvature as you start going multiple miles.
And if you haven't measured it, why the hell would you tell me it's curving?
Literally thousands of observations of non-curving surface. Seeing things that shouldn't be seen. It's not just the odd one. There's thousands of them in existence.
But you guys, So, are you guys saying that you don't need a direct measurement? Are you changing your claim?
No, we're questioning the guy who's telling us it's curving, but doesn't have a direct measurement. And when we say, "Look,"
Okay, so you
I
do
question.
need a
Hang
direct
on,
measurement.
I'm almost done. And when I say, well, when the guy told me it was curving, I actually thought it was curving myself, but I started questioning it because of we don't have measurements together, and I went out and measured it, and it doesn't curve. And then I got optical views of it long distance, proving that it's not curving at the rate that they're telling me. Like it starts adding up, right? It just starts adding up. So now I don't believe the guy that told me the water's curving. I actually don't believe it.
Okay, so Rakia, when you get a piece of timber from the I don't know what you do, but when you get it from the shop, from the Home Depot or whatever, every piece of timber, I can guarantee you, is not straight and true.
Yep, get it. I agree with you. But you can easily measure it.
Okay, and you can measure it, and it's the length that you want. It's 6 meters, whatever you want, but it's not straight and true.
Yeah, and you can measure that.
And you could measure that if you wanted to.
Yep.
Because it's on a fucking teeny tiny scale in the back of your trailer.
Okay, yeah, it's easily measured. Yeah, I agree with you. You're saying that it's impossible to measure curved water because of the scale.
How can you put a tape measure over 69 miles or 1 degree of arc on the Earth?
I don't think you do put a tape measure over 69 miles. Why would you say that? That's ludicrous.
Because
that has to do with objects in the sky. Hold on, that's not even measuring the surface. That's objects in the sky.
Okay, it was measured from that geo, but how would you expect to measure that? No one. That would be a world record for someone to make a 69-mile measuring tape.
I would do it in segments. They're called straight line segments using hard tools.
You should stop
easy,
now.
Easy guy.
You should stop now.
Well, Jazza, consider this. Let's say that somebody had no idea what the Earth was. They were never told it was a globe. They were never told it was planar. Nothing. They just absolutely just grew up and were neutral. And let's just say in this idea, let's say when they're 20 years old, they now start inquiring, what is the Earth? Now, so what they do is they do plane surveying. They buy all the equipment. They do plenty of plane surveying within 100 square miles. So they measure planar everywhere, horizontal, vertical, etc. Then they say, okay, I've done all these measurements in planar surveying. So what I'm getting is planar results, at those distances. Then they do long distance observations and they go out and they're seeing further than they could on the globe over and over and over. They're seeing extended planar geometry. What would they conclude if, again, they didn't have any programming? They're not trying to defend, something they were taught when they were a child, just totally neutral. They do plane surveying, measure no curvature. Within, like I said, 100 square miles is a massive amount of distance. There, you could have multiple stretches, multiple miles of stretching, and more that would show curvature. And doing all actual long distance observations, which of course I'm not saying that's a measurement, that's optical, etc. But they would come doing that on a basic, just logic level without any pre-programming, because you're talking about evidence, you're talking about measurements. That individual being neutral would never come to the conclusion that they're on a spherical surface.
See, that's a hard question to answer, Gio, because taking in what you said, I would wake up in the morning and go, oh, fuck, the sun's rising. And at noon, it's not directly overhead, but it's overhead, but not 90 degrees. And then I'd go, oh, fuck, the sun's setting and it's not changing size drastically, if at all, that I can measure with my eyes because it's of its brightness. I'll give you that. I've got to put a solar filter on it. And then I'd go, oh, fuck, the moon. That looks spherical. And I can see the craters. I can see craters on the side, and then it's just fucking observations. Like, yeah, I don't know how or why in the fucking world anyone would come to this conclusion. It amuses me.
Whew.
Of the flat Earth.
Yeah, that was powerful stuff there, man.
Yeah, that response is so invigorating. I'm just jumping to get back on the mic. I mean, I can't even find my push to talk button quick enough.
Yeah, but I mean, just
I'm
like
just
I
kidding,
said,
Jazza. But how does that actually keep with the flow of the convo? Like, where are we at now? How did that
Shit, I just
respond
killed
to?
myself laughing.
Because I was talking
Sorry, I
about.
just killed myself laughing when you did that. That was so funny.
Gone 15 seconds. What happened, guys? What
Sorry, I
happened?
didn't
What
mean to
happened in
interrupt you,
20
Gio,
seconds?
but that was hilarious.
I know it's hilarious to the flat earthers that are here, but it's hilarious to the 7.5 billion people
Indoctrinated.
that are around the
I'm
world.
a base mic
We've
people.
already heard that one earlier by another Glober.
But how do you think that if you guys have found the truth, how do you, like going back to the girlfriend thing and the cheating thing, how the fuck do you think that if you've got the truth, everyone doesn't fucking go, oh no, fuck, she's cheating?
You totally
Because,
bombed
bro,
on that one.
Yeah, listen, bro. We are globe deniers. Okay, we have the proof that the globe is wrong. So you walk in your house, there's a dead body there, right? You see a bloody knife. You don't know why it's dead, but you know it's dead. Yeah. So
Did
we have the
did you
proof
check
that the globe is
pulse?
dead. We don't need to prove another model or anything like that. So we have the truth in the essence that
Oh, hang on.
the globe is dead.
Hang on. You've just walked through a room and seen a dead body. Hypothetically, that's the flat Earth, but you didn't check the
No, that's the
pulse and
globe.
just assumed that was the flat Earth.
No, that's the globe, mate. The globe
Yeah,
is
it means
dead.
the evidence is everywhere.
It doesn't matter. Either way.
Well, the evidence is apparent that there's been a murder, I think, in the analogy. It's like that's clear. So, like, why they did it, like, what the motivations and how they pulled it off, and all these other people that believe the lie, like, none of that's relevant. Like, the facts are something happened, and you could start there.
So if you guys are telling the truth, which you claim to be doing, for how many 7 years now I've been listening to this comedy, why is the world not on board?
Who says the world isn't on board? Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I think it's pretty evident that they're not.
There's a lot of factors, dude. It's a massive generation deception. I mean, there's many things like within like health, for example. For example, there was a time, dude, even in the 50s, where doctors were smoking and telling you, you should smoke camels because your doctor smokes camels. So now, actually, I think natural organic tobacco is actually a medicine, but that's another story.
It
But all
is.
these chemical,
Yeah.
but all these chemical cigarettes. So I mean, dude, but maybe that's not even the best example, although it does fit. But dude, there's a lot of things that take time to unravel, especially a massive generation deception like this.
No,
So,
I totally don't deny that. Things to do with health and such, fucking totally. Like 20 years ago, they said, have red meat, have a steak every night. And now they're like, have it 2 nights a week.
well, dude, okay,
that.
for who knows how many thousands and thousands of years, humans had the Earth as a stationary planar surface. And now going back to how long you want to go, how long you want to go, and then the globe has come along, and this even in the story that they've told us is very recent. So it's going to take a couple years to unravel this. When I say a couple, I mean compared to the thousands beyond, however many thousands you think existed before the globe came along. And then even when they started asserting the globe, even in their story, it took hundreds, if not thousands of years to start to ingrain it into humanity. So the unraveling, if it took that long, even if you believe that narrative, then the unraveling of that deception is going to take some time. It's not just going to take, a few months or a few years.
It's going quicker than I ever thought. Like, quicker than I ever thought. Are you in the real world? Do you see TikTok and like you're here?
Hang on, right here, and Geo, and let's mark this date.
How many Globers are in the world today?
It's
how many Globers are in the world today?
And everybody knows it's a legitimate conversation now. That's the thing. Like it used to be
Right.
2015 and 16, it maybe was the pre-programming, ridicule, mocking, whatever. And there might be some of that now, but that's actually minimized quite a bit. People are much more like virtually it'd be like almost everyone, as it were, when I say that in let's say first, second world countries, etc., know that it is a serious conversation, that there are that people. So that's a huge step forward. That is huge because back in the earlier days, like the 90s, whatever, it was way more suppressed.
But hang on for a second, Geo, because you just said thousands of years ago they thought it was flat, and I don't question that. They had every reason to. Why would they not? Now, after the fucking Wright brothers in 1906, and then space flight in the early 1950s, you've got no excuse.
You mean when propaganda started? You mean when propaganda started?
Yeah, I got no excuse to believe in the propaganda.
So you've got an excuse that propaganda didn't start before then.
No, but it became more.
More
heavy.
No.
Yeah.
So when space flight started or aviation started, propaganda wasn't happening before then.
I didn't say that.
That's what you're just saying by making that statement.
The propaganda about the globe
got
started
worse.
when NASA, it just got worse and worse and worse. And now it's in every school. Everybody learns about the globe until they hear about us.
Everybody learns, and then people go through school and they become pilots. The lucky few become astronauts and they can see the fucking Earth.
Well, pilots are trained to fly.
Space, mate.
Pilots are trained to fly as if it's stationary and doesn't have curvature.
No,
so that doesn't quite. That's not going to really fly.
Yeah, airplane. Air.
Okay, I'm just going to have a smoke because you're really pissing me off now. Because
see you later, buddy. Hey,
we
still have it. No problem.
Have one for me too, mate.
We still like the drunk Glober coming around and giving us all the sound bites. It's amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, no, love it.
Well, so you said you did training. You got your helicopter license, right, Jazza? So when you went through your helicopter training, were you trained to treat the Earth as a rotating surface or a stationary surface?
As the surface.
Yeah, were you trained to treat that as a moving object or a stationary object?
Do you want me to? Do you, Geo? I will literally send you my navigation book, and you can have a look through the whole fucking thing if you want.
Can't even answer basic questions.
Were you trained to treat the Earth as a rotating, moving surface or as a stationary surface in the helicopter training?
Neither.
Oh my god.
Oh, dipshit. Do you know?
How in the hell do you teach someone to fly over a land that is neither spinning nor?
Because you don't need to. It's like you're driving a fucking car. You don't need to know how fast the fucking road's fucking moving, do you? You're driving the car.
Bro, do you have to drop an F-bomb every other word?
Okay, dipshit. It's not science and rockets.
Dude, you're like that meme where it's like there's like a question, like there's like an argument on the table, and it's like the guy's like, respond to it or just like call him an insult, and it shows the guy pushing the button. That's what you're doing. You're like, I'll just go for the dipshit. Like, dude, why don't you actually respond to the question?
Sorry.
Instead of just bailing on the dipshit, which is not interesting, why don't you actually respond? Because you're talking about pilots, and you were saying that all these people were trained, or they grew up, and then many of them became pilots. About the globe. The globe breakthrough, you were saying, was linked to these pilots. I then asked, are pilots trained to treat the Earth as a rotating surface or a stationary surface? And then you just push the button of call people dipshits instead of actually responding.
No, because I only said that because Witsit was saying that, and I tend to change people's names around.
Was saying what?
Whatever you said that was fucking stupid. But Geo Globus is in here, and he's doing his pilot's license apparently in Australia. So have a quick yarn to him while I go and have a smoke.
Bye.
Seriously, dude. The
movie.
Hang on. This is what's funny is I'm the only glober in here, and you guys and you who were just talking are like, oh yeah, we're all right.
Yeah, like literally, bro.
It's
Like the
fucking
conversation was
16 of us.
a minimum of 400 times better before you got here.
I've never
Yeah, I
believed
know.
in flat
It's-
Earth more than right before you got here. Like I believe
Okay,
in it
and-
way more now.
And I
Do we have to
think
pay you to recruit flat earthers, or is it free of charge?
and I think that you're going to get the mental health support that you deserve.
Can you
Again,
create a YouTube channel hating on
another
flat Earth so that
soundbite.
we can get more
I'm not
recruits?
hating on yous. I'm just
Well, you asked for
fucking
measurements. I mentioned
entertained.
plane surveying because you're asking for measurements. You don't respond to that.
I
Say
was
the
never asking for.
curvature should be picked up in plane surveying. I asked you about what you bring up pilots. We asked whether they're trained to treat as the Earth is moving or not. You then bailed on that
No.
one too. So you're
No,
kind of
why
like 0 for 5 right
why
now.
would you need to?
Oh my god.
The ground should be moving under you, bro. How do you not get that?
Oh my god, how do you not get that when you take off from a fucking aircraft carrier that it's moving at the same speed as you, and then you can come back around and land on it?
Yeah, and then you actually have to have a freaking wire catch your plane so that you don't die.
Because the runway's short, you dumb fuck.
Okay, it's also to help stabilize the plane because it's noticeably a rougher landing once it actually hits the moving ground.
Yeah, you would think like if there was an aircraft carrier on an actual sphere, and if you were up like way off that sphere, you would think that actually you could catch up to the speed to it and actually land on it without that major wire. You know, like if you actually timed it with the speed it's actually moving.
Has
No,
way more lethal wrecks on those landings, and not because of the length of the runway. It's actually the vast majority of the wrecks are right upon impact.
Because
No,
it's
You could literally
actually
not land a
stationary, or
plane on a globe model.
it's like close to stationary. Maybe it's not completely, but it's close to. And then the trajectory of that plane is like fully in gear.
Most
And you know what?
pilots
It always
fail.
lands. It always lands in the direction that it's moving. It never would land perpendicular to its movement because it would crash.
Oh my fucking god, what's it? We'll talk about this in a minute, you dumb motherfucker.
Like if say the ship is going like north, you know which way they don't come in and land? South.
Yeah, most pilots fail out of that too. Like Navy pilots that try and land on aircraft carriers, they blink out. They can't do it, so they go back to doing something else. Only a select few pilots, pass and get to land on aircraft carriers. Even helicopter pilots. Like the pitching and rolling and movement of the ship, they just it's against their human nature. They can't learn it. A lot of helicopter pilots do. Not just jet pilots, not just airplane pilots. Ask me how I know. He's great. He's great for flat Earth. I used to think he was bad, like that type of person was bad. It's the opposite. You clip that out and let people listen to it. There you go.
Hey, can I have some proof of this? Ad hom. What about some proof of that? Ad hom. Yeah, we're getting real far here.
Yeah, it's like literally pushing that button every time. Yeah, it's like where are these measurements? Because that's the thing. He brought up what do you say, the girlfriend cheating and all this stuff. He was trying to make that as a relation to measurements. The thing is, like with plane surveying measurements, like those are done within distances where if the Earth was curving, it would be easily detectable.
Well, he acted like we were the people didn't want to know our girlfriend was cheating on us. No, he's the person that trusts the guy telling him, like, and doesn't check up on it.
Or the analogy would be that his girl.
He's checking. Yeah, I think that he's saying that he's trusting his girlfriend, and not gonna listen to the guy. Yeah, the girl is the authority, the government. Yeah.
Yeah, or in the analogy that his
the guy is us. Yeah.
Yeah, his girlfriend is cheating on him, and we're the guy being like, yo, your girlfriend's cheating on you. And then he's like, no, he's just denying it or not wanting to actually, because like the source of the information is coming from someone that he doesn't want to consider may actually be telling him something that could actually be truthful or relevant because it doesn't come from an authority that he prefers.
And then, like you
or
said,
has a
every
bias
once
to.
in a while, even though he doesn't believe him, he'll still come around here and linger and be like, "Tell me that proof of my girlfriend cheating on me again. See, I told you that's trash proof." It's crazy, bro. It's crazy when you think about it, dude. I still believe the authority. I still believe my girlfriend, but I'm gonna come around to that guy that said he cheated on every once in a while and just like mock him and tell him he's wrong and my girlfriend is right. It's crazy, dude.
Well, people do that stuff actually. Like there are people who will like purposefully, in a sense, it almost seems like they're purposefully believing the lie because it like keeps something like more comfortable in their psyche. You know, like they don't want to face something, so they'll even like defend the lie if it's gonna like they think it's gonna buffer some negative possible consequence or them having to face something that they don't want to face. They'll like actually support.
Yeah. Well, think about it. If you were with a woman for like 20 years and someone's been like, "Hey, I've been doing what with her for those 20 years," that would destroy your whole world. So it's easier to just hand wave dismiss and just continue on with the lie. It's more comfortable.
And get
Kind of sad
drunk.
if you think about it. Kind of sad if you think about it, dude.
I just don't understand the getting drunk and going listening to the guy tell you stories about cheating on your girlfriend for entertainment. Like, I don't get that part.
I think the truthers' brains are just a little bit different, and like we don't mind going back and reorganizing all of our file folders, right? Our subconscious doesn't mind doing that. We don't mind questioning everything. And I don't know if like people that aren't truthers are just really freaking lazy, like on a subconscious level, and like the cog dis is just so strong. Even if their subconscious like knows it's true, it's like if we accept that, we got to go and reorganize all these other file folders, and then after we do that, then we got to start questioning everything else. I think they're just like subconscious on a subconscious level, like just super lazy.
Yeah, subconsciously lazy. It's like, dude, I gotta defrag my hard drive. There's a bunch of stuff I need to delete. I might need to do a clean install. I'll just leave my computer all effed up and move on with my life.
Yeah, it's an interesting analogy, like you were saying with the file folders. Yeah, it's like to be able to go back. Yeah, like because like to be able to have that skill that you could go back and be like, oh yeah, this file goes over here. Oh yeah, this one's misplaced. Oh yeah, this one goes over there. All right, that one needs to be deleted. This one needs to be restored, whatever it may be, and to actually do that. Whereas, yeah, perhaps some are just like, oh no, I don't even want to open that file. Oh, forget that one. I'm not opening that one. I'm not looking through that one. Like, oh, this is too much. I don't want to have to reorganize. And then if I change this one, then I got to change the root folder, which is connected to all these other things over here. And then those are connected to another root folder that branches out to this other part of my life. Yeah, it could create like a whole
You just
system.
say screw it.
They're just like, I'll do a reboot and wait till tomorrow. Just a quick reset. Rocky, I was going to ask you, in terms of the plane surveying, like, how are they, in your mind, how are they getting away with, like, because, 100 square miles with planar surveying, like, depending on how that 100 square miles is mapped out, like, the length, width of it, basically, of that 100 square miles, because you could have, a strip or you could have a big square, but there would be many opportunities that you could have multiple miles of surface that would have the curvature, and then even like the water slope, when they do, yeah, in terms of building like parking lots and all kinds of construction. But I guess my general like thought is like, how in a sense are they able to get away with having plane surveying that is all planar at distances where they say, oh, you don't have to account for the earth curve in plane surveying? How did they get all those plane surveyors just to go, okay, yeah, we don't account for it, even though if they knew the math of what the curvature of the earth is, they would quickly say, oh, well, but we should be detecting it. Like, how is that being pulled off from right under people's noses? It's kind of...
They're not taught the curvature rate.
Yeah, it's just like almost that simple.
They're taught to take a benchmark and do differential leveling using horizontal lines. I mean, That's the nut and bolts of it. Mean sea level, elevation above that.
Do you want-
And grid systems. There's no curvature even mentioned.
Do you know what means?
Yes, average. Now what?
Yes.
So they're just not taught to include it. Therefore, it in a sense, just doesn't even.
Never brought
Sure.
up. It's never used. It's never an issue. It's never. I mean, it's literally. They don't know. Just if you don't believe me, call any surveyor and ask them how many times they've measured curved water or the Earth curve. They'll laugh at you.
So it's just like Globe on TV. Like there's all that programming, on the images and all that, and then doing plane surveying and just basically following what they're told to do and not putting the two together. Not able to be
how the fuck does the global population not know that the Earth's flat?
Well, that's what I'm saying with plane surveying that should be able to detect it in the ranges.
Well, no,
you have then there's
years ago.
Well, they put it's all compartmentalized. Like geodetic surveying is put into another. But yeah, your question is a good one. Yeah, how can this? That's what I was basically asking Rakia. Like, how can this be right under people's noses and they're completely missing it?
Well, it was right under my nose for years. I never checked it myself. I was a glober when I did my measurements. I was a glober. I was trying to measure the curved water.
But you never understood how the globe worked. That's why you're a flatter.
I don't know. That's not the truth.
It's not even what he's referring to.
Definitely the
truth.
That's
not even what he's referring to. It has nothing to do with how a globe works. He's talking about actually measuring the surface.
Yeah, I know what the radius, right? What rate of drop the dude? What do you want from me?
Yeah, don't interrupt, Jazz. Just let him finish, man. Don't interrupt.
Sorry.
So as a glober, as someone who believed in that radius and that the water was curving, I'd visually seen it, right? And then I wanted to measure it because I've never done it. And I had the tools and methods to measure it, which is to create a horizontal baseline above the curved surface and measure down to it. So that's what I did and was shocked. When I say shocked, like, I'm not the only one. There were several people that were the same thing. Like, we must be doing something wrong. Let's double check this or do that. I mean, it should be easily measured.
Well, no, not really. Were you shocked when you couldn't measure it over 300 miles?
I didn't try and measure it over 300 miles. I tried to measure it over 4 miles. I tried to measure it over 4 miles, actually, and we only measured 2.7 miles.
Well, when you measure it over 1 degree of arc is 69 miles.
That's so not what we did.
If you divide that by 10, that's 6.9 miles.
Yeah, that's not what we did, though. We
so
tried
you
to
measure 4 miles.
No, we measured 2.7 miles.
Okay,
I think you're just winging it right now. Hold on. That's not even the same thing. The 1 degree per 69 miles has to do with the declination of a star in the sky. That's not actually not the topic. He's talking about actually the surface, directly on the surface, not an object in the sky, not a light in the sky declining by a degree per 69 miles. That's something totally different. He's talking about the actual curvature of what the proposed claim is of the spherical Earth that should be present and should be tangibly present on the Earth, and actually being able to put a horizontal plane up against that. So it's totally separate than a star declining in the sky.
And we can see way too far.
We were creating a tangent line.
Geo, that's how they come up with the circumference. 24,000 whatever fucking miles it is.
29,000, yeah.
I wasn't trying to measure the circumference. I was trying to measure the drop over 4 miles.
Okay, so 1 degree of arc is 69 miles. 10% of that is 6.9 miles.
But I wasn't using your method. I wasn't using your method. I was using a surveying method called planar surveying to establish a horizontal line above a curved surface, using the tools that are very accurately engineered to do so. And when we did that over 2.7 miles, we came up with 0 curvature.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything otherwise. It's a big fucking bull.
You don't expect how much curvature would you expect at 2.7 miles? You just said none?
Inches.
So you don't think the Earth's a sphere?
Inches.
No, that's not true.
That's incorrect. Yeah.
Well, it is actually inches because there's inches in feet, but it's well, I'll do it. 2.7 times 2.7. This is a crude way. I'll give it, but this gives a close enough. About 38 feet. Is that right? I can't be right.
No, 38 inches probably.
38 inches. See, that's what I was saying, dog. Nah, dog.
Okay, 38 inches is how many feet?
Fuck all over that length.
Fuck all feet.
It should be more than that because it's 32 inches for 2 miles. Are you talking?
It is more than that. That's what I'm
almost
saying.
five-
It's
I'm
8
trying to
inches
make it
a
seem-
mile, I thought.
It depends on what your height
4.8
was.
feet. 4.8 feet if you're doing a tangent.
No.
That
Oh,
was your
no.
height.
Oh, you
4.8.
didn't. Oh, shit. You didn't just mention a tangent, did you?
No, hold on. You said your height
Oh,
was
you-
4.8 feet above the
Oh,
ground.
you just did. You just mentioned a tangent, so then there's no curved line there. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm not curving the line. I'm doing a tangent, a horizontal line above the curve.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And then measuring down from the horizontal line or tangent line to get the drop. There was no drop.
Exactly. So why don't you tell your friend curved direction that his fucking curved a tangent, his curved adjacent is a fucking load of shit.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
What
talking
is
about a
this guy
horizontal
talking about?
line above the curve. Are you sober enough to get the logic
Yeah.
that if you do establish a horizontal line above a curved surface, that you can measure down to the curved surface?
Yeah, exactly. So you can tell curved direction that
I'm not going to tell. I'm telling you.
What is
I don't
this
know who
guy
that is.
talking about? Rakeen,
Can
you've
you
laid this
ever
out very
measure a
clearly,
curve,
and he
though?
keeps talking about curved directions. What is that? Is
Yeah.
he just
Can you
wasting, like,
ever
what is
measure a
That's-
curve on the Earth, bro?
That's
the
my
question.
nickname because he thinks that a straight line from a ship to the horizon to the GP going straight up means that the line's curved. No, it's fucking
That's
not.
not what we're talking about here. I don't think you're sober enough to follow.
I think
Yeah, Jazza,
you're-
come on. Don't just. What are you doing? You're just trolling?
No,
I mean, dude, he
I'm
did
just
you're not even following the conversation. He was just laying something out very specifically, and you just came in. What is the curved direction thing? Are you just joking? What do you even?
because he's talking about the line that curved direction talks about all the time, and then he says that it's curved and you can't get an angle from it. But he
I
just
didn't
said
say. I
there's
didn't
a
say
tangent.
anything about a
that?
curved line.
Who is
You
this?
just-
Who are you talking about?
quantum eraser. That's
Oh,
my nickname
geez,
for
what
him.
is it?
Curved direction.
All right, well, you can't expect anyone knew what you're even talking about, and what does he have to do with anything that Rocky is talking about right now? It's not even related.
Well, it is because he's saying he
Well, you
just
have some
mentioned it.
fixation on QE.
We're
That's
talking
not
about
really-
people that aren't even here.
Yeah, dude, were you even following the comment?
Okay, I'm sorry. I just find
Do you know a tangent line in your model is a horizontal line? You realize that, right?
yes, exactly. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, because that's what we created over water and then measured down to the water. There was no drop.
Thank you. So you can take the GP from the tangent line and you can find what fucking latitude you're at.
If you wanna point your theodolite up to a star in the sky and then imagine you're getting a 90 degree at a certain distance and measure the angle and come up with a radius amount, good for you. You can do that all you want. What I did and what I just explained is nothing to do with that. I personally will never, ever point my theodolite to a star in the sky.
Okay, so you'll never get anywhere if you're sailing, but that's okay.
Well, I sail all the time and I get plenty of places. So,
Okay, so you got a GPS.
right. I've never used a sextant to get anywhere. That has
Okay,
nothing
so
to do with curved water.
So you got a GPS that, like quantum erection, doesn't violate the second law of thermodynamics. Hilarious.
I think you're
What?
just too drunk. I don't even get
Yeah,
that.
I think you've lost the plot, mate.
All right, I'll leave you flat earthers to it.
All
you
right,
can
buddy.
pat
See you
each-
later, man.
So you
God
guys
bless you,
can.
brother. I
Yeah.
think you might be. Yeah, I think you're starting to mix arguments. You're getting a little sleepy.
You represented the
guys-
globe well, man. I didn't expect anything else.
Yeah, you guys pat each other on the back and make you think that 8 billion people in the world think that you're telling the truth when you're all full of shit. But anyway,
All right,
have
brother.
a
We
good one.
appreciate you. We appreciate it. All right.
Thank you, man.
Thanks a
Wow.
lot.
Seriously,
What the
bro.
hell, brother?
If I was still a Glober and I heard that, ugh, I mean, seriously, I would question.
Exactly. That's because you're not all there. But you're all good. Have a good one. Catch up.
No problem. See you later, man.
See ya.
He's probably
Yeah.
an all right guy, man. He's just confused, So he's probably sad and trying to defend the religion, It's sad, bro. I just have compassion for those people, bro.
He's
Something ain't
basically
right,
paranoid.
bro.
He's paranoid.
Something ain't stirring the Kool-Aid on that.
That's one way to put it. I say it's over, right? When I hear that, I mean, this is moving way faster than I thought it would. Because that's all you hear all day is that type of person, basically. Like, that says things that don't make any sense. How many times today are you talking to the top Globers that come here and you go, what are you talking about? Like, what? You can't
Did you
even
notice?
follow simple things.
Did you notice that he started mixing some of the rhetoric of other arguments together? Like he didn't really even know what was going on. It was kind of weird.
That dude, when he's sober, he can usually hold his own, like, debating. He's just wasted, man. Like, really wasted.
Oh, that's sad. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think
Well,
that was
fair
a
enough.
big part of it.
I mean, even though he's ignorant to our, views, like, sometimes he has intelligent arguments and can hold his own to some people.
Dude, he's one of the ones that I trust that is actually a helicopter pilot, and that takes mad skills. Like, it's not easy.
Yeah, you can tell, like, his IQ. I mean, he's an intelligent person.
Yeah,
When
he's
so
just drunk.
he's an asshole.
Yeah.
Story of our life.
It's like somebody who
Yeah.
drink. It's like somebody who drinks and they go home and like get physical with their partner or whatever it may be, or their family or something. It's like some people like drink and they're like, I'm gonna go just call some people, some dipshits for a couple hours here. It's like just get drunk and then go just sling some mud at people that you have conflicted ideas about.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He's so drunk.
And then
kicked
you know what's
out of
even
the other
funny
place.
is that when you wake up in the morning, you expect your wife to not be mad that you beat her. So every time they come back around, we're supposed to just welcome them with open arms. Hey, thanks for being drunk and calling me a piece of shit last night. How you doing, brother?
I mean, he's like that every time I've ever talked to him in here. You guys are saying you've had experiences with him where he isn't just cussing and slurring insults.
Here.
I've heard him like 3 times when he was like completely sober, and yeah, he's a lot more intelligent when he's sober.
That's the first time I met him.
Well,
And he's not as
you just ping me next time he's in here sober, so I can jump in and say like one thing, and then you'll get to watch him freak out again, I guess.
He generally doesn't. He's generally all right. It's as soon as you start talking about the globe, then he just turns into that. You can have a conversation with him about many other things. Well, as long as it's not about conspiracy in any way, shape, or form, then he turns into he's normal, or then he turns into that.
That's his MK
Not,
ultimate.
not really, bro. He's only normal around Stacy B. That's it. Only around her he behaves. If she's not
Yeah, that's
around, bro.
true.
He
That's
acts
true,
like an
but one
asshole
time-
every single time.
One time it was kind of early, so it was like 9 Eastern, and she was in there, and we were talking about the Big Bang and how stupid it was, and he couldn't resist, so he blew his cover in front of her. And the only way I know that's because she was like, what are you doing? You're normally cool when I'm here. But he got so triggered with me about the Big Bang.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. That's one of the trigger points. Hey, dude, when I watched your debate the other day, the live one you had with Leo, when I could see he was all uncomfortable and getting triggered that you were questioning his religion, bro, that was funny, bro. That was really funny. You could tell, bro. He was starting to gish gallop and yeah, beat her. It was funny, bro.
Yeah, I almost felt bad for him.
There's a new category. It's instead of post-traumatic stress disorder, it's actually post-traumatic globe disorder.
Yeah.
There's a lot of there could be feelings of loneliness, feeling lost without your model. A lot of symptoms that could go along with it.
What do you think these people would do if like the government came out and said the Earth was flat?
I don't know, bro. That's a crazy thing to think about. They might trip out, bro.
Now, you know what? I asked in Gems the other day. I asked him a question. It was like this. I said, "What if tomorrow it came out that we found out that the Earth is a sphere still, and gravity kind of works the same way, whatever. But there's there's a distance, I guess, 1,000,000 miles away from the Earth, where everything that's beyond that we think is beyond that, is actually on a sphere, on a wall, basically, like kind of, just displayed there or whatever. But everything within that was still kind of consistent. And I was trying to find out, what do you think would change, like, overall? So that's different than the Earth being flat. Like, find out the Earth is flat would be kind of a really big deal. I think finding something like that out actually wouldn't be as big of a deal as, it wouldn't be like a world-ending kind of thing. It'd be kind of like something we get used to in a couple of years.
Well, you're talking about a geocentric globe. You're talking like a geocentric globe with close and local stars surrounding the globe. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, basically just one sphere of, like, basically a firmament, like a spherical firmament that's 1,000,000 miles radius, right? So kind of like where L1 is, but yeah. This something like that's not completely impossible. I mean, it's far fetched, but like there wouldn't be a giant upheaval in physics and that kind of stuff. So it's kind of, I mean, when people were giving me backlash about it, I was telling them, like, if you think about it, the universe, like, galaxies were only discovered like less than 100 years ago. So, the universe grew in a giant size in that time. What's the difference between that and it just getting smaller again?
What do you think what's the top 3 major things that would have to change in the way we build and navigate and do whatever if the world was considered flat, not a sphere?
Nothing would change.
Like, would we change the way we build it?
I think a lot of things would change.
Like, what's your top 3?
Top 3, really anybody who works in engineering, because they would have to be fundamentally different laws for certain things, like gravity and stuff like that. Yeah, probably people who work in aerospace and aeronautics and stuff like that. You would think that you would think that wouldn't change because they already work today. So
that's just redoing formulas. But the planes would still fly, right? The bridges would still get built in the same ways. The
right.
Everything that had to do with gravity, everything would stay the same. Gravity could even be the same. It's just different formulas.
Huh. Okay,
you use the same formula because
then a lot less.
It wouldn't really matter. You could use the same formula, right? It wouldn't really matter.
I think the problem, bro,
if that's just the same, yeah.
I think the problem too with reaching the globe is not only is it the religion they've been brought up on that can shatter their whole reality, the cognitus, but then they've also had the programming of space for I don't know what, like 80 years, right, through films and stuff and books. Like, they want to go meet an alien chick, they want to live on another planet. They don't want you to take that from them, and I think that's another
it would
thing
be
that
significant.
we're battling.
It would be significant societally. Like, there's no doubt about that.
But that's cognitus, right? That's what you're talking about?
Well, I mean, you could go on and on. I mean, everyone would immediately not trust anything the government ever says. Immediately, like, the government scientific organization called NASA can't be trusted at all, and have been blatantly lying to us. People would just start to panic.
Yeah, but what if the government just threw NASA under the bus, basically, and like act like they were fooled too, or whatever, or like it's like a disclosure that, like, they just discovered. Like, let's say the next president comes in or whatever, And then he's like, "Oh, we just discovered NASA and some people in the older governments, so they could pretend like they were."
Yeah, like Trump could come save the day and expose the corrupt government. Yeah.
Dude, he exposed the FBI and nobody blinked.
We live
That's
on
a
a
little
platter.
different, dude. Little different.
Very flat.
Hey, just real quick before I lose service, have any of y'all heard of Curtis Stone?
Sounds
No.
familiar.
No.
Never heard of
Well, he changed his YouTube channel name, but he's got almost 600,000 subscribers now. It's off grid with Curtis Stone. Anyway, he told his subscriber base the other day that they should look into flat Earth, and he talked about it a little bit. I thought that was
Nice.
pretty cool. That's a pretty big channel.
600K. Yeah, 600K is a lot. Yeah.
Dude, there are some like, let's just say, very wealthy and powerful people, bro, that like Effie is like their guilty pleasure, bro.
Yeah, did you guys see Eddie Bravo talking with Roseanne Barr?
Yeah.
That probably reached a lot of people. That was on her podcast, right?
Roseanne got canceled because of Obama's wife. Blah blah blah. Didn't like some of the stuff she was doing. Like she don't trust the government. She knows what's
she
up.
said a lot of stuff, bro.
Yeah.
She said a lot of stuff about the Grabblers. But
about the Grabblers, God.
yeah, that's why she really got canceled. You don't talk about the Grabblers. But so I'm trying to think. She was definitely not a flat earther, and it wasn't really making sense to her. But then when she just kept asking like why, and then Eddie pointed out maybe there's more land, and then like you saw it just like live time click for her to like, oh, that does make sense, and she was like super interested after that.
Austin, I'm really glad you brought that up actually, because I've been wanting to talk to you guys about this. How do you guys feel about the Jew hate? Like, I don't really subscribe to it. What do you guys feel about it? Like, I know a lot of people are just joking about it, but like, are we really, like, are we hating the Jews or what are we doing here?
I don't really know anyone personally that hates Jews.
Me neither. And
No, I mean the whole like backhanded comments that we do against them, like the Grabblers, the dragons on the coins and the caves.
They're super powerful Zionist people that control like major corporations and a disproportionate.
So that's what you're saying. Okay, I get it.
We're not
you're
allowed
just saying
to
that.
them.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're just saying they control everything. You're not like doing a slighted.
It's not even about them being Jewish. It's just about a specific group of people, oftentimes referred to as Zionist and
shadow government. Okay, I get it now. Okay, cool.
One of my good friends I hang out with on a weekly basis, they're Jews and they're putting up Christmas trees and celebrating Christmas and all that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Dude, one of my good friends, an attorney, is Jewish, and he completely agrees with what I just said.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I just want to touch base with you guys on that because I got confused because I didn't know if Owen was really like hating them or he was just joking around, you know.
It'd be like
but anytime someone seems sensitive about a joke, it like actually gives him ammunition to go like 1,000 times harder on it. So that's
I get it.
Yeah.
Does anyone care that they the Zionist Jews were originally Khazarian? Does that matter to anyone?
If you actually try to fact check that, it's a rabbit hole. So if someone wants to give me some real deal evidence for sure, verifying they're Khazarian, we can get there. Because really, it looks like you get down to
But it's quite well documented.
I can give you real deal evidence that that at least some Ashkenazi Jews are indeed related to what they call ancient Jews.
Yeah, maybe do the matriarch though.
Israelites, you mean? Yeah.
Do the matriarch. But Bolsheviks is where you really get down the rabbit hole.
Hell yes. Do you not go down that rabbit hole much? Anyone?
I did a few years ago. For me, it's like old news.
And it could be so easily. Think about how it could be changed from now till 100 years from now. Like it was harder back then to change history or use propaganda to do whatever they wanted to do, but you can't really know anything as fact.
I think a lot of it's a trap, actually. I'm going to be honest. So I think a lot of it's a trap so that people get like radical and ignorant and basically combat the idea of ethnic supremacy by actually, secluding ethnicity, which is just retarded, and then justifying some type of future reaction against it. Does that make sense? So like hate speech laws and stuff like that. I think it's like a trap, and then people like are they're given all these narratives to go like super hard the other way. Like, oh, if there are a few people that change their last name and are Zionists and control the banks, that must mean Hitler was a good guy. And so, and I don't want to start that conversation. I know all about it. Okay, we've all seen Europa. That's not my point. Is I think it's a trap where people go too far. Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's actually almost crafted. And I made that prediction like a year and a half ago. And now with everything going on in the Middle East, it's like pretty clearly verifying it, right? Where they're basically getting everyone to turn on Israel right now. And justifiably so in many ways, but that's not the point. The point is, imagine if the narrative comes out that it's like, certain groups of people need to be protected. We have to actually control speech about certain things because it leads to radical, potentially violent behavior. And it's used to actually justify like further censorship and control.
Yeah, that's
What's
TOS,
the
bro. We
chance?
can't even put that stuff in the side chat, bro.
What's the chance of Hitler being a patsy?
He had Zionist agreements that are on record, so pretty high.
That's my point. I mean, they can control.
He was
Everything is
actually
controlled.
Jewish, dude. He's partially Jewish.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, to swallow that one. I don't. World War II. No one in here knows what happened, dude. I know that for a fact. Can't get to the bottom of World War II.
Have you guys ever heard of Walt Disney being Hitler? Because
no, I've never heard that.
have you guys heard that conspiracy theory?
No.
Walt
Yeah.
Disney's
Yeah, it
Hitler,
was, man.
and he's friends
They've
with
got
Werner von
similar
Braun.
ears.
It makes a lot of sense, mate.
All over Yo, real quick, just to tell Kosho, I posted a link for you, bro. I want you to watch it because in that video, they're literally entertaining the idea that there's like this cosmic bubble around us and the stars are encrusted in it.
Check it
kid
out.
you
I'm gonna
not.
post a video. I'm gonna post a video. I want you to watch it too, just so we're
Yeah,
even.
sure. And
I'll watch it.
I think his video
So
is like
basically
60 seconds long, bro.
It's a couple minutes, bro.
Don't
maybe like
restrict
5
me.
minutes. But it's crazy. The cosmic bubble. Now it's not like uniform, like a dome. But either way, this cosmic bubble, they're saying that the stars are like encrusted in it. Biblically,
So what? They're
in my opinion, the stars have their own receptacle. Scripture says, like they have their own receptacle. Even the sun has its own tabernacle, as in they're inside of something. Both the sun, the moon, and the stars are actually inside the firmament, scripturally. But just to see this video, it was just really cool, bro. For them to kind of like start connecting the dots.
I'll check it
Yeah,
out.
go ahead.
I just want to say real quick, also, just while I have a chance. I tried to tell you earlier, which is that I found a lot of the Dayton Miller data. What do you call it? The data sheets or whatever. I don't know if which ones. Yeah, so I got them in a Google Drive. I'll share it or whatever. But I don't know if it's all of them. It's from like 2 different years. I guess 25 and 27.
That's cool, bro. Yeah, I don't know if you can send them in here or in Telegram or something.
I mean, I could post it to Google Drive. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out online.
I'm leaning towards the understanding that it's just a bunch of transforms. It's just
Transformers?
flat. It's flat and it's transformers. Yeah, turning it into balls.
You know, I posted
Models
when I was telling him that it was that it comes in. Well, I'm not gonna get into it again. But I posted what the position of the craft comes in, the reference frame it uses. So
Pretty funny, dude. It's just flat and they transition to a ball. They just transition it's flat and they transition it to balls.
Which one?
Offer software packages that sim out all these other like sci-fi effects, like gravitational or whatever, in the Gypsy Oasis stuff from JPL. So that's a whole transform set. Gypsy stuff. The Gypsy Oasis, it's like a mirage. Yeah, because it's not real. Okay.
The video about the bubble is pretty cool. Y'all watch it. There's a smart guy that comes here that says we're within a bubble. I think his name is Rakia.
Oh,
I mean,
That's pretty
aren't
good,
they just like hijacking the turtle sphere at that point, right? They're saying you're in a bubble. Eventually, they'll get to the point where we're in the turtle sphere, or what? They're slowly
Nah,
gonna
they'll never
influence
get all the
that.
way there, man. I honestly, dude, I don't think they make any major change. I think it's honestly, this is okay for the Globers out there, right? The strongest evidence that we're right and you guys are wrong is if they don't make a major update to the model, right? If they make major updates, then it would give a little bit more credence to your idea that it is still a sphere. If they're like, oh man, new discovery, the universe is actually way smaller and younger than we thought, and maybe there's actually electric and everything's electromagnetic and there's plasma, like something like that. If they don't say anything like that, like if they just keep this archaic, played out nonsense, dark matter, dark energy, 96%.
They said the space could be super fluid now, yeah. So
That's what I
a
said.
jump.
I think Superfluid is the next release.
But you see what I'm saying though? If they make a major change, flat Earth will explode overnight. You guys know that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because
It
what
has
it
to
does is
inch
shows
into
it shows that
slowly,
it shows that this whole facade that it's so bulletproof wasn't true. And now all of a sudden these crazy people that were ostracized may have something valid to say. I don't think they can afford to do that. So like if they were just telling the truth and it really is a globe and we're just trying to figure things out or whatever, then the natural progression at this point is definitely a major revision. Relativity doesn't work. Mond doesn't work. It's bad. It's getting really bad where they need to make an update. If they just keep if they keep pushing out these narratives like, oh, relativity does work. It's the most verified theory ever. Oh, dark matter definitely exists. Oh, it's not that big of a deal.
Even though
all these like placating like narratives to put it off over and over, that's actually kind of them showing their cards that they can't afford to make a revision.
That's why they have to use the body of science. They can't use a character like Einstein or Elon Musk or whatever because the technology is caught up. So we can see that Einstein doesn't exist these days, right? There is no person that can come up with something so tremendous that it changes the world, like relativity, whatever. You can't have it.
Well, I'll say it's, and I don't think it's technically they could pick some random person, right? Like no one knew who Einstein was before his theory. I think they could do that. I mean, people worship Elon Musk, but not him specifically. I'm saying like people idolize people still. But I think the reason they can't do that is because there is no where to go. Meaning like relativity was this huge leap, right? Where it was revolutionary, changed all of physics, and it helped explain things like Michelson-Morley. There's nowhere else to go in that direction and still explain Michelson-Morley and stuff like that. So that's the reason that there won't be a major revision in physics, in my opinion. I think it will just sit here stagnant. I don't think they'll make any major changes. I disagree with anyone that thinks they will.
Relativity's been debunked by so many people too, bro. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's gotten ugly now.
That's what I'm saying. They can't afford to make a change, bro. Like we're running around talking about how like relativity is wrong and the Big Bang model's wrong, and if all of a sudden they come out and admit that officially, it just literally it breathes more life into flat Earth than ever.
Yeah.
Well, I'll go on record again. I think Superfluid in the next 10 years is the major release. How the background is unknown.
So the background though, like not like spaces. Like you think because if they say the background, then they get to keep the vacuum of space.
Yeah, it's going to be a release that they that they can just kind of smooge over like for the next 50 years or what I'm saying. They're not just going to give up.
I think it was. Yeah, they could say it acts like superfluid, but it's something that we still don't know, and blah blah blah. Like they can't invoke the ether. They can't invoke like a substantive ether, and if you're saying it, the whole background superfluid, that's an ether. Can't really do that. I don't think because it makes the Earth stationary. So I don't know. I think we're stuck.
Quantum field theory and superfluid. That's what's coming.
But if that means that the Earth has to stop moving, that's what I'm trying to explain. Like, if that's true, the Earth has to stop moving. Do you really think that they'll release that much power? Do you think they'll tell people that the Earth's not moving? There's no way, dude. No way. They will lose the whole war if they do that.
Yeah.
I
And think about
honestly
this,
think
bro.
we're
Like
getting
when
to
you
a
can
point
see
it
too
doesn't
long,
matter.
when you can see too long with the infrared, bro, and you literally got someone telling you that, oh, well, then obviously the refraction argument, but oh, maybe the globe is bigger than they say. Then okay, well, then that breaks the orbital mechanics. It destroys the whole model. You got to start from scratch.
You'll never say that either, right? That's only like noob globers. I will say I saw a video the other day where the mountain's just so clearly just there. No, it's not. It's so
not there,
obviously
bro.
just there, bro. It's very clear. But I don't know, man. Like Rokia, you said you think it'll get to the point where they can't prevent it. I think it's
I
already
think
there.
so. I
it's
think we're
already there.
there, but but most people, like I would say, upper 90% of people just don't care anymore, man. The hope is gone. So if they could come out and say whatever the hell they want, most people aren't going to pay attention. Like that's how I think
I
in
don't
the
know, like
next
what else?
50, 100 years, that's
I'm
where it's
trying.
headed.
I've actually asked ballers this. Like, can you name something that would falsify your model? And like they can't. And I'm not even talking about the globe. I'm talking about like even mainstream cosmology. Like they can't. In you know why they can't? Because there's nothing. It was like the most I've ever heard is like, oh, if you showed that redshift was wrong, that's not a real good faith answer, right? We know that redshift exists. The question is what causes it and why are there so many anomalies? Okay, so like that's not a good faith answer. Something that we've already observed and being like, oh, if we went back in time to an alternate dimension and all of a sudden that observation that we've seen for a century wasn't there anymore. That's not a real answer. There is nothing they can say because we've already shown that there's nowhere near enough mass for gravity to be true. They've already shown that in order for us to look like we're in the center, the universe has to be expanding over 4 times faster than the speed of light with some unknown energy source, and that the combination of those two things make up 96% of the universe. They've already shown that the measurements of this supposed expansion don't match. What could they look out there and see that would actually falsify the model? Nothing. There is nothing. Yeah.
Nothing.
That's why I
because
bring it down to
refraction,
earth.
the magic blanket. Yeah, you can't use. Yeah, and I mean the horizon being always apparent now, never physical. I mean,
but how many more years can you keep telling people you can measure the centimeter wobble of the moon, but you can't measure water curving, right? Like
there's no
can't.
proof of wobble. Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Like how many more years do they get away with that? It's
Think about
over
this, bro.
with.
Think about this too. Yeah. I mean, dude, you serious? Like we see something from 300 miles away, and people don't even blink. Don't even blink.
That's
Bro.
crazy,
They're
dog.
like they just say the word, and they actually laugh at you like you're retarded for even thinking about it. So I don't know, another century maybe. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like I get you may want to be like, okay, I think refraction makes sense. They don't even blink, bro. Like they literally mock you for even talking about it. So I don't know. There's a pretty big disconnect there. I would
like
say
infrared cuts down refraction. No, that whole mountain is refracted. It's like, bruh.
No, I've seen stuff with my own eyes in real life that's clearly just there. So no one's gonna ever convince me it was refraction. I saw it with my own eyes, and it's just, you're obviously just seeing things like you do every other day of your life.
A mirage, bro. It's looming, Austin. It's looming.
Yeah, it just looks exactly static and clear like everything else does.
I just think that flat earthers won't be as
backlit
disproportionate
stuff is
anymore, bro. Because it's all over the place, bro. It's all every single message board on the comments, like all these videos, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, bro. There's so many flat earthers compared to 10 years ago, bro.
Yeah.
It's just increasing. So I think in 100 years, it won't be as disproportionate. There'll still be globers. There'll still be people like kind of like 9/11. People are still gonna believe the lie, but for the most part, I think that we'll have a better fighting chance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a long time, bro. I mean, that's a long time. We got AI now. I mean, 100 years, bro. Like we better do something before then.
At least a generation.
I appreciate you being optimistic, Ariel, but dog, with all the control and power they have, and all the manipulated people through the TV and the megahertz that they put through it to mind control people, dog. I'm glad you're optimistic, bro. But there's a lot of people that are in the matrix, bro.
A lot of people are waking up. Like that's what's waking up most people. They see the propaganda now, and they realize how it could be this, right? It's just like that preacher. I mean, there's no way we went to the moon. Just think about it. But the Earth is a sphere. Like
yeah, it is about to get smoked, dude.
December 2nd.
Oh yeah, when is that about to happen?
December
2nd.
It did. You know, I was thinking about,
Oh.
like there was one thing where it was like, oh, this star is blue shifting. Oh, it's coming towards us. So say a star is just moving on its own, coming towards us, like a space is going the opposite direction 4 times faster than the speed of light. Like, how's that work? Star is moving towards us, but the space it's traveling in is going away from us 4 times faster than the speed of light.
That star's dead, bro, and you're actually just seeing it's already dead, bro.
They ended up saying, oh, turns out it was actually just the magnetic field that made it look like it was blue shift.
Yeah, that star is dead, bro. You're just seeing What
do you think about like something that I've been looking into, the cosmic breath of the expansion and contraction of the toroidal field itself over a segment of time?
Yeah, that's what I think within the torus field.
So like we're in this giant toroidal field, torus field, right? The whole existence itself is basically a giant torus field. And that torus field seems to be actually breathing, expanding and contracting, just kind of like the breath of Yah, right? But I don't want to argue the segments, but do you think that's even possible or not? You said yes.
Well, I think it's possible, yeah, because like when you look at the sun data, like we went all along one longitude and we took all kinds of different measurements of the sun. And we ran it through the computer and ran it through simulated a year, and that's what it shows. It shows that the path of the sun is effectively breathing in and out. So it would fit like right within this. It literally, the computer on its own created a torus field that's going in and out. But I guess that would imply that we're seeing redshift right now because we've only been observing it for like less like 100 years, and that it goes into like cycles that are a few hundred years or whatever, and that eventually everything would be blue shift. The other option is, of course, that we're just looking further out in the torus field, and the torus field is diverging away from us, like it's going up and out away from us, because that's what torus fields do.
Exactly.
And so you would just see, even if it's not actually expanding and contracting, it like just the geometry of it itself is it's looping around away from us, and then you would see redshift, and in fact you would see more redshift the further away you are, right? Because you're further away from the center. So
I was just wondering, because I thought about that, but the idea that so the sun, the moon, and the stars, the wandering stars, they're all on their own circuits, right? And if you look at the circuitry, it resembles a flower of life pattern, and they all have their own specific patterns that are predictable clearly. As long as you know the geometry, you can easily predict these things. But are these all kind of like obviously they're all interconnected in a way, because if we have this giant torus field, and if that giant torus field is breathing, then you couldn't optically observe it necessarily, because what would you use as a reference?
Well, you get that like each breath would have to take a couple hundred years at least. Right, like it would have to be exhaling right now, effectively, for the last 100 years at least.
What I'm noticing is that this breath actually you could test it and show it using sundials every 7 years.
But do you see when it contracts, you would see blue shifting. Like for that to explain the redshift at least, right? Like then you have to explain why is the redshift not changing every 7 years, which it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the redshift. I haven't studied the redshift and blue shift as much as you have. But I'm just saying that I think that you can predictably measure a contraction and expansion effect with the sun. But all the luminaries are doing it. The whole thing is doing it. So if you just look at the sun by itself in reference with the stars, you're not going to notice it optically, because everything is doing it. So you would have to use the Earth as a reference. You know
so I thought you were bringing it up about redshift. So then you could basically combine. Well, okay, like it doesn't make sense for the redshift unless it's happening in cycles at least over 100 years. Like because it has to just be expanding for like the last 120 years at least, because we've been seeing redshift increasing the further out we see for like the last century. But I will say that have you ever seen it's like Magnetic Flat Earth, that video where they take the sun data and then they map it through a computer, and it literally shows like the flower of life breathing in and out?
Yeah.
So
can you guys explain that in like layman's terms, please?
The movement of the sun in the sky throughout the year from different positions all along the same longitude When you take those angle measurements to the sky and then you run it through a simulation program on a computer, so then it maps out, it shows you a visualization of what the sun is doing from each different position throughout the year. It results in the sun like moving in and out. Like so if it maps the entire path, and that gives you a torus field. And then if it maps the whole year, that torus field like expands and contracts like it's breathing.
Okay, that's kind of weird. Okay, all right, I'll have to look into that. Thank you.
Well, just think about the sun moving in and out. The sun's moving in and out, like.
You're saying the in and out is the breathing, is what you're saying?
Well, yeah, because when you take that in and out, and then you map it all across the whole Earth for a year, you get to see the whole entire field and what it was doing.
Wow.
It will be moving within that field. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that the sun moves between the tropics, right? And there's according to FE Core, there was something that was beyond the extremities of the Earth, both at the outside extremity and the internal extremity, as in like the North Pole. That there's something acting on the field itself, pulling and pushing. Now they don't know what that something is, but we can only speculate. But what I'm talking about, not the yearly expansion and contraction or the movements of the sun back in and out, but there seems to be a greater expansion and contraction overall that occurs every 7 years, bro. Like, and this is predictable, so it's gonna happen again in 2028, where if everybody has their sundials out and ready, you'll be able to see the contraction or the expansion of the sun. Which normally the sun, when it returns from equinox to equinox, it returns to the same position every year consistently for 7 years. But in the 7th year, there's an anomaly. There's an oscillation that occurs, bro. That this is predictable because these ancient calendars had predicted this in advance. But you can observe it. And I wasn't able to explain how this was possible in 2021 to 2022, where I seen the sun shift 7 days, bro. But it wasn't adding days. You weren't taking away days. It wasn't like moving in the sky. It seemed like the actual field itself had contracted or expanded, however you want to look at it. And optically, it's not. You can't optically observe this phenomena. It can only be observed through shadows.
What would I? Oh, so you take the sundial and the shadows. You're saying that the shadows are going to contract and expand, and they'll be longer and short. Okay.
But the shadows, they're consistent every year, bro. And then there's an anomaly in the 7th year, bro, which is inexplainable. It was inexplainable to me until I started looking into that Walter Russell's work, and then I looked at FE Core's work that I remember seeing an old video that New Perspective sent me. That what Witset's talking about, where they fed all the data into a computer, but it was only a year. It was only a year of data, every 10 degrees latitude, and it wasn't enough. Like if they were to extend the data to 7 years, and not just from one latitude or one longitude, because they only did it from one longitude, every 10 degrees for a year. If they would have been able to do it from every single longitude, all the way around the Earth at every latitude, then you'd have a lot more data to be able to actually demonstrate an accurate representation of what's going on with the luminaries. They only did it 1 year in one longitude every 10 degrees, which isn't enough. They still were able to make it a visualization of what the sun's doing, but I wouldn't say that specific visualization is accurate. It's just a predictive model.
Yeah, and it sucks because they were supposed to keep doing it. Like they were supposed to keep trying to get the data from more points, more.
Yeah, and then they stopped.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, I just wanted
It
to
was
share
a
that.
lot of data though. Like even that single longitude, like, like basically burned out the computer.
It crashed like 10 times. It took them a while just to upload all the data. They said it took them like a year.
Yeah, it's a trip. And then the government's resources could just snap their fingers and do that.
Yeah, God forbid, right?
Yeah. Oh, why don't you flat earthers Why don't you flat Earthers just figure everything out?
Oh, you don't know how everything works, flat earther?
Yeah,
Talking about the ether, bro, I think that this is another experiment that we can do to measure the ether, bro, or at least the toroidal field. It's because you can see it's predictable. You can have multiple observations from multiple different places on Earth, and you can document it. And I think this would be revolutionary, bro. Honestly, the expansion and contraction of the toroidal field.
No, yeah, it's very interesting.
I was reading some because I guess this was observed before, but they basically brushed it off as human error and the ground sinking because they had obelisks, bro, for thousands of years. People measured the sun, but in the 1500s during the Renaissance, with Galileo and all these guys, they had obelisks and they had like I forget what they called them. They were measuring the meridian and they were measuring the movements of the sun throughout the year, but they kept coming up with like errors in their data, like that they couldn't explain with the in their heliocentric view of the universe. So they were like, yeah, there must be something going on. So they attributed to the ground itself like sinking or settling over 7 years because they would build like these incredible observatories that were more like churches, but they also served as observatories, and they had like certain portholes in their churches that would shine like crepuscular rays through the actual temple itself that would shine on the ground, and they could measure the movement of the sun by just documenting the crepuscular ray and where it was pointing. So they had like this specific calendar, bro. I don't know what they called it in Latin, but they started noticing anomalies, bro, where they were like, oh, the ground must have shifted in 7 years. So they kept trying to rebuild the monuments or like a really strong foundation. They would even dig out moats, bro, next to the observatory to make sure that everything was perfectly leveled. And they would use the water to make sure that everything was perfectly leveled. But they would still come up with like anomalies in their data, bro, and they didn't know what was going on. Because they just couldn't explain this, bro. You can't explain this anomaly. There's no way to explain it unless you invoke ether or Torah science. Like you can't. There's no other way.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I've never heard of any of that.
So basically, instead of using shadows to measure time, they would use light, and the light that they would use would be there would be a little porthole in the church itself that would basically record the sun at its zenith every day for a year. There was the portholes on the church, so it was dark inside the church during this time, and then the light would shine through. Literally, a crepuscular it would shine through onto the floor of the church, and on the floor of the church was a calendar, a vertical calendar with like lines on it that would so like the solstices and the equinoxes were on it, and the days of the year were on it, and then the light would literally move throughout the year, like a ball of light that would shine on the floor of the church would move throughout the year.
Do you have like something I could look into regarding?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to pull up the book right now.
The domes would have like a big hole in the middle called the oculus, or like the eye. I think they actually were doing them on the ground too, where they couldn't build one of those for observation. They'd like place a ball like in a court, and then kind of chart them that way.
Hey guys, on a quick side note, isn't it crazy how much money Discord wants to boost your server? They want like $50 a month for me to like have my server be like somewhat middle chill. I'm on the $10 plan right now, but I mean, I want to jump up to like the $30 plan, but I really want the $50 plan. But it's like, dude, it's like a freaking phone bill, bro. Like, what the hell, man? They got me by the balls over here. Anybody else experiencing this?
Nope. Getting the $50 package.
You said you got the $50 one?
No, I don't pay anything. But what does one get in the $50 package that makes it appealing?
Oh, okay, yeah. Hold on, let me look it up quick here. So yeah, when I go to boost my server, it says, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay, so if I want to do the $50 plan, I get Nitro and 10 boosts. Well, it's about $45 a month. I don't know if there's taxes after that, but that would put me on like level 2 where I can at least have my GIF as a picture, and you actually get a little bit better sound quality. Hold on, let me
just get other people to boost it.
And then level 3 is where you get the custom server invite link, but that takes 14 boosts. So if I pay for the 10 plus the 2 I already got, that's 12. So yeah, I would still have to pay like a grip, dude, to have the levels, because I do want a custom server invite link to where people don't have to keep making them. So I might just have to just go ahead and pay for that, bro, and just kind of bite the bullet. But yeah, I mean, dude, this app has a lot of issues that they need to work. If we're paying this type of money, bro, like work these bugs out, brother. You know what I'm saying, dude? There's like a lot of bugs.
I would just ask other people to boost you. Is that what most people do? They just have like a bunch of people boost them.
Yeah, but a lot of my buddies are already boosting other servers, and I don't want to kind of ask them to do that. Seems kind of a little douchey a little bit. So I was like, I'll just do it myself. And then maybe if they end up boosting it, then I could withdraw, and go to a different payment method. But yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to jump for the $50 one, unfortunately. But I really do want that better sound quality. I know it's just only like 100 or something kilobytes per second more, but that is a higher quality audio, big time. I mean, 256 is already super clear, but
Free chicken sandwiches into boost, that would be great. Kosha would be all over it.
Sure. No, but I can get a bunch of boosts just because. I mean, if you just make an account, you'll get 2 free boosts. So just make 5 accounts and there's 10 right there.
Oh, I didn't even know about that. I don't know. I just figured I'd just pay. I don't want to do anything sketchy.
Chicken sandwich method, though.
The chicken sandwich.
Yeah, I posted that book. It's it says The Sun in the Church: Cathedrals as Solar Observatories by J.L. Helbron, who seems to be a famous author, but it's my first book I bought from his.
I think that's interesting. Looking back at the Falconelli stuff, that his first book was on alchemy buried within the church, buried within the pictographic and iconographic references. Do you recall that line? Or check into it. Maybe you'll be interested.
Yeah, I have its PDF somewhere in my files. I haven't read it all, but like you said, that guy was probably a fictional character, so who knows?
The preface to it, though, is like a whole. There's a book that's like sort of unrelated, but yeah, the secrets are buried within.
Fucking stupid.
It's a little Da Vinci Code, isn't it? Wild Goose Chase, maybe.
Yeah, Da Vinci Code, Tom Hanks, Jeffrey Epstein.
Falconelli is.
But in this book, it does record that, like, their astronomical data, that after like a 7-year span, bro, they attributed the anomaly in the data to the ground itself sinking. So like the church ground itself shifting or settling, right? So they would try to reconstruct it a lot more sturdier, with a lot sturdier materials, and it would still happen, bro. And they just, this must be human error. Like, they just brushed it off, bro.
What are
But
you talking
They were
about?
doing globe. They were doing globe math, bro. They would have got it right.
Repeating cycle. All right, 7, right in that 7. Yeah, we were going over all the 7s and octals and things like that a long time ago. Possibly before the institution of base 10 is the norm.
And I don't think it's human error. I don't think the ground was shifting. I think that they just refused to accept that there is an oscillation.
We need to prove it out, but I do like it. And we know that the sun is already doing some 11-year cycles already. So why ain't something else doing a 7-year cycle? Sure, must be. Likely.
The moon on a 19-year cycle, but
Yeah, bro. You
like,
guys are going over my
if
head. I don't know about any of this stuff.
if you put it all together, right? They're measuring ether winds. They're measuring ether drift. They know that there's a preferred direction for light now. Like, this has all been established, repeatable, reproducible experiments. If you start adding all the data, bro, including this data with the expansion and contraction of the torus field, then they're gonna have to be forced, to change their model, bro. Like, it'll be overwhelming from independent perspectives, independent experiments and observations, bro. Like, you know what I mean? There's ether, bro. Ether's like, at one point, like 15 years ago, ether, or 10 years ago, ether was just like, oh yeah, there's no evidence for ether. It's just a construct. But now it's not a construct, bro. Like, there's plenty of evidence.
There's not.
Mess with your globe like ether. Teach you the globe you know it's not.
I'm still waiting for a better, more elucidating definition of it as a material component, unless it is wholly immaterial, in which case I've got my definition all good now. But yeah, like how in what way are we going to define it? Because it is like energy acting through various like layers of medium in various like temperatures and pressures and proportions. So that is a lot to create for a definition. I'm just wondering, does anybody care about that, or we just?
Oh yeah,
Do you know what I'm saying? Or
what it's made out of. Yeah, it's definitely not particle physics. It's definitely not. All its substance. If anything, it's probably some sort of vibration, like. But that vibration, it's manifesting from something. That something is the ether. Walter Russell breaks it down as the mind, bro. It's some sort of mind substance, some sort of.
So you guys are just making shit up. That's cute.
I mean,
Y'all
it's
impatiently waiting. It's like a Coriolis effect, not positive.
Yeah, it's in the military manual, so whatever. Yeah, nothing. Thought so.
What's
Who's
the
the
military
best?
manual?
Einstein, Tesla, Nas, and Big.
So
What's in-
why does the military calculate for Coriolis if it doesn't exist?
Which military does that?
Why does NASA make plans
Do
for?
we have
Well,
another drunk Wilbur on the chat, bro?
if you quit educating yourself with YouTube videos and actually look it up, you may learn.
Oh, here we go.
A white paper doesn't declare laws of nature. It just declares specificities.
Coriolis is the law of nature. It happens whether you like it or not. And military personnel has to calculate for it whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Never happens.
Yeah, it's rifling.
Never happened. It's never happened.
Well,
Never.
tell the military their manuals
Not even
are wrong.
once.
Right.
Never once has it ever happened. But yeah, dude, I believe you.
Yeah, it has.
Bro.
Tell the military they're wrong.
That's an extreme claim, but which military branch are you talking about that accounts for this? Who specifically?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Jesus
I thought you guys were. I
Lord
thought you
and
guys did
Savior.
research.
Yeah.
Why are you asking me about something you should have already researched?
Why are you saying Jesus Christ?
Because I know I don't mean to be rude, but you brought it up. That's why.
Yeah,
You came and brought it up. So I mean, I just trying to find out because you know more about it than I do. So you know.
Yeah, because I don't educate myself with YouTube. That's why I know more about it than you do.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying. You mean
ad homing us?
If you don't know which branch it is, that's fine. But
please learn what ad homing is. That's not ad homing. Ad homing is saying, "I think you're an idiot, therefore I don't believe you." That's an ad hom. Me just telling you're uneducated is stating a fact, not an ad hom. Please learn the difference.
The same as my
It's an ad hom.
So yeah, you guys don't know what ad hom is.
You don't know his intelligence.
I just told you what an ad hom is. An ad hom is, I think you're an idiot, so I don't believe you. Me saying you're not educated, therefore you're dumb, is a fact, not an ad hom.
It's not a fact.
Difference.
It's an opinion, mate.
It is.
That's the way you phrased it. That's
why no scientist or any field of science or 8 billion people agree with you because you learn off of YouTube. That's a fact. You're uneducated.
The way you phrased it that time,
you're not
so many
smarter.
fallacies, bro.
You're not
so
smarter than 8 billion people. You're not smarter than 8 billion people in all of science.
Fallacies, bro.
That's a fact.
Back them up. Back them up.
It's ad hominem because it's to the person. It's to the man. That's ad hominem. Like your information is good, but you smell bad, or you got funny looking hair, right? That's ad hominem. I mean, it's not effective, but it would be, right? Yeah. Okay.
It's an ad hom because he doesn't know his level of education, so it's an assumption. So that's just a personal attack.
Well, no, the way he phrased it was actually an ad hom because he actually said, "You're not educated, so that's how I know you're a dumbass." So he literally premised his
and it's circular reasoning too.
Well, maybe, but it definitely is an ad hom in that case. But regardless, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I guess somebody muted you, man, because you're cutting people off a lot. They do that to me too, so you gotta not do that probably.
Yeah, if you could just explain your case without being a cunt, that'd be freaking awesome.
Is that too much to ask?
Technology, that'd be awesome. Quit using science that doesn't agree with you. That'd be awesome. Join the real world that doesn't agree with you. That'd be awesome.
Science that doesn't agree with you. What kind of worldview is this?
What science agrees with you? Tell me what field of science thinks the Earth is flat. Name one scientist that thinks the Earth is flat. Oh, none? Oh, yeah, you watch YouTube videos. And you know what happens when I log off here? You'll disappear and mean nothing in the real world. I come here.
Were the Mayans watching YouTube videos when they believed they lived on a flat Earth, mate? Were they watching YouTube videos? Yeah. When they could predict eclipses up into the time that we're living in, were they watching YouTube videos?
Yeah,
that's a globe prediction.
Listen, Mr. Glober, you come in here and we're observing you. We see people like you come in here, and we find this very funny because you guys come in here, you think you're observing us, but you guys are the ones who act irrational, illogical. Most of y'all drunk. So it's quite interesting, from our perspective.
And using every fucking piece of our technology to survive.
You guys come in here
Hey,
unhinged.
name one piece of
We're
technology.
logical.
Name one thing a flat earther's done
I'll do
to
it.
help
I'm
the
going to give it to
humanity.
you. I'm about to give it to you. You ready?
No. I'll give you
Are you ready?
$1,000 right now. $1,000 right now to name one thing flat
Okay, are
earthers
you
have
ready?
done to help humanity.
Are you ready?
Are you going to
Yep.
go with cell
Glow
phones
proof
prove the
at the
Earth's ring?
bottom of the whiskey bottle, mate.
I guess try to go one at a
His cell
time.
phone-
Of course.
His cell phone proves he's on a ball cushion. Okay,
Yeah,
it's tough to argue with.
Yeah.
Tesla a flat earther? I'm pretty sure Tesla was a flat earther.
Yeah, what you got?
Tesla.
I have my
Einstein.
suspicions.
He's a belligerent type anyway.
So one thing
was
flat
AC
earthers
current?
have done to help humanity. One thing. I'll wait.
Okay.
AC current. Go.
When I log off of here, what are you guys going to do to make a difference in the real world?
What are
We're
you
doing
going
it
to
right
do?
now.
You have all the secret knowledge. When are you going to apply it to the real world? I'm waiting. Because
do.
when I get off this phone, you guys don't exist in the real world. So if
Tim,
you have
because
all
of your
the
Things
secret
in the real
knowledge,
world, mate.
let me know.
Yeah, it's not like
Let me
we're
know.
just online,
Why
mate. We also
Rent-free.
do things in the real world, brother. Yeah,
We live in your
we go
head.
out, we do experiments, man. If
Yeah.
We're
anything,
multiplying.
we push
Thanks.
Globers to do more experiments
Creating more
and
of
push their
ourselves.
intellect to the limit more because of us.
Yeah, and Snacks to the Future said it right. We live in your head rent free. We're a problem for you. You're not a problem for us.
Quit blocking me.
Guys, what's the topic here?
You're blocking yourself, fella.
Nobody blocks you, man.
We're trying to teach a couple of these guys how to
I'm not
how to
even
have
touching
regular
my device.
conversation.
You guys are
Tim,
muting me.
No, Tim. There's probably a bot doing it for most likely because really what happens is anybody who overtalks consistently, the bot will just immediately mute them. So we
Yeah.
probably just got to go one at a time. You know?
That's funny. It doesn't happen to you guys on your channels.
It happens to me all the time. But I tend to not overtalk.
You guys have been over talking me the whole time, so
you've had your course, mate.
Well,
we've not bothered.
What's the best piece of flat Earth evidence you guys have?
The flat Earth evidence. Okay, a flat Earth is an umbrella term that means globe denier. Our proof is that we can prove the globe wrong. That's the proof, yeah?
I mean, bro, we got formulas. We use all kinds of they use all kinds of flat Earth formulas all the time in real world applications.
Tim,
what's your
in a
best
world,
flat Earth evidence?
Tim, we live in a world. Tim, we live in a world where you cannot measure or experience curvature or drop over distance, where you cannot experience any motion of the Earth, okay? Where you cannot actually verify. Yeah.
A flat earther measured the rotation of the Earth and the curve calculator. So try again.
Well, the curve calculator is the reason why we're flat earthers, Tim, because we're aware of the curve calculator and we have observations.
And why do all science and all scientists disagree with?
No, that's
Tim,
not even true.
you shouldn't interrupt.
Real quick. I know, real quick. Go ahead, finish it up, man.
I was close. All I wanted to say was when we have no actual evidence of drop over distance or curvature, and we have no optical or any kind of experiment that can prove motion of the Earth, you have some audacity coming in here. You have some
constantly
audacity.
interrupting, mate.
You're just
constantly interrupting.
Go on, then.
Mate.
Let him respond. He obviously can't hold it back. Let him respond. But what say you?
Motion of the Earth. Thanks, Bob. Bob proved motion of the Earth.
How? How, Tim?
The gyroscope.
So you believe that a gyroscope proves the motion of the Earth? Is that what you believe?
Do you believe that it doesn't?
Of course, it doesn't.
How does it not?
How can you claim that an apparent drift is the Coriolis effect when we have no evidence of the Coriolis effect?
The gyroscope does not pick up Coriolis effect. It picks up the rotation of the Earth, 15 degrees per hour.
So if you're claiming that 15 degrees per hour is the measured rotation of the Earth, then why don't we experience...
You have to stop interrupting, bro, for real.
Why don't we experience that, Tim, in reality?
What do you mean, why don't you experience?
Well, if the Earth
think you should feel motion?
If the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees an hour beneath your feet, then we should measure or be able to detect some sort of Coriolis due to 2 reference frames, an inertial and non-inertial reference frame, and we don't have that, Tim. So you have
Gyroscope.
no. The gyroscope is what we're discussing.
How does
the
it
gyroscope
not?
is a
Explain how it
15-degree
does not.
hour drift.
How does it not?
Because we don't have a real-world example of a non-rotating and a rotating reference frame. We don't have a Coriolis effect
The
in reality.
gyroscope says otherwise. How does it
Hold on a
not?
second. We have a real world example of that.
How does it not?
Hold on, Tim.
We have a real-world example of the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, hell yeah, it's just
Oh,
real.
so you agree with the Coriolis effect? Welcome
Tim,
to the Globe
Tim.
Earth.
Yo, Tim, if you keep over talking me, I'm gonna have to time you out or something. I don't want to, but let's just relax.
I think
I'm asking a question nobody can answer.
Jesus Christ, the bots muted him and I'm muting him, so I think as long as they keep doing that, I think he'll be fine. Because it looks like people are having fun with this this smart guy.
Yeah, it's a good conversation, mate. Yeah, you just gotta be able to be cordial and go back and forth. Yeah.
I just want to know where the real-world example of Coriolis is that we can verify.
Like a merry-go-round, tons of stuff around.
No, I'm on
That makes sense. Why would you think a merry-go-round proves that?
I think
Very funny, Jeremy.
Strictly though, I think the Coriolis effect can only be when 2 like material substances are like touching each other that are solids, like as in 2 gears, like that there's relative planes of motion, because where one turns, the other turns in opposition to it in round things. This is not necessarily happening on a Coriolis is not necessarily happening on a merry-go-round because that's independently moving. It's like that's just a wheel on an axle. We could say it's apparent Coriolis, maybe, like because it seems that like from your position, because the whole idea of relative motion is really what gets your relativity grows up out of that idea. Like they ripped that off and ran away with it. You know what I'm saying?
What do you think about that?
I don't even think Coriolis is his real name. I think it's an alias. It's a rapper name.
So all the scientists made that shit up, right? They just made it up.
Hey, Jeremy, what do you think about?
And military has to calculate for it when they shoot big artillery shells because it's made up.
But they don't in reality. It
They
may
do.
be in the firing
it's in their
tables.
fucking manuals. Look in their manuals. It's in there.
Right.
No, we speak to
debunk.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
we speak to
no. You want to talk
operators.
That's called
this.
rifling.
You want to talk to people that shoot short distances. Talk to people that shoot long distances, and then
we have, and the equipment is so sensitive. Yeah, the equipment is so sensitive, and there is so many things they have to take into account that they don't need to take into account the Coriolis, because they can get like up to 100 miles deviation just down to sensitivity of equipment. So with that level of intricacy, they say that the Coriolis is negligible. They do not need to take that into account. Also, if there is a 15-degree drift and the Earth is spinning beneath us, then aeroplanes should have to account for this when re-entering and coming down to land. But they don't,
they would
because
wreck and everybody would die.
Yes, there is no rotating reference frame under your feet at any altitude.
I fly a drone in my car, a little drone in my car. Does it have to fly 60 miles an hour, or can it just hover in my car?
You're in a can. You're in an enclosed system, bro.
Oh, do you think there's air in space?
Fallacy.
Oh, that's cute. You think there's air in space and there's going to be wind resistance in space on Earth? That's cute.
You believe stuff like a religion.
Every scientist in the world will agree with me, and not you. It's the same thing. You can fly a drone in a car without it going 60 miles an hour. That's why you can walk around. That's why you can walk around on an airplane when it's going 500 miles an hour.
You'd have to rip the lid of the airplane off and nosedive it.
Why?
To be in the situation
Why would we have to do that? Why would we have to do that? What in your mind thinks we would have to do that? You think there's air in space? You think there's wind resistance in space? There's no wind resistance in space.
We're not talking about space.
Off and do a nosedive. Why do you think
about the atmosphere? We're talking about the atmosphere. Go ahead.
Yeah,
You
the
might jump into
atmosphere
a
that
different
moves with the
conversation now.
Earth, like the atmosphere in my car moves with my car, and why I could fly a drone in there without making it fly 60 miles an hour.
Okay, I see what he did there.
He's changing
Yeah,
the goalpost because
this is
he's
why no
trying to
science
claim that
agrees with
there
you.
is apparent drift is the Coriolis, and now he's saying the atmosphere moves with the rotation, so then there is no Coriolis. You've defeated yourself, my friend.
There is
I'm
no
not talking about
Coriolis.
Coriolis.
Correct.
You said,
There's
why
no
can't we feel the
Coriolis.
Earth move? I explained to you how we don't feel it move. It's the same thing as being in an airplane or flying a drone in a car. You fly a drone in a car, that drone does not have to go 60 miles an hour to keep up with your car. And you said, rip the top off the airplane. Why? There's no air in space. There's no wind resistance. If I rip the top off of the airplane, then there'd be wind resistance. Therefore, it would affect what we're talking about. But you can't just rip the fucking roof off the fucking planet and there's wind resistance because it's space where there's no wind, no resistance. You guys are idiots.
No, my friend. If the Earth is round, spinning on an axis,
Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm sorry.
It
to
is a
interrupt.
spin, it rotates.
Yo, hold on, Tim. That
You'll
wasn't
learn
your
to
cue to get in. Tim.
spin and rotate.
Tim. Hey,
Fucked up.
don't call,
You said spin.
Tim, don't call names, please, man. Come on.
I didn't call names.
You
I
called
said he
everybody an
already
idiot.
fucked up because he confused spin from rotate. I didn't call him a name at all.
You called us all idiots 5 seconds ago.
And why are you saying spin is different than rotate? They're synonymous. What's the difference?
Really? You don't think there's a difference between spin and rotate?
Yeah, I think you can
Okay, I think
describe
he might
different
be
things. You
smacking,
can
guys.
describe
I
different
think he might
things and
be
you can use
drunk.
both those words. You can describe the same thing using both those words.
Sit on a chair. Sit on a chair that you could rotate in, and then make it do one revolution in 24 hours. That's how fast you're spinning.
Okay, so now
You see, this
after I
is
do that, now what happens if I sit in my chair and I spin?
I think we might have
you
lost
see,
the
this is
plot.
why this is why I actually like Kosho, because can you hear that
Because that's
Kosho's
what you
now
guys
actually arguing with idiots?
spin because you
It's
guys
hilarious.
acknowledge that. I say rotate, you
Yeah.
guys are lost.
Okay, man. Hey, Jeremy, why don't you tell him about your flat Earth formulas, man? Because he was asking, Tim was asking, what has flat Earth ever brought to anything or whatever. I think that argument might satisfy that, no?
Yep. Really? Because you didn't like it yesterday.
Hey, it's not for me, dude. It's for fucking this dude. It doesn't work. It's going to work on him. All right?
Tell me a name of a flat earther that did anything for humanity ever. Oh, wait.
Well, I do stuff
Everybody.
for humanity every day.
Everyone that's ever existed. They're all flat earthers. They just don't know it.
A name. I said, tell me a name.
Everybody.
And what
Everyone
did they
that's
do?
ever existed.
You can't tell me a name. You just said everybody.
sir,
That's not
sir,
a name. That's not being
sir.
specific.
You're talking about humanity, and now you're taking something that we're talking about, an intellectual subject, to what have we done for humanity? We're all humans in here, and I guarantee. Wait, I'm still speaking. I'm pretty sure I've been listening to you cut up everybody off, and they've asked you to stop. Well, I'm talking right now, sweetheart. Please, I'm asking. So when you're sitting there talking about humanity and what has a flat earther done for humanity, to be honest, every single person here that I spoke to has done a lot for humanity. In fact, a lot of these people have done something for me on a personal level. Every person in here can do something for humanity. So please get off your high horse. Please, I'm asking. When you come in here to try to put people down, trying to go from a level of what have you done for humanity? Because that's something you can ask yourself every day in the mirror that we all should be doing. But don't be doing it to each other, because that's quite disrespectful. Because you don't need to ask me what I've done, nor do I need to ask you.
Congratulations. Some idiots on YouTube made your life different. What about in the real world?
All right, bro. There you go with the ad hom calling us all idiots again, bro. You're acting like a dick.
Yeah,
Oh,
Tim.
guys.
You got to relax, bro.
It's major ego.
I
How
mean,
can
you
we
guys
have
been
a
riding
conversation like this?
Quit using our technology then.
Bro.
Stop using our technology. Since we're so dumb, stop using our technology.
Jeremy, you got your formulas, dude.
Stop flying on airplanes. Stop
I
driving
already
cars.
called
Stop using
this.
GPS. Stop using cell phones.
Cell phones
NASA
proven a sphere.
phones.
Shut up,
using
Tim.
those since
I
NASA
don't even know
lies.
this motherfucker. How did
Why do
I
you want to
call
come in
this,
here and
an
trigger
hour
us,
ago?
bro? We're having a
Come on.
peaceful conversation, bro. You
Hold
come
on,
here and
guys.
trigger us.
You can't behave the way he behaves, man. You gotta.
Why is I'm just saying it's a jump out the window type of mental state to just be like, oh yeah, cell phones prove the Earth is a ball. That's
kind of.
It's
I
ridiculous.
apologize for my behavior, mate. I'm sorry, guys.
It's just ridiculous, though. This level of confidence is just unwarranted, and it's so egotistical. I just don't understand how we're supposed to react.
Well,
Obviously,
I'm waiting.
a cordial conversation is just not something that you're looking for, Tim. Clearly,
Use technology now too because of somebody's belief system. This is a conversation. This is going in circles. That means nothing.
Yeah, say we're just stupid, we're idiots, we're fucking indoctrinated, but y'all keep using our technology. Get off
Nobody's
the phone.
calling you stupid.
Get off the phone. Hold on. Get off the phone. Quit driving the cars. Quit using GPS and quit using our mats since we're so fucking stupid.
Why are you being so dad?
Everybody, the people that invented GPS and people that invented cars, the people that fucking did all this, does not think their fucking Earth is flat. No scientist in the world. Hold on. See, now you're interrupting me. No scientist in the world. No scientist in the world, and no science agrees with you. So stop using our shit since we're so dumb.
Flat earther. So since the calling card she invented, maybe you shouldn't use anything to do with phones or anything to do with calling somebody from another country. Because my mom was a flat earther, by the way. She came with the calling card. So let's just talk about technology and who comes up with what. You don't know who comes up with technology and their real belief system. This is stupid questioning. This is stupid comments.
Yeah.
I'm not calling you stupid. The conversation is stupid.
Because he can't answer it. Because no flat
It's
earther
emotional.
No flat earther invented anything. No flat earther invented anything that you're using currently.
Tim, listen, right. We don't need to sit here. We don't need to sit here and take your projection. Your projection is because your worldview is stopping you from being able to understand things that are a little bit more in depth and a little bit deeper than you're used to. This is your problem, Tim, not ours. You are the one that's really.
On us, mate.
Yeah. You don't have that right.
It's your guys' problem. I'm going to log off now. And I won't hear from you until I get back.
I have an answer, Tim. I have an answer. Hold on, I have an answer for your question, Tim. The flat earthers invented something. What about the wheel or fire? Right? Those dudes were definitely flat earthers, more than I.
They didn't know anything but that.
Well, that's exactly right.
Yep.
Tim,
Medicine.
did the flat earth monkeys make fire or what?
The majority of science and medicine was discovered before the globe in ancient times. So I don't know what you're talking about, Tim.
Joking that my mom came up with the calling card. These comments that you're making are ridiculous.
2,000 years, it's been known to be a globe. You're denying 2,000 years.
Ptolemy the First put it forward in ancient Greece, but it wasn't taken on seriously, and it wasn't considered seriously until the 1800s.
There's a few idiots like there are now denying that the Earth is a globe. The people that were educational and had knowledge knew the Earth was a globe.
Mate.
Only a few idiots like there are now. A few idiots thought the Earth was flat. No educated person since the 3rd century BC thought the Earth was flat. That's
yes,
a fact.
they did. You don't know.
That's a lie, bro. That's a lie.
No, that's straight from a historian. Straight from a historian. A historian said,
bro.
"No educate." Oh, okay, prove me wrong.
Straight from your gut feeling, Tim.
Bro.
Can't prove
You
me
call
wrong.
somebody a name, by the way. That's pretty sad because you must be hurting inside.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
projection.
I don't hate anybody. I love everybody, dude. I'm sorry that this guy's lost. For real, bro. I'm a very compassionate person. I'm not mad at him. He just triggered me a little bit there, but
Okay, prove me wrong. What holds the sun and the moon in the sky?
oh my god.
How
bro.
far are they away?
Tim,
I don't need to replace your model.
Thank
I
you.
don't need to make a replacement model, mate.
Hey, sir, you have no clue either. The only reason supposedly you think you have a clue is because an authority told you how far or how you're spending and all this shit. But you actually don't know, do you? You were told this.
Correct.
Thank you.
And now he's projecting his pain onto us, and he thinks that he's doing something positive when all he's doing is fooling himself.
And
You're
listen, I'm
blocking
sorry that I
yourself.
I know
can't
how to
give
use
him
a
a new
telescope,
religion
not a camera.
to replace your old
So
religion.
again,
I apologize for that, okay? But I
a
can't do
religion.
it.
You
But
guys
at least
believe
I
in
can
the Bible.
falsify
That's
your
a
religion, and then
religion.
you can look for the real
You guys
creator.
believe in the Bible. That's a religion.
Yeah,
8 billion people ain't a religion.
Tim, if you need some free therapy, pull up a chair and we'd be willing to help you. We see
Yeah,
guys
mate.
like
I
you
know
all the
about
time.
psychology.
Yeah, explain flat Earth. What's holding the sun and the moon in the
I
sky?
can give you a free
Always.
service, mate.
So you
you're like a
don't know what's
walking
holding the
wounded,
sun
though.
and the moon
You
in the
know,
sky?
we
How
can
far
heal.
is
We
that
can
sun
heal your
away?
mind.
No, I want to learn about flat Earth.
Tremendous
How far is that
pitches.
sun away? How far is the sun
You're not
away?
ready, Tim. You're not ready, Tim.
You need
I
to
don't have an
understand
answer.
the injury
You only get
before
a
Tell
mock
me,
you heal it.
tell me how far the sun is away and how you calculated it.
How far the sun is away?
Tim, a
Anybody?
question, please, real quick. Please, Tim. If you were to wake up tomorrow and you were told by the authorities that everything they told you was a lie and it's not a globe, right? Would you be able to tell me right now the answer to the questions that you're asking me? Just because I don't know something of how it works doesn't make the lie still a lie.
Hold on. Let me make this clear. I don't believe something because I was told. I'm an amateur astronomer. I have a fucking telescope. I've seen the rings on Saturn. I've seen Jupiter's moons casting shadows on it, and I calculated its rotation. They're not just lights in the sky because you guys like using cameras that are not telescopes. Now,
Devastating.
how far is the sun away?
Its rotation and all the measurements based on what?
That is a heck of a sentence.
Yeah, Tim, you're looking at lights in the sky, convincing yourself you can see more than you really can. This is a religion you're following. We can help
prove me
you.
wrong. Prove
You
me
need to
wrong.
get back to logical thought.
I
Yeah, the
haven't-
logical
Prove
standpoint.
me wrong. Get a telescope. Hold on. You get a telescope
Get a
and you look at
telescope.
Jupiter. And you actually get a telescope and not. Hold on. When you actually get a telescope.
Tim.
And hold on. Wait. When you actually get a telescope and don't use a fucking camera, which is not a telescope. When you actually get a telescope and look at Jupiter, tell me I'm wrong. I'll wait.
Bloody hell, mate.
How can you
Oh,
prove?
no, you don't know how
by
to use a
looking at a
telescope.
light in the
do you?
sky. So
You
you're
don't know
telling
how
us.
to use a telescope, do you?
All right, Tim. So you're telling us, right, by looking at a light in the sky through a telescope, we can prove it's not a light in the sky. Is that what you're claiming? Just by looking at a light in the sky, we can prove that it's not a light in the sky? That makes no sense, Tim. You're looking at lights in the sky and you're applying some belief in a cosmology, and then you're imagining that these are balls of matter and that they're actual objects when you have no way to prove that. You can
There's
only
no idea
believe
what
that.
they are.
You can only believe that, Tim. And anyone who's smart enough on the globe side will admit that it is a belief.
And
You're
based on
talking
your
about
own map,
calculating
Emperor
distance
Square Law of
and
Light.
rotation and all these things. So you're basing that, right, honey, to even do that on a predetermined already something in your head of a globe. You can't even do those equations.
So
Yeah, we would
every
never see the lights
astronomer
in the
and
sky.
every amateur astronomer is just seeing shit that they want to see. Is that what you're saying? Because I've seen Jupiter's rotation. I've seen Jupiter's moons casting shadows on it. I've seen Saturn's rings, and you're just telling me there are lights in the sky. So every astronomer is lying now. Am I part of it?
No, I'm saying the Emperor Square Law of Light, you wouldn't even be able to see those lights due to their distance, yeah?
Yeah. Stop using a fucking camera and use a fucking telescope for fucking once in your life.
That's not what he's asking, man. Listen, he's
Yeah, he says there's just lights in the sky. You want to know how I know they're not lights in the sky? You want to know how I know they're not lights in the sky? Because I have a fucking telescope, which no flat earther owns.
Wow.
Can I ask you, like, what's your
listen to what he claimed,
elevation?
Tim.
How high are you, Tim? What's your elevation?
Who on here has an actual
How much does he smoke?
Who on here actually has a telescope?
Okay, I'll ask
think his
Kosho then, because I
elevation's
feel like
about
I'll get
3 to
more
1.
of a real answer. Kosho, if I look in a telescope and I'm looking at Saturn, what can I prove to myself? As a human being right now, outside of everything, a normal human being with a telescope, what am I proving to myself? What experiment am I doing to tell me anything about that sky, to verify anything about it that I know? Without some predetermined information, what could I tell myself?
Yeah, well, if you make observations over a long period of time, you could, make a bunch of determinations. Like if it's a, solid object and, what's going on with the ring, if it's rotating, if there's objects
Stand on it.
orbiting
I
it.
could tell if Jupiter's standable.
Jeez.
From looking in a telescope, I can tell if that object is physical and I can stand on it.
Well, no, you might not be able to see if you could stand on it. Not just a telescope, no.
It's anything other than a lights and what I'm seeing and doing. Can I tell how far away it is, rotation, all that, without already a predetermined understanding, right, of the already globe?
Without outside information, I'd say that no, you'd have a hard time.
Exactly. So right now he's telling me to go outside, look at something, and I already know what the hell it is. You're stupid if you don't know what the hell that is. Based on what he's already been told, though. Correct. Has to be.
Well,
I mean, I'm just getting your opinion. You're not claiming something for him. I understand that. But I'm just wanting a straight answer because I can't stand when Glovers want to come in here and tell me I'm supposed to go up, look at my sky, and I'm supposed to know the answers. The only way you're going to ever have any answer to the thing you think you're believing is already by a predetermined right solution you started off with.
It's not predetermined. I saw it myself. If you look at a basketball, hold on, wait. If you look at a football field away, can you tell that it's a sphere, or do you think it's flat? Or do you think it's just a light? Can you tell a basketball a fucking football field away? You can. And when you have a good telescope, guess what? You can tell planets are fucking planets and that they're spheres and that they rotate. You can calculate those rotations. You can see the planets rotating. You can see the moon's casting shadows on it. It's not what I was told, it's what I've seen. So don't tell me it's what I've told, it's what I've seen.
I got an observation for you.
I know how to use a telescope, not a fucking camera.
Let them respond now, Tim.
The rotation.
Well, I got an observation.
How did you calculate the rotation? By looking through a fucking telescope.
Well,
Is that how you calculate the rotation?
Who has a telescope? Who has a telescope? Let's start with that. Who has a telescope?
No, Tim, answer his
We
question.
dodged the question, mate. We dodged the question.
That's what give me an answer to my question. Do you have a telescope?
Tim, he's asking you.
Does it matter? He's asking something very
telescope.
Sir, I even asked you the same question. No, because I asked you the same one.
Guys, hold on a second, man. Yo, this guy's a good. Listen, Tim. Everyone relax. I don't know why you're clawing to get over this guy. He's like drunk or something. So let's all of us relax. And Tim, definitely need you to relax.
Yeah, Tim. Hey, Tim,
Whoever's asking that question is my point.
He's overconfident and it's triggering everybody. But sorry, Stacey, go ahead.
No, everybody can go ahead too. And also, I do want to answer because he asked me a question about across a football field. It depends on my angle, sweetheart. It depends because if I can't see all sides of that, I can assume it's a sphere. But in reality, it may be half a sphere. I can't verify something without actually seeing every part of it, every bit of it. So no, I can't answer that question with you a sphere. No. Go ahead, anybody who wants to continue. But also, it is about please put the fire on. I'm not saying fire because let's not use those words because it's already getting a little crazy in here. Put the lightness on exactly how is he figuring out rotation, right? Because he said it wasn't predetermined. But if you're figuring out anything from a telescope, and you want to avoid that by asking who owns a telescope, let's get to the point of how you're figuring that out with a telescope. Period.
Right, but I'm saying he's talking about telescopes. I said, okay, you can't even see those lights based on your own model. It's impossible. You dodged that question, bro.
Well, we'll get back to that
The
one.
light would never reach you based on the distance, yeah?
It's as far as it goes. There's no limit to light. If light reflects on something, doesn't matter how far away it is, you can see it if it reflects.
Okay,
hold on. I have seen the rings on Saturn. I've seen the shadows of the moons casting on Jupiter. I've witnessed Jupiter's rotation. I've witnessed Mars' rotation and its moons. So they're not just lights in the sky. They don't just look like lights. They look like we're shown. Yeah, NASA makes it a little prettier and gives it color. But when you get a fucking telescope and not a P900 that's out of focus, the planets look exactly like we're shown, and that's a fact.
Tim, you said this. You said all that, Tim.
That's why there's astronomers. That's why there's scientists, and that's why when I log off here, I won't hear about a flat earther until next time I get on.
Fair enough, Tim. they're asking you a specific question. They want to learn how you do what you said that you saw, which is observe the planet rotating. So they want to know, how is it that you're capable to witness the planet rotating? Like, walk them through it.
I answered it. A fucking
Yeah,
telescope.
Yeah. You're
You guys
seeing
don't
it,
have
yeah?
telescopes. You think a
Okay, man.
P900
Oh,
will do
God.
the job. It
Okay,
doesn't.
never mind.
This is no. Hold on. I'm answering the question. I use a telescope to see planets. Get one. Try it out.
Okay, 1 second. Can I ask you this question, Tim? Tim, when you've observed Jupiter, have you seen the storm, that big red dot on Jupiter? Did you just say yes? It broke up a bit.
Yep.
Cool. When you look at Jupiter, do you always see that storm?
Depends on the day. Depends on the day, not always.
You do always.
Because Jupiter rotates like every other planet, so not always.
Yeah, he's trying to lead you to actually answer their question, man.
No, I'm trying to convince them to get a fucking telescope and prove me wrong, like all you guys. None of you
Tim,
guys
I
have
got
a.
you. Tim, stop asking that, dude. This guy, Esoteric, I think he's trying to lead you to actually answer their question, how to do it. It sounds like Esoteric knows how to do it.
Do what? Like observe what is it? Rotation of planets.
Right. What you said about the.
Well, what I'm trying to point out is that it would seem that storm, that eye of the storm of Jupiter, is always observable when we can observe Jupiter. This gentleman's saying that it's not possible.
Okay, well, that's actually one good way to observe it rotating. Is actually you will see the storm move across the front of it, and then it will disappear when it's on the other side.
No way.
No, we actually are
problem,
supposed to see the same side of Jupiter majority of the time because of its rotation every 10 hours is pretty much in line the way the planets rotate in the outer solar system is we tend to see the same side of these planets majority of the time.
Yeah, my problem, is that, it's all fine and dandy to see the planets, you're seeing shadows, that's great, good for you. The problem is that the model says that their distance is too far for us to ever see that light get to us. Due to the inverse law of light. That is the problem. You can see moons and shadows all day long.
Who says there's a limitation on how far we can see?
The model's broken, mate.
Okay, I'm asking you right now. Who says there's a limitation on how far we can see? As long as light as long as light is reflecting off something, it doesn't matter how far away it is. If it's reflecting, we can see it. Who says otherwise? Please tell me who says otherwise.
It doesn't.
You watch it. You.
Just one of you guys. Yeah.
You know when you zoom into the night sky and then they got the Hubble telescope and then they said, we zoomed in even more, and in those black spots there's apparently zillions of galaxies flying about. And now you're telling us, no, you can always see a light source. Almost like as if you could see a flashlight from Jupiter or something. Like, of course it disappears at a distance, mate. Like, you just can't see forever. Yeah?
It's called standard candles. It's part of the inverse square law of light.
It says, as long as light is reflecting off something and it's big enough, it doesn't matter how far it is. It could be a trillion. Hold on, it could be 1 trillion miles away. As long as light is reflecting on it, we can see it.
Oh my God!
No, that's a lie. You don't know what you're talking about, Tim. Tim. No, shut up now, Tim. You don't know what you're talking about. If you was clever, if you was a real fucking glober, you would be talking about luminosity right now. Because the only argument you guys have is by changing the luminosity of objects to fit your model. Okay, everything else you've just said is a load of waffle. Yeah, it's only by having a stronger luminosity that you can claim we can see the light. So you haven't even answered the question like a competent glober would, Tim.
Well, hold on. Why don't you tell that to Flatman? Because I think Flatman disagrees with that.
But that's not Flatman. Listen, Flatman's posed a question to him and he's given the wrong answer, right? Tim is not giving the answer as to why the globers claim we do see so far, and it's nothing to do with size. When light reflects, it should lose luminosity, so he's barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah,
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, it turns out that Flatman, exactly what Big Roots had just said, that basically there's no limit to how far you can potentially see a light, given that it's bright enough light. So as long as it's bright enough, you can see it.
Yeah,
but
and
that's what we're saying, that they
the
make up
luminosity.
distances, and luminosity. Yeah, that's what we're saying, mate.
Right. Yeah. So a candle, if you're in an airplane and you look down at the ground and it's completely dark, you could barely make out a candle, but not
even
for very long.
your own map.
So hold on. So
okay, go ahead.
That's based on the fact that the candle's not very bright, and the sun, I think you can only see it like 30 light years away or something like that. So in order for you to see stuff really far away, it's just got to be brighter. That's it. Yeah. I mean,
That's
that
why
makes
it's called
sense, though, right?
standard candles model. Yeah, the standard candles model.
Standard candles are something else, though. They use that for distance measurements. But
yeah. Well, this is what we're talking about. So he should be taking into account luminosity, not size. And when he's talking about reflecting, the luminosity should dim. So a planet should be dimmer than a star, but it's not. So he's just talking waffle.
This is why I don't go to the sky.
Did you guys literally just compare a candle to a fucking planet? Really?
Oh my God,
a candle
did
to a
not say
planet?
this.
You literally
We're
consider
comparing light to light, sir. If you're not understanding that, I don't know where you're at right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, explain
When
yourself, honey.
when you're in an airplane,
oh my God, now we're talking about airplanes.
It's a big difference than a planet. A long ways.
Hey Tim, can I ask you a question?
man.
I'm with you. I think the planets are not lights in the sky. I think they're different. Can I ask you a question?
Excuse me.
So let's take Jupiter, for example, right? I filmed Jupiter too. I'm with you, right? I see Jupiter. I don't think it's a light in the sky. I see the planets. I filmed them, the four that are visible. Now I want to ask you a question, Tim.
So you seen moons?
Sorry?
I got muted. You seen the moon's casting shadows on it too, right?
Yes, absolutely. I'm with you. Okay.
Okay, so
now I want to ask you something now. This is a physics question, right? This is a logical question. I want you to think. Don't tell me what other people think, right? Now, we agree that Jupiter is a giant gas ball, right? That's what they tell us. It's a gas. It's all gas formed into a ball. We agree on this?
I can't even say the word right now, but you know what I'm saying? Spectroscopy. Whatever.
Spectroscopy. Yes. I understand. But
thank you.
Right. Now, we both agree that what they tell us, right? Jupiter is a ball of gas, correct? Mostly.
That's what it tells us.
Okay, now I want you to think for yourself. Don't give me a standard question, right? I want you to an answer. I mean, think for yourself. How can a ball of gas exist in a vacuum, Tim? This is the question I'm asking you. I want you to answer.
Gravity.
Gravity. Did you hear me, Tim?
Yeah, I said gravity.
Gravity
makes no sense.
Really?
So why
do millions of people have jobs depending on gravity? Multi-billion companies have jobs depending on gravity if it doesn't.
I told you not to do that. I told you to think for yourself.
Explain. How do people have jobs if the gravity doesn't exist? Explain.
Jesus. Oh, sorry.
I'll wait.
Tim, have you ever seen a ball of gas in a vacuum, Tim?
Yeah, I have.
Where?
A vacuum chamber. Have you seen fog?
No. I asked you, have you seen a ball of gas? And you said in a vacuum chamber? Where? Can you please show me?
And I'm explaining to you. It doesn't even have to be in a vacuum chamber. I'm giving you a real life example. Fog. Fog is the gas. Fog is the gas equivalent of
fog.
water.
My bad. Sorry.
Why does fog stay toward the ground and doesn't go everywhere?
Because it's heavier than the air.
Hold on, man. What do you
Eventually,
think
it
fog is?
dissipates.
Hold on a second.
Wait, thank you.
Hold on, real quick.
Congratulations.
Fog is. What do you think fog is?
Busted.
What's fog?
What busted? He asked you a question. What do you think fog is?
What's fog? He asked
It's
if you
the
said.
freaking
He
gas
asked if you've
equivalent
ever
of
seen gas.
water. It's gas. God damn it! I just said it. It is the gas version of water. That's fog. It's a cloud
Of water.
Yeah, man, it's gas water.
Yeah, it's a cloud. Is cloud not moisture?
Have you ever seen it in a bottle?
Why does fog stay toward the ground? Why does fog? No, answer the question. Why does fog stay toward the ground?
I already answered it to you. Because it's heavier than the air. Now you answer my question. Have you ever seen a ball of gas in a vacuum chamber? Ever?
Yeah.
I have.
No, it has a gradient. It's not a ball. Come on, bro. It's being disingenuous. You're being a troll, bro.
I mean, I've literally seen it though.
You want me to answer?
Yeah,
Mars,
really.
Jupiter, Saturn. Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about here.
Those are planets with gases.
Tim, don't point in the sky and say, look, that doesn't work, bro. You're not in a Dumbo saloon, right? You're with people that
every scientist in the world, every scientist with me over you. So you got to explain how you're smarter than every scientist in the world now.
Yeah. You're a troll, bro.
But Tim, remember you said spectroscopy before?
Explain how you're smart.
You gotta chill out, bro. Remember when you said spectroscopy before, right? So even if they check out Jupiter and see with spectroscopy and they figure out what the outside is made of, right? I'll give you that. They still don't know what's inside. You realize that, right?
And see, at the same time, the spectroscopy could be reading the gases in between our atmosphere and the star, quote unquote, that we're looking at. Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah. But I'm just assuming now that he has a clear reading.
I like how you said it could be, which tell me you don't know shit about flat Earth. You guys have no idea about flat Earth. What's holding the sun and the moon in the sky? What's making them move? How does time zones work? How does freaking anything work on flat Earth?
Yeah, but you're all over the place, bro. We're trying to go one thing at a time. You're like scattergunning.
Yeah, you can't just come in here, throw 7 questions, and then not listen to any of the answers and expect us to keep giving you the answers that we know. Like, you've got to play the game, Tim. Be a bit respectful and we'll talk to you.
I am being respectful.
But Tim, you've got to understand.
Hold on. You guys are going against 8 billion people and all science. You need to explain to me.
You got to stop appealing to consensus and authority, mate. Think for yourself.
You need to explain to me why you guys are smarter than 8 billion people and every scientist on the planet. When you can explain to me how you're smarter than that, I may be listening.
Tim, scientists have varying views.
Tim, let me have a crack. Let me have a crack quickly. So, Tim, here, we were all globers, right? We none of us consider ourselves smarter than anybody else here, and this is not about knowing any special knowledge. This is not about being part of any club or group. This is 100% a bunch of individuals who have come to the conclusion that they cannot stand behind the heliocentric model anymore. This is not groupthink. This is no leadership. There is no replacement cosmology, because the only thing we align on as flat earthers is that we were all globers who were personally challenged to prove that the heliocentric model comports with reality. And over 10 years personally for myself, it's taken me, I have found that there is not one physical evidence on the earth that you can point to that will prove either motion, curvature, right? And actually, the theoretical idea of a vacuum next to an open system cannot even exist. Listen, Tim, cannot even, Tim, what I am telling you is what every flat earther comes to the same conclusion. If you are not willing to take on this challenge for yourself and find real world evidence, then flat earth is not for you. But if you are willing to take that step and take the challenge and prove to yourself there is actual tangible evidence for the globe, that isn't looking up at the sky and assuming things, then you would be the first person to disprove flat Earth.
No. 8 billion people in all science disprove flat Earth. Only a couple
stop
idiots on
appealing to
YouTube.
Let him respond. Let him respond.
But it's the 5th time he's appealed to a consensus, and it's not
No,
a
it's not
valid
appealed to
argument.
anything.
Why should we give him the airtime for something that's so ridiculously fallacious? It's
Just to be
ridiculous.
fair, I mean, you want it for a
Tell
long
me
time.
about flat Earth. You
Just
still
put it
can't
on,
answer
man.
about flat Earth. Make me believe in flat Earth. Give me
There is
measurements
no
of flat
flat Earth. There's only globe
give me,
deniers. Don't you
hold on.
understand that?
Give me
Your
measurements of
system
flatness.
is broken,
Oh, wait.
mate. We don't need to replace it, mate. That's all we're saying. Just calm down, brother. Calm down.
I know, but you guys, when he's doing that, don't try
Off
to
the
talk
flat
that
Earth
at the same
anyway.
time as him, man. There's no point.
Can't just be.
But Kosho, sorry, Stacks.
I would
I
try
don't
to
know if you were
mislead
gonna
him
say.
now. I would
Sorry,
rather
brother.
him not
Sorry
be flat
about
Earth. Can we just? Yeah,
My apologies.
sorry. Why are we trying to win him over for our side? That'd be terrible.
Oh, I'm not trying to win him over. I just don't like the way that he can come in with this level of arrogance and disrespect and expect respect back. Like this is degrading for someone who's coming with Dunning-Kruger fallacious arguments. It's pointless.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll talk
is
Can I talk
to
calmly?
find a way to abuse other people.
Let him
That's
talk.
all you got for entertainment. Yeah.
I'm talking calmly now. How about that?
What's that worth?
I'm talking calmly.
You're still you, though. There's no improvement there.
Okay, so I'm not going to yell. I'm not going to raise my voice. I'm talking calmly.
Okay, do we have a topic? Do we have like a real topic here, or what's up?
Let me finish. I'm talking calmly, not being rude.
So, Jeremy, why
Can
you
you show
why
me
you giving
measurements?
your argument, Jeremy?
Hold on. Can you show me measurements of flatness? And can you explain how the sun and the moon stay in the sky? We'll start with that.
No, mate.
The measurements
No,
of
that's not.
the measurements of flatness are. Do you have any measurements of
Jeremy.
flatness? Oh, okay. The measurements of flatness are. Do you know what rise over run is?
A what?
Do you know what rise over run is?
No. Measurements are numbers.
Yes, and rise
Any
over
number.
run is the measurements they use, and
Okay, what's the
rise
number?
over run is the measurements they. Hold on, Tim. You don't know what this rise over run thing is. I'm going to explain it to you if you want to know. If not, I could care less, honestly, because I'm about to go do DoorDash. So, rise over run is the measurements they use when construction workers and people that build things need to get an elevation. They make a horizontal line, and then any amount above or below the horizontal line, that would be an elevation change. Now, tell me if that works for a globe.
No construction workers think the earth is flat, and you did not give me numbers. I said measurements for flatness. That requires numbers. So I need measurements for that.
Yes, every time they build something that requires them to have an elevation, they use rise over run. They make a horizontal line, and if you go above or below the horizontal line, that's considered an elevation change. You get it? It's a mathematical formula. You wanted numbers? I don't have numbers for you. I have a formula for you that we use in every day-to-day operation of how we build everything on Earth.
Why do you not have numbers?
I have a formula. I have a formula.
Measurements are numbers.
Okay, but I have a mathematical formula that we use to build things.
What's that mathematical formula?
It's called rise over run. It's called rise over run. That is a formula. Rise over run.
Formula involves numbers and letters.
Rise over run is a formula, dude.
Yeah. What are the letters and numbers for that formula?
The rise is the numerator, and
you
the
guys
run is the denominator. It's a division problem. Tim, you asked a question, man. It's a division problem.
You're not giving me an answer. You're beating
rise
around the
divided by. Tim, come on, man.
You're beating around the bush.
No, Tim, it's a division problem. It's rise divided by run. It's
All right, Tim, you guys stop interrupting people, bro.
Yeah. Still no numbers or letters. Buoyancy requires numbers and letters.
Dude, it's a fraction.
The formula for gravity requires numbers and letters. The formula for density requires numbers and letters. I'm asking you for the formula or the measurements of flatness, and you're just saying words.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm giving you words. I thought you were done, man. That was a long pause. Go ahead, finish it up.
Get why
Totally
8 billion people
uninteresting.
disagree with you?
Who gives a fuck? Do you have evidence and proof? No.
Yeah,
So
for
stop
real.
saying it.
Yeah,
Please.
we do have proof. We have the formula that they use to build everything on Earth, the rise over run formula, which says that if you make a horizontal and then you go out a distance, the run, if you rise or lower above it, the rise, that will be your elevation change. Now that doesn't work on a ball, and that's how we build everything on Earth, from bridges to anything we need to make. That's how they build it. Rise over run.
But Jeremy, they're always trying to draw us into us proving something, yeah? We don't need no proof. We've proved that the math for the globe are wrong, mate. And that is enough. That's it. We don't need anything after that.
I mean, if he was polite, cordial, and genuinely interested to learn, then I think there is a place for that conversation. But at this point, we don't need to.
Nicely. I've been polite. I've been being nice, but I keep getting muted. I ask you for numbers. Measurements are numbers.
No, listen.
Formula is numbers. Nobody that builds bridges or build roads think the Earth is flat. That's a fact. No flat earther doesn't.
No, we don't need numbers, my friend. The globe is the positive claim. You guys say that you have a curving leading sphere edge called a geometric horizon. This is not findable. You guys say there should be drop over distance due to the nature of curvature. That's not also detectable. We don't have any way to detect or any experiment to detect the motion. So extraordinary claims require extraordinary explanations. And looking at the stars and saying, I can see its sphere, that is not enough evidence for your extraordinary claim of curvature and motion. So whether you have confidence or not, Tim, I couldn't give a rat's ass. You are the person with the burden of proof, and you have none. You are the Denny Kruger in this conversation.
Tim, for someone that bitches about being muted,
you
expect
like to
respect.
interject
a lot.
I'm being nice.
Respect, but you don't give it.
Nice. I'm talking calmly.
Hold on a second, man. Hold on. This guy's got to stop, dude. Yo, I'm going to do DoorDash. I'm telling you right now, if I have to pull the car over to mod this, I'm gonna have to like time people out or something. All right, let's watch the over talking. Let's all go one at a time. This doesn't have to get hectic. You know what I'm saying?
But hold on, Kosho. Is there anyone being out of order except for Tim here, in your opinion?
Kosho, stop being an asshole, dude.
Oh, was that not Kosho? Sorry, was that Jeremy?
That's Jeremy.
Sorry, Kosho. Yeah, Jeremy.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us are being rude. I'm just demanding a level of respect. We're giving him a level of respect he's not giving us. That's got to stop.
He was talking to him. I think he was talking to him mostly, but yeah, that as
it's Flatman. It's Flatman. Am I being too much, bro? I can pull back a little bit.
He was talking mostly to Tim. That's what I'm saying. He was basically
talking to Kosho. Pretty sure Kosho.
So I've been talking calmly. My voice is lowered. Been being respectful. How am I being an ass again?
No, you're not being an ass. I was calling a friend of mine. It was. Tim.
I was honestly asking questions.
I know. Tim, here's the thing. All we all have to do, it's not just you, everybody. All we have to do is listen to what the people are saying, respond to it when they're done. Don't take so long to do so, and that's all we got to do. So, yeah, if that's what you're doing, then we're good to go.
I'm asking.
Tim, let me ask you. For you, Tim, let me ask you. For you, is it the amount of people that believe something that you go on board, or how do you judge what you believe?
I gave this answer. I'm an amateur astronomer. I know planets are not just lights in the sky like flat earthers say. And for you guys, for you guys to tell me that I had the burden of proof when you're trying to convince 8 billion people they're idiots, that doesn't make sense. 8 billion people and all science is not wrong because you watch YouTube videos. You have to prove all science and 8 billion people are wrong.
You wish 8 billion people. You wish you had 8 billion globers.
You use our
You don't have 8
technology.
billion.
Okay, but hold on, Tim. I agree with you, right? Okay. Now, when you make a claim, right? Like the claim, like me and you we both like the stars, we both like the planets. I'm with you. Now, let's take Jupiter, right? They tell us it's a gas giant, right? Now, me, I think logically, and I say, I don't think it's a gas giant. I don't think it's a light in the sky because clearly I see that it's an object. It's different than a star, right? But then I think and I say, wait a minute, they're telling me it's gas ball in a vacuum. And I say to myself, that can't be, right? You follow me here?
Gravity. Once you guys accept
but
gravity,
it can't
it all
be
makes
shown.
sense.
You can never show
You
this.
guys refuse to believe in gravity. That's why it doesn't make sense to you. Gravity holds it together. That's why when you go up Mount Everest, the oxygen gets lower. What do you think people have to have oxygen masks when they climb Mount Everest? Because the oxygen on Mount Everest gets lower. The higher you go, the colder it gets, and the less oxygen. You want to know why? Because gravity is holding the oxygen toward Earth, and the higher you go, it gets less.
Okay, fair enough. But listen, every other time, besides looking up there in the sky, right? Every time we put gas in a vacuum, we see a certain thing, Tim, right? We see physics at play, right? We see. Let me finish. I'm almost done, bro. Almost done. Take a deep breath. I'm almost done. Every time we put gas next to a vacuum, the gas always fills the space. You understand that, right?
Well, then explain why there ain't oxygen on the top of Mount Everest, if that happens. Why do we have a gradient? Why, when we go higher up, the oxygen is less if it fills the space? Oh, yeah, gravity.
No, it's not gravity, bro. You cannot explain something by showing. Look, you have to show the whole experiment, right? You have to show gas, and you have to show a chamber of vacuum, and you have to show the gas not going in. You can't show that. You can just say, look at a mountain. Look, no, you can't because you don't.
Yeah, I can. Ask everybody that's climbed Mount Everest. Everybody that's climbed Mount Everest, they'll tell you the oxygen gets thin. You could get a fucking barometer, and the air pressure is way less than at ground level on the top of Mount Everest. The higher you get, there's less oxygen. That's a fact. Anybody can tell you
that's
that.
a fact. Yes.
Okay,
I agree with
so
you.
if gas fills the space, shouldn't oxygen be just as strong as it is at ground level? Explain that on your flat Earth.
Yeah, but you're assuming that the space. You have to stop talking, Tim, at one point, right? It's got to be a back and forth, or it doesn't
Tim,
work.
let him respond.
So you can say that. Look at the mountain, and look at as we go up, there's less air. No one's disagreeing with you, right? But you're assuming that there's a vacuum up there, and I'm telling you, every experience that I've seen with gas and vacuum, it always fills the space. So you can't just say, look, and assume that's what's going on. You understand?
Well, then Mount Everest should have the same amount of oxygen as ground level, since it fills the space. But you guys have no explanation for it. If I go on top of a mountain, hold on. If the sun is local, it should get hotter when I go up, not colder, and the oxygen should be the same as I go higher, because gas fills empty space. If gas fills empty space, then oxygen at the top of Mount Everest should be the same as ground level. But you have no excuse for that and no reason behind it.
I'll tell
Tim, do you not know what the temperature in the thermosphere is?
You're
you not know that it's hot up there. Sorry, go ahead.
You're assuming, Tim, you're assuming that there's a vacuum there. You're assuming it. You can't, there's no way for you to prove it, right? Because if there was a vacuum there, physics dictates it would fill the space, Tim. You're
But
not
it
getting
doesn't.
it.
Then why doesn't oxygen
so there's no
fill the
vacuum,
space?
Tim.
Then why isn't there oxygen on top of Mount Everest if it fills the space?
You answered the question yourself, Tim. If there's a vacuum there, then it would fill the space, right? Since it doesn't fill the space, yes, Tim, you answered it yourself.
No, I didn't.
Okay, why isn't it filling the space, Tim, if there's a vacuum there?
Why is what?
Why isn't the air at the top of the mountain, right? Why isn't it filling the space if there's a vacuum there?
Gravity.
You see that you just conditioned to say one word, right? But in reality, it doesn't work.
Millions of people on the planet have jobs depending on gravity. Multi-billion companies have jobs depending on somebody knowing how gravity works.
So you're doing it again. You're not using your brain.
Seriously. People find minerals in the ground because of gravity. It works. People don't pay billions of dollars for something that doesn't exist. They formulate gravity into designing airplanes, whether you like it or not. So you got to prove all those people are wrong. Or just
you're doing it again, Tim. You're not using your faculty. You're going with the majority. You're going with what you've been told. That's the problem, bro.
No, I'm not being with what I was told.
We just agreed.
I've measured gravity myself. I took physics class. You literally have to measure it. You're not just told.
Gravity?
Here's the thing about school. In school, you're not just told something in school. You're told something, and then you got to prove that the teacher is right. They don't just tell you and you memorize it. So when you're in physics class and they say, this is how gravity works, you got to prove to yourself, hey, it does work. I can measure it. You're not just told and indoctrinated. You don't just remember the shit. You're told and you do the experiment. This is why 8 billion people in all science disagrees with you, and why when I log off here, flat Earth will mean nothing.
Okay, fair enough. Now answer me this. Which gravity did you use, and what tool did you use to measure the gravity?
What do you mean, which gravity did I use? Gravity is gravity. Oh, you're gonna go to the Einstein and fucking whatever shit, aren't you?
Well, that's your model. You don't have,
Okay, so they took a 1973 Toyota and they built upon that. Was the 1973 Toyota wrong when they advanced it to the 1985? No, it still worked. They just advanced it. So
yeah, but which Toyota did you use?
So gravity wasn't wrong.
Which Toyota did you use?
Did you use a Honda Civic?
I'm answering your question. If you want to know the answer, listen. Einstein didn't prove him wrong. He just added to it and made it more accurate. He didn't prove him wrong about gravity.
You use, Tim? Which gravity did you use?
He just added to it, just like a 1973 Toyota and a 1985 Toyota. It got added on. Doesn't mean
which one did you use? Are you afraid? Are you afraid to answer the question?
It doesn't mean the 1973 Toyota never existed. The 1985 Toyota just added on to its current knowledge. That's all Einstein did. That's all Einstein added to Newton's law.
Talking at one point for. Thank you, Tim.
Here, I'll come back in 15 minutes.
You have to go back and forth. I'm going to disengage with you, bro. If you continue, I'm going to disengage with you. So, a simple question, Tim. Which gravity did you use? Did you use Einsteinian or did you use Newtonian? And what mechanism did you use to measure it?
Wow. I literally gave you the answer and you didn't hear a goddamn word I said.
No, you just rambled on. You just rambled and rambled. It's a simple question.
But see, you heard me rambling, but you didn't listen.
Yeah, you said Toyota. You said Toyota.
Don't insult us when you made no logical point. You're very illogical, mate.
Tim was like, "Oh, you're not going to make me differentiate. You're not going to make me differentiate between the types of gravity. I mean, who the fuck would do that? Like anybody who genuinely is interested in this convo will want you to differentiate that."
Of course.
Tim.
So you don't want to listen to my answer. I gave you guys an answer, and all you guys heard was Toyota.
Yeah, you said you didn't want to differentiate between the two. We're telling you you have to.
I didn't. Not once I said I didn't want to differentiate.
So which gravity?
I did not say that. That's a lie. Quit putting words in my mouth.
So which gravity?
There's only one
gravity you're talking about? Newtonian.
There's only one gravity.
No, there isn't.
There's only
two.
one gravity.
No, there isn't. There's two.
Yeah, there is. No, there isn't.
There's Einsteinian and there's Newtonian. Which are you talking about?
All Einstein did was add to fucking Newton's law and made it better. He didn't fucking just
the bending and warping of concepts, mate.
just like 1985 Toyota Celica improved the 1973 Toyota Celica. It didn't disprove the 1973. So you're not listening.
Bending and warping,
You're not
mate?
listening. You want to fucking answer? Fucking listen and shut your mouth.
It's the wrong answer, Tim.
I'm talking about
No, that's the right answer. Einstein did not disprove fucking Newton. He added to it and made it better.
No, he superseded it. Use the correct words, please.
He did not precede it. He made it better.
Superseded it. He didn't make it better. He didn't add leather seats to a car. He didn't change the paintwork. Yeah, he changed the whole ideology. This is now not mass attracting mass.
That's a lie. What lie?
No.
That's a lie. He did not change the whole thing.
No longer
that's
the
a
cause.
Freaking lie that you guys believe. That's a lie.
Is no longer the
that's
cause.
A lie. That's a lie.
The cause
that's a lie.
is everything.
Guys, you gotta stop, man. This is very hard to listen to. Let's all go one at a time, please. If we can't do it, then just don't talk.
I feel like I've been pretty cordial, mate.
I'm not. He doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, but we can't, like, I get you, right? But we can't interrupt, right? We gotta, hello? We can't interrupt, guys. Even though we get triggered, I get triggered too. We gotta let each other finish our sentences. I mean, we have all day, man. We have all day.
We have all day. SE coming through with the logic.
They don't have all day, but good for y'all that do. Damn. And that's the point for those of us that don't have all day. It does when you're sitting here for 45 minutes, is hearing this go on, like Jeremy's talking about, makes you go, well, I don't know what I accomplished in the last 45 damn minutes as I'm getting ready. But it's kind of like I put my head against the wall. Mate. You know?
Listening for sure. Yeah.
But I get you. We still need to have these conversations. We do.
I want to know why I have to prove my point when you want to convince 8 billion people and all science are wrong. Why do I have to prove my point?
God,
you guys need to prove to us.
2 hours of this.
You guys need to prove to us that you're smarter than all of science. When you prove to us that you're smarter than all of science,
stop repeating yourself.
When you quit using our technology and prove that you're smarter than all of science, we'll listen.
Okay, mate.
But you can't. You don't even know how flat Earth works.
Yeah. I don't think anybody here is actually trying to prove to you anything because they don't feel they have to prove. And I'll see how you got to prove nothing either. But if you're going to come in here with such like anger and use the word like idiots and all these things like that, then I think that you would have the kind of burden of proof because you're the one who's upset. You're the one who's defending something without actually any personal knowledge. We're not. We're being skeptical.
Now you're just assuming.
We're not.
I'm
going by what I've heard for the last bit.
I'm having fun. I'm laughing at you guys.
You
guys are cheap entertainment. I'm not angry or
if
upset.
We're cheap entertainment, mate, then you gotta be camp.
And the second I click off my phone, you guys will see.
You're the entertainment here, my friend. You are the entertainment here, Tim. You're the one who's on trial here.
Click off, and you guys will mean nothing at all.
Come on.
Goodbye.
Guys, man, what the fuck?
Hold on. Hey guys, I got a reasonable rebuttal.
Hold on, man.
To this
hold on, man. Please, yo. Guys, you cannot do this. This is audio chaos, man. We all got to go one at a time. If you don't want to engage this guy, don't engage him. All right, but seriously, please go one at a time. This audio is terrible. It's hard to listen to.
I got a reasonable response to this consensus sort of argument. For Tim. Or is he gone?
He's gone, yep.
He's gone. Anyway, I was going to mention something about, what was it? Like, there was a point in the sort of history where was it Galileo or something, was persecuted for saying that the Earth was a globe. And so at some point in history, even within his paradigm, there's a point at which like one person or a couple of people came forward in order to challenge the status quo. And he has to agree with that story. So if he wants to present us with this notion that consensus and that we have to prove 8 billion people wrong and mainstream science and all the rest of it, just, I don't know, like just point out that even within its historical paradigm, there's an example of that occurring.
Well, it's obvious that his knowledge is limited, right? He didn't know rise over run. And it's obvious that he's just a consensus. He's going with the consensus. Like, these are 2016 arguments, right? Oh, you think you're smarter than the collective body of science, and yeah, boring.
I don't know if that Galileo story really fits, if it's a good analogy, because he was killed because he went against a religious belief. He didn't come as a scientist, speaking to other scientists. Was persecuted for presenting his science to scientists. He was persecuted because of religious doctrine, not liking his science.
But it was because it was challenging their power and their authority. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you have all throughout the history of science, you have people coming in and challenging another person's theories or an accepted view on something, and that being overturned without this, persecution of the person coming in and challenging it. Like Einstein and Newton.
Okay. Let's just establish, as far as I can try to follow here. The crux of his argument is to state that Mike is right, essentially, that the majority rule, it's the same sort of ethos as democracy, and that this is the paradigm under which we should, what would you say, we should all believe it.
Beliefs about what is real. Is that a good way
Yeah,
of saying
he conflates technology with science, right? They do that a lot, the newbies, right? How can you believe you have a phone in your hand, and how can you? He thinks that because we have technology, that means the pseudoscientists that talk about stars and planets, they're correct as well. That's how they do it.
Yeah. So just to get back to the point, the problem here is the idea that science is like a religion, and that it's like a democracy. Science doesn't work like that. Science builds consensus through published works. So you'd have to show that, say, all the published works on a subject are incorrect, or that there's some reason to believe that they're incorrect in order to dismiss scientific consensus, because it actually has a rigorous methodology to reach that consensus. It's not just the opinion of the constituent people.
Okay. Do we have to disprove all of the papers? Because it seems to me that a lot of these papers are based on some very sort of base fundamental papers, right? So we just
you don't have to disprove all. No.
Yeah, you just the base fundamental papers we can disprove, and then basically anything that happened after that based on those papers is now bunk, right?
Yeah, sure. If there's some base principle you can disprove, and all the other papers in that, say, field are based on that base publication without doing any individual research of their own or without having any individual proof, then yeah, sure.
Sure. Okay. So there's probably some people in this room that are far better at this than I am, and so I'm going to hand over the mic. But if we can disprove something like relativity or observations of gravity, then I think you would sort of agree that we've got some fundamental problems going on here, and that we don't need to disprove the whole paradigm. We just need to prove the the base foundation of the. Go ahead.
It depends. If you have if you disprove relativity by disproving the ultimate fringe thing, and disproving it by just showing there's something that we don't know, with dark matter, that sort of whole spiel you guys have the script for, then that wouldn't work. You'd have to show that fundamentally mass doesn't attract mass. There isn't any bending and warping of space-time in our local system. That'd be something
that we can't touch. It's not tangible. We can't really experiment with it. But if you go infrared in an airplane, you can see 700 miles away, and you can see mountains that shouldn't exist because they should be under a physical curve, not an apparent horizon that supposedly is being refracted up. I think we can find really quick that people are in a delusion, bro.
I agree people are in a delusion, but people are in a delusion because they take everything you just said, seeing mountains too far, all those sorts of things. And they just sort of get that from looking at an image or looking off in the distance and kind of thinking to themselves, yeah, that kind of looks like a mountain. Or, yeah, I think I see too far. Well, yeah, it kind of looks flat to me, without actually doing the calculation. So that's kind of a delusion instead of an empirical evidence that the thing is actually how you think it is.
I mean, the illusion too is that the science is actually non-biased, and that people don't actually just like kind of try to agree with each other to blend in, and that there is not something like what is written in papers to be called intellectual phase locking, which occurs within like highly technical societies like that. So yeah, there's definitely some bias that's built in, obviously, because humanity not being able to extricate itself from itself, which I think you understand that. So, you know, there are no wholly scientific ideas that exist. You know, they're
Everything has bias.
No,
But
there
did
definitely
you
is a
hear of the
bias. No,
superconductor?
an immense bias, because you just said a second ago, right, that if we could prove that bending and warping of space-time isn't happening, then this can be shut down and blah, blah, blah. But how is it even in the books now that, you know, they showed that bending and warping of space-time? Shouldn't they have to show it in the beginning? Like, we have to disprove it's happening? They haven't even showed us that it is really happening. It's just this literally, there's no proof of that. Bending and warping of space-time, I have proof of that?
It depends. What would you consider proof? Would you consider an experiment where they've taken that hypothesis, created some form of experiment to show it, predicted what the outcome of the experiment would be, and then when it's rigorously done, it comes up with the outcome as predicted? Would you accept that as evidence?
You beg the
There
question
is no
before you enter the
experiment to show
experiment.
the bending of
Right.
space-time. There is no experiment to show that. Zero.
That's what I was going to. How are you going to show me that? How are you actually going to show me the bending and warping of space-time? I can't even find space-time.
Okay, so can you guys can you guys think of some of the things Globers have given you as evidence for this before? Can you like
Can you
just throw
bend and
out
warp a
anything they've said?
concept, mate?
But then tell
No,
me
you can bend and
space-time
warp
is
an actual
happening.
thing. The concept describes the actual thing.
Yeah.
We may not be able to actually show what the actual thing is, but we have a concept for something, and then we have some empirical evidence that
And
that
you
thing
don't see how
exists.
that's pseudoscience.
No, I don't. It
You
makes
have no
perfect sense to me.
empirical evidence.
Like if
Show
I
it.
close,
If you have empirical evidence, show it.
if I close my eyes and someone says, "Hey, there's something over there and it's warm," but I can't feel with my hands for some reason. I've got leprosy, I can't feel anymore. If I get out a temperature gauge and I hold that temperature gauge up, the temperature gauge will say that, yeah, something over there is warm. That's me with some empirical evidence that I can't like prove to myself. I'm just taking a reading of something that shows that the concept is true.
Different. You have an experiment, right? And you're actually going over there and testing that. And you're getting a measurement of it being hot. So then you're verifying that it is for you. How can I find space-time and warp it and manipulate it?
So can you think of, there's two major experiments I can think of that have shown the relativity is real, and then it's the bending and warping space-time hypothesis is at least valid with predictive evidence. Can you guys think of the two that are most commonly cited by Globers?
That's your job. Don't tell us. That's your job.
Well, I'm like, I've said this to you before, specifically, SE.
Well, maybe there's people here that haven't heard it. So go ahead. Please tell us.
It's just an interesting test of whether these conversations, anyone's taking anything out of them.
Of course, people are taking stuff out of
Don't
them.
psychoanalyze us. You've been asked the question. You can either answer it or not.
Looking for space-time, and when I can find the answer to that,
I won't answer it.
Understand.
If you guys want to discuss either of or any of the experiments that we've cited previously, we can do that. But I'm not going to throw them out there again for you. You guys have to show that you actually listen to what we say and that you're capable of having a reasonable discussion. So I'll just go on mute until you guys do that.
Fair enough. Perfect. You've got nothing to add. Go on mute. Fair enough.
I'm actually personally asking you because you made a statement earlier, and I have a disagreement because I'm not supposed to. Our society is supposed to now disprove this, right? But I've never, and no one's ever in society been shown FaceTime or bending and warping of it. So when you're talking about these experiments, maybe I haven't seen them, and maybe the world that you're maybe listening to this later hasn't either. I'm asking you personally. I don't know, so I'm asking you to show me or tell me. Even you don't have to even show me. Tell me. But I'm trying to figure out here how it's now normal, right? This is the way we believe. But I have to disprove something. Like there is a bias, or their game straight is a bias, because how did this even get put into place?
It's very simple. Some people were told a story, and they bought it without questioning it. Now, what we're doing is we're questioning the model, disseminating it, and we're finding it lacking. It's very simple.
But to fix it, right? To change science, though, SE, to like come up with the new science, they refuse. Because now we have to disprove something that is imaginary, that's never even been proven in the beginning. That's to me just baffling, y'all. That's normal to think that way, and that's logical for people to think like that. That's insanity.
How is it insanity? Because that's very interesting to me.
Believing
It's
something
insanity that
without
someone
any
who
experiment or proof, and now I have to therefore now show it doesn't exist or in that manner to prove it. My other reality, the real reality.
is it illogical?
It's not logical because I've never seen space-time or anything warping in space-time. So anyone in reality is never, ever logically putting that in their head. So for me, no, logical out the window.
So space-time is illogical in the way that you can't conceptualize it, or is it illogical in the way that it breaks some law of logic?
In
We're
every
wrapping
way.
our whole world around it, and I have no experiment to show me anything of what you're explaining, the space-time and warping of this stuff. This is what we believe, right, of gravity, and we're not even proving this stuff to people?
Does it fit what we know about reality so far, or is it completely counter to that?
We think about reality, because listen, when I went to school, we were all told what the hell is going on in reality, and I'm pretty sure they're telling us still. And the point is they're telling me, and we get told every day by Globers, how our reality works. Yet they've never been shown this stuff. We talk about space-time, Xanax says it's in my hand, like it's magic. And don't just believe, just believe it, guys. It's okay.
So would you be able to know if space-time is real or not just by living your daily life?
Unicorns were alive daily, living my life. Yes.
Mate.
Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to trying to show that there's no contradiction in relativity and space-time. I'm trying to show that you not having done the long-term scientific schooling in order to understand it or to prove it to yourself doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And I'm quite happy taking the smartest people that have ever existed in humanity's word for something if they show at least just a little bit of experimental evidence for it, for relativity.
That's what I'm asking
So can
for.
you guys think of the major experiments we say that show that space and time warp around objects with mass or in relative reference frames?
Not showing us anything. You're just making things up. Long.
Well, what I'm trying to do is have a reasonable discussion and avoid the script because there's a script to all this that you guys want to run.
It's worse, bro. It's worse for you because somebody told you this. Yeah, let's
Show
talk
us what
over
it
each
looks
other.
like. Show us what warping of space-time looks like. We'd like to see this.
Yeah, I can't show that to you, so that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Because we can't show us, then you're definitely making things up.
Okay, you just explained.
Do you guys
people
have
at
anything
home,
else
no,
that
sir,
can?
Please. No, I really do have something. You just explained how everybody at home should, and you trust the authority because they showed you experiments, right? Then when we ask for you to show us that I can't show you.
Just continue,
show me
Stacey. These guys have the
anything?
pile drive.
Anything at all of a real experiment, right? Because first of all, you have to show me space-time. You have to find that and tangibly hold it in your hand or something. And then you have to warp it, mess with space-time. Do you have any experiment to show me that exists?
I disagree that that's how you come to know if something that is unable to be felt by just the average human actually exists. You need to do something else. You need to predict it's there
Warping.
and then do some experiment to see if that prediction can be validated. If there's some cause and effect relationship that you can manipulate something in order to show that your prediction based on the hypothesis is true. And we've done that a few times. Can you think of any of the ways it has been said explicitly to everyone in this room
No,
that shows relativity, that shows
bending
bending, warping, space-time?
I want a real experiment showing bending and warping of space-time.
It starts with C.
Why didn't you just show me and tell me? I already told you no, I didn't know, and I'm coming here. It's been 2 years since I've been here. A lot of this stuff I've already forgot, hon. So you're not talking to the same people you talk to every day on a normal basis. I'm asking you, what do you guys have? Because all I get from everybody every single time is space-time basically in your hand, and you're supposed to imagine it. Now, I'm on an experiment that you said it exists, or we're talking about, right? It's been proven, right? A bending and warping of space-time. Not a theory, not a, mythological thing, not sitting here going over, imagine this, imagine that. No, I want to actually see bending and warping of space-time, because that's what an experiment would show me.
No, an experiment wouldn't show you that. An experiment would show
If you're trying
that
to prove
some
it.
prediction. An experiment would show that some prediction is true. That's all an experiment would do.
If I beg the
understand
question, bro, for an experiment, it'll always be true. Yeah.
So I'm going to say it again. All an experiment would do is show that a prediction made off the hypothesis would be true. That's all it needs to do to give
You can do with
evidence to
flat
the
Earth,
hypothesis.
mate. Yeah, you could beg the
Can you?
question for flat Earth. Yeah, and get a positive result, mate. So it's trash science, pseudoscience.
How is it begging? How is asking the question?
You're making
begging
a
the question? Do you understand what a
presupposition.
begging the question
You're
fallacy
assuming,
is?
mate. Yeah. You're you're assuming, mate.
Do you know what begging the question is? The
Making a
fallacy.
presupposition that the Earth is this. So when I do this experiment, that.
No. So a begging the
Yeah.
question would be when the conclusion to an argument is contained in the premises of the argument, or the premises assume the truth of the conclusion in the argument.
You just
So
said
at what
that,
point
bro.
of asking, the question of if we do this, will it produce this? Where is it in a begging the question fallacy?
You beg the question because you're saying, because I'm on a globe, blase, blase. Because I'm on a flat Earth, etc., etc. Yeah?
Well, no, you're
Get that?
using the word because, but in science the word is if. If we're on a globe, this should happen. If it doesn't happen, what's that called?
Do you playing semantics, brother?
No, it's called falsification or a null hypothesis.
You just tell me how you proved or how they've proven the bending and warping of space-time. Not just assumption, how they've proven to me the bending and warping of space-time. That we go on. Well, I don't go on it, but they say.
Well, so that's the problem. You said, so it's not an assumption how they've proved it. Why do you want me to prove it instead of giving evidence for it?
What the hell are you talking
But
about?
what evidence do you have to support that we have bending and warping of space-time?
Awesome. So we can go through that. So lensing, that's a really good way of showing it, that light bends around massive objects. Will that work?
Massive objects, lensing. Wow.
Yeah.
So,
well, what about the
bending and
time
warping of
difference of
space-time.
clocks when they're slightly further away from a massive object? Will that do it?
No, that won't do it. Something better. Something better, please. What's your best? What's
Sure.
the best you got?
Is it muon detection? Muon detection also does it?
No, I just want your best globe proof. Like, just forget this. What's your best globe proof?
My best globe proof is that the sun passes your eye line as it sets.
Perfect. That's a good one to go into. We don't even know if the sun is a physical object.
Yes, we do.
Therefore, we know?
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so E equals mc squared. Do you know what that means? Energy is matter and matter is energy.
Elaborate. Hold on. Elaborate, brother.
We want to see this thing. Show it to us. We don't want
So E equals mc squared means that matter...
What are you're just making things up, man. You're probably looking on the internet and reading what every other delusional person out there thinking they live on a spinning ball in a vacuum.
So E equals mc squared means that energy can only come from matter and matter can only come from energy. It's a conversion of energy into matter and matter into energy. So if we have energy coming off the sun, which we definitely do, that's why when the sun goes up it gets warmer, or if you're in the shade you're cooler, if you're in the sun you're hotter, then we know that there is something up there producing energy, and that energy must come from matter.
Go on.
So that means the sun is matter. It's called a logical argument. Do you want me to do it more formally?
Now, does the matter have to be what we're told the matter is?
I don't understand what that means. You understand what the periodic table is, right? It's like a mathematical proof.
Uh-huh.
Based off what we know of material, we can predict what new material features are going to be, and we're correct about that on the periodic table. We've had lots of examples of new elements being created or like being weighed or being found that we didn't know the properties of prior, but they fit the periodic table because it's like a mathematical proof.
And this somehow subverts into proof of the globe, or?
Yeah, so the sun in the sky as it sets, the physical sun, it has to pass your eye line before it sets if you're anywhere slightly above sea level. And that would mean that it can't be going off in the distance, that it has to actually be dropping in elevation relative to you, which can only happen on a globe because it is something that someone on either east or west of you will have experienced at the 15 degree per hour rotation of the Earth. So there's no way for that to work on a like stationary plane.
That's very disingenuous, bro. The sun can go away on a flat Earth, man.
In what way?
Hey, you're not convincing us of anything. You're reading off the internet. We need to be convinced here. Show us the bending and warping of space-time. Show it to us, please.
No, we moved on to flat Earth proofs now. Are you behind on the conversation?
Oh, you come on, yeah, and you think you're so clever and we so fucking don't know and you're dumb. Show us the bending and warping of space-time, please.
Well, I gave you some of the experiments. So do you want to talk about like the distance in time?
I want physical proof of it. Show it to us, please. You just wasted.
I never said I could. Hold on a second, please, guys. Hey, yo, can you guys hear me? Whoever that is, don't interrupt. Let's everyone finish their sentences, please.
Yeah, so I never said I could show you bending and warping of space-time firsthand. All I can do is point to experiments that have been based on hypotheses, that have been validated and replicated, and those can give you at least evidence of the bending and warping of space-time, which is more than any competing hypothesis, so it's the one that I choose to go with.
So if you can't show it to us, how do you know it exists?
I don't know it exists, but I think it exists because there's evidence for it. It's the only hypothesis that has predictive evidence, so it is the only one that I think is valid to believe in.
No, because if you can't show it to us, there is no evidence.
That's not true at all.
Show it to us, then we need we need physical proof. We need to see it with our eyes. That's evidence.
No, I disagree that the only way to get evidence about something is to physically show someone. That's just a bad epistemology.
There's evidence.
Can you justify your epistemology?
You can't be in the other room and say, you can't be in the other room without seeing what happened, that crime happened, and just say, oh, this and this happened. You need to physically go in that room and see what happened. You can't just make things up.
The entire criminal justice system disagrees with you. What it does is it looks at clues and evidence, and then it uses those clues and evidence to...
I gave you an example.
I'm asking you still talking.
Show it to us. Show it. Yeah. Don't just make
how many
up words. You're reading off the internet now. You're reading all your fancy words and your scripts and all that crap off the internet. Or on a Excel, Microsoft Word fucking presentation or something. Show it to us, please.
How many times do I have to explain to you that I don't consider just showing someone something as the only valid form of evidence? Can you repeat back what I just said?
You do not have any evidence.
Can you repeat back what I just said?
I don't have to repeat myself. I'm telling you, you don't have any evidence.
Yeah, you're telling me that. Can you validate that? So, like, if I walk into a room after a murder's happened, I didn't see the murder, but I see that there's a knife there with fingerprints on it and the victim's blood on it, and there's someone with a motive to kill that victim. Can I claim all of that as evidence for my conclusion of who killed the victim?
You need to get the knife, don't you? You need to pick the knife up and send it for investigation. You can't just say there's a knife there and say it was investigated without picking it up and taking it for analysis and fingerprints and what blood is on there. You can't just make things up.
But you can do an experiment. You can say if the murderer did this
evidence at a murder scene or a crime. They collect physical evidence.
You can say if this person is the likely murderer and we have DNA evidence of the murderer, then their DNA evidence will match the DNA evidence found at the crime scene. And then you can do a test and you can see if that prediction is valid. And if, I'm sorry, why are you talking?
I know. I don't know why. I don't know why. Guys, can we all go one at a time, please? Please, please, please. Let's all go one at a time.
I'd love to.
Clipping people. Wait a minute before they're done talking. Give them like 2 seconds.
So, if you walk into a crime scene and you make the prediction that this person has been murdered and you think it's been murdered by some specific individual because of, say, circumstantial evidence, you can take DNA or fingerprints found at that crime scene and you can then predict that this DNA or evidence will match the suspect. So you then go and get the suspect's DNA or you go get the suspect's fingerprints and you see if they match. If your prediction is true, that's really good evidence that they were the one that murdered that person. But you haven't witnessed the murder firsthand, and I can't show you the murder firsthand, but I still have evidence for how the murder went. Do you understand?
You wouldn't have seen the murder. What I'm asking you, the blood is the physical evidence. It's not words on paper or a formula or a scientific fucking whatever you want to call what you read on the internet.
It's scientific.
Evidence. You cannot. If you just said you saw blood on the floor, or you didn't even see the blood, you were in another room, but the blood on the floor is this type of blood, and it belongs to that person, you are crazy in your head.
You're changing your problem here, because your problem was originally that I can't show you bending space-time, or I can't put it in your hand, that I can't show you firsthand the thing that I claim is evidence, because you think first-hand evidence is the only good evidence. But I'm saying I can show experiments based off the hypothesis that are predictions that are validated, which is a form of evidence and one that I find quite robust. The predictive part of it makes it really robust.
Hey, so have you heard recently that the DNA testing seems to be a bit problematic? That they... so your whole analogy there is sort of based on this premise where the criminal system is backed up by the scientific methodology. And we've got stories here in Australia of like 400 or 500 court cases having to go back in because they found out that the DNA analysis that this particular lab was doing was like not satisfying the scientific method or process.
So can you see how like a poor methodology doesn't mean that evidence or that methodology can't work?
I'm just saying within your analogy in the real world, we have evidence that your methodology is producing false evidence.
No. You have evidence that when people misapply the methodology, that it gives false evidence.
And
what does that matter to my argument? That's just solipsism.
It's people, mate. People are the problem, okay?
No, that's just solipsism. Do you know what solipsism is?
No, I don't specifically know.
Great. So solipsism is the idea that you can't actually know anything, and that's what you're saying. You're saying that any scientific method,
no.
any scientific method that we apply to like the curvature of the Earth, we can't know if that's true or not, because if someone fucks up that methodology, well, then they might get the wrong result. So we can't take any scientific evidence, any experiment ever done as true, because someone might have just fucked up the methodology.
So it can never be proved. It's an unfalsifiable model.
No.
I mean, why do you guys walk away from every position? You did just say that. You said we can't know DNA evidence is reliable because some people have fucked up the methodology.
Yeah, basically, because they screwed it up. Therefore, the whole methodology is in question, right?
No, not at all. Because it's validated again and again and again and again and again by like people who know who their parents are, having the same genetics as like or similar genetics to the child, such that we can tell that that's the parent. We have this evidence again and again and again. Like they found the Green River Killer because he had a niece or something that had done 23andMe, and then they looked at that person and went, "Oh, this person shares some genetic material with the Green River Killer."
That's a cool story,
and
bro.
So, like, if we look into it, then we will have to find that it's one of her uncles. And they looked into it and they found an uncle, and that uncle fit all the descriptions of their suspect. I think he was actually a suspect first, anyway. So it matched up. Like they were able to take that and predict who the Green River Killer was. So it's been validated again and again and again by people who use the methodology right.
That's some great propaganda set out by the technology and 23andMe getting together and producing a news story that was worthwhile to sell you the whole research bullshit behind it, my man.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. That just sounds like your opinion. Do you have any
Hey,
reason to
listen,
believe
bro.
that is false?
You are hogging the boot, bro. Can I lick a little bit of the boot? You're getting all the boot, bro. Can I get a little bit of the boot? I want to lick it too.
I'm sorry, I don't respond to weak queefing.
I'm
So
just
can
saying,
anyone
don't be
explain why
selfish, bro.
Can anyone explain why the sun crosses our eye line, or why atomic clocks will change their time if they move in different directions on the Earth or at different altitudes, or whether muon detection works differently at different altitudes? Like, can anyone explain any of that outside of relativity?
So it's the sun crossing us, not Earth moving, right?
The Earth is rotating.
No, you said the sun is crossing us, which means it's the sun that is moving, not
When
Earth.
did I
You
say
said
that?
that, everybody heard you.
Oh, I said the sun is crossing our eye line, yes. So what part about that don't you
Yes, the sun is crossing. The sun is moving, not you or Earth.
So we've retreated to the semantics of me using like common language and you trying to apply that as pedantically as possible. Is that an argument for the flat Earth? Is that all you got for the flat Earth?
Well, why would you want us to explain how it works in your model? That would
Because
be
if you
dumb.
can't explain how it works, you don't have any predictions that give any sort of evidence to validate your model, and we have predictions that validate ours, like predictive evidence. Well, then
What do
it
you
seems
mean?
like your model is
Predicted that
worse
the
than our
sun would come
model.
up in my east this morning. It did.
Oh,
Over a plane.
see,
Yeah, hang
that's
on.
not a prediction.
Hang on. Do you want to hear it, or do you just want to blab on? I mean,
So
you choose.
go ahead. It's fine. Go ahead.
Oh,
But you're going to say
you're going to
something
give
that
me
is
the
going to
okay
sound
to
really
go
stupid.
ahead and answer your question. Thank you.
Oh my
Appreciate
God.
it.
Why are you whining? Why do you all sound so depressed? Go outside.
I'm not depressed. I just got through cooking 450 turkeys for people, man. It's great. I'm just a little tired. It's all right, though.
Okay. If you can't
You
handle
don't
the
mind.
conversation, don't come in
You
here for the
don't mind, huh?
conversation.
You just want to project onto me.
If you can't handle the conversation, don't come in here for the conversation.
Which part?
Okay?
You mean how I'm
You getting
dominating you, projecting onto me how you're depressed?
you getting
I'm
upsetty
obviously
spaghetti
not.
because
I'm obviously
I
not.
said that you're allowed to talk.
I'm obviously not. Got it? Depressed.
Great. If you're
Great
not
life.
depressed, then grow up and speak to me like an adult.
You mean grow up as in an adult, 53-year-old businessman that just cooked 450 turkeys all night? You mean that type of man? That
Your
can
attitude,
clearly answer
your
how
attitude
the
is bad.
sun
So go ahead. Do you
goes
have
across
something to
the
say, or
sky
are you
in a
just going to whine?
circuit. It seems like you're the child that can't shut up. You want to try again?
Go ahead, Rakia. I muted him. You can go and then I'll unmute him. He'll be his turn. It's the only way we can do this.
The sun is no different than any other object that's above you that's moving closer or further away from you. You can put any object in a circuit around you that's above you, and as it goes further away, that object, being the sun in this instance or context, will appear to go down towards your horizon or your eye level. Pretty much the same thing. Goes towards it. And as it does that, as it goes away, now as it comes to you, it will rise above you. So it'll appear below or at your eye level, depending on conditions, and then appear due to perspective mostly to rise above you. And then as it goes away, do the opposite. It's called perspective, but there's other things in play. When it gets closer to your horizon, there's effects that take place due to light extinction and just other factors. You know, how dense the medium that you're looking through is, the angle, so forth and so on. So not only will it appear to go down, but it will most of the time be obstructed from the bottom because that's the most dense layer that you're looking through, and that information doesn't get to you as the viewer. So that's pretty much how the sun would cross your eye line in a daily path in your view. Appreciate it.
Go ahead, Doug.
Hey, man, I just want to say that I love you guys, and God bless, and have a great day.
Great. So obviously
You too,
you
brother.
didn't understand what passing someone's eye level means. So passing someone's eye level means it goes from above to below or below to above. So that can't happen from perspective. Perspective causes things to converge at eye level. It doesn't cause things to go from above to below your eye level. That can only be happening with a relative change in elevation. So try again and try to explain it again.
Okay, I never said it was just because of perspective. I actually said the opposite of that, that perspective was in play, but there were other factors in play, and things can appear higher and lower than your eye level due to different factors. I don't know why everyone seems to follow the same script and say people say it's just because of perspective. I said perspective makes things approach your eye level, not go below it. So I was very clear in that.
Mm-hmm.
You want to try
So
again?
the problem is that all you said was perspective and other factors. Now, because you didn't name those other factors explicitly and you didn't describe them as how they could cause it, all I had to go off was the one thing that you brought up to counter my claim of going from above to below or below to above your eye line, which was perspective. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand that I said light extinction. I said that.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means the information as it approaches the more dense atmosphere won't reach the viewer and will appear to be obstructed because you're not getting the bottom portion first due to that reason, but other reasons. We can talk about other reasons that you say I didn't mention either. You seem to have selective hearing.
And how does that change the crossing of the eye line? How does that fix the crossing of the eye line problem? Because all that does is disappear bottom up, not crossing someone's eye line. So I'm still waiting on something for that.
Well, nothing crosses it. The sun is not crossing or going below. It just appears to. I call it an optical illusion. Why are you cutting me off? I don't understand. If you want me to answer, then go on mute and let me answer. I'll be clear and precise, and I'll talk slow, and then I'll go on mute. Is that fair? Or maybe call me a child again.
Sounds fair.
Yeah.
No, that sounds fair. Let's just do it like that. Everyone be concise, make your point, and then go on mute, and let's not interrupt and clip people, okay?
There you go. So when something appears, I call it an optical illusion. A mirage, for example, is an optical illusion caused by the conditions of the day. I don't need to say anything else. I mean, that's what we could say, and no one could disprove that. But I mean, there are other factors that we've mentioned and we can discuss further.
So far, the only answer you've given me for the change from above to below or below to above is what you call optical changes or something like that.
Optical illusion. You know what a mirage is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, define mirage for us and see if we disagree.
A mirage would be the changing of light such that it changes what the light's source looks like to the viewer. So it could change it by causing it to go wavy or going up or going down or changing in color or flattening out or compressing or whatever.
Okay, let me give you my definition. If you look it up, this is the definition that I use. Yours was pretty good too. It's pretty much the same thing. A mirage is an optical illusion, which means not real, caused by the conditions of the day. Now, conditions of the day that the viewer is viewing through doesn't just include temperature or whatever. It's everything. The viewer itself, the light angle that it's viewing it from, the light source angle, the medium it's viewing from, the temperature changes, the medium changes, the humidity, the barometric pressure. Should I go on?
Yeah, you should, because you haven't given a specific cause yet. All you've done is vaguely pointed towards light changing.
Talking about the cause of the mirage is the conditions of the day. Very specific.
No. The cause of the specific thing that you see, the sun going from above to below your eye level, you haven't told me what optical reason there is for that happening. You've just listed that light can change direction and can cause illusions, but that's not good enough. That's like me saying,
agree with that?
Yeah, I do, but it invalidates the flat Earth as well, because the only evidence for the flat Earth is you look out and see flat.
Illusions.
I do agree they exist, but something existing doesn't mean it's a cause. So show me it's a cause.
Well, if we have conditions that are obviously optical illusions, like a boat appearing to float in the sky, we know that's an optical illusion, right?
Yes, we know that, but that's a boat floating in the sky. It's not going past your island.
Yeah. So take the opposite when the conditions change, and a boat appearing to sink below the water, and it's not sinking, it's actually floating on the water. Like you can call the boat and say, "Are you sinking?" They say no. But from the viewer's point of view, it appears to be. We also know that's an optical illusion, because boats don't float in the sky and they don't float below the water line. Your optical view.
That's still not above to below eye line. So if I'm on a hill, this maintains true that the sun will go from above to below my eye line. So you can do that with a theodolite. So you get the horizontal off wherever you're standing, and you point that out as a set of crosshairs, and the sun will cross that crosshair section before it starts to like go down below the horizon. So you haven't explained that observation yet. That observation can only happen on the globe Earth, as far as I know. You'd have to give
as far as you know, yeah. So you think the cause is a drop from that horizontal line? Is that fair?
Sorry, you cut out for a second there.
You would say that that object appearing to be below, in this case, the crosshair, to be a drop from horizontal?
Drop from horizontal, yeah. So it would drop below in like relative elevation to you.
Well, things appear to do that. They even appear to be higher than the crosshair when they're not supposed to be, due to conditions. You agree with that?
Do they start out above and then move below? Because that's my contention.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes they fluctuate.
And the opposite happens on the people watching the sunrise, and it happens for all people, and it happens at the 15 degree per hour. So that if you're on a different section of the Earth, the sun will be 15 degrees further, whichever direction you're looking. It'll be 15 degrees further away from someone who's 15 degrees further away.
Well, it's actually not 15 degrees when it approaches the horizon. I don't think you know your model, but we're not really talking about your model.
Thank you.
Yeah, so then you would know it's not 15 degree at the horizon, and that it appears to set further than it actually has set. It's just lifted up, it's loomed up, but the sun is actually set already.
It's still 15 degrees worth of movement across the sky, no matter how you look at it. So someone who's watching, like you're watching sunset, you're watching sunset on one point on the Earth, and someone is watching the sun at midday on a different point on the Earth. Now you're both watching the same sun in the same sky. That person is watching the sun progress at 15 degrees per hour from midday to like 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and you're watching it set. So it may look like it's taking longer for you to watch it set because it looms up for that second. But the person watching it at midday is showing that it's still processing at 15 degrees per hour. Do you understand?
Why are you talking about the sun moving when your cartoon ball is moving here, not the sun?
I don't think he knows his model very well.
Yeah, that's just a semantics argument. I don't care about it.
Well, we're going to use words.
You are in utter and complete denial.
Do you understand what I mean when I say the sun moving? Do you understand what I mean when I say the sun's moving? That I mean that we are rotating, that the sun appears to be moving relative to us. That's why I use relative change in elevation. So do you guys understand that now? Can I keep using that term now that I've clarified it?
No, it's kind of stupid actually, because the sun isn't moving. You're moving.
What do you want me to say? How do you want me to like easily express the 15 degree per hour precession of the sun?
Well, you say you don't want to use semantics, but you want to be semantical.
No, you're the guys wanting to be semantical. I was using common usage, common terms to describe what we understand to be.
No, like you're using the flat Earth model.
And you guys are now retreating to semantics because you can't answer the question of why it goes from above to below.
You brought up semantics.
No, I didn't. Whoever it is with the heavy accent was the guy that brought up the semantics of me using the term processing in the sky.
Bring up semantics.
Yes, because someone made a semantic argument to me. Do you understand that?
No, I like the fact that you're using the flat Earth model and the fact that the sun is moving away from the viewer in your argument. I think you're one step closer. Because
Do you
if I
think
was
that's
a
what I mean when
glober,
I
if
use
I was
those
a true
words?
glober, I would say as the viewers rotate away from the sun and get further away, it appears to go lower in their view, if I was honest.
Do you think I mean that the sun is actually moving and that
I
we're
don't know
not
what
the
you
ones
think, man. I don't
rotating?
pretend to know what other men think. I just
Well,
listen to
I
what
clarified it to you. I clarified it to you, okay? I've clarified that when I say the sun moving in the sky, I mean that we're the ones moving, and it's just relative to us, the sun appears to be moving, okay? So can you get that through your head, please?
Yeah, so the sun is stationary
Great.
and you're moving away from the sun. It's getting further away,
Well,
correct?
kind of. Kind of.
Is it or isn't it?
So we're rotating, but the sun is moving, and so is the entire solar system, and so is the entire galaxy. We're moving around the sun in like an orbital procession, and the moon is rotating around us, but also all of us are moving as part of the same solar system. So I just want to make sure that you and your semantic bullshit is fully covered here.
You're bringing in other things. We're talking about the sun setting, not the solar system.
Okay, so you were doing the same to me with this semantic bullshit.
Yeah, no, I never brought in other things except for what on flat Earth would make the sun appear to set and go below the eye line. I don't know why you're saying I did something different. I very precisely explained it. Now we're talking about your model because, well, you said the sun was moving in your model and we had to correct you. The viewer is moving away from the sun.
You made a semantic argument, so stop lying.
Every time I get to this point, but I'm going to make my point no matter what. Even in your model, the viewer is moving away from the sun, and as that distance increases in that one particular viewer's view, like line of sight, and as it gets further away from the sun, as it moves away from it, the sun will appear to go to its eye line due to perspective. Do you disagree with that?
I don't. My argument wasn't going to the eye line, it was crossing the eye line.
Right.
Repeat
so then we're getting to that.
Buddy. Repeat it back to me, buddy.
Yeah,
crossing
I'm not your
the
buddy.
eye line.
Let's get the semantic
Crossing
argument.
the eye line. Crossing the eye line. Can you repeat that back to me? Because I've answered all of your questions.
I'm not going to repeat it.
Can you repeat it back to me?
No, I'm not
Come on,
going to
big boy, because you've fucked it up many times, so repeat it back to me.
It's okay,
You've
man.
fucked it up many times. You keep making.
Hey, it's okay, man. So as perspective takes place and the sun appears to get towards the viewer's eye line, then it gets to the angle portion of the view of that viewer and the more dense atmosphere that the viewer is looking through, which would always be, in this case, closer to the surface, would cause this distorted view of the object. So it would appear to be obstructed bottom up, but it's really not. Because it really never gets to that point, right? It just appears to. But this factor is a well-known fact. You can do it, with a more local object and even a light.
Again, because I don't know. So, I'm talking specifically about it crossing the eye line. I'm not talking about it peering bottom up. I'm talking about you. If you're at sea level, if you're on top of a mountain, the sun must go from above to below your eye line. Okay?
Yeah, your satellite must be offline. You're cutting out for me, or it's me.
No, it's him. It's him.
Yeah, it's me, sorry. Right, so at this point, I think it'd just be fair if you repeated back to me what my actual argument is.
That you're you're going away from the sun, and due to perspective, it gets to the horizon, and after that, it just goes below a curve, is what you believe.
Incorrect. So my argument is the sun goes from above to below your eye line. Not that it dips below the horizon. It can do that before it reaches the horizon, and then it dips below the horizon bottom up, which is more evidence to the globe. It may not be conclusive. It may not prove it in the same way that this logical proof of passing your eye line before setting is, but it is evidence for the globe.
Well, maybe I'm confused. You're on top of a mountaintop or something?
So this observation is true no matter where you're standing on the earth. It's just easier seen when you're on top of a mountaintop.
So you are on top of a mountaintop?
Or a hill. You just have to be slightly above sea level.
Why would you have to be slightly above sea level?
It makes it easier to see.
See what?
See the sun cross your eye line before it reaches the horizon.
Well, why wouldn't it? You went higher.
What about it?
You're up above where the sun appears to go.
Oh, bless you, buddy. Absolutely bless you. The laws of perspective are based on where you are, your position. They're based on you. The laws of perspective aren't like the way things physically move. The physical movement happens, but where you're standing dictates how it looks to you.
The apparent position of an object in the distance has somewhat to do with perspective, but not all. So bless you, buddy.
Well, all you've given me so far is optics and perspective. So
yeah, that's
the
what
sun
we're
disappearing
using.
due to perspective should be the same. So it should disappear and converge at your eye line, whether you're on a mountain or whether you're at the ocean. But it clearly crosses your eye line and crosses your eye line in a more apparent way if you're up on a mountain.
Well, I don't understand why you would think as you go up, right, your horizontal line, your eyesight is not going above certain objects.
I never said anything other than that. It is true that it does that, but perspective would mean that it would converge at your eye line. It would converge at whatever your horizontal line is, depending on your elevation. That's what the laws of perspective do. It's not a physical law that the sun will like travel towards the horizon. It just means it'll travel towards your eye line. And if your eye line's higher, it'll travel towards that higher eye line, not the horizon.
Well, as far as I know, the laws of perspective are drawn up in a vacuum. Once you step out into the atmosphere, laws of perspective do take place when you're viewing things in the distance, or how we view things, right? Objects get smaller, they vanish away at a certain point, unless other things take place, like the atmosphere, which can magnify or act as a lens or make things appear higher or lower, especially in the distance. So I'm not sure which part do you disagree with.
So I disagree with perspective being the cause for it dropping below your eye line before reaching the horizon. That can't happen, especially as you get up higher. It definitely can't happen because as you get up higher, your eye line isn't at the same level as the horizon. It's above the horizon. So any perspective-based explanation would mean that it would converge at your eye line and not at the horizon.
Well, I kind of agree with you that perspective doesn't cause the horizon.
Welcome to Globe Earth.
Yeah, no, not quite, buddy. If you want to tout and give yourself a win, go ahead, because I feel like you think you need to. But as you do gain altitude, yeah, you don't mind if I finish this time, do you? Or you just want the win and move on, or what? You can have it, man, because if you need it.
Because that's what flat earthers do all the time. And it's funny.
I'm not sure what you're doing now. So you're touting victory and doing what?
So I'm saying that flat earthers will all the time say welcome to flat earth anytime they throw out a point or someone agrees with something they think means they agree with flat earth. And I was doing the same back to you because I think it's funny. Do you not understand humor?
Whatever, man. I don't do that.
Tell your joke.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't know who you're talking about, but I guess you've been abused by flat earthers before. I don't know. It has nothing to do with me. Have you been abused by flat earthers before? Like, you feel like you need to take out the abuse you've gotten in the past on me, even though I haven't done that to you?
That's not abusive to make a joke, mate. Do you think it's abusive to make a joke? Do you want to hear a joke? I can tell you a joke.
No, I really don't want to hear a joke from you, no. Does that answer your question?
Good joke.
Yeah, I didn't know we were joking around, buddy.
Uh-huh.
We're joking around now?
Well, we were joking around when I said welcome to Globe Earth.
Oh, we are? Okay.
Uh-huh. That was a clear joke. Yep.
Oh, it was? All right.
Yep.
All right. So now what? You done joking?
So now I'm just waiting for you to tell me something other than law of perspective, because law of perspective doesn't fit. So do you have anything else specific that explains it?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Take your win. Go on, enjoy yourself. Maybe go other places and tell people you destroyed another flat earther. Good luck.
Well, I don't do that. I don't care about that.
Oh, you don't even joke around about that?
Sometimes I do, yeah, but I generally don't go after having a discussion like this. I don't go and say, hey, I spoke to this guy in particular and I won that discussion.
I go to people and maybe talk about the ideas and the arguments because they're interested to get other people's opinions on it.
Yeah. How about Steelman and my argument? How about that?
So your argument seems to be that there are illusions caused by like refraction and atmospheric conditions changing the path of light such that it would cause the sun to appear to set bottom up on the horizon. But that doesn't address the crossing from above to below eye line.
Yeah, it does. It changes the apparent position. But can we talk about that? Do you disagree with that?
So I don't disagree with what you've said. It just doesn't account for the observation I'm talking about.
Why not?
Because the observation I'm talking about is it crossing your eye line. Your eye line is dependent on your position. And if you're higher up, your eye line is also higher up, meaning that the sun could never set at the horizon. It would have to set above the horizon.
You're saying that couldn't be an optical illusion, is what you're saying.
From what I understand about optics and what we understand as the collective human race, that cannot happen through optics, no. If you have new information, that's fine. I'm just not comfortable doing a flat earth as a gap argument.
Yeah, it's not a flat earth thing. It's actually Globers who taught me this phenomenon, right? And you can look up the definitions if you're unclear. They're caused by the conditions of the day.
I'm aware.
Right? At that, huh?
Yeah, I'm aware of them. It's just that what you have is there is some potential explanation, but you can't show that it is the actual explanation.
What do you mean? You can't show that it's any other way. It's just a alternate, right? Like you ask me how I believe it works, and we know how you believe it works, and it's just an alternative. I asked you if you agreed in optical illusions making things in the distance appear higher or lower than the horizontal, and you said yes, but it can't be in the sun setting case or the sunrise case because you don't believe it's possible. I don't care about your beliefs.
I'd almost agree with that, but we have other people on other portions of the Earth. So there could be something that seems to be an optical illusion of the sun just like going away off the eye line, but then someone can be at a different point on the Earth, see the sun at midday at that same time. And that's
because they're under different conditions. They're at a different elevation. The angle of the sun is different. The conditions could be different. Yeah, I agree with that. Different optical illusions. You can be viewing at 10 feet above sea level, move to 30 feet above sea level, and they totally disappear.
So that's the other point. The other point is that if you do this observation very high up, then you end up with that crossing your eye line much sooner before it gets to the horizon. And your entire case seems to be as the sun reaches the horizon, a whole heap of extra refractive conditions affect the sun such that
I got it.
Bottom up. But that can't happen if you're, say, higher up in altitude.
So it's you that denies perspective because no matter what your elevation, the ground will appear to rise towards your eye level. You don't believe that?
No, that's not true.
It's not true. Perspective doesn't pertain to this situation.
So if you're looking at the ground, it does. But if you've got like a theodolite or any sort of instrument that just gives you a level off, like a horizontal off from where you're standing, off in the distance, well then no, the horizon will often dip below eye line. So it'll be below eye line, or the sun will set below eye line after starting above your eye line.
What if I showed you a horizon that appeared above the crosshairs? What would you say to that?
That'd be very interesting. I'd probably say that someone is very close to sea level and refractive conditions, of course, to go above
so
eye
you
line.
would say
That's disproved. That's disproved just by going up higher altitude.
So you would just say refraction, and the higher you went, when perspective. So refraction down low, when perspective is a thing, but as you go up, perspective is not a thing, and refraction goes away.
Sure. So think about it like this. Let's say you have half a degree of change that refraction could cause in your image, in your perspective of something. Now, if you're very, very close to the ground, you only have maybe like a half a degree worth of like difference between your eye line and the horizon. But as you get higher up, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 degrees, and then since refraction can only count for a small change in the relative, like the optical elevation of something off in the distance, then that can no longer be the thing that accounts for this observation of the horizon being below your eye line, the sun going above to below your eye line.
So what about perspective? What does the ground do? It stops rising towards the eye level as you rise up?
Yes. So that's why you get
At what height? What?
measuring tool.
Yeah, fair enough. I agree with you. Like, I agree that that's your belief. I'm fine with you answering yes. At what height does it do that?
What height does it do what?
What height does the ground stop appearing to rise towards eye level due to perspective?
So if you have a tool that gives you a artificial horizon based off your horizontal from wherever you are, then it will be at any distance above sea level. But if you're just using your naked eyes, which isn't a measuring device, and it's just a purely subjective view on the world, then it may appear to reach your eye level until you say up on a mountain. But then you'd still, your eyes would drift towards the horizon anyway, so you'd look down towards the horizon, and then perspective would make it seem like the horizon is converging at your eye line because you've shifted your eye line from horizontal down below horizontal in order to look down at the horizon.
So your eye line is not horizontal when you go up at altitude, is what you're saying. You're looking down towards the ground?
Can you not look up and down?
No, I'm asking you, when perspective is at play, is your eye line horizontal, or are you looking down or up?
So if you're looking down at the horizon, then your eye line, the convergence point for perspective, will be at the horizon. But if you have like a theodolite and you aim that theodolite horizontally away from you, not only will it show that the Earth drops away, which that's been shown a million times, but it will give you an eye line, an artificial eye line that the sun goes from above to below, which it can't do with the laws of perspective.
Okay, yeah, I agree. It doesn't do it just because of perspective, but is the horizon in an apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground?
So it depends. You can use the term apparent horizon or geometric horizon, but since we're talking about optics, we're only talking about the apparent.
Oh, fair enough. You've personally observed the geometric horizon? You
can't observe the geometric horizon. You can observe the apparent because the apparent is
You just said you observed the geometric.
So an observation of a physical thing has to be through optics, which causes it to be apparent.
So it's never geometric then. You don't see the geometric.
You don't see the geometric, no, but it has been measured.
So we're talking about what we see, right?
Yeah.
So what do we see again? The apparent position of the horizon?
Yes.
What about the sun? Do we see its apparent position or its actual position?
Why are you asking this question? If you use the term see, it means that it's apparent or optical. Do you understand?
Yeah, well, apparent also means not actual. Like if it's the geometric horizon, it means it's the measured, where the measured horizon would be, not the apparent. They're two different things. The horizon changes. Yeah, the horizon, the apparent position of the horizon changes due to many different factors. So does the apparent position of objects in the distance, including the sun. You disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that. This is about the 8th time you've asked me the same question in a different way, and I haven't.
Yeah, I like you repeating it.
What I disagreed with is that set of optical or apparent or whatever you want to call it,
optical illusion.
Yes, optical illusion.
Yeah, mirage.
That can't account for the sun going from above to below your eye line.
Yeah, no. You either believe in mirages, optical illusions caused by the conditions, or you don't. You seem to pick and choose when you believe in them.
When have I ever said I don't believe them?
So you do believe in them?
When have I ever said I don't believe them? I've repeated to you about 6 times now that I do believe them. So can you just not open your brain? Is that something you're incapable of doing? Like taking information
No,
given to you?
I'm capable. I'm capable.
What do you expect to happen after you ask
Calm
this
down,
question?
dude.
Do you expect just white noise to come out of me? It's just clicking in the distance. You don't actually listen to what I say.
I expect you to just answer it. I mean, I don't expect you to go into a diatribe like you just did, like you're upset about something. It's just a question, man. It's okay.
I'm upset because it's the 7th time you've asked me.
So you are upset. So when I ask it 8, are you going to get upset again?
Same question. You've asked me the same question 7 times. And not listen to the answer.
Yeah, it's only because you seem to be. Yeah, I've asked it several times because you seem to be saying 2 different things. Now it's my turn to talk. Like I gave you time to insult me and to repeat your argument of me repeating it 7 times. But the reason I ask you over and over again to see if you answer the same way, because sometimes you answer that it's a physical position of the sun that's below your eyesight or crosshair of your theodolite. And then other times you agree that it's an apparent optical illusion, which causes an apparent position of the sun. Which is it?
Both useful of a good, okay? You need something physically to be there in order to get at some form of optical view of it or some apparent view of it. The light has to physically go from an object towards you in order for you to get the apparent or optical view of it. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but I also understand that the sun could be, you can put a light 10 foot above your head and move the light away from you, and it's going to appear to be at your eye level, but it's still 10 feet above your head. It's just an apparent position of a physical object.
That's why you use a measuring device. And no, you can't have something like a light. Like you can't have the source of light, which is the sun. And we know this because we can measure the heat caused by the photons, caused by the light, caused by the radiation from the sun. We know it has to come from a source. So you can't take the position like the source of that sun. And then you can't say something like, oh, because the optics change, then we can't know the position of that sun. We can know the sun's position by looking at like the shadows on the ground, things like that.
Yeah, I just know
that
this
progresses evenly at 15 degrees per hour across the sky for every single human being, with the exception of refraction causing that to change at the horizon, which doesn't matter because someone further away is still getting that 15 degree per hour precession, which means the sun doesn't actively change the way it presents. It's just a refractive problem.
Yeah, as it goes away from you, it changes 15 degrees in your view. Yeah.
Okay, can you model that out in a way that is true? With
I've already modeled it out with perspective reaching your eye towards your eye level, and then as it keeps going further away from you, light distinction takes a hold, and the more dense medium at the ground at the lowest part of your view starts distorting the image, where you don't get the information of the bottom part of the sun. I've clearly mapped it out. I don't know why you keep asking me over. It's like the 7th time you've asked me the same question, and I'm really upset at you.
What was the answer to that the last 4 times?
I don't know. You just deny it.
Deny
you
what?
deny known optical effects called miraging, optical illusions.
I've never denied that
light being distorted by the atmosphere, the more dense atmosphere.
You're just gaslighting now.
Not really.
Gaslighting.
Not really.
Gaslighting. I've never denied they exist. I never denied they happen. I just deny that they can account for what we see with the sun crossing our eye line.
Well, still denial. I mean, why is the sun so special? Denial of that it could happen because it's in your model.
Because there's limits to things. We know that there are limits to the way refraction can act on Earth.
I'm not talking about just I'm not talking about refraction. That's where you your brain might be shutting down. Maybe it's your brain that's not functioning right. Are you sure it's not your brain?
All of the things you listed are just consequences of refraction. Do you understand that?
You think light distinction is refraction?
Light distinction. What is that again?
Well, let's say light getting absorbed by the more dense atmosphere and the information not reaching the viewer. What about mirroring? What about reflection? What about diffraction? Is that refraction?
Buddy, wait for a second. Wait.
Or am I gaslighting you too much?
The things you listed were things like mirage.
And again, I'm not your buddy, man.
You asked me if looming existed. You asked me if like illusions exist with atmospheric conditions. All of those exist, but they're all subsets of refraction. That's the thing that I'm saying you're gaslighting about. I've never once said they don't exist. I'm just saying they can't account for the observation we have.
So you think a skyline can be lifted up in perfect view when it should be behind the curve due to refraction, but the bottom of something can't be obstructed as it gets far away from you? That seems a little strange to me, man.
I mean, we've seen hundreds of images of skylines being obstructed by the curve of the Earth, despite being refracted. So
I've never seen one of those.
What are you even asking?
I've never seen one thing obstructed bottom up due to the curvature of the Earth. Not once.
I mean, do you want me to send you a video?
Yeah, you can if you want.
Yeah. Jay. I'm pretty sure there was something put out by like Simon Dan or MCQ.
Oh, you didn't
today.
take it? You want to see one
No,
of
I
my
don't.
videos? You want to see
Yeah,
my
go ahead.
video?
Show me one of your videos. Go on.
Okay, you ready?
Unlike you, I don't care about whether I take the video or someone else.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know you just want to trust other men. It's fine, man. Many people do it.
Not trusting other men. It's trusting that someone takes a video of something. It'll show that that's a video of something.
No, it's a video of what you're
I have
biased
videos
towards. I understand that. I respect that. Cool.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
Well, you're going to fit your you don't know what bias is?
I know what bias is, but how is looking at a video and like looking at the actual contents of the video a bias towards anything?
Well, if it fits your bias, you're going to support it more than if it doesn't fit your bias. That's pretty elementary. Well, I can't help you then. I can't help you.
So, like, if I see something and it fits my bias, what am I just going to like? I'm only going to talk about that video and not other videos that don't.
It seems to be. Yeah, it seems to be. You're talking about obstruction of things bottom up due to Earth curve, and it can't happen any other way. That's a strange stance to take.
No, I've explained the observation that I have that can't happen in any way that you've described. It can only happen by an apparent change in the elevation of the sun.
Says who? Can
Says
only
me,
happen one way? Please.
It can't be perspective. It can't be any of the refractive conditions are given. So unless you can give me another way, this is the only way it can currently happen. I'm happy.
The only way. What's in between you and the sun?
Any other explanation that you can show fits this observation,
I got 10 different.
Fits the observation. So you can't do that. So just admit you can't do it.
What do you mean I can't do it? I've already done it, and I could go on further. How do you know what's in between you? Dude, I don't know why you feel like you need to cut me off when I'm going to give you other ways which you already said I couldn't do.
It's not saying anything at this point.
I don't think you want to hear me at all. I think you want to hear yourself. Even when you ask me a question, you don't want to hear me. Did you watch the video?
Did you link the video?
I didn't hear you. You're low.
Did you link a video?
Yeah, it's at 740.
Right.
It's in Livestream 1, you know.
Okay, so it's boat ride into the sun. What's this going to show me?
It's going to show a sun appearing to set, going down, and then it's going to stop. Hang on one second.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with my argument, does it?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You still not understand my argument. Are you really this fucking sick?
No, I'm just showing you a video at sea level, which a sun appears. I'll start over. I'm just showing you a video that I took at sea level of a sun appearing to go down, and then it stops going down when it gets about halfway obstructed, and then keeps going away but doesn't go down anymore, and then appears to just blink out.
What does that have to do with my argument? Do you really not understand my argument?
Yeah, this is another way that a sun appears to set.
What the fuck are you talking about? My argument hasn't been about the sun setting. It's about crossing the eye line. I've said this a dozen times. You've asked me the same fucking question again and again and again. Not once have I deviated from the same answer. But yes, these refractive conditions exist. I just disagree that they're what can cause the observation of the sun crossing our eye line, okay? Do you fucking have it now?
Yeah, you don't have to cuss, dude, but you clearly see I'm not underwater. I'm above the water.
I don't understand what this has to do with my argument. My argument is proof. My argument is a logical proof. Your argument can work on both the globe and flat Earth. So it's purely subjective for whether it's evidence of both. Mine can only work on one model.
Well, mine is an optical illusion just like yours. That's the whole point.
How is mine an optical illusion when it's exactly the same no matter what the atmospheric conditions are? The sun will go
That's not true.
No matter what the refractive conditions are. Can you ever show the sun setting without it going past your eye line first?
Well, the sun is going past my eye line here because my eye line is clearly above the water, and the sun is setting clearly below my eye line.
Great. So you agree that the sun always goes below your eye line before setting.
So you agree this does pertain to the argument? Yeah. Welcome to optical illusions created by the atmospheric conditions.
No, if I'm up high and I'm watching the sun cross my eye line before it reaches the horizon, how does the atmospheric condition account for that?
If you're what?
Up high, and then I have my eye line, which is the horizontal off me, 90 degrees off 90 degrees off plumb from me.
Perpendicular.
And I watch the sun go from above to below my eye line. That can't fit the laws of perspective, so it has to be one of your refractive conditions. But how does any of your refractive conditions?
One of my refractive conditions. One of
on the horizon.
You agree that refraction happens, right? Optical illusions happen. So the further up you go, the difference they're going to be. The further down you go towards the horizon, towards a more dense atmosphere, the more different they're going to be there too.
Okay, so you've just said that because refraction happens, that's the cause. Now you need to show me that that's the cause, and not just say because there is something.
What do you mean? You've already agreed that can cause it.
We've never seen, never measured, never experienced on the Earth as like causes light to bend. Only
what are you
if it
talking
can happen
about?
in a magical new way. That's the way you can explain this.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. You've already agreed that refraction occurs. It can loom things up. It can make things appear to sink. Let me show you. I don't know why you're denying it now.
I guess a dozen times. But refraction doesn't do everything all the time with all light. How is
I
refraction
didn't say it did.
to go from above to below eye level when you're high up?
Depends on the conditions.
How is refraction causing it to go from above to below your eye level high up?
Well, you're calling refraction for the first thing. I'm calling it an optical illusion. Now, if you think refraction causes optical illusions, that's on you. That's fine. I don't really put it that way.
So is it the change of the path of light through different densities in the atmosphere? Does that cause the illusion of the sun going from above to below your eye line?
The optical illusions is caused by the conditions. Whatever conditions you want to apply to that. Yeah, you seem to cut me off every time, dude. It's getting irritating.
Dog, I can't mute you all the time. If you continue, dog, listen, if you continue, I'm going to have to keep you on mute, bro. Can't babysit you.
Yeah, I know. You're scared of me, SD. That's why you'll never have an actual argument debate.
No, just don't cut people off, bro.
Can we go back to
You have the floor.
Rakia? So, like...
Hey, dog, you're not running the show here, man. I understand.
Okay. What do the atmospheric conditions do to light?
Yeah, I'm not going to answer your question. I was just talking, man. You cut me off, and then you cut the mod off. Just chill out, dude.
Well, I got to go in like 5 minutes. So I'm just trying to get...
I don't give a shit what you got to do. Don't cut me off. I won't talk for 5 minutes. You've had plenty of chance to talk.
He's muted, Rakia. Go ahead. Take your time. Finish your sentence. Then I'll unmute you, dog. You're not going to keep doing this. I'm telling you.
So I'll try and make it short so you have time to rebuttal, dog. I'm not scared of anything. So if we agree on refraction or optical illusions, then you have to agree due to the conditions, something can appear to rise like the ship appearing to float in the sky, or something can appear to sink like the ship or the sun appearing to be below the water. It's very simple.
Great. So it's not that simple. You're just saying that there is this thing that can happen in a way that we actually understand. We understand how the atmospheric conditions cause the bending of the path of light. Now, you don't want to actually talk about that specifically because A, you probably can't describe it very well, and B, you want to actually walk away from the cause so you can keep claiming that like miraging and illusions or optical illusions or whatever aren't caused by refraction. But refraction is what you're talking about. Refraction is the miraging, refraction is the optical illusion. So you need to show that it is capable for refraction on Earth to cause the sun to go from above to below your eye line, not claim that just because refraction exists and can change the path of light, that it must be able to do the most extreme things to light.
Well, I think we both agree on either model that they do extreme things. I surely do. I can show you bridges and suns that are warped and shaped in different sizes and colors, and you just said that that's what it would do. It would change the shape and the size and the colors of things. That's all I'm saying it does. I'm agreeing with you. You're just disagreeing that it can happen to a certain extent on a flat plane, that it would cut things off at the bottom. Yet you say that over a curved Earth, it will loom them up where you see them clearly. It's a strange phenomenon that you have going here, man.
What is it strange? What don't you understand about it? Like, as you move away from the horizon, refractive conditions are lessened. So if you're high up, looking out over the distance with that lovely, like, horizontal observation from on top of a hill, watching the sun go from above to below your eye line before it even reaches the horizon, how can that happen? And you're saying, like, what? In your video, the sun is actually brought back up for a second. So you have this extended view of the horizon because the light is bent such that it looks like the sun is stopping or going slightly higher. That counteracts what is actually happening when you watch the sun go from above to below your eye line. That's the opposite of the above to below when you're saying that it goes from lower to above.
Well, if you agree that mirages happen, and I think you would also have to agree that distance matters. So as you increase your altitude and you increase your distance that you view in your optical view, that these distortions become more prevalent, and you're still looking through a thick layer of atmosphere. If you're looking down, you're still going to look through a distance of thicker atmosphere than you are at a higher altitude where your viewer is. So I'm not sure what argument we're arguing here.
You're not looking down, you're looking straight forward. And what you're saying is that refraction can cause the sun that is above you to seem to be pushed below your eye line due to refraction, due to the dense atmosphere. But you're also saying that when you're down towards the horizon, it does the opposite. It causes the sun to appear to be pushed up in your eye line.
Not always. Sometimes.
That's what the video shows.
Yeah, I know but it doesn't mean it always happens that way. It depends on the conditions. You've certainly heard me say depending on the conditions, right?
Can you show me any video of the sun appearing to set before it's actually meant to set?
Say that again?
Can you show me an image of the sun appearing to be brought down as it reaches the horizon, so it sets faster?
Brought down, yeah. Every sunset that shows it being blocked from the bottom up.
What on earth sort of answer is that? So your video shows the sun being brought up by atmospheric conditions.
No, I don't think it's been brought up. I think it went down. It appears to be blocked from bottom up in the beginning. But then it stops going.
I'm not talking about blocking. I'm talking about it stopped setting in your video. That's what you said. It appears to stop setting, and then after a bit it appears to set more because there's this looming effect on the image caused by refraction. Can you show the opposite of that?
Well, I said it stopped going down, which if you saw the video, you would see that also. And then, it starts setting by blinking out like it's going further away, like any light would do. And you can see sky below the sun and sky above the sun, and then the sun's in the middle and just blinks out, fades away.
Great. So you admit that your video shows it pausing its setting before it starts blinking out, yeah?
I guess I agree with that. I mean, it appears to go down as it's going away, and then it obstructs bottom up, and then it stops doing that. And then the bottom is... I don't know how you say... so you're saying when I haven't even finished saying what I was saying, dude. Are you in a hurry? I mean, do you need to go? You can come back later. I'll be here.
I am, but you got to the relevant point, and so that's all I care about. I don't care about the obstruction bottom up. All I care about...
This isn't about you, man.
Well, it kind of is. We're having a discussion.
Not really. It's not. Yeah, but we are having a discussion
on my logical proof.
Hey, smart guy. We. So not all about you, right?
Goraki, I muted him.
Yeah, I'm not even
I'm
sure
gonna
where I
unmute
was,
you in a
man.
minute.
Unbelievable how everyone.
I know it's terrible listening. Like it's very bad for the people listening. Dog, you gotta calm down, bro. You gotta calm down. Let Rakia finish. He's being very respectful to you. He goes on mute, then you talk. Very simple. Go on, Rakia.
Yeah, I think I'll just let him. Why don't you give your conclusion, man? Because I don't think we're going to go any further.
My conclusion is perspective would cause it to converge, not drop below eye level, and that the video that you have of the sun pausing before it continues to set is the opposite to the type of refractive index or optical illusion that you'd need to explain that observation. So, one, optical illusions can't explain it to also be consistent with why you think the sun sets at the horizon. And two, it can't be perspective because when you get higher up, it is more obvious that the sun has to pass your eye line before it even reaches the horizon. So because of that, I have a logical proof, which is that there is an observation that can only fit one model. And that observation is that the sun goes from above to below your eye line on the globe because the globe is turning away from the sun at roughly 15 degrees per hour. And so the sun's elevation changes relative to you, and that it's not some optical trick of the sun going away in the distance. So all of this only fits the globe Earth.
Yeah, I'll do my conclusion. I'll agree with you that perspective doesn't allow things to cross your eye line. It just brings it towards your eye line, but there are optical illusions created, especially by the conditions, distance being one of them. So when you increase that distance, the more miraging effects you tend to have. Usually when you're down lower towards the more dense atmosphere, you're going to have more miraging effects, but it doesn't have to be just one thing. And there's not just one type of mirage. This video shows several different types of mirages all in one. It also proves that the Earth isn't rotating by when the sun stops going down. Now, if you say that's a refractive effect due to the conditions of the day, yeah, I would agree with you there. So we agree on a lot of the miraging or refraction effects that do happen, especially at the horizon where the sun actually appears to set. So it always sets on the horizon, which would be where the optical illusions are. The above and below eye line or the crosshairs, I've proven by posting videos and pictures of George Hatton that showed how the horizon can be above the crosshairs. I have these myself too. Jesse Kozlowski, Jesse Gordon has them. I mean, these optical effects are well known. They're studied. They're proven by Globers and flat earthers alike. To know that you're on a ball, you would have to measure that. No one has that. I know you have it, but if you have, give me the tools and methods so I can repeat it. But yeah, that's about it. No, I don't know if he left or is he on mute or whatever, but for a word of advice for people who want to come and give their views, I would leave out the insults because it makes your argument, it just lessens your argument. So that's a word of advice.
I think he left.
Yeah, he said he had to leave in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Man, they got it bad, man. You got to respect it, I guess.
Yeah, it's the model, it's yeah. It's too bad, like with the interruptions. Otherwise, it was a good convo,
Yeah, he makes some good points. I got nothing against his points, but he seems to agree with the miraging a lot, just that it can't happen on a curved Earth to make the sunset or a flat Earth to make the sunset. I mean, I think that's the only difference there. Mirages can do some miraculous things.
If anybody wants to bring up another topic or stay on this one, whatever, feel free. Yeah, like that picture you just posted, Rakia. Like, how could you look at that and not say, okay, definitely it's the atmospheric conditions? Like, how could you not, like, I mean, how is this even a topic? I don't get it.
I don't know. That's 8 miles away. I mean, 8 miles. So just factor in how far you think the sun is. Put whatever number you want. It's more than 8 miles. This is a still structure. It's not even a gaseous structure that could warp or do whatever. This is a concrete and steel bridge that's parallel and straight, yet it appears to curve. The bottom one is a picture of one part of a Marriott hotel complex. You can't see the other parts because they're at different angles. This one's square to the viewer, so it's getting the reflected light. You're getting the info, but it's mirage. The top is mirage onto the bottom, and the sky is mirrored below it. It's a mirroring effect. The water appears to rise towards the eye level of the viewer, and the building appears to float in the sky. We know it's not, i.e. mirage. On other days, it appears just like the ship that's being posted there. The ship that's not mirage, that you can see the bottom waterline, the red part, it's closer. The other ship that's pretty similar in size, I would assume, and probably has a red waterline mark, because most of them do, the oil tankers and freighters. You can't see it because the water is appearing to rise up, and the container ship is beyond that line. It's lower. It's a mirage. I mean, I would say that the ship in the foreground and background, I'd say they're 10 miles at least apart. But they don't have to be. I have shrimp boats that are less than a mile apart, about a half a mile apart, and one of them appears to be obstructed just like that. And neither one of them should be obstructed. You understand? The furthest one shouldn't even be obstructed due to a curvature rate that's given. But yet it appears to be. I don't deny that. I take pictures of it. It's called an optical phenomena, a mirage, optical illusion caused by the conditions of the day. On other days, it doesn't appear like that. As soon as I post it, there'll be trolls in the chat going, more proof of Earth curve. Well, you either live on a tiny Earth. How can they say that if they don't know the viewer height or the distance of the boats? It's amazing, man. It's just a religion. It's just, they have to say it.
Yeah, I remember when Arma did a thing when I told them, the bridge?
Yeah.
He did a thing and he traced the line, and he came up with a 22-mile circumference. 22-mile circumference Earth. Yeah, it's just ludicrous. Yeah. It's a visual effect. It's that simple.
These are two shrimp boats, just like those two large ships. Same phenomena. The only difference is that the boats are close to the beach. I'm on the beach. I'm about 9 feet above the water's edge. The entire island itself is 7 miles long. These boats are not even midway down the island.
Yeah, there's days that I've been on the river and I can see literally 10 miles away following the boat. I have video of it. You see clearly doesn't go down anywhere. You see it all the way down. You see the water, you see, what the propeller makes that stuff there. You see it all the way.
Yeah.
Then there's other days where there's a boat, a tanker, and it's like no more than a mile and a half, 2 miles away, and you see it all wavy, with the heat haze all messed up. The letters are all, it's all depending on the conditions. That's all it is.
No, I just posted the definition of a mirage. They've changed it a little bit, actually. They've updated it. But an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions, especially the appearance of a sheet of water in a desert or on a hot road, caused by the refraction of light in the sky by the heated air.
That's heat haze. Yep. That's what I was talking about with the boat.
They
2
underline,
miles and it's like all wavy.
Yeah, they underline illusion and atmospheric conditions, or atmospheric. Here's another. What is a mirage in simple words? I've never read this, but it says an image produced by very hot air. So it's an image produced. It's not an actual thing of something that seems to be far away but does not really exist, literally. I've never read that before.
Yep, left lane has a good picture there. And under that, heat haze. There's the two definitions right there.
Here's another one, a meaning of mirage, an optical phenomena, especially in the desert or at sea, by which the image of some object appears displaced above, below, or to one side of its true position as a result of spatial variations of the index of refraction of air. Something illusionary, without substance or reality. That pretty much sums it up to me.
Yep.
Illusions. Appearance of an object to be above, below, or to one side its true position. Kind of like the ships that are posted. Example of mirage. One of the most common examples of mirages happens on highways during the summer. A shallow pool of water often seems to be filling the road ahead. The reason for this false image is that the thin layer of heated air forms above the hot black pavement. Even the pictures of the road show it where the sky is mirrored onto the road. I mean, it looks just like the sea.
Yeah, and what you're showing there, left lane, is not a mirage, but it's still due to atmos conditions. If Trevor was here, he'd say, what does he call it? The band?
Ether band?
The ether band, yep.
Yeah, see how that water in the foreground appears to ramp up? And as the boat goes away from you, it appears to get lower and lower.
Optical illusion.
Left lane says, "Here's a mirage because it's mirrored. It's upside down or whatever." But there's different types of mirages. It doesn't have to be upside down. It's a common misconception. We just read the definition. That's a certain type of mirage, but it's not a mirage. Like, it's not the only way a mirage happens. A mirage is any optical illusion, something that's displaced above, below, or to each side of its actual position. It just doesn't get any more easier than that. I mean, y'all can deny the definitions or say it's not reality or whatever, but we're not making up these definitions.
Yep, here's a mirage. Would you say due to heat haze? I think I would explain it. The train, yeah.
Looks like water.
Yep, that's one of my favorite ones. Clearly, there ain't no water there on the tracks, right? Clearly, that's like an effect due to the atmos, maybe heat haze, something like that. So there's various kinds of optical illusions. Hey, Stingray, what's up?
I'm getting pissed off that people don't understand that we only see in 2D. That's what's up.
Oh, no. Don't get Jeremy started now. 2D? Oh, here we go.
It's a foundational principle of fucking of mathematics, geometry, and everything. It's just a foundational principle. If you were to conceptualize a 1D being, they wouldn't be able to see. A 2D being sees in 2D and lives in a so a 2D being lives in a 2D world but only sees 1D with depth inference, which is not seeing it. That's inferring it. It's guessing it. A 3D being lives in a 3D world but only sees 2D with depth inference. That's guessing it. That's making it up. That's not seeing it. A 4D being would see 3D with depth inference. That's not seeing in 4D. That's making up with that's depth inference, but while looking at 3D. And to see a 3D object, you'd see all sides of it simultaneously.
That's neat, except you made all that stuff up because nothing's real except for the 3D reality. There is no 2D being or a 4D being. There's only 3 dimensions. That's it. And everything in this 3-dimensional world is 3-dimensional. There's no such thing as a 1D or 2D or 4D. It's all 3D.
Now there's in our reality everything's 3D, correct? But we see
in reality.
We see and perceive 2D with depth inference. And the reason why you can tell, and the 1D, the 2D character and the 4D character, they're conceptual. They can exist in mathematics and they give you exactly the same answer. Just like you can have a viewer in a 3D program, but you can't see 3D in that 3D program. The only way you can see it is you convert it to 2D in what's called a perspective view transformation, which strips out all the 3D-ness from it and turns it into an XY thing.
Again, the 2D and the 4D beings, they're not real. You said they exist in math. Math is abstract. That's also not real. So I don't know where you're going with that. We're just 3D. I'm not arguing with you. I also think we see in 2D. I'm actually on your side with that. But when you start talking about 2D beings and 4D beings, we're in the fantasy land now.
No, yeah, we can't demonstrate that they exist, but we can demonstrate the principle in mathematics, which is where you can find absolute proofs. Doesn't matter whether the concept is abstract or the subject matter is abstract. Taking away 1 coordinate from 4 coordinates is not abstract. Taking away 1 coordinate from 3 coordinates is not abstract. And the calculations that you do anything with remain the same absent that dimension. So for me to calculate the distance between 2 2D points is the exact same calculation between 2 3D points, just absent a dimension. So you can do dimensional math to demonstrate this.
Yeah, math is abstract. You agree, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that means, what does that mean to you? It means not real to me.
Well, it means it can describe physicality and reality. It is not physical and reality.
Yeah, not real, no doubt. All right.
Yeah, no one says.
I agree. I'm actually on your side of this, Stingray. I'm actually on your side. I also think we see in 2D. Because if you look at a picture, like if you look at something and I snap a picture of it, it's basically the same thing. You're going to see with the picture. You know, you look at the picture, you look at the thing, you're going to see pretty much the same thing. And in that picture, you can only see up and down and left and right. There is no third dimension in that picture.
Yeah, nice. Well, the daft thing is, it isn't that I need anybody to agree with me. This isn't even my opinion. It's scientific fact. It's not my opinion. That's what's amazing.
Yeah. What's amazing is both you guys think that you see in 2D in a 3D world. That's what's amazing.
Essay, you are just taking the piss now. I can hear it in your voice.
No, if I am, it's towards both of you guys.
All right. So here's the premise. Essay, we see in 2D and we infer depth. Now, when we infer depth, that means we're not seeing it, we're guessing it. But we're guessing it based on a lot of premises and a lot of data. I might guess depth based on, I know the size of an object, I know the size of another object. I might guess depth on, well, I know the floor's flat and this road's flat and this thing's further away on the road, therefore it's further away. I might guess depth at, well, I have to focus further away here. I might use all of that, including lighting and shading, to guess depth. But I am just guessing depth. Because the difference, the difference or the principal premise of this is, I can walk out and show you a square perpendicular to your vision. I can never fool you that that's not a square, no matter how I orientate it in that perpendicular vision on that 2D plane. It is impossible for me to fool you into saying that's not a square. Now, I can walk out and show you a cube and fool you into thinking it's a diamond and it's a square with no depth, even though it's a cube.
I told you, Stingray, the proof for this is those videos where they'll paint or draw something and it looks real, they'll do all the shading right, and you can't tell if it's real, like a real bag of Cheetos or a picture.
Yeah.
Until they like swipe the pencil over it or show you the piece of paper or something. That's the absolute proof that we can't see in 3D. Because if we could see in 3D, that wouldn't be a thing that we could fool you with, because you would just know that's not 3D.
I think that's proof you can be fooled.
Yeah, but to strengthen, if you look at the definition of a dimension or comprehending a dimension, I think Rocket Man said this, and it's really good, is absent all other external factors, which would include parallax, you moving your head around, you walking around, and even lighting, you can tell 2D shapes. You can't discern 3D shapes, which is principally the same thing that you've just said, Jeremy.
Yeah, buddy.
Rocky, the proof you can be fooled, though, it's proof you can be fooled. But if you could see 3D in 3D, if you saw with all 3 dimensions, you wouldn't get fooled. That's the proof that you don't see in 3D.
Nah, I'm seeing in 3D right now. I have a water bottle in front of me. It's a 3D object. I see all 3 dimensions of it.
You can see 3D objects. You can observe and appreciate, and how you put it, Stingray, you can kind of deduce that object is 3D. But to be able to see in 3D, in 3 dimensions, means, like Stingray said, that you need to be able to discern that object is 3D without any other external factors. If that object was perfectly evenly lit in a void, you'd still be able to tell it's 3D, but you wouldn't. Therefore, you cannot see in 3D, but you can discern 3D objects.
Yeah. So Rakia, you're correct in saying you can tell it's 3D. And you can tell it's 3D because of loads of fucking different factors, yeah? Probably, well, you could be fooled, but let's just say, put the fool shit to the side for 2 seconds. You live in a 3D reality. You can touch things and get 2D touch points that assemble into, distances and coordinates in 3D. So that can that you're fucking reaching for is a 3-dimensional object. 100%. That is not the question. The issue is you do not see 3D, nor does your mind comprehend it. You infer depth with 2D. Your mind can realize that it's 3D and that it's a 3D object, but you can never see that. We are not equipped in our reality to see 3D, but we see 2D with depth and we can comprehend it's 3D.
Well, I'm calling the depth 3D.
Oh yeah. So the example to that would be if you can see. So let's take a cube. Yeah. Oh no, let's take a square. I show you a square, but I say to you, hey, this isn't a square, it's a 3D object. Now, I'm only showing you a square, and you've got the full detail left to right and up and down, and you can see that it's a square. Now, even if I tilt it slightly to the side and you can see down one side of it and think, oh, hang about, that looks like, a perspective cube. I know that's a cube. But then I turn it round and it's actually a wedge shape. Now, you couldn't see 3D or else you'd know that it's a wedge. You can see that it's 2D with depth, and you made up that it was a cube. That making something up is not seeing it.
I'm not making up. This bottle's right here. It's a bottle. It's 3D.
I know it's I know it's a bottle.
Reach to it. I can go to the other edge. I can go to the front edge, the back edge. I can grab it. I'm not feeling it. Like
Rakia, again, I agree.
See what I'm grabbing.
Rakia, I agree. Because you can move around in three-dimensional space, you can for certainty tell that object's a 3D object. That's not the question. The question is, in order to see in 3D, and this is a hard concept to understand because you can actually imagine it. When you're looking at that bottle, if you were to see it in 3D, 3 dimensions, you would see you'd be able to read the label on the back and at the front at the same time and look at all sides and top and bottom. And that's not what we can do.
No, I can't read the label on the side, but or where the 2D would end, but it doesn't mean it's not 3D object that I'm viewing.
No, it's always a 3D object. It's about our vision and what we can comprehend.
Yeah, I'm seeing it as a 3D object.
Yeah, if there was a water bottle, a real water bottle, and you got a hyper realistic painter to paint a water bottle on a wall with all the shading and shit, you wouldn't be able to, without moving, just looking at it, you wouldn't be able to tell which one's the real one and which one's the fake one.
Yeah, I don't deny optical illusion. I'm a big proponent of it. Our minds are easily tricked.
I know, but that optical illusion, if you could see in 3D, you would know which one's the real water bottle. But you can't because you only see 2 dimensions, left, right, and up and down. That's it.
Left, right, and up and down. I see depth of this bottle. I can see through it. I can see the lid has depth.
Okay, but what about when the guy? But what about when the guy paints the one on the wall and you can't tell?
I'm not being fooled with this bottle. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the 3D aspects of this bottle. That's how I know it's 3D. I know I can also be fooled by a special painter or angles or mirrors. Yeah, optical illusions happen. But this is not an optical illusion. Could it be? Yeah, but it's not. I put it there. It's 3D. I drank out of it.
We know the bottle's 3D. The point of the optical illusion is not that you can be fooled. Well, maybe it is. It's the fact that you can be fooled. But if you saw it in 3D, you wouldn't be able to be fooled. That's the point. Do you understand?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, but I'm seeing this object in 3D. The one that I'm not being fooled on, it's definitely being seen in 3D. I see the depth. If you say that's what makes it 3D, the depth, I see it. I can actually put a measurement towards it.
You're not wrong. If you call depth as seeing the 3rd dimension, then colloquially, 100% correct. I agree with you. But in geometry, when we say a dimension, we mean we can see that entire dimension, not a single data point on it. And the weird thing is you're just seeing depth as one unit. Yeah, just one instance of depth. Let's say we're looking at solid objects. One unit of depth, not all the units of depth along that dimension. So you're not comprehending that dimension. You're actually comprehending, and this is very important, comprehending one data point of that depth. But the weird thing is, you're not exactly seeing depth. You're inferring it based off many things. It might be you know that it's a bottle. It might be that you've touched it. It might be that there's lighting and shading. It might be that, but you don't need any of those outside factors to discern 2D. So you're seeing in 2D and inferring depth and realizing that it's 3D. Seeing in 3D would be to see every side of a box simultaneously in one view.
Well, I understand that if that's what 3D is, but I'm definitely seeing the depth. So if that's what 3D is, I'm definitely doing that. So maybe we see partially in 3D.
Yeah, they actually.
Look,
I mean, wait a minute, Jeremy. They actually call it 2.5D, which I disagree with as well. But we see in 2.5D.
Okay, well there you go. I see it in 2.5. But it's definitely more than 2D. This bottle is not 2D. It's whatever it is. It's not 2D. How about that?
Listen. If you take a picture, say you're looking at your family, you're looking at your living room wall or something. You're looking at it. We take a picture of it. You look at the picture. You're seeing the same thing, right?
Yeah.
You're seeing the same thing in the picture. Yes. That picture only has 2 dimensions to it, up, down, and left and right.
Maybe. But a sculpture of my family would be 3D, right? It has depth, and I can see that depth.
I've just thought of something. If you had someone who is blind their entire life, and let's say for some reason couldn't touch objects, so they couldn't discern depth or kind of what dimension it was by touching, and then you suddenly gave them vision, would they be able to perceive 3D? Now, this isn't a trick question. I genuinely don't know. Just a little open thought experiment because I'm curious what people think.
Or 2.5D, whatever you want to call it. It's more than 2D is all I'm saying. I mean, you can't prove to me. I'm looking at the top of the bottle. I see the top edge and the back edge. It's not 2D. It's not just length and I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It's more than 2D. So whatever you want to call it or not call it, it's fine with me. I don't see in 2D. I see more than 2D. I can't tell you what you see in. I see in more than 2D.
I mean, I can only see up, down, and left, right, just like the picture. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can see.
Well, I'm sorry, you're missing out.
It's just what everyone sees. Everyone sees, just like you said. There's your family's in front of you. You take a picture of your family. You're essentially seeing the same image.
That's a picture. I'm talking about a 3D object, like a bottle that's right in front. Hear it? Water bottle right here. I set it on my table. It's still a water bottle. It doesn't turn into a 2D object. I see it. I see all the dimensions that I can see, and it's more than 2D. Call it what you want. You can't disprove that. I'm doing it right now. I have hats on the table. They're not 2D. Checkbook, got a Bible, paper towel, none of which are 2D.
Yeah, nothing's 2D. There's no such thing as 2D object. But the way we see left to right and up and down, that is 2D.
I'm seeing more than that. I'm seeing the depth of it.
You can't see more than that. All you can see is up, down, and left and right. You see an image.
I definitely see a 3D image. Absolutely. I definitely see more than what'd you say? Width and length and breadth. What'd you say?
Yeah. Bro, look out right now. You can only see up and down and left and right. There's nothing else to see.
It's not true. I see the top of the bottle going away from me. Depth.
Yeah, you see from the bottom of the bottle to the very top of the bottle, you can see. That's all you see, up and down, right?
No, I see more than that. I'm telling you right now, I see it. I can tell it's round. I can tell it has a lid of a certain distance. It's 3D.
We know the bottle's 3D. That's not in contention. The thing is,
let me explain it to you this way. My brain is interpreting the information from that 3D object to be a 3D object. I don't know what your eyes and your brain is doing, but my eyes are telling me that this has depth. I can confirm it.
As a question, are you discerning that object is 3D purely from just the geometry of the object, or are you using the lighting, the shades, the converging lines to interpret that object is 3D?
No, I have no idea. I can see that. I can actually give you a estimated value of how deep the lid is and how wide the bottle is from front to back. Not left to right. I can do it left to right too, and top to bottom, and front to back. Depth. Maybe I'm special.
I think it comes down to. I think it comes down to semantics, though. Like I say, if you think you see depth, and depth is 3D, then you can say that you see 3D. But if you see the third dimension in the same way that you see the first and second dimensions, then you would see every single side of that bottle simultaneously.
Well, I don't do that.
And you wouldn't be fooled with optical illusions.
Well, I understand that point. I get it. But I say we're easily fooled with optical illusions. So whatever that means, but I can't see what's on the back side of this bottle. I can see through it, right? Which also proves there's depth because I see the other side of this clear bottle, depth.
Well, actually, I mean, transmission or translucency doesn't infer that you can see a quantitative measure of depth. You still infer that. So it's not the same as, if I took a photo through a bottle or through something, a fish tank, you name it, but you can see through to the other side. It might be a little bit hazy and all that kind of shit. But we can see the whole left to right and up and down of the fish tank. Now, just because you can see all the way through to the back and see through the liquid and see through the fucking two boundary pieces of glass doesn't mean that you can measure that quantitatively. But even in a static 2D image, you can measure the amount of degrees left to right in that image and up and down because they're quantitative. You can say that it's 3 times high, 3 times wider than it is high. Really easy.
Totally agree.
You can't do that with the depth.
Yeah, human eyes are not great at depth perception. Doesn't mean we can't perceive 3D. It just doesn't. I'm doing it right now as we speak.
Yeah. So you perceive depth, and you know it's 3D. You don't perceive 3D or visualize 3D, or else that would be every single dimension.
Well, I get it. I get your point. So it's 2.5D. Like I said, whatever you want to call it, it's more than 2D. I can 100% guarantee tell you that any object in this room that you point at, I can tell you if it's 2D or 3D. And if you don't believe me...
Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to post... Racket, are you on the computer or can you see the chat? I'm going to post something and you can tell me what's what. Give me a sec.
No, I said in my room, in reality, not in a painting or a picture or on the phone or a computer-generated image or whatever. I'm talking about objects.
Yeah. No. I mean, you can, but you do it with like parallax, stereoscopical convergence. You do it with knowing that the object's there. You can do it with touch. There's loads of things that allow you to, and I'm sorry, but it is guess that it's got depth. That's all it is. Guess that it's got depth.
I'm a good guesser.
Yeah. No, well, you can be. You can be fooled. You can be wrong, but you can. But ordinarily, we're quite good. But that guess isn't. Oh, here we go. Oh, by the way, Sean, you were breaking up. Still breaking up. No, Sean, your internet signal's about as strong as your fucking argument. It's really bad.
You just got roasted.
No,
got him.
I'm trying to trigger him to sound like a robot more. I really am.
Is it any better?
I'd love to say no, but that would be me being as dishonest as saying I can see in 3D. So, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so we figured this out yesterday. Stingray spends so much time in front of a screen, he refuses to look in reality. So everything about what he's talking about is always on the screen, on your phone. He has only a 2D thinking. He doesn't understand that 3 dimensions in which I'm looking at a cup right now, Stingray. I can see its depth. I can see it is a 3D object. You said it. You live in a 3D world. If I can perceive things with 3D, then I can see 3D.
So perceiving, realizing,
and we also go down. And Demon Stride also explained very clearly exactly how the process of being able to perceive something to be 3D works in your brain.
No. Okay. Sean, I am not disagreeing that you can realize that something is 3D, that you know that you live in a 3D world, that you can see something has depth or volume. or that you can comprehend that it's a physical object in a 3D world. That is not the contention. The point of contention is you will never see 3D. You see 2D with depth inference and then guess all the other shit. That's it. You guess all the other shit.
Okay, so then the best you'll get is like your 10K, 4K stuff. Is it's more than 2D, right? Like you just said.
Yeah, because just as much as a 2D character can see 1D in depth, a 3D character can see 2D in depth. So yes, it's more than just flatness, but we need outside influences. We need lighting. We need parallax. We need convergence. We need our own cognitive recollection of what should be this in our 3D reality to construct that. But when you construct like what I disagree with is when you say you can construct a 3D image in your head, I don't even know what the fuck that means. A 3D image of a can is simultaneously the entire surface.
This has already been explained. You ignore the reality of what we're talking about.
No, it hasn't been explained. I presented you multiple pieces of evidence from physicists.
I will let Demon Stride know that it was not explained to you 13 times yesterday.
It was explained to me that you were trying to get out of saying that we can comprehend and see 3D in our mind, and we can't. End of. We can comprehend something is 3D.
Wait.
We cannot see it as 3D.
No, that's not where that conversation was. That conversation went to the fun realm of 4D. And in the chat talking about how you can't even perceive 4D, and then you said
a 4D being will see 3D in depth. A 3D being will see 2D in depth.
I hear your words, but
a 2D being will see one dimension in depth. But that depth is inference. It is not seeing depth because in order to see it, the same as a dimension, it would be you'd have linear data points, which you don't.
Okay, do the path from an object to what you perceive. What's the path of that? How does that work? Remember we talked about that? This is the 14th time we've gone through this part. Go ahead.
So when what an example that I gave of seeing an object?
No, basically the one Demon Strike gave you 13 times. I want to hear that one. It wasn't.
He doesn't see in 3D, but when you use stereoscopic vision, you see the depth, and in your mind you see it.
That's not what he said. How he explained it.
Well, that's what. Well, you were. That's what he said to me last. Put it that way.
No, not true.
Very true.
No.
Because he watched. What he did is he agreed that he doesn't see 3D like a 4D being out of that Veritasium video. To which I replied, the 4D being is fucking irrelevant. The 4D being seeing 3D is irrelevant. It's not as a 4D being; it's seeing 3D.
Okay.
Take off the 4D being. You do not see 3D. You don't comprehend it. There you go.
What happened is he explained very clearly that the 3D object that's sitting in front of you, your eyes, quote unquote, register it, right? Your brain then takes that 2D image and it makes it so you perceive it as a 3D image, correct?
You comprehend it's 3D in a physical world. You do not see it as a 3D image.
Okay.
Incorrect.
You perceive it. Like, oh, jeez.
Isn't that what Sean said?
Perceiving something or comprehending.
That's exactly what I said.
Wait a minute, listen. No.
Just waiting to talk.
Comprehending is not the same as seeing it in your mind. Or realizing something is 3D is not the same as saying, I've got a 3D image of it. It's not.
Why do you keep adding words and not listening?
Well, the whole thing started, Sean, when you said because you've got two eyes, you see in 3D.
Just say your part. But I am saying words and I am responding, and you're just not hearing my responses.
Okay,
what
Sean.
happens is,
Okay. Let me
when
ask
you
this.
respond,
Let
it
me ask
sounds
this.
like you're just reading off a script.
I'm not. I'm playing with a
No.
USB-C
Why?
cable.
Then you should
Can
focus.
I try to bridge?
Because I'm
Can I try to
saying
bridge the
words.
gap here? Hey, Sean and Stingray, I think you both would agree that what our brain gets from our eyes are 2D images, and then
correct.
our perception turns that into a 3D version of what our internal model of what you're seeing is 3D, and
absolutely incorrect.
Out of what do you mean?
I mean, there is nothing about the 3D.
Again,
You've never. Oh my God,
I want
Sean,
you to
can I just
understand
finish
this,
talking, please?
This conversation.
He's asked me
because this
what
conversation
he asked me what I
doesn't
mean.
involve you responding. It involves him saying his version of it and not hearing anything you say.
No, he just asked me, what do I mean?
I did, yeah.
Go
Go ahead.
Yeah,
well, no, apparently I'm just supposed to listen. Weird.
You should. Because then when you respond,
I did until he asked a fucking question, Sean.
Right. Let him answer.
Right. So no, you've never seen a 3D image in your head, nor have you seen a 3D image in reality. You don't have the ability to see a 3D image in your head.
That's not what I said. I'm saying
told you.
that like we
you.
build a 3D version of what we're seeing. Like in your mind, when you see an object that is close to you, you get both 2D images from both of your eyes, and your brain uses those two images to create like this 3D construct, right? This 3D understanding of that image. I didn't say build a 3D image, but you do have an internal model of what you're seeing that is three-dimensional, right?
You can comprehend it's 3D, and then you can visualize what you comprehend as that 3D in 2D constructs with depth. That's all you can do. You cannot comprehend the full 3D or dimensional nature of it. No.
Right, not the full 3D, but we have like our internal perception of those things we are looking at. It's a three-dimensional internal perception, even though we don't have the complete.
I mean, I'll go with you on this, Bacon. If you're saying that you infer that something is 3D but don't know, and you can infer or imagine something has volume, depth, and detail at the other side, but you don't know, then I'm fine with that, because that's just guessing and inference, and that's what we do very well, and that's also why we can be fooled with anything that's three-dimensional. So yes, we can comprehend it's 3D. We do not see it, we make it up, and that's inference based on many different inputs.
Right, yeah, but that's exactly what I was saying.
Oh yeah, then I agree with you. But Sean's saying that Sean, and this all started out with Demon and Sean first saying we see in 3D. And then it went to we see in 3D.
And then it was
3D image. Wait a minute, a 3D image in our mind. And now it's, I don't know what it is now, to be honest. I lost what we're saying.
I think let's just replace the word. Let's just replace the term 3D image by like a 3D understanding or a 3D whatever. I mean, there's a three-dimensional thing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we definitely have a three-dimensional perception of the objects. It's just not a direct one.
Every time I say perceive, he changes perceive to construct, see, and he makes all these other ways of me saying it. And it literally is how I said it a minute ago. And you went, yeah, Sean's saying right. He just argues against something different.
It sounded to me like you're both saying the same thing, right? So it didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, but we haven't been saying the same thing all along. I promise you that.
All right.
I promise you that what I said is how we've been. Okay, in the very beginning, when it very first started, I was saying I see in 3D. When it was explained exactly how I perceive that and why I think that way, it was explained better. Again, this is not the first time we're talking about this. This isn't even the fucking fifth time we're talking about this. So he does understand what was meant to be said, but he's holding on to the very first time it was talked about, even though he knows it's been better explained.
Okay, maybe I am stuck on the point because you said we see in 3D, and I absolutely oppose that, and then you got onto me. But let me ask you a few questions then.
Thank you for conceding.
Do two 2D images from our eyes, parallax or lighting and shading, give us any kind of third dimension.
Jeremy, can you tell things are 3D?
Well, that's not fair.
Sorry, say that again.
Well, that's a different question.
Can you tell things are 3D?
No, nobody can unless you move or touch them.
No, that's
no. Okay.
No.
Okay, look. So look, Jeremy, I'm asking you
Nobody
this
sees in
question
3D.
for a reason. If you put a cup on the table right now, can you tell does that cup look like a fucking painting that has no shading on it? Does it look like a picture?
Humans do
If
not
I
see
put a
in
cup
3D.
on it, go ahead, Snacks.
Why is that? So I was asking Jeremy the question.
What was the question? If I put a cup, dude, if I put a cup on the table, yeah, of course I know it's 3D. I put it there. The thing is, if I walk into a room, if I'm just standing there, hold on, Sean. If I'm just standing there and someone opens a slider to a room and there's a cup on a table, I can't tell if it's 3D. You can't tell if it's 3D. Nobody can until we either move or go touch the cup.
That's not true at all.
See,
Dude,
that's where we still
have you ever
disagree,
seen those
Sean.
illusions? Have you ever seen those illusions where they draw something and you can't tell? Hello?
Mm-hmm. Do you understand that is an artist literally making that happen? Like, you have to do certain tactics to make that illusion.
Yes, I understand that. And the point is that you can't tell if it's the illusion or not unless you move or touch the thing.
Yes, you can. That's not true.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
That's not true. No, you can't.
That is absolutely true. You can't tell until you move or touch the object.
Yeah, it's like
you can't tell.
stuff like that. What Seafoam just put in. Yeah, you can. If you're looking at it on a table and you haven't walked up to it, you still can tell. That illusion only happens because you're looking at it on your phone.
You can tell depth. You still might be wrong, but you can't tell depth without parallax. Parallax is one of the things our brain uses to infer depth. So even if you're not moving, you have other cues to how much depth there is on something. And it's not that by moving then you just one more sec. It's not that when you're moving then you're sure what the depth is, because there are certain objects, even if you move, it gives the opposite impression of the depth. So you still might infer the wrong depth even by moving. Yeah, go ahead.
The fact that optical illusion even exists proves that you can't see in 3D. Otherwise, you wouldn't be fooled. It wouldn't be an illusion. You wouldn't be able to get tricked.
So
there would be no trickery.
Okay,
there would be no trickery to be able to be had because. Go ahead, John.
Okay, so you're telling me that when you look around the world, the real world, your room right now, that room looks like the picture illusion?
Only if you're moving. If you were still, Sean, it would seem.
No, I'm still right now looking around my room.
Even if you're still,
I'm still looking around my room right now, and it does not do that. I can tell everything is away from me. I can tell things have shape. I can see that it has dimension. I can see it has depth everywhere around my room, and I'm not fucking moving.
But Sean,
what Jeremy said is also correct.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, when you look at, no one is saying that when you look around a room, you do not comprehend that you live in a 3D world and there's fucking depth. No one says that. What science says is that depth is inference. You are guessing. And okay, you're building a construct in your mind of that depth.
Not guessing, it's perceiving. Not guessing, it's perceiving.
There is no difference in the light that hit your retina if it came from a meter or 50 fucking meters. You do not see depth. You do not see distance that way. You comprehend that there is distance, and you infer that distance. You do not see it.
I'm looking at a bottle of water, and it has a label around it, and I can see its depth. It doesn't look like one of those illusions. It doesn't look like a picture. I see it has depth. I perceive it has depth. That's better for you.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, what
that's
can you
better.
see with the bottle? You're looking at the bottle. You can see from the bottom of the bottle to the
Front,
top of
the
the cap,
back,
right?
and
Hold
the
on,
front to the
hold on,
back.
Sean. Sean, hold on. Just follow
You
me real
asked me a
quick.
question.
Yeah, can you see? Can you see from the bottom of the bottle to the top of the bottle, right? The very tippy top of the cap, right?
Yep.
And then you see from the left of the bottle to the right of the bottle, right?
Yep.
Okay, what else can you see?
The front and the back.
You can't see the back of the bottle.
You fucking out your mind? I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking
You
at the
can see the
label
back of
that's
the
on the
bottle.
back of the bottle.
I put a bottle in
You want
front
me to
of
take a
you,
picture?
and I draw a letter on the back of the bottle.
Oh
You
no!
can see what letter
How
that
about
is?
this, buddy? I'll take a picture, and then you can ask me if I'm fucking crazy or not. Because you asked me if I can see the bottom of the fucking bottle. I'm literally looking at it right now. Watch.
That's something you can see through. Is that what you're
And again, yes.
Okay, make it a can. Make it a
But
beer
I'm answering
can.
your question.
That's not what we're on about, Sean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know
The
what?
thing is,
if it's not on about it, okay. Let me ask you something. No, hang on.
Well, how much of
Do
the
I
moon
see
can
that?
you see at
Do I
once?
see that?
Can you see more than half of the moon at
Do
once? You ever see like
I?
270 degrees of it?
Do I see? Okay, thanks, Snack. Do I see this clear bottle in 3D?
No, because the interesting thing is, I could change the transmission effect of light through the glass and the liquid and extend that bottle back 50 foot, but make it look like you could gauge that it's cylindrical, but make it visually
Okay,
look
well,
that it
guess what?
isn't.
Right
Now, if
now,
you could sit, please let me finish.
Stingray.
Now,
Stingray.
if
The
you could see
bottle
in 3D,
is
you'd
2
see.
feet from me,
Oh, okay.
and it's regular.
Sean, let him. I know you're excited, bro, but please let him get a sentence out, bro. It's Stingray.
Yeah, that's your Glober boy.
That's your boy.
Don't no. There's a rift.
Nope, Sean's your boy.
No, I do love Sean. He's like one of those little pets that you keep around. No, I love shit. No, sorry, Sean. Oh no, I upset him.
See what you did, Stingray?
I know that's my fault. But I was doing it in jest in my defense.
You should have
No,
continued when he got muted.
He was just short of calling him Fizzgig from Dark Crystal. Little Muppet.
Shame, Stingray. Shame.
I know, but like I say, this isn't even my
I don't
opinion.
think Sean. I don't think Sean is a different understanding. I only think he's using the wrong vocabulary for it. And you guys
Yeah,
are
maybe.
picking up on that. Yeah, that's what I
But I
see.
mean,
happening.
but Bacon. If I explained it this way, tell me what's wrong with this explanation. If I'm on a 2D plane and I see, and I've only got vision on that plane, but I can move in X and Y, and I can see in a direction on that plane. It doesn't matter whether I've got parallax with me, I can move side to side. It doesn't matter whether there's a light source on there that lights something on that 2D plane. There is a square on that 2D plane. Let's say, for instance, the closest point of that square is one of the edges, one of the corners of that. I would see a straight line, but I would get inference of that depth if there was a lighting source there. I would be able to imagine that that is actually a square while being on that sheet and only seeing a line. I could do that, and I could walk around it as well, and I could see that it's a square. What I couldn't tell is if it was a teardrop at the other side, I'd still think it was a square. Now, as a 3D being looking at that 2D shape, there's no way you can fool me that that isn't a square. And
I don't know why you're explaining that to me. I mean, I understand that.
No, I'm explaining it. I'm explaining it to say, is there anything wrong with that explanation? Do you agree with it?
No, yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I said I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with what anyone's saying. All I'm saying is that Sean was using the wrong vocabulary.
I think you're in the wrong arena. You need to disagree with more people.
Oh,
that again was a joke.
I got it. But yeah, like Sean was using the term seeing instead of inferring, and I think that's all. I don't think we're disagreeing on that what's actually happening. I just think.
Oh no, I absolutely know that. I absolutely know that, Bacon. And like I said to Demon and Sean yesterday, or in the heat of it, like a day previous, do I see a 3D image in my mind? And they said yes, and that is utterly fucking wrong. I've never seen a 3D image in my life. My brain can't even comprehend a 3D image.
Yeah, but I don't think they mean what that sentence says exactly. I think they just mean that you have a three-dimensional perception. Not that
you think you're
you see
virtual
it.
reality? You're Lawnmower Man, son?
I think it's just a vocabulary thing. I just don't have the right vocabulary to talk about it.
I mean, there is a Veritasium video that says that someone linked that explains all of it, and he actually even explains Jeremy's thing with illusions and stuff as well. And I think it explains fucking rockets as well, in saying, when absent all other things, you can't tell. But even with all of that and the correct terminology in that video, Demon and Sean still use the wrong shit in what they're saying, and then say that when they look at a bottle, they see it as 3D. Even when in all of those videos it says, comprehension is not seeing, and you're not seeing the third dimension. You only see in 2 dimensions.
If there's a can of Coke in front of you, right, you're looking at a can of Coke. You can see from the bottom of the can to the top of the can. That's 1 dimension, right? You can also see from the left side of the can to the right side of the can. That's another dimension. There's no more to see. You can't see anything else. You can't.
Not really how it works, but
What you mean? You can see? Is there? Well, name the third dimension that you can see.
It kind of is how that works, Bacon. We've only got reference points. We've got angular size of things in a coordinate system of degrees, left to right, up and down, and that's it.
I know. I mean, yeah, I'm saying from the start, are the image we get in our eyes, that our eyes send to our brains, are 2D images. They're 2D scanning of what we're looking at, and then all we can do is infer the depth of the original thing we're looking at. And
exactly.
Sometimes we infer it right, and sometimes we infer it wrong.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, could I fool you by looking at a square that's perpendicular to you? Can I rotate that in any way and not use like motion or motion blur? Can I rotate that in any way in a perpendicular 2D plane showing a facing side of a solid square and fool you at all? The answer's no.
What about like the moon? Seems to always face one direction.
Yeah, we see the moon as 2D.
You reckon you reckon they could fool you with that?
There's a liberation, right? Like if you get 2 different people far away from each other, they don't see exactly the same face of the moon. There's the face that you both see, it kind of overlap by a lot, but there's some like tiny part of the moon that one sees that the other doesn't. Right?
It is orientated in different ways, but it generally has the same formation and pattern form on it upon the surface. Correct?
Yeah. What I'm saying is that there's not like it's not exactly the same face. There's a slight variation. What is that's called like the aberration, I think.
Nah. What do you mean? Like based on the observer, like where you are on the Earth, looking at it?
Yeah, the description I just gave you, like you have 2 observers very far away from each other on the surface of the Earth. They both take a high resolution picture of the moon. If you try to compare them, don't match exactly. One has a bit of extra face of the moon compared to the other one.
Okay. All I'm trying to point out is that as I was listening to this conversation, we're talking about observations between 2D and 3-dimensional objects. The curiosity is that can we be fooled because we see in 2D, yet we are 3-dimensional beings. So we can move around an object and get different perspectives of it. Funnily enough, though, if you look at the moon, you get one perspective.
Okay, well, according to this, Bacon, just for your thing, according to this, we see 1.83 degrees of difference between the extents, the supposed extents of either side of the globe looking at the same moon 250,000 miles away. So 1.83
I think that would
degrees.
be the. Is that like the max? Like if you have two antipodal.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%, yes.
Right. Okay, so it's usually going to be less than that, right?
Oh god, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, makes sense. But yeah, an interesting thought experiment. Like talking about this scene 2D or scene 3D. No bats. They use sonar, right? Do they form an image? Like, do they have like the same way we have a perception comes from our eyes of
Are
our
you seriously
environment?
trying to squirm that way with echolocation? Come on.
Yeah, because they do form
Shut
like
up.
a three-dimensional perception of their environment, but they do it directly. Like our brain gets, like our eyes gets this 2D scan of it, and we have to infer depth from it. Pets already have it like directly. The timing of the sonar is already a direct measurement
You're
of
talking
depth.
about LiDAR bacon sort of thing?
Yeah. So if you have the timing of, like, if you're using light that you're sending yourself, you also have the timing of that light.
It still doesn't see. LiDAR doesn't go through objects, bro.
I'm not saying it does. I'm not saying
You
you
will
get
need
a
multiple
complete.
perspectives to create a
I'm not implying
three-dimensional
that.
render. You
I'm
need
not
multiple.
implying
You need
that.
multiple perspectives.
I'm not
I
implying you
said it.
can see through things. I'm not saying you have a complete three-dimensional. Like if you're staring at the object, you don't see what's behind it with LiDAR. But with LiDAR, the data you're getting from LiDAR is already three-dimensional, even though you don't have a complete picture of it.
Is it just me, or is he breaking up?
Yeah, it's literally his logic's breaking up.
Yeah, I'm just curious, Bacon. If you can't understand the simple concept of how the human eye works and only sees in 2D, how can we take your word for the shape of the Earth, bro?
Didn't I say that our eyes see 2D like 1,000 times already? What do you mean I don't understand it? I literally said that like 1,000 times.
What's your problem, bro?
Can I add a little dimension here to a little bit of this discussion between the two-dimensional and the three-dimensional? I think that there may be an extra element going on between the two dimensions, and that is that there's time taking place. So if you see a ball coming towards you, it's almost like your biological reaction. You don't even think, you just try to get out of the way. And I think that that's because you're seeing, like, yeah, it's a two-dimensional object, but because of the course of time, you can imagine, like, it's almost like your mind can expand into the three-dimensional realm we happen to inhabit. And because you can take multiple successions of 2D dimensions, like, you can quickly create a three-dimensional sort of understanding about what's going on around you in the world. And as a consequence, you perceive these things. Except for the moon. That thing's always two-dimensional, man. It's just...
That's the inference we are talking about so far. Like whenever we are saying that we can infer depth, that's exactly what we're talking about. What have we been talking about?
Sure, but it's only due to a course of, like, I think, an interaction with time, because we experience the two-dimensional world, or we perceive the three-dimensional world through the two-dimensional observation, but because it happens over time, I'm suggesting that our mind then constructs the 3D world around us as a consequence. Like, when I'm working with tools, I'm not just looking at the two-dimensional. I know what's kind of going on behind it because I've had a look behind and I can sort of imagine. So your imagination then begins to take over. And you construct a three-dimensional world through the two-dimensional experience.
My question to Stingray would be if we can say that bats can see in 3D. Like, it makes sense that you lose one dimension. You lose one dimension. If you're seeing,
they see just like us.
You lose one dimension if you're trying to see things like cameras work. So you're pretty much just scanning what light the light that is bouncing off objects, then yeah, if you're doing like this method, you're gonna lose one dimension. But something like sonar or lidar, it's a different method. Like you're sending your own light.
Bacon. I'm sat here right now writing, and you would not believe that I'm doing I've got a vision neural network identifying products and doing scene reconstruction of those products and placements in 3D space using LiDAR sensors. The LiDAR is a 2D image. It's a 2D imaging sensor that just gives me time of flight. That's the big thing. That still isn't seeing in 3D, but that is getting depth and measuring it. That's not inference. Although, you know, there's a level of accuracy there, and obviously it decreases quite dramatically with distance. But that's a measuring stick, and that's time of flight. So that's not how we see. But how it comes back and measures that time is just on a 2D pixel array.
Right. But the time itself is also being measured instead of inferred. So why wouldn't that come?
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Now I get you. LiDAR. Yeah. Again, the problem with dimension is the scientific definition of comprehensive dimension is not a singular data point. It's being able to see that dimension. So I can take a 3D scan of a LiDAR and it's just projection basically. The multidimensional nature of geometry for varying dimensions is one dimension less via projection. That's it. Perspective view transform, projection of 3D to 2D. But that's the same with LiDAR. That doesn't mean I don't have depth, but to comprehend the third dimension and see it in its entirety, I can still have depth because I know where it would start, but I'd be able to see the back of I've got some Red Bull cans. I'd be able to see every angle of that Red Bull can at once.
Oh yeah, definitely. If you're an extra dimensional being, and then you can have a 3D image or 3D, you can see in 3D. That's picturing the way like cameras work. You're just scanning the light that is bouncing off of the objects, and then you're forming an image directly. You don't have to infer a third dimension. You can see the third dimension. And LiDAR is not the same thing because you're sending light and you're counting time, and I think you gain an extra dimension with that. So I would say LiDAR is seen in 3D, not like a four-dimensional being. You're not seeing the entire thing in 3D. You're seeing just a part of it. But I don't see why you can't say that's like LiDAR is seen in 3D, even though it's not.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, it depends which definition you're using, and it's the same with like a simple colloquial thing, like when people say depth of depth of perception or perception of depth, whichever way you put it. Perception and that depth means you would see in that dimension, because perception, if you look at like classical definitions of perception, means you comprehend and can see and quantify it. But it doesn't. None of that perception says that you make it up based off inference. So it's like even colloquial things, if you just take them as like two people discussing stuff at a pub or a bar or something like that, yeah, fine. But I did say to Demon and Sean that I'm using like the mathematical and geometry type argument, not just simple definitions.
We sort of look at things like focal point, like because of if you're talking about perception, then I think focal point would assist us in understanding the distance.
Oh hell yeah! I mean,
so it's like an extra sensory.
Yeah, here's a good example. I've got two cars on my driveway at the moment. One of them has LiDAR, so it does time of flight. It shoots out light and then measures the amount of time it comes back to get a distance. It's also got ultrasonics for very close, like within 1 or 2 meters. And then it's got radar as well, all augmented, which I think can go up to like 100 or 300 meters or something crazy. And then I've got another car sat on the drive, which in the stupid asshole's Elon Musk genius said, no. We're not going to use ultrasonic or radar or LiDAR at all. We're not going to measure it. We're going to guess it from multiple cameras. And I'll leave it up to you to fucking figure out which car packs the best and tells me the distance to fucking pylons. Jesus. But all of those sensors and those cameras only perceive things in, well, actually, some of the sensors in 2D, in one dimension, but all of them only a max of 2D, and then in further depth.
Yeah. I'd say you'd probably got to look at the bigger picture of what he's trying to achieve as far as like the AI and.
Oh mate, honestly, I challenge you to go look. I mean, people have bought like, let's say, what was it, 2022 Tesla Model 3, let's say, or Model Y. You could go buy one on the year that it still had ultrasonics and radar in it. So this thing can see through fog at cars that are stationary on a freeway and fucking stop you. Brilliant, awesome. And then they turned them off. So now not only can the car fucking not see how far away your garage wall is when you're reversing, it has to guess it. And it hasn't been, there's some brilliant YouTube videos on this. It hasn't been correct a lot of the time. I think it's very overrated in some of these decisions.
Yeah, I think the technology that he's trying to achieve is more something about like getting silicon to understand the material world as opposed to these sort of strict LiDAR, sonar sort of detection methods which you can easily pump through a computer. This guy's kind of going for like computers.
Yeah, one of his arguments though, one of his actual arguments were, and he said this on stage in front of fucking everyone, which is utterly, this is how ludicrous it is to me. He stood on stage and said, yeah, we're not going to use LiDAR and we're going to take out radar and we're going to use vision. And his argument was because humans use vision and they can gauge distance just fine. And then that was it. No one fucking questioned that. When I look at the car in front, I can't tell you how many fucking meters it is to work out based on my speed how much it's going to take me to fucking stop. That's not what I can do. A radar can. It's so infuriating.
Just think about this for a second, right? He said that for a reason. Like, he's not an idiot. He's got a lot of advisors around him, and you're frustrated by his answer. And my suggestion here is that maybe you're not really truly understanding his answer. I'm suggesting if we look at the transhumanist agenda, you might start understanding the context. This is sort of like Hegelian dialectic sort of process. If you're frustrated by something and something doesn't make sense to you, look outside the scope of your understanding to understand the bigger picture that might be operating. I'll mark down from there.
I mean, I take that as a premise of like introspection and stuff. I absolutely do. But when looking at something simply where I need to tell the distance between my sensor and this thing, and I can guess it with a vision neural network that gives me a probabilistic result, or I can fucking measure it with radar to within a centimeter accuracy. I know which I'm going to choose.
Yeah, I think as far as what I'm sort of trying to put forward is like getting a little bit out of the strict scientific efficiency worldview and sort of having a look at the sociological impacts and kind of what's going on in the bigger picture in the world around us to sort of comprehend why these people are moving and shaking in the way that they are, if that makes any sense. Like, I understand where you're coming from a utilitarian point of view, which is why I then shifted my perspective and started saying, hey, why are these people saying what they're saying? It's like, it's a bit curious, eh? Like, it doesn't seem to quite add up. And I think that that's what you're sensing, but I would just sort of merely say that maybe channel that towards something, I don't know, like,
I'll tell you what. I'll give you. I get what you're saying, and I accept what you're saying. And yes, it is a fair point. And I actually do. I have been involved with like a company called 5AI here in the UK that did do autonomous driving that used LiDAR stuff. A good friend of mine, was the CTO for that company. Now, and I work with LiDAR and spatial awareness and recording systems all the time now, and develop for them. But I'm also a consumer who bought full self-driving from Tesla. So I might be a little bit biased, and I might be a little bit salty that when I bought full self-driving in 2018, at considerable cost as well, it wasn't one of these fucking stupid offer things that said I'd be able to get. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing that I've driven that matches it quite yet, but there's stuff coming out now that is being where regulations are allowing it to drive at a level of autonomy that my full self-driving won't. And one of the simple reasons is its sensory perception systems on these vehicles coming out by Mercedes and even Ford, even the Mach-E. They're being approved for self-driving legally beyond what my full self-driving Tesla is. And that pisses me off. And it's because they've got the sensor arrays on them. Could be that the legislation's wrong, but god damn, it pisses me off.
I wouldn't be too invested in it, my man. Although it sounds like you are.
I hate driving, though. I hate driving, pal. I hate driving. It pisses me off. I just want something to drive for me. That's it. That's all I want.
Mate, just go get a nice old petrol, gas guzzling V8 and roll around.
Well, will I enjoy driving again, do you think? The thing is, no, here's the problem, is from the age of 0 to fucking 15, I grew up in a garage and a body shop that my dad owned. He was also an ex-racing car driver. He had a racing team. He built me fucking off-road buggies out of 2 subframes to minis and a 1.2 litre mini engine that he put a turbocharger on it and put his own fucking racing wheels on the back of it. It looked like something out of Mad Max. I've ridden quads, motocross, I've raced Formula Ford and shit like that. When I get on the road, it's boring as shit to me. I just want something to fucking drive. I want teleporters. That's what I want. That's what I need. Teleporters.
Let's
so
just
it's
go
the
like
destination then. That's all you're bothered about. You're not bothered about the journey.
No, that's well. It depends what the journey is like. If the journey is really, really nice, that's cool. But I don't often sit as a passenger in a car. But something that I notice when I do is I can take in the surroundings and see all different houses, different architects, all that kind of stuff. Stuff that I don't do when I'm driving. But I'm the one that drives predominantly, so it's like, fuck, I hate this.
Yeah, the speed cameras everywhere. They don't help.
We should just be allowed to go have go-karts, and we'll go full Mario Kart and have some fun on the roads there.
Oh no, that'd be good, especially if we could have power-ups as well and throw shit at other drivers. I'd be up for that. That would make it interesting.
Chuck bananas at people and, just make it a bit more fun. Way more entertaining that way. And you can ride on the rainbow. Anyway.
Wait, you guys don't already do that?
No.
Oh, well, you're taking all the fun out of everything.
I love that Jim Jeffries bit where he talks about we have to go at the slowest. He talks. I can't remember the bit though. Shit, so I won't do it justice. But he's basically saying now rules and we have to go the slowest of the slow because of Babu or whoever, Jim. He ran into a school bus doing 90. So thanks, Jim. Have you seen it all kicking off in Spain? Does anybody know anything about that? No?
What's going on? No.
Oh, they're all protesting. You haven't seen all protesting going off in Spain?
Well, I heard that the Spanish Prime Minister wants to take a certain person to the court, a criminal court, war crimes.
Oh, I haven't heard that. No, I haven't heard that. Tell me about that then.
Yeah, the Spanish Prime Minister wants to take Netanyahu for war crimes.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
No, I ain't heard that. I looked into it for about 5 minutes, and what I gathered was that it was like they were kicking off about the socialist sort of movement, socialist / Marxist. That's what it seemed to me, anyway. Basically, what they've done to everybody, they've put a person in each industry. You got to doff your cap to the socialists. They've done really well, comrade. Oh dear. So I think because what that essentially equates to is the trans movement, BLM, etc., and of course, well, we know it doesn't work because just looking at history, we know it doesn't work. But this is what that mouse utopia experiment was all about, wasn't it? Essentially, taking away any responsibilities or giving everyone a dribble of whatever money, and then the few get the 50 Mercedes. So it doesn't work. People need discipline in their lives. They need purpose, and it's doomed to fail. So I think that's why they were protesting, basically. A bit more to it than that, but that's the gist I got of it anyway.
They were protesting socialism. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that was the feel that I got from it anyway, because that's the sort of direction that every place is being pushed into, isn't it? Really, I keep hearing these social commentaries on truther channels where they're talking about how they're pushing all the migrants into Europe, and this is always the plan and all this stuff, but they miss one essential piece of the puzzle. I only just found out recently, which is that there's $500 billion, which some have already been sold, by the way, of natural gas and oil under Gaza and under the West Bank and under that part of the world. So the truth is, you need to get that part in, because once you realise that it's yet again just about bloody money, because at first I was like, oh, they must be just fulfilling this prophecy. That must be what it is, but that's completely insane, obviously, in my opinion. I thought that's fine. They could be this nuts, but on the other hand, when you put that other piece of puzzle into it, you go, oh, right, no, this makes more sense.
Well, yeah, the bit about the oil, that kind of blew me away, to say the least. So, yeah. Billions of dollars of oil just happens to be in Gaza?
more like $500 billion. Yeah, like 453 billion to be exact.
Yeah, and they've sold quite a lot of it by the sounds of it before they even got it. So it's no wonder they have to clear them out. I've heard people say, like, well, all you have to do, there's 2 million Palestinians. There's however many, what is it, 100 countries or something? Split them up, there you go. There's your problem solved. Just send them into Europe. No more problem. It's like, what?
Now, I'm sure we're overreacting. I'm sure $400 billion of oil has nothing to do with it.
1 million Arabs isn't worth a single Jewish fingernail. Just remember that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a relief, though, because, well, I knew when I kept hearing about these prophecies and all that stuff, I was like, oh, this is just fucking insane. We've got we've got to get that perfect red effer, and we've got to build that third temple. I'm like, this is fucking nuts. What? Hello, you know. But then, as soon as that other piece of puzzle came into it, I thought, oh, okay. Now it makes sense. So come on, truthers, up your game a little bit. It's always the same, isn't it? Who benefits?
Sorry to say, but I don't think this is a laughing matter. We got 2 million people, half of which are children, being slaughtered. Over 5,000 dead already. We haven't had a ceasefire yet. Definitely not something to giggle about.
Well, that's something else.
When do you guys care about Arabs?
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean,
You guys become all concerned about what happens in the Middle East. I mean, this has been going on for years.
Yeah, good point.
Also, Israel has plenty of its own gas reserves. You know, Israel has more gas reserves than oil and gas reserves in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank combined. You know, they're definitely not after gas. They just want control of the land.
Which
that
happens
as well.
to have gas on it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to paint the full picture. That's the point. Because if you just have these little bits of information, it just sounds completely insane. It does to me anyway. Like, but as soon as you paint the full picture, you're like, oh, right, of course, this makes more sense. You know,
But he has a point. Even if there wasn't gas there, they'd still be after that land. So
yeah.
All this did was bring other people into the picture, like British Petroleum. So now that there's meat on the bone for them to get involved, that's where you're starting to see everybody turning against.
well, this is too big. This is beyond their control, because before they were able to control the narrative with the news, but now with the internet and all these other, there's even individual people, there's no way that they can control the narrative. So this time round, it's going to be different. It's going to be very different.
I saw that clip of that general. He's on a stage. He's in a suit. I wish I'd have clipped it out because it's just a small, 1 minute clip. And he's like, we just got a memo that we're going to invade Iraq. Like, there's 2 top guys in Washington, basically, and one's a general, and he's the one speaking on stage. And he's like, we're going to invade Iraq. And he's like, why? Why are we going to invade Iraq? And his answer was, I don't know. I don't know. And then further on down the conversation, is like, they show you how they're going to invade all those countries, basically. 7 countries it was. I forget the countries. Lebanon. What was it? Kuwait, something like that. I can't remember. Nate, you probably know better than me.
Probably all
Iran, Iraq, Syria.
Yeah, Iran. That's it. Yeah.
All those countries. Yeah.
And it was always on the cards, wasn't it? If you think that the Protocols of the Elders of Zion was a real document.
Yeah, Kuwait was one of them. Yeah, they did it all except Iran. This is partially what's going on right now. They know this is their last gambit, right? They want to get their end game. Of course, they want to get Gaza, the West Bank, but what they really want is their biggest enemy destroyed, which is Iran. And that's what they want. They want to get the U.S. in on it. They wouldn't dare attack Iran on their own. They'll get eliminated for sure. So that's their end game. They want to get the U.S. involved. And it's almost there.
Yeah, David Icke was talking about this shit like a long time ago, decades ago. And, he said something along the lines of, "I haven't got a crystal ball. Why? How did I know this?" And it's because he'd seen the script, basically.
I mean, like 5 years ago, did you guys know all of this stuff would happen?
Yep.
Well, this is what I'm saying. David Icke's been talking about it for decades.
You
But
got a lot
everybody
more
just
people than David Icke that's been talking
What's-
about
what's-
this. You got Adam Green, who's been talking about this for well over 10 years. You've got a lot of people who's been paying close attention.
What have they been saying exactly? That a war would start between Israel and Hamas, or
That Israel's plan is to extend their borders,
But
infiltrating
Israel-
into all neighboring countries.
but Israel have been extending their borders for over 50 years.
Yeah,
That's
but
a
he
really shitty prediction, right?
He showed the final map essentially of after all their conquests, what would be considered Israel after the final point, and it
You have a
stretches
picture?
into he posted pictures of it. Yep, it stretches into Egypt and all the surrounding countries essentially.
How would Israel get into Egypt? How are they gonna expand their borders beyond Israel, the Gaza Strip, and the West Bank?
I don't know. Again, this was like over a decade ago that I seen it, so. But it's
That
all
makes-
based on biblical narrative, biblical prophecy fulfillment.
All right, that's still a shitty prediction.
I mean, regardless, it's all coming to fruition.
Is it though? Is Israel gaining Egyptian land coming to fruition? I don't see that happening.
Dude, I heard there's a Buddhist prophecy that says Israel and Palestine, they're going to forgive each other and it's all going to be good. I'm kind of rooting for that. Yo, as soon as I said something, Andy deafened. That's hilarious. Do you think it's my voice?
Maybe he had to go do stuff.
I don't know. He's just been throwing his opinion out all damn day. No shortage of opinions here.
I'm in a silly mood today. I'm not gonna take offense. My skin is thick. How's everybody doing this morning?
Not bad. Not bad. Last night was pretty epic. Having Alan and Shane and Wits it all together. That was pretty good combo last night.
Oh, dude, what were you guys talking about?
They were going through GP or GPS, like how that works.
Sagnac effect and all that.
Not so much a Sagnac, but I mean a little bit. But the part I found interesting, I guess, the most was the whole GPS thing, because I've never really heard Alan get challenged on it before, and Kosho kind of chimed in for a bit. They kind of had a back and forth. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I'm not normally on that late during the week, but it was definitely entertaining to listen to.
How late was it?
I mean, I only stayed on till about 9. I don't know how far into the night they went, but it was at least a couple hours of just full on fucking back and forth entertainment.
Were there any good points brought up? Like,
Um, Yeah, Kosha was trying to say how essentially that the GPS had to use its communication with its velocity and its position to kind of determine its actual location. And Alan was essentially saying how that's not true. And then they were kind of going through the details of that. Not too sure what the final conclusion was. It sounded like Alan kind of had a little bit more insight on the matter than Kosho did. But I mean, it's totally out of my realm of understanding. So maybe that's what fascinated me the most. I don't know, but
How does GPS work with like the ether?
well, that's kind of what they were getting into. So how basically instead of measuring the ether drift, the ether is essentially the background, and they're measuring the rotation of the celestial bodies.
A GPS device can do that?
Yeah, by measuring the speed of light or something like that. So yeah.
I don't get it. Okay.
Right. So they were off on their predictions originally, and I think this kind of fine-tuned things. I mean, it gets pretty technical. Like, I don't have all the answers on it, but these guys certainly did. So it was alluring to hear, man. It was like, wow.
This is what happens when people look into their claims. You really study their claims, you'll find that it's like shadows and quicksand. Everything is based on assumptions. Yeah. So this is just one example.
Are you part of those people, Essie?
Well, I have been known to look into things like your Big Bang model, for example, and found it very wanting. So yeah, I guess you can consider me one of those people.
What did Whitson say last night, SC? Were you there about the they called it a 6 sigma certainty or something? Like they stepped it up
16 sigma.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, do you look into your own claims, Essie, and find shadows and murkiness?
See, I don't make claims, right? I just look at the model and I see like discrepancies, patchworks, I call them, right? Like the Big Bang model and the James Webb Plane Telescope, stuff like that, which is like your own scientist. Yep. Ether, I haven't really gotten into the ether thing. I listen to the ether boys, and to me, I'll tell you the truth, both sides, and I've said this before, like there's the ether and then they have quantum foam, the other guys. So they're all like, it's like they're all saying the same thing, basically. And just like stuff pops in and out of existence, right? So I don't know. I don't buy either explanation. Let's just say that way. I wouldn't stick my flag on either one.
All right. That's fair. Yeah. Both sound just
But
as
there is
crazy
an
as the other.
argument. Sorry?
No, I was just saying they both sound just as crazy as the other.
In a way, yeah. But ether does have an upper hand, let's say, because some of the stuff done right with the interferometers and stuff. So I don't know exactly what it is. Me, I'm actually thinking towards it's like an electromagnetic effect, right? Because I go with what I see. So I see a compass. I see like there's something there with with magnetism. So I'm leaning towards that myself. But hey, who knows?
Well, you're on the side of the ether. Good job.
Okay. Interesting. So you are more of the idea that electromagnetism is what's most fundamental, you know, as a force, as a phenomena. That is the building
Oh,
block of reality.
Yeah, no doubt. For me,
you
yeah.
mean the one thing that no branch of science has ever defined or explained accurately?
It's not what I asked Essie, but thank you for answering, Essie.
Yeah, well, look, I go for what I see, right? So to me, both sides are left wanting. I'll give you an example, right? We have the ether guys, right? They talk about like no space, anti-space, right? And the quantum guys do the same thing. Things pop in and out of existence out of nowhere. So to me, neither one of these things is sufficient. You know what I'm saying? And then I look around and I see, okay, the sun seems to be electromagnetic. We have like an electromagnetic thing around us because compasses, right? So to me, electromagnetic seems more plausible than anything else.
Well, what's your explanation behind electromagnetic or EMR or just electromagnetism in general?
I have no clue, bro. All I know is when you get a magnet and you get copper and you twist it around, that point of content, that point there, whatever you want to call it, that makes electricity. When you do it the other way around, you make magnetism. So that's something.
That's my
Yeah.
point, though. It's like no branch of science has ever accurately explained magnetism, let alone electricity. So when you merge the two together, now you just got magic. They don't really have an explanation, whereas ether has a logical, concise explanation for all of that. So that's kind of why that's why I side with ether, because it makes more logical conciseness than just saying, you know, virtual photons and particle interaction.
But that's not true, though. Ether was considered a branch of science. You know, there were scientists that believed Earth was a spinning ball that believed in the ether, and they had a model of electromagnetism that worked with this medium of ether. They also saw that this model of electromagnetism can also work in the absence of this medium. I mean, say that it only works with the ether just isn't true, Diceful.
Again, you would have to define the ether, and then you would have to tell me which ether you're talking about. Because again, there's been over hundreds of postulations as to what the ether is since
I'm talking about
the dawn of
Maxwell's
man.
ether.
So Maxwell's
Is that
ether
the one you're
was a
talking about?
physical material cellulose ether, which was disbanded. So no.
Yeah. That's the one. That's the one. That Maxwell's ether is the one Einstein was talking about. The one Poincare was talking about. The one Lorentz was
Yeah,
talking
because they're
about.
materialists.
The one Michelson
Hello.
and Morley was talking about. Which
No, it's
ether are you
not.
talking about?
No, it's not.
Whose ether are you talking about?
That's not who Michelson and Morley's ether
It
was. It
is.
wasn't.
It is.
No, it wasn't a material ether.
The luminiferous ether. That's Maxwell's ether. That's the ether everyone was trying to detect. Which ether are you talking about?
I'm talking about Tesla's ether, which isn't comprised of material.
Which is the same as Maxwell's ether.
No, it's
Same
not,
as
bro.
Maxwell's ether. Yes, it is.
Okay, bro.
All
I
of
guess
these scientists were talking about Maxwell's ether.
No, they weren't.
Maxwell
Good
was
job,
the
though.
idea that Maxwell is the one that came up with this idea of ether being the medium through which light propagates. Light
Actually,
being an
it wasn't.
electromagnetic
It
wave.
wasn't Maxwell. The
Okay,
postulations
who
of the
came up
ether's
with it?
been presented long before Maxwell's existence, going back to
Not
Rene Descartes.
Maxwell's ether. Yeah, but not Maxwell's ether. The ether those guys had, you know, Descartes, Newton, Galileo, they had a very different type of ether that was just it was quintessence type of ether, right? It was the background of everything, the absolute reference frame, the air the gods breathe, that fifth element. They called it quintessence. That's not the ether all of these scientists after Maxwell were working with. They were working with a specific type of ether, which was the medium through which light propagates.
Tesla's ether was far different than Maxwell's ether. And if you think that that's not the case, then it goes to show how little you understand on the topic.
All right, show me how it was different.
Dude, I'm not going to get into an hour-long lecture with you, bro, on my way to a job that I'm 4 minutes away from.
Show me, Essie.
I can do it easily. Yeah, this is really freaked out. So check this out. Tesla, when he talked about the ether, right? Radiant energy. What he did, Chirel, is he put an electromagnetic electricity, basically. He put it through a powerful magnet. And what he found was something really remarkable. He found that two beams came out of it. One was like a white kind of a stream, and the other one was the regular electron. So the way he explained it is, it's like he separated this ether out of electromagnetism. See what I'm saying? It's like, and it had strange properties. For example, there was a light bulb that he made that emitted this radiant energy, and it had attractive properties, right? Where if you, a regular light bulb, if you put a paper there, nothing would happen. This one, it would attract. So look into it. It's really freaked out. Totally different. Yeah. I hope that explains it a little bit.
Didn't. But from what you said, it sounds like you're talking about Maxwell's ether, which is the same Tesla was working on, being the medium through which electromagnetic radiation propagates, or light, electricity, magnetism.
Tesla was about fields.
I'm still talking, bro. Please, all different types of electromagnetic radiation. So unless you're talking about an ether that doesn't have anything to do with light, we're talking about Maxwell's ether.
No, you misunderstand, bro. It's not the ether medium which light propagates through, right? This is something different. He called it radiant energy. In other words, it's called by think of it as like a spark gap energy. There has to be like a spark gap, like you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, it's hard to explain it, bro. I can send you a video, and it's been reproduced, so I can send you a video.
I mean, everyone knows what radiant energy is, Essie. It's the energy you see from electromagnetic radiation, the physical energy. The spark you see.
No, bro, you're not getting it, bro.
It's all types of light on the spectrum. Gamma rays, X rays. That's all radiant energy. Well,
yeah, but this is a special type that Tesla came up with.
And what did he call it? He called it radiant energy?
Yeah, he called it radiant energy, ether flow. I'll send you. I'll find the thing so you can understand. And you've heard of Dollard, right?
Of who?
Dollard.
Dollard who?
Like that.
Eric Dollard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, he reproduced it. Now, if you guys want to talk about a genius, a super intelligent man in this field, this is the guy.
Okay. I don't know,
yeah,
man.
so the point is,
from what I've heard, he's a quack, but I'll take your word for it.
No, he's far from a crack. Well, they say genius and insanity it's a very fine line, right?
Very fine line.
Yeah, but if you see the stuff that he makes and his experiments, and you're not gonna think he's a dummy. Anyways, the point is, he's one of the guys that reproduced this radiant energy. And I told you the properties. It has an attractive force. It's really freaked out, man.
What do I Google to see this attractive force, radiant energy?
I'll try to find it. Type in, because right now I can't do it. Type in Eric Dollard.
Huh?
Radiant energy.
Radiant energy. Okay.
And look for, if you see this thing like light bulbs on a table, that's the one.
Okay.
I tell you, it blew my mind when I found this out. I was like, what? Seriously? So you heard about his, he wanted to spread energy like, picture like Wi-Fi, but electricity. So he'll put this radiant energy in the air, and you can have, let's say, your phone now, right? Just the way it picks up Wi-Fi. In other words, you don't need a battery anymore. You don't never have to plug it in. If you have Wi-Fi working, it's sending you the Wi-Fi signal and the electrical signal. So yeah, this guy was like ahead of his time. So think about it. Your lawnmower, your car, everything. No more gas needed. You never have to fill up. You never have to plug it in. Your mixer, your fridge, anything that needs energy just takes it out of quote unquote the ether.
But is that
That's
safe?
crazy.
I mean, most phones charge on like what, 5 volts, right? That's the amount of energy you would need to just charge a basic smartphone. Now, if someone steps out of a pool, if they're wet and there's 5 volts of electricity in the sky, like, isn't that lethal?
No, it's
Is that
not.
a
No,
practical
no.
idea?
Yes, because it could be tuned. In other words, it's safe for humans. And they show like that they say that you can have, let's say, you have your hand on that certain type of energy, and on the other hand, on the other side, you can have like a metal thing, and you can melt it through your body.
Yeah,
Type deal.
definitely. 5 volts, if your body's dry and whatnot, we have enough resistance within us to stand 5 volts. But if you're wet, so I gave that specific example coming out of a pool. I don't know how safe that is now, and that's a bit different.
Yeah, but you're
I
thinking
hear
of
you.
regular energy. See, you're thinking of regular electromagnetic energy, right? This is not that. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. This is radiant energy that Tesla talks about.
All right.
This dollar guy, he even charges a capacitor right next to the light bulb, not touching it. Like, you gotta see it, man. You gotta see it. So that's the difference between Tesla and regular. What they were trying to tell you.
All right, I'm gonna have to. You're gonna have to show me this radiant energy Tesla's talking about, because everything I know is that radiant energy is different types of electromagnetic energy. Even when I've read Tesla's papers on it, he said that the source of radiant energy is the sun and other types of cosmic rays, which would just be light. But if you say it's something different and special, and Tesla said it's something different and special, I've never heard of this. I can't find it, so I'll wait on you to share it with me. I see.
Yeah, sure.
Until
And
then,
I know what you're talking about. What he says, that he has another device which gets energy from the sun, but also at night. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, sure.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. This is different though. This, he produces it. right? So the type of energy you're talking about, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, he said, and even has a patent that converts that energy into electricity, useful.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
whole free energy idea that I understand of Teslas. But maybe you've seen something I haven't, which is a very big possibility. I haven't deep dived into Tesla that much.
Yeah, when I get to where I can, I'll put it in the text.
All right.
So apparently he can that energy he can make even heat in a room. He can heat a room. Yeah, you gotta hear it, bro. It's if true, it's truly amazing. Like in other words, right now we're on Tesla 1.0. Now we could be on this one. We can be on Tesla 2.0. But you know the powers that be, mainly J.P. Morgan, told them, look, if you can't put a meter on it, I'm not interested. So when he found out he wanted to do free energy, he cut him off.
That is something J.P. Morgan would do.
Yep.
Anywho, I gotta get going, bro. But if you find it, just tag me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
So I just posted something. Oh, this is good, man. This is what I was saying in the beginning when the James Webb Plane Telescope. I was saying I can't wait for the bull that they're gonna have to come up with for the explanations, right? One of them was, and I loved it, they doubled the age of the universe. Now check this paper out. This one says now we have 2 Big Bangs, not 1. Unbelievable.
How's that work then? I see 2 Big Bangs.
I don't know. I literally just found it. I haven't even watched it yet. I gotta post this. So anyone's guess is as good as anyone else's. 2 freaking Big Bangs. Wow. I love it. Oh, it's a dark Big Bang. It's better than I thought. It's a dark Big Bang. Holy schmoly, man. And they're going to believe this. They're going to buy this. They're going to start supporting this. Oh, this is going to be good. Welcome to the dark Big Bang. My, oh my.
I was just thinking, like Tesla done that thing with the light bulbs in the ground and he illuminated them. What did he just? I never looked into it. Did he just push them into the ground, or did he have them connected in series, parallel? Was there something else than, do you know?
Yeah, that's what he calls his radiant energy. Yeah.
Yeah, but with the light bulbs independence of everything, they just, why did he push them into the ground? He could have just had them hanging off trees. It's there's a series on there's a series on TV in UK about Tesla, American guys, blah blah, looking into Tesla. They always say that it was in the ground. He used the ground as the conductor. So, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Right. I'm not sure about that one. I know the World's Fair, right? He lit that up. And as far as I know, he didn't have any wires. It wasn't wired.
He used, as far as I know, he used the Wardenclyffe Tower.
Yeah, but if the actual devices that are being illuminated have their own power, have their own like a phone, you can charge a phone wirelessly. So
Induction.
the light bulb.
It's called induction. You're talking about.
Yes. So can you induce a light bulb, or does the light bulb need something else for it to be induced?
As far as I know, he was using a fluorescent light bulb. It wasn't an incandescent. So when it's the same concept as when you take a fluorescent bulb and you go close to a Tesla coil, it'll light up. He just utilized a much larger Tesla coil with the Wardenclyffe Tower. So he was able to transmit a fair amount of current through the ground. Might have been through the ground. Nobody actually knows for sure. It could have been through the air as well. Like it could have been the polarity could have been reversed. Who knows? But either way, what he did was when he plugged the rod into the ground, he completed the circuit with the bulb. The same way you complete the circuit with the bulb when you get close to the Tesla coil. It excites the gas inside the tube, and it illuminates.
Yeah, it's got to be grounded. Correct.
Exactly.
That's really amazing stuff, man. They held it back. They held it back because they wanted everything with wires, and they wanted to put meters on it. Like I said, we're in Tesla 1.0. By the way, all this stuff is all Tesla, right? All the AC generator, all that, our power, our plugs, all of it. But that's Tesla 1.0. Imagine now. Yeah.
Well, all the things that are occurring in people's garages and basements with Tesla coils and different forms of induction and high frequency modulation are his sciences, the things that he was touching on that even like the universities and the peer reviews don't really understand and don't really acknowledge as real, even though people can make things happen that they can't explain.
Yep. He had remote control in 1895 or something like that. Remote control. He had a boat in New York, and people were freaking out. They couldn't believe it. They were saying, "Oh, maybe he has little monkeys inside." Yeah.
I wonder if Tesla is any way associated with the guy who created Coral Castle, Edward Leedskalnin. Ed Leedskalnin was from Latvia, but I think when the borders changed, it's quite a good possibility they might have met in Europe.
That'd be interesting to find out. As far as I know, though, the guy who built Coral Castle, wasn't it found that he was using a machine that was like a leverage machine kind of like a cantilever, or not a cantilever, a gantry type setup.
I think he was using moonlight. As crazy as that sounds, he was sawing his stones at night, so he was getting more perpetual energy at nighttime, possibly, or maybe it's a gimmick. But he definitely knew how to make things lighter by having an area surrounded by wooden. There was a lot of wooden posts involved, almost like he made the area like an iona. And
you talking about Ed Lee Skullivan? I just got.
Yeah. Edward Leedskalnin. Ed Leedskalnin.
Skullman. Okay, I thought it was Ed Lee Skullivan.
Something like that. Yeah, he might have been Irish.
Yeah, he was an interesting guy. I don't think he gets enough credit for sure.
So the two big bangs, are they going to support it blindly without question, or are we going to get some fight back?
Two big bangs. I'm sorry, I haven't heard about two big bangs.
check the live stream. I posted a thing.
There's new lore.
Okay.
Of course, there's new lore, right? There's always new lore.
Yeah, I was trying to chime in earlier. The reason they call anything dark SE is because they don't understand it. It doesn't fit within their paradigm of understanding. So they just slap a dark label on it, i.e., dark matter, dark energy, things of this nature.
Yes, sir. It's 57 past the hour for anybody who wants to see two big bangs. There's a paper written apparently and everything. Unbelievable. And this is a dark matter big bang. See the stuff they're going to have to come up with because of this nonsense of their cosmology of the baby galaxies. I was waiting for this, man. This is it. Two big bangs. Wow.
Alright, so basically, essentially, someone had an idea. It could explain something, and you're therefore saying they have to do that. Because someone had
I
that
just
idea.
put it out there. I put it out. What do you think? You think it's plausible? We had two big bangs?
What do you mean with plausible?
Possible? How about that? Simpler word. Is it possible?
Well, according to this, it seems to be. But that doesn't mean that they have to use that idea in order to explain it, or that it is necessarily the right idea, or that it is necessarily the consensus by now, right? It's very
Right,
much the bleeding edge of theory in this case.
Right, but the fact that they had to come up with it was to explain.
Okay, again, you're formulating. Again, you're saying they had to come up with it.
Well, why did they? Okay, let's start with fair enough. Why did they come up with this?
I can't tell you that. Maybe you should contact the authors of this, why they did that.
Well, if the current model was correct, right, with what they found, the new stuff, why would they have to come up with this? It's a simple question. I mean,
No. In physics and the models or the understandings in physics are always very much tied to a scope. So Newtonian, like the laws of motion that you know of, according to Newton, right? They appear to very much work for our everyday cases, for what we can observe in our everyday range, what we can interact with by touch and so on, right? But when the speeds of those objects get very, very high, we observe that those laws don't hold anymore. And when the size of the objects that we are looking at get very, very small, then we also can't describe it with those same laws anymore. It also starts to break down. And we're in the quantum realm. So it's always neither of those invalidates the fact that we observably and evidently can treat the everyday cases still with those laws of motion. But there was never a claim, or currently there's not an understanding of like, yeah, this is the absolute truth, and we know everything about that now. There's always open questions. You can always ask why about an understanding of reality one more time, then you can explain that certain thing.
So do you think this is about the laws of motion?
New ideas and new explanations that fix things, or that go beyond the scope of what we currently understand. I don't think how that's I don't see how that's unnatural, or how that's a problem.
I don't know. You're going on about stuff that I'm not talking about. You're talking about the laws of motion. Is that what you think the only thing that this is about?
And I was giving you examples in order to make what I'm trying to tell you more understandable.
Okay, but we're talking about now two big bangs.
Okay, so
what does anything you said have to do with that?
All right. You said, why did they have to come up with it? Why did they come up with it if what we have was correct? And that's just the nature of scientific inquiry. The nature of scientific inquiry is that from within reality, we are perceiving reality from a relatively limited point of view, right? We are on Earth, and there's loads of things that we can't directly access, and there's loads of things that we can't necessarily create, or we don't have the tools for, and so on, right? So that's a natural constraint of our collective being, of our collective perception of reality, is that we do not necessarily have full information of said reality. We do not know the complete nature of how existence works about everything. And that is the reason why, even though you already have an understanding, and even if that understanding is pretty good and does a lot of things correctly and leads to a lot of progress, therefore, because it seems to be close to the truth, there is things that you can improve upon it and ideas that you can build up on it that increase the scope of understanding that you could have. I don't see how that's a problem.
Understanding of what? Two big bangs? All this time?
Understanding of,
all this time
of, in this case, the origin of reality, or understanding of reality itself, basically, how it works and why it works the way it does.
So two big bangs, that makes sense to you. Just out of the blue, one guy just comes up with it and you accept it without question.
Yeah, got it. Why are you insisting on laying words in my mouth that I never said? What's the problem with taking what I said, the content of what I said, as I said it, instead of changing it up?
There's no problem. I'm just asking you.
Why do you not
do believe? Sorry?
Why do you not do it then?
Not do what? I asked you a question. Do you believe in this thing, this new model? Me, I think it's complete and utter nonsense, right? That's me. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Do you believe there was two big bangs?
It is for you to bring this up as a point of contention in the first place, isn't it? Because you're, from your point of view, the mistake and the misguide, where the thinking becomes misguided, sets on way earlier, and the chain of reasoning that they're claiming to build up on. So this is an entirely hypothetical situation or conversation for you in the first place. It's disingenuous.
It's disingenuous for me to question a theory, which, like I said, I haven't even looked at it yet.
You're not
Let me
honestly
finish. Don't
questioning
interrupt me.
because the whole basis
Don't
of it is
interrupt
already
me.
bound,
Okay.
according to you.
If you interrupt me again, conversation is over. It's that simple. I'm not gonna waste any energy on you guys anymore. So it's up to you. So, like I was saying, right? This is a theory that just came out. I just saw the video and I just posted it and I just asked the question. Do you guys think that this is possible, right? And you came in just like me. I'm sure you didn't see the video, right? But you're telling me that it's ridiculous for me to question this, like a dark matter
No.
Big Bang. It appears to be.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so what's your thoughts on this?
I already explained what my thoughts on this are.
Okay, do you think it's plausible? Do you think it's possible?
I don't know. I don't know enough to make a educated or a reasonable judgment on that.
Okay, so dark matter, right? A dark matter Big Bang. You know that they don't know what dark matter is, right? Can't touch it, smell it, measure it, see it, hear it. But now they're saying that this thing bang, like, you know, it doesn't give you any pause for like to question this at all. I'm asking.
Really? That's I don't understand what you're on about, really. You're saying you're questioning it, but according to what I hear you say, the whole concept of where the Big Bang comes from in the first place and everything is already deeply bunk and very misguided thinking. So this is very much a hypothetical upon a hypothetical. From your point of
Agreed.
view.
So what do you think of it?
I already explained what I think of it.
All right, dude. I tried. Never mind.
What did you try?
Nothing, apparently.
Trying to be disingenuous.
I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I'm trying to ask you questions. You seem not to want to have a genuine conversation, and I'm not going to waste my time with you. It's that simple, bro. I mean,
So you say.
if anybody has a topic they want to bring up or anything, please feel free.
So there's currently a release of a new battery type that is supposed to change battery technology in the future here, and I find it interesting that the technology seems to mimic how the human lung works, with the surface area of the battery itself looking a lot like the alveoli that are in your lungs. Seems nature always does it best.
I think I seen the video you're talking about in my feed, but I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, it's called the Empress battery.
Right. So how do you say there's a cavity inside of it? There's a thing shaped like a...
I believe it's the anode part of it. Instead of it being like a flat surface, or let's even say like a rigid surface, or like a peaks and valleys, what it is it's like the same thing as inside your lungs. It's like alveoli. It's like teardrops, and there's just millions of them. So it increases the surface area, right? And the more surface area you can create, the more charge you can hold.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah, I can't wait to see the video. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there could be limitations to it as well. But it seems very it seems as though it was inspired by nature. Especially when you look at it. It looks just like the human lung.
Well, this battery business that they're trying to get us towards, it's I think it's a con. It's a way to control us. This electrical vehicle, this is like sheer nonsense. There's just not enough power to make all the cars and trucks battery.
Yeah, they're very volatile as well. The production of them, and if they light up, and they don't do very well in water.
Yeah, and think of winter environments, right? It's just there's just not enough. There would probably have to be a nuclear power plant in every city for this to work, and I don't even know if that's enough for all the trucks. Because a semi, check this out, those big semi trucks, apparently they need 2 batteries, and each battery is 8,000 pounds.
And what happens when the battery lights up? A battery that big. What happens if there's like a large accident on a highway, or in a tunnel, or on a bridge?
Oh, you took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, the tunnel thing. Yep.
Fire suppression systems don't work on these. They just have to let them burn out.
That effectively shuts down any structure over top of it.
Yeah, parkades as well, right?
Yeah, this is just a way to control.
Yeah, just a tanker truck with a fire shut down an interstate, like a I-95 overpass.
And then there's the weight, the added weight. 8,000 pounds each battery. That's 16,000. That's 4 or 5 cars additional weight on the truck. Each truck.
Not to mention, if you have a fleet and you try to create a power station, you have to get all new electrical supply, which may or may not be bigger than the city currently has.
As a matter of fact, one entrepreneur tried to do that. He had 30 trucks that he wanted to buy to convert, whatever. And he called the electrical company. Mind you, it was a small city, if I remember correctly. But they laughed at him. They said that's more power than the whole city uses. He says, we're not equipped to give you this power. That's 30 trucks only. So yeah, forget about this battery-powered future. That's a pipe dream. That ain't gonna happen. So check this out. They're proposing that a month or so, whatever, after the Big Bang, the second Big Bang happened. And they have this this theoretical particle called the inflatron. This is like Disneyland, man. King Kong or something. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Literally just making stuff up.
Yeah, in the afterlife, don't get me started. Just a bunch of people shuffling around, trying to get preferential seating on the disembark of the plane from purgatory, so they can collect their baggage. In the airport. It's an extended metaphor. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I placed a screenshot in the text chat of the Empress battery.
Right, like teardrops, huh? Get that. To increase the volume. Freaked out. There's a lot of silicon there.
Yeah. Well, it's like a coating they put over top of the wires so that they don't require a separate medium, like an interactive medium.
A regular battery doesn't have that, does it?
Yeah, there has to be a separation between them, whereas the nanowires themselves are the separation and the conduction.
Right. Okay. So they, yeah, right. So individual, each one individually separated.
Mm-hmm. Some crazy technology. Wonder how they do it.
Looks like a coral reef when you look at it from the top.
It
The one on the
definitely
side.
resembles nature. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yep. This is real technology. This is real stuff, right? This is not pseudoscience. See, this is the difference. They think that, oh, you have a phone in your hand, therefore you got to believe in the Big Bang. No, it doesn't work like that. There's reality and then there's pseudoscience.
Absolutely.
Have you seen the sand battery?
I haven't. The sand battery.
Yeah, well, this is a little like over the top. You need like a land for it, sort of like you need space and a big investment, I would imagine. But after that, it's a tower. It's like 20 feet tall, filled with sand. So they heat it up using sun, wind, whatever you want, and it keeps the heat for up to 2-3 months. So you can tap into it whenever you want. You want to heat up your house, whatever.
Seems like it's not new technology, and it was probably utilized for a long time in like deserts and arid places. Because I do know that like the designs of the buildings in like a lot of desert locations were self ventilating. They had like air conditioned areas like that would actually be like 10 degrees less than what the ambient temperature is. Some crazy stuff. And these people were supposed to be just like, living in huts and using copper tools, and we're stupid, right?
Of course, yeah.
Have you heard of gravity batteries?
I don't think so.
Well, the idea is that you utilize energy excess that you have to lift large stones or pump water up into like a reservoir that is above your altitude or your elevation. And when you require the energy, you just pump that back down and spin turbines.
Yeah, but don't you require energy to get it up there to begin with?
Yeah, it's when you are making excess energy. A lot of the issues that they have with power stations is there's always an excess of energy that they can't store. It either has to be utilized or has to be cut off by other like closing the doors on the dam or reducing one of the generators, turning a couple of them off, or whatever it is, whatever type of power station it is. Whereas if you can utilize specific battery technology, you can keep that going the whole time and then store energy. And by doing that, you can be more efficient and never have to be worried about power outages, power spikes. It's almost like a capacitance in a way, if that makes sense.
Right, storing excess energy, probably usually in the form of heat, I would imagine.
Well, there's different forms of them. I'm not quite sure where they are, but I know there's ones that stacks like weights, large weights, and they have a crane, and it just stacks weights. And then when they need it, they just drop those weights, and it spins a turbine as the weights come back down. And then there's other ones where they pump water up into a reservoir and then allow it to flow back down and spin turbines.
Oh yeah, I get it. It's like a kinetic energy storage.
Yeah.
Sort of. Yeah. That's actually I never heard of that one. Cool. But it would have to be from excess energy, otherwise it doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah. Well, the idea is so that the energy systems, like not like coal or things that you have to keep pumping something into. Like a good example would be like hydroelectric, where you're running it off of a dam, a constant flow. You would never have to restrict that flow as much. You wouldn't have to cut it off based on your usage. You could just keep it at a consistent flow and have capacitance in case of more usage requirements or less. You know what I mean? So it's just like a constant power flow that is always available to you instead of you having to kind of like switch it on and off as you require it.
Oh yeah, I'm under a system like that right now as we speak. All of the energy we get here is from hydro. Exactly what you're talking about. Like Niagara Falls.
Yes.
Tesla again, by the way. Those generators are from Tesla. Yeah.
It always goes back to Tesla. I love it. You start talking about technology, it always ends up going back to him.
Yeah, and they say, you guys don't appreciate science and blah, blah. What are you talking about? Real science. Yeah, definitely. We appreciate it. But that doesn't mean because somebody made a generator that, I don't know, there's a gas ball in space there in a vacuum. That those two things don't equate. I don't know how you guys equate those two things. I mean, yeah.
You know, I think more than science, I appreciate invention. because
Yeah,
science
invention,
inherently
R&D.
comes
Yeah.
from the need and the want to invent. By seeking a new way of doing something, you are doing science. A kid does science all the time. You don't even have to tell them how to do it. They just do it.
Necessity also, necessity also breeds invention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you definitely said that better than me.
Like necessity, like in two different ways, could be necessity of what you could use to solve said problem. Could also be that necessity is because problem is of finite complexity, meaning that there are ways that we can do it. It's not unending dark matter questions. It's just like catch the mouse in a mousetrap. Like that's something we can approach, get as crazy about it as we want to, but it's a finite thing. So
yeah, like example.
Yeah.
Go on, bro.
Yeah, no, it's just not like so free form of a thing as like explain the universe. You know what I mean? Like prove gravity. It's not like that. Yeah, it's kind of like it's got a specific end goal.
Yeah, like
that's all.
For sure, like example, right? You got a patch of land, and you got to water your crops. Now the water is over there. So what are you going to do? Are you going to carry bucket by bucket? You might start off that way, or you might realize one day and say, wait a minute, man. If I built like a little ramp, right? And I raise the water and I pour it in on this side and just flow it down and make a few gates. You know what I'm saying? So necessity, right? And some people are just sheer lazy. They don't want to walk and they just come up with ideas. So yeah. You guys heard of the Archimedes screw?
Absolutely.
There's an ingenious piece of work right there.
Have you heard of the Tesla valve?
Absolutely. Yep.
Take my Archimedes screw with vodka. How about you guys? Dirty. I mean, he's just like the guy who coined it, right? Like, did he come up with that? That could have been, who knows how long that goes back, you know?
Yeah, it could have stole it from somebody, but as far as we know, it goes to him.
Get out of here. So he's the first drill. He's the first guy. Who'd be the first guy? Well, just it's a screw. You've already had screws. It's a
He's
screw.
the
First guy.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is, bro. A screw. Yeah. It's crazy.
I mean, we had screws before. So he didn't invent the screw. He just invented the use of.
So the question would be, when did we create the auger? Because that's kind of what it is, right? It's an auger in a tube.
Well, that was the Hermedes that was it Hermedes that came up with that back in the day, how to create a fountain using that geometry, that corkscrew spiral geometry to vertically pump water. Well, it was one of those Greek guys.
You just made that up. You use Hermedes? Nah, I never heard of that.
Archimedes?
No, not Archimedes. Who invented the fountain from the ancient Greeks to vertically pump water using that corkscrew geometry? That's, in my opinion, that's who came up with the screw.
That's Archimedes. Yeah, Archimedes is known for coming up with the screw. That's his contribution.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, that's him.
You're talking about a heron fountain?
It's a fountain. Instead of using like the not the ebb and flow, but what's the other one that creates kind of like a vacuum siphon? This guy used like that corkscrew geometry, so to vertically pump water.
And you don't mean Cooper Schauberger because you would have said that.
No. This
Right,
was
cool.
ancient Greek times.
Let's go with Archimedes. Yeah, sounds good.
Quit screwing around, dude.
Somebody else came up with the screw before him. Okay, that's all I was trying to say. He didn't say I made the water screw, and this is also good for wood. Check that out.
They did discover that that screw found deep within the Earth's crust. I don't know if you guys ever saw that, but it's like I forgot how long ago they dated this thing. But yeah, that's a screw. Kind of weird. They got no answers for it.
It would need to have a specific slope to it to accomplish pumping the water up. So that would be the question. Like, is it more like an auger or is it more like a screw with a steep slope?
I think the latter.
Okay.
Even you see some of the ancient Chinese water things. They even still use them today. It's a piece of wood with a string and a bucket underneath, and they scoop it in and they just turn it and then scoop it out. You guys seen those? I don't know what they're called.
I don't know, but that reminded me of that ancient vase they found to where you turn it upside down, or no, yeah, you turn it upside down. I don't know, it's something weird about it. I forgot exactly what it was, but you turn it a certain way and it won't pour water. Like you have to turn it a specific way in order to access the water inside of it. You guys seen that or heard about it? I could probably find
I think I posted that. That's a guy that has it right now. There's a guy in Greece right now that made that, but he won't tell anybody how it's made.
Yeah. I think it's still.
Yeah, I posted that. That's freaked out, man. Yeah. Yeah, you guys gotta see this, man. I hope I saved it. I gotta check and find this. Yeah, that's really freaked out, man. But this is a guy right now, not ancient Greece. This is a Greek dude right now that made it. But and I saw the interview, and the guy's telling him, "So you're gonna tell us? You know, you're getting a little old." He didn't want to say it. He didn't want to say how he did it. He goes, "When I die, you take one, you open it, and you'll see." And he's telling him, "Come on!" I mean, the guy didn't want to cave in. Do you have that video, Daislo? These guys gotta see it to believe it.
I'm looking for it.
Yeah. Hope you find it. You look at it and he goes, "Look, I'm gonna turn it upside down now." And he turns it upside down and nothing's falling out of it. It's like, how the heck?
All right, I found it. This is a different guy, but this is the actual relic that they uncovered. They're calling it the anti-gravity jar. I'm posting it in chat now, and then I'll share my screen. I got about 14 minutes to share, so I'm going to share my screen, and you guys can check it out.
Are you saying this is ancient? This is an ancient
Oh yeah,
thing?
this is based on ancient technology. Yes.
Okay, so maybe this guy tapped in. Okay, I'm interested to see this.
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen here. Share your screen. Start. Mind you, the original one was made out of solid rock.
The one I saw was made out of clay as well.
The original one was out of solid rock.
Really?
Yep.
Was it in India?
I want to say Asia.
Because the one I'm talking about was in Greece. So it appears we have multiple magic jars here.
There it is. There are teacups or not teacups, tea kettles that do the same thing.
Yeah.
Do you ever feel like the traffic is on purpose? Like they purposely did this to us so we'd have to fucking waste our time?
Yeah, there was a Mexican radio channel called Paola that was caught boycotting the 405 and the 101, telling its listeners to go slow, to slow down American production. But anyways.
So the old timers were pretty clever, huh?
Well, hold on, because he's going to show you that we can't replicate it.
That you cannot replicate it?
That's what he's saying.
He did replicate it in a plastic thing.
No, no, watch.
Oh no? Okay.
Oh, maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, yeah, he did. He figured it out. 290s.
Maybe it was the solid rock one they can't replicate.
Yeah, air needs to be able to escape.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Flow.
Hey, you guys bored? Want to discuss something for a second?
Yeah, this is almost over.
Well, I'd like to clarify, this whole thing about the horizon and what level is, and I got people claiming that boats going over a curve is a physical obstruction, yet the horizon is apparent. So how can it be both physical and apparent at the same time?
Yeah, die slow.
What's that?
The horizon's physical and apparent at the same time. Which one?
Boats going. Yeah, I don't know. My mind was elsewhere. You want to repeat it? Boats going over the horizon, physical and apparent. Can you repeat it?
Yeah. Basically, this. Hold on, just a second.
Well, I'll say that if you look in the mirror, in the bathroom mirror, that's an example of something both physical and apparent. The physical thing is you, the apparent thing is your image in the mirror.
You're apparent.
He wishes.
That's some pretty reflective logic there, Matthew.
Right, but my contention would be that people claiming boats go over a horizon is a physical, evident visualization of Earth curvature, yet this horizon is always moving forward and backward. How can the claim be made that it's from a physical obstruction?
Well, the Earth changes its size depending on if something's falling down. The ground will actually rise up to meet the falling object, so it changes its radius.
That's what I figured. It's just transforming on the daily. Depending on the perspective. It's all perspective radius modification.
Yep.
Yeah, I had someone wanting me to give them a peer-reviewed study showing that water was level.
He wanted you to provide something that's going to be peer reviewed, or find something or source something that's already been peer reviewed.
Yeah, he wanted me to source something that has already been peer-reviewed of proving that water rests level.
I don't know. I don't know if they have that.
I'm surprised they didn't
Well,
argue the definition of level.
yeah, and that's where you get into the semantics of it, and I understand that, but my claim would, or my, argument would be that, a measurement is not a peer-reviewed scientific method-based study. It's just simply measuring something like you would measure a table, and this is where you get into the argument of, oh, it's too big to measure, yet everything that's small and measurable is level.
So you have to understand their mind, right? They've been told that level is a curved surface. Look at Fell. Look, he just posted it. They can find stuff, printed words telling them that level is curved. So there ain't no way you're gonna get through to them. To them, level is only at one point. This is where their brains are at. No matter what you tell them, in their mind, level is only at one point. That's what we brought them to. Single point geometry.
Well, and it's like, it just seems like indoctrination to believe something that you've never actually demonstrated to be true. You just believe it, but you always have the assumption, oh, it's too big, so we'll never know. We'll never be able to measure it with a ruler, but it's out there. It's so big we can't
Well,
measure it.
oftentimes they defer to LIGO, and then what's the other one? There's another one.
Yeah, the Slack.
Is it Slack? Yeah, LIGO and Slack.
Yeah, look, NASA agrees with me. Horizontal is at one point tangent to a sphere. See? Single point geometry. That's how they think.
Even
There's no
though a
such
single
thing as a
point is only
horizontal
arbitrary,
plane.
and even a point doesn't exist in nature. It's an arbitrary concept.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of like someone wanted to argue that light goes on forever. And I mentioned the inverse square law and how, eventually the light, it's not going to shine forever. And he's like, well, does it ever actually go to zero? And I'm like, on your mathematical model, it may just go to 99.99999, but in reality, the light is not going to go forever. I mean, just like you can't shine a flashlight from one side of Lake Michigan to the other.
That's what they say about magnetic fields too, is that it permeates into the outer space and beyond.
But yeah, that's kind of been where I guess my focus has been on some of these. I just like to get into these pro Glober forums and stuff, and just kind of shake things up. But is this concept that if something's still being hidden, no matter how much you zoom in, that they can't concede to convergence or vanishing point, that if you can't zoom in any farther and there's still bottom up obstruction, that oh yep, that's definitely the curve at that point, even if it doesn't line up with the globe geometry.
Yeah, there are sometimes, though, when the sun sets over the ocean, that you can't zoom in to see the whole sun again, right?
Right. And that's where the argument comes at. Is it is it something because the surface is planar and there's just a vanishing point that you can't see anymore? I mean, once an object moves so far away, the angle of anything else in front of it, at the horizon could easily block it. Or is it, the claim bulge of the Earth?
Yeah, I mean, the most the straightforward explanation would be that the bottom of the sun is blocked by something physical, because that's what it looks like. So you'd have to like come up with a good explanation for why that's not happening, even though it looks like that.
What about the globe? That's not a good excuse.
Well, yeah, Globers don't have any trouble at all explaining a sunset. It matches the model. But I'm saying that, a sunset.
They wouldn't even have the slightest clue of what to say otherwise, all right? This has to be that. It's geometrically prescribed.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the
That's
sun is going
mother of
below
necessity.
the horizon.
So your invention is of necessity.
I don't know about necessity. What do you mean by necessity?
I mean,
It's,
can you just
it's
like
assumption.
so we can like put something high up enough to where the sun never sets? They always do.
No.
They always do see that. I don't know, man.
I mean, I know I've seen demonstrations where you had a like a spherical object attached to a level line, like a horizontal line, and it just simply went away, stayed level, but from the viewing point, it seemed to go below a horizon, even though it actually stayed level the whole time and just went farther and farther away, kind of below a vanishing point.
Think about this level, right? It's simple, right? People, civilizations would move next to rivers, right? So they can have access to water. That's where all cities are. So one day somebody must have said, wait a minute, why should I go to the river? Why don't we bring the river to us? Right? Somebody must have figured out how water flows and elevation, right? Very simple. So think about that. One person said, you know what? Why don't we bring the river to us instead of all of us going to the river every day for water? Now, what does water flow need? A slope, right?
Yeah, a change in elevation.
Correct. So not level. See how simple that is?
Yeah, yeah. The Roman aqueducts were almost level, but with just a slight little change, so the water would actually flow. The Romans were pretty good at building aqueducts, by the way.
Yep, that's a good example. So if there were a level, would there be water flow, Matthew?
No, if it were perfectly level, there wouldn't be. I mean, it would be sort of stagnant. I mean, if you had something coming in at the one end, it would level out and drain at the other end, I suppose, but not fast enough.
So could level be a circle?
Yeah, it depends on how you're defining level. If you're defining level as a straight line, then that's one thing. If you're defining level as an equipotential surface curving around a sphere, that's another thing. So you'd have to define which way you're using it. But both would be true. Water flows down level, depending on with both definitions.
Water flows down level, but also level forms a circle in your mythical globe. You see the problem here?
No, I'm saying that you have to define what you mean by level, but then in either case, it would work.
So you would have to have two definitions of level.
No,
what level is it?
You know what I'm saying? It's the opposite. I'm saying you need to have one definition because people use that word differently. You need to narrow it down to a single definition to understand what's going on.
Interesting.
It's just that people have to be careful about the words they use. Just because I say atmosphere doesn't by itself, you can't prove things with words, right? Just because I say atmosphere exists doesn't mean that the sphere exists. Just because the word sphere is in there, so you can't prove things with words like that. It's just being careful to understand what the definition means.
Yeah, but we just agreed that if you have level, you can't have water flow, right?
Right.
So by definition, in your model, water should be flowing all over the place, no?
No, I mean like sea level. So sea level, for example, is curved, but it's not flowing.
You assume it's curved and not flowing. We just established that level water can't flow, right? Now we have curved water, not level. So we can have curved water not flowing as well? How?
Who says sea level's curved?
I do. Yeah.
I mean, and yet it's treated as flat for sailing for
Yeah. You don't have to know that it's curved in order to
500
navigate the
kilometers.
oceans and stuff.
I mean, it isn't. I mean, it is nobody measuring it.
It looks curved from the pictures.
If you have that, then you should have elevation change. You'd be like being on a mountain. You'd have like sighting from there. It'd be really, really easy. It isn't. Stop.
Are the aqueducts that are miles long, are they sloped or are they curved?
They're both.
They're both?
Right. Slope determines.
You're telling me?
Yeah, so slope means that they change elevation. Curved means that it's not a perfectly straight line. And they're both.
So the aqueducts have a curve in them?
They do.
That's news to me. You're telling us now that the aqueducts are curved, Matthew.
Yes, they're not a perfectly straight line. Just like the Nile River is not a perfectly straight line, even though it's pretty flat.
Is it measurable? Are we able to measure it in the aqueducts?
No, it's based on the assumption that the Earth is a sphere, and assuming a certain size, and then assuming the elevation. That the places of the same elevation are a curve of a certain curvature, that type of thing. I think it'd be hard to measure because it's kind of like a really small effect.
So not measurable, just imagine.
Not measured. That's different than being not measurable.
Well, can we measure the slope?
Yeah, slope is easy because it's just distance. Elevation change divided by distance.
So could you be like mistaking slope for curve?
No, I mean the curve is based on an assumption of the knowledge of the shape of the Earth.
It's calculation, not measuring. It's different.
Yeah, calculation. Yeah.
You can calculate your way to $1 million. You can't measure it with your own.
Yeah, I mean, same thing. So there's never been a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, but we can calculate it. Just like there's never been a direct measure about how high Mount Everest is, but we can calculate it.
Sorry, I couldn't find my microphone. No, bitch, we can measure that shit.
No, I'm saying that the height of Mount Everest has never been directly measured. It's only been calculated.
It's measurable. Yeah.
So when and how would you directly measure the height of Mount Everest?
You could do it. It's not infinite in size. You know what I mean?
I know. Yeah, of course. So I'm asking how.
Oh, LiDAR satellites. Your science can do anything when you wanted to.
Use a laser rangefinder and pull it out to its maximum distance over and over all the way up.
Right, and then that is calculating the altitude of Mount Everest by measuring these angles. That's my point.
to measure the distance.
To calculate the distance. Measuring the distance is slapping a ruler on something.
That's not the only way to measure a distance. Come on,
So
man.
I think that calculating
a physical instrument, physically interacting with whatever you are physically measuring is a physical measurement.
Yeah, so I would call that a calculated measurement rather than a direct measurement. But I guess these are all just words, so I don't know.
There is a calculation in the laser rangefinder, of course, yeah, because it's built upon C or whatever, but the laser is physically interactive.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think you can really compare the height of Mount Everest, not being able to calculate the height of Mount Everest, with not being able to, or not being able to measure the height of Mount Everest to not being able to measure the curvature of the Earth. We know that Mount Everest is there. It's very high. We may not know the exact height of it, but we may not even be able to directly measure it. But we can't look at the Earth like Mount Everest. We don't see a curve.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Fair point. Fair point. I agree.
It's also just very dangerous. So, okay, how about this? Do we physically measure the height of buildings when we build them? Absolutely, we do, right? I've worked in construction. We worked on one of the tallest vertical the tallest vertical kiln ever built in the United States. And every single piece that made up each level was measured physically.
By putting a ruler on it, right?
Or a tape measure. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say I would agree. That's an example of a physical direct measurement using a tape measure.
Well, that would be more applicable to something like a bridge built in segments, right? Or an aqueduct built in segments physically.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this is what's funny, right? So, like when you talk to the ballers and you're like, okay, so for all engineering, we use plane survey, completely neglect the notion of the curvature of the Earth for up to 100 square miles. And this is taught in civil engineering. Up to 100 square miles, completely neglect the curvature of the Earth. So if you go 10 miles in each direction, right? I mean, that's 66 feet in each direction. So if I'm building like a runway or a railway or a bridge, 66 feet from beginning to end would be significant.
33 feet.
And they'll say, oh, well, no, 66 feet of drop. And they'll say, oh, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because it's negligible or whatever. But then they'll turn around and they'll bring up like a bridge and say, look, it's 2 millimeters higher and lower on the ends. I gotta go.
See, in your model, you have to say what I think ridiculous things like the aqueducts are curved. I mean, the first time I've ever heard that. No disrespect, Matthew, but you really think that they're curved?
Yes, of course.
How? How would you be able to prove that?
Oh, it's based on my preconceived notion that the Earth is a ball, and so that places of equal altitude are curved. Sea level is curved, for example.
Okay, so it's based on a preconceived notion. Okay, I can't argue with that. At least you're admitting it. It's like you just basically think it's that way because you believe you live on a globe.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's why everybody thinks that. There's nobody who thinks that we've gone out there and directly measured it like that.
Yeah, but everybody knows, like we agreed, that in order for water to flow, it needs to be elevated at one point, right? If it's level, the water cannot flow. We agreed to that.
That's right, but words like elevated and level need to be defined precisely. So because we mean different things by those words.
That's right. Yeah, you guys change meaning of words. Yeah, you have multiple, and you're able to interchange them at will. That's where one of the biggest issues come in, I think.
Yeah, so you'd need to make sure that you're talking about the same thing. That's why you could use different words and say stuff like, oh, are they in a perfectly straight line or not? Or are they the same distance from a hypothetical center of the Earth on a sphere or not? You know, but it's usually easier just to use the word level.
Yeah, well, look, when the majority of the people, I believe, I don't want to speak for everybody, when they think of level, like they think of a spirit level. Go over to Home Depot and you buy yourself a level, right?
Right. Uh-huh.
Now, let me ask you something. When you place the level on the ground, right?
Uh-huh.
And you level, you have the bubble in the middle there, you level it out. Let's say you have a 6-foot level. Is one end of that level and the other end of the level, what's the relationship?
They're at the same elevation.
They're at the same elevation. Okay.
Yeah, they're level.
So that's level, right? Straight
Yeah, and
line.
on the small scale, like 6 feet or building buildings, you don't really need to make a difference or a distinction because the difference between those two definitions is negligible.
Okay, fair enough. So if I was to start sticking now different spirit levels next to each other, will that still be considered level?
So it's probably close enough if you're building a building. The question is, if you put a spirit level in Los Angeles and another one in San Diego and another one in New York, are they pointing the same direction? And we ballers say they're not because the direction of down is different in those three cities.
Well, that would be my next question. So how many of those spirit levels would it take before we start seeing a curve?
Depends on how precise they are because every spirit level is going to be slightly different depending on the distance to the other one. And eventually you get far away enough that it would be a different, the difference would be noticeable, like New York and Los Angeles, for example. But maybe not Los Angeles and Long Beach or something, a couple miles away.
So what you're saying is, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what you're saying is if I keep stacking spirit levels, 6-foot spirit levels, right next to each other on a level, would they eventually come around and meet themselves on the other side?
Right. Uh-huh.
So that is what you're saying. You're saying if I
yeah.
go to Home Depot and I buy 100,000, whatever, 1 million spirit levels, and I put them side by side, eventually they'll form a circle.
Right.
Okay. As long as everybody heard that.
I
At
don't
least
think
you're
anybody
admitting it.
disagrees with it. I mean, it's not like it's something that I'm ashamed to admit. That's just the heliocentric model. It's pretty straightforward.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, thank you, Matthew.
Yeah, because what a spirit level does is it shows you the direction of horizontal at a particular point. So wherever it is, it's like 90 degrees from straight down.
No, I understand single point geometry. I understand fully how you think. Trust me, but at least you're admitting it, and everybody could get to hear it. So thank you very much for being honest, bro. I mean, what else could I say? Thank you.
Yeah, happy to help.
Just got to tap it out.
Yeah, so you guys heard it. You guys heard it. Spirit levels side by side from Home Depot. Eventually, they'll form a circle. This is how they think. So, how could you argue with this? Like, what can you say to this? Well, I mean,
Yeah, that's where I'm finding myself at a roadblock with trying to converse with people that believe in the globe is this notion that straight lines form a circle eventually. And yet I'm like, well, where is there any demonstration of this happening? Well, it's all too big. We can't demonstrate it, but it's there, we promise.
No, you're right. Nobody thinks that straight lines form a circle. That would be irrational. That's not geometric.
Right, but my next question is, does level water form a straight line in a pool?
No. In a pool, the difference is about the thickness of a piece of paper, so you're not going to notice. Like 100-foot pool, I think.
Okay, and has that been demonstrated?
No, it's too hard to. That's too small to measure. It's just
That's what I mean. We're right back at it. It's too small or too big to measure, so we just have to believe.
Yeah, the question still remains: is it perfectly is it a perfect straight line, or is it slightly curved? And we can't tell the difference. We can't measure.
No one's proven heaven, but it's not stopping a lot of religions from operating anyway, right?
Well,
so we don't really need proof of a ball. We don't need proof of curvature. We've got an afterlife. We already sold that. I mean, kind of asking for a lot. Having a measurement of a ball that you live on, that's kind of like a tall order. I hate to be mean about it.
I mean, there should just be a large enough body of water somewhere where we could measure that. It seems to me like to create a whole belief system and not have any kind of demonstration is, I don't know.
Oh, sorry, I had to step away for a second.
Let's take Matthew's answer and break it down a little bit if you want. He says that if you stretch a meter rule all the way around the Earth, assuming a level basis, that all of the meter rules would join up at the end. That means that every one of those meter rules has to be bent to some degree. So putting them all together seamlessly would imply a non-straight meter rule, which is not, right? Unless the meter rule, the yardstick is built in with a what do you call it, a curvature to it, which I don't think it is as the international standard. Okay. How you doing, everyone? Thank you, SE.
Hey.
Yo, can you possibly fix your mic, Dodo? Because it seems like you're kind of jittering in and out from your audio feedback,
Okay.
and this makes it hard
I thought it
to
sounded good.
listen to you.
Oh, which is it? Is it okay, or I can?
It's okay.
I know I have a problem.
Yeah,
with
no,
it.
I can hear you fine.
Okay. Okay. It's your side, Clay. Not sure about that, but let me know if it persists.
Yeah, if you take a meter.
I'm not Clay, bro.
Oh, sorry. Who's that?
Shout out Clay.
Hey,
sorry,
the
bud.
other German guy. I'm just kidding. It's the other German guy. He's probably not from Germany.
It's actually pronounced Gurman. It's pronounced Gurman snack, so you get it right, bud.
Hey, you learn something new every day.
Back to square one, I see us deciding between level, horizontal, flat, curved. Curved square one. It's a curved square one. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be careful which word you're going to use and what the definition is if you're going to have a conversation about it, I guess.
Yes, but the international standard of length, held in Paris, I think it's a yard, better than a meter. It's absolutely straight. There's no bend to it at all.
Yeah, I agree.
So you'd have to use some sort of a rule that has a bending in that particular axis. The x-axis, if you want. How does that work?
Yeah,
we just need a. Can we just do that? Just make a curved yardsticks that have that 1 yard curve of a ball curve.
Yeah, vertical triangles. You need them for a ball.
You would think it would be absolutely child's play for them to do that. Why didn't they do that? Look. Hey, what's going on? Why
It's
didn't
hard.
they do that?
It's really not curved very much, so it'd be hard to manufacture something that is curved exactly the right amount.
Standard right amount curve. That's it. We have no problem making other standards and laws and stuff like that. Come on. We say what the standard is, not nature. Anyway.
Yeah, and it's in butt nature. ABN.
We could say that the globe is a faith-based model. The Apostle Paul said that faith was the evident demonstration of realities, though not beheld. We can't behold the globe. We have faith that it's there. That seems like a good summation.
That's so beautiful.
Yeah, but you can use logic and reason to understand that God exists, that there must be a creator, that there's a designer of the universe. And so, yeah, just because something is not seen doesn't mean it's not real. I mean, I'm using Wi-Fi. I can't see it, but that doesn't mean it's not real.
Logic and reason are one thing, but then we have experience, we have our testimony of or direct encounters with natural phenomena on Earth. And it seems to me that everything that applies to Earth and its surrounds, not surrounds, terrestrial living, when you apply it to a ball and the greater paradigm built on the ball, then you come immediately away from everything that humankind has experienced. If you can think of an exception to that, I'd love to hear it, but
Sure.
that's what I think is happening.
Easy exception is the full moon stays the same apparent size in the sky all night. That's one exception.
That's not the. That's no, it doesn't. And first of all, that's away from seeing. I talked about terrestrial living. You've never been to the moon. You look up at the moon. It could be anything. So yeah, you're taking us immediately away from our terrestrial experience. Extrapolation, justification via extrapolation. I call it.
Yeah, just like looking
yeah.
out the window of a car to determine how fast you're going. It's okay to look out the window. It's okay to look up in the sky. That type of
No, it
knowledge
absolutely does
and
change stuff,
observation.
but
Yeah, the moon. You're so foolish. And where are you living? You're in California?
Yeah, in California.
There's not much of a change that I ever saw. There might be that it happens, but it shouldn't really be that much. And I've also not experienced it in at high altitudes either. It doesn't seem to change that much. It might. I don't know. Was I there for a whole year? No, but
no, I was talking about throughout the space of the night during a full moon. The apparent size of the moon stays the same all night long in a full moon.
On the Jersey Shore, it's incredibly large sometimes. It will shrink in size though, like pretty quickly.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm talking
That's the
about
standard.
the
I think the
apparent.
standard has to be the size of the moon from space where there's no atmosphere. Look, obviously, if you're in a certain spot, let me say this: as you're in a certain spot and you're following the track of the moon, as it reaches the horizons, you're going to be looking through more atmosphere either way, so it's going to distort the image. Can you show me a picture of the moon from space and gauge its?
Yeah. Well, they would say they'd say the same thing is like that the sun is doing the same thing. It's just like looking like it's larger. It's just like sort of blooming out. But that's not true. You can see the details of an enlarged moon, you know what I mean, for the few minutes that it's there. You know?
Yeah.
But you should be mentioning everything over like your lunar nooner. Whatever the moon's size is at noon overhead, it should be that's the size of it, right? Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I was saying the question is if the moon is coming closer to you over a flat Earth, and then as it sets, it's getting farther and farther. Why doesn't it change size when it's doing that? Like things typically get smaller in apparent size as they move away from you.
Or there's a problem though that in any high altitude balloon footages I've seen, the moon tends to shrink to a small dot. And I wonder why NASA hasn't put up some $1 million balloon, you know, something like a high altitude launch, and just taken images of the moon as you rise up in its full state as it traverses over. Brilliant for humanity. We don't ever see that though. Even $1 million would sort you out with the best tech ever and the best captures ever of the full moon in all its glory as it passes highest above a certain point where you send up the balloon. Get it to coincide. We don't see it though.
At the high altitude balloon level, the moon is about half a degree in apparent size, which is the same as it is on the ground.
I don't see it though. Show me one high altitude balloon footage where you see the moon in all its glory. You don't see it anywhere. That's a problem. And also, when you use logic and reason, it has to be grounded somewhere. It has to be foundational principles. When you've never been to the moon, you don't know what the moon actually is. You're sort of speculating within a model. The model justifies it, but the moon then has to be 250,000 miles away and the size it's given. You know what I'm saying? Do you know actually? Do you know the snack? The sun is said to be 3.3 or is it 333,000 times the weight of the Earth? Something like that. Yeah, or 3,300,000 times the weight of the Earth the Sun is. Another 33, in other words. Yeah, that's just a by the way.
Yeah, and there were 33 engines on the Starlink, stage 1.
And you have to reach Mach 33 to escape Earth's velocity. Shit.
I mean, it's hydrogen and oxygen. It would still be like lighter than the Earth. I mean, more buoyant.
Pick it up with your finger. Hold the sun in your hand.
I'm just saying, right? No, even at its scale, like I get it. Like, even though it's not weighing anything hardly at all, it all adds up to add to what. But like if you had the Earth and the sun in a fish tank and you were trying to the Earth would sink and the sun would float, right?
Hey, you better show me the Earth and the sun in a fish tank in a bucket in a lab, or else fuck off. I should have lowered my voice there. Show me the sun and the Earth in a fish tank in a bucket in a lab.
But if we don't have to prove the afterlife or heaven or hell, like what sense is it to prove the shape of the ball, right? You don't have to prove that. Am I wrong? Or is that a cheap shot? Or is
proving things is one thing and knowing things is another. So what do you mean we don't have to prove the existence of God or something like that?
No, I'm just saying that the ball is an article of faith. It is not nothing you could prove. Somebody might claim it's in the book,
I think
but
there's strong evidence for the existence of God. I wouldn't know. I don't know about proving the existence.
Could you take it on some man's word though? You're taking it on holy scriptures or something. But if somebody's like, hey man, I got it on good information. There's a God, supreme being.
Well,
afterlife,
obviously, I think
each
person can see evidence in their own life and that type of thing. But also, there's scientific evidence for the existence of God, the fact that the existence of life, fine-tuning arguments, all that.
That's fine. But if I get up in a plane and it looks flatter and flatter to me, that's like I should see it ball and ball. Like I'm like, oh yes, ooh, spherical. Oh, I get it, right? But I don't. See the opposite. It's like the opposite. If I saw the opposite of like I had a near-death experience and I was like, there's nothing else after it. It's just like it's a waiting screen, guys. You have no idea. It's just a clock that spins infinitely. You don't know. And I come back. Like that would be my afterlife that I saw. Like you'd have to believe me on that, but you don't have to believe me that it looks flatter when I get up in a plane. So I don't know. There's kind of like a preference to what my story is, right, Matthew?
Yeah, let me ask him. What is the logic and reason that precludes us from having a stationary Earth flat surface which goes? What's the rationale that you don't entertain that? What's wrong with that?
There's lots of things wrong with the idea that the Earth is flat. The constant size of the moon, the size of the sun, the celestial navigation, the sunsets, GPS satellites.
Right. Let me explain one thing to you very quickly. We're dealing with two different models. So don't compare model to model. You compare model against reality. And necessarily in the stationary and flat Earth enclosed model, the skylights cannot be material. They can also not be the distances and sizes given because they're not material. They can't be. And they also have to move in unison as we decide that the Earth's surface is stationary. So what's wrong with my logical processing there?
Yeah, so like I was mentioning before, the full moon, if it's really coming at us and then going away from us over a flat Earth, then assuming it's a physical object, we would assume that the moon would get bigger and bigger and then smaller and smaller. So because it's not, we know that it's a constant distance the whole time.
How about you can't assume? Yeah, 1 second. That's what I said about models. You can't assume it's a physical model, a physical object anymore. So you bring an assumption from your own model building into a different model. So if you don't assume that they're physical, where does that leave you? Because they can't be physical for us. For me, they can't be physical. It can be a reflection of solidity, but not solidity itself. Like looking at a reflection of the moon on a dark night on a lake surface, of the water surface. You can see it. It looks exactly like the moon. If you didn't know your orientation, you'd swear it might be the moon, but it's actually a reflection of the moon. You know what I'm saying? Oh.
Yeah. So, I mean, it looks like a physical object to me, so I'm going to assume that that's what it is until I have a good reason to say that that's not
But
true.
logic and reason would say not to just trust it, but you see it and say it. Say maybe there's a different alternative. So, I mean, that's all. Follow your logic and reason to develop another alternative. very least, anyway, to test yourself against. You're saying it sounds more reasonable that we're on a surface ultimately that's moving at millions of miles an hour, and there's curvature involved, even though we can't experience any of these things, and to think it's stationary and the skylight composition is different than what is given. That's mad.
Yeah, I think that's the most reasonable explanation of all the data. That's right.
Let me tell you something about it. I think the sun is part of the earth. I think there's a justification in a way for the heliocentric model. It's also relative in a sense. That's what I think. And it's all encoded. And there's an onus on us if we choose to sort of reapply what's been given to us, invert it, and, well, reapply it in a different sense. Everything makes sense in a flat earth. Nothing makes sense in a globe earth. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing. And I asked you that question, but Matthew, I asked you that question. It matches my middle name, actually. But I asked you that question, and remember I said about terrestrial living, we have our experiences of life on Earth. Then when you take the globe model into consideration, everything goes out the window. Everything we've experienced, come to learn, is thrown on its head. And now all manner of unexperiencable phenomena are pushed at us before.
Yeah, unexperiencable phenomena don't bother me. I mean, especially in this modern age, I live in a place where I have cell phone signals, Wi-Fi, radio signals, TV signals. All this electromagnetic radiation is part of our everyday lives, but I can't see any of it, but I rely on it quite a bit.
I would just say the only difference is that can be verified. You know what I mean?
Right. It's verified.
You
You
can
can't
test
verify it through your senses directly verified. You have to use logic and reason to say, okay, we can use these instruments and measure the
You can get a Gauss
electromagnetic
meter.
waves and that type of stuff.
I can get a Gauss meter or something like that and measure the whatever's charged in the air. Or
Yes.
get a signal, get a radio, and get a return, because now you can measure. 1 second, please. Now you can measure it. What instrument can I hold up and measure the motion of the Earth where I'm standing
A
right now?
ring laser gyroscope.
We know that something is in motion, but a ring laser gyroscope, if I was just to plant it on my desk, it should show massive deviation if it was to show immediately that the Earth's surface that I'm on is in motion. And it's in motion in 5 or 6 different ways, right? So, but it doesn't show anything if I just set it there. Unlike a Gauss meter, whereas if I hold it up, I'll see a potential or whatever in the air, or as I said, a radio, some sort of antenna will pick up a signal that I can't directly sense with my God-given senses. There's no direct what from that, is there?
So
Ring
yeah,
laser
you know what?
gyroscope, very complicated
You're right.
piece of equipment as well.
If you stick a ring laser gyroscope on your desk and it shows 0 rotation after an hour, that would debunk the globe.
Right. But I'm talking about some sort of digital reading. Oh, you're traveling at this speed in this way, and then if I take more north and south, if I went to the North Pole, for instance, so you say, oh, you're traveling at 0, etc. You don't get that sort of return. But here's the thing: I don't doubt the technology that is picking up some real attributes of reality. And I do think there's something in motion. So it is picking up something in motion. And that thing in motion, as far as I'm concerned, anyway, is a part of the Earth which gives us the skylights. And that energy flow is what it's picking up. And it varies depending on your place on Earth and positioning underneath the barriers. That's my reckoning for that.
Yeah, the point is that we're using instruments to tell us what our senses can't directly tell us. And that's okay to use instruments. If we can't see electromagnetic radiation, it's okay to use instruments to detect it.
That's not a direct instrument, though. That's not. If it's not like a counter or something that if I have in my hand, I just press it on, and it tells me, oh, you're moving at 600 miles an hour around the central point. Oh, that means you're on a certain latitude point on the globe Earth. You know what I mean? If I move to the equator or to the North Pole, where you get to the maximum and minimum, I won't get any readout. There's no machine that'll give me a readout. You know, let me just finish by saying, for my experience in all 3 places where I am now, at the equator, at North Pole, I'm thinking I'm going to experience a stationary, just like I have done all my life. It's just my experience, my testimony. Would you agree that be your testimony? Go ahead.
Yeah, so gyroscopes don't measure speed. You're right about that. They measure rotation, but yeah, they're not measuring. They're not telling you how fast you're going or something like that.
Let me ask you a question, Matthew. I have a question. I think it's a pretty good one. I've been asking. It's like, is it easier for you? Well, I guess you can use your experience first of all, and then you can use your logic and reason outside of your experience. But which is easier for you to believe? That you're on a ball in motion or a ball that's not in motion?
Ball in motion.
The problem is then with your answer is that, well, the ball, according to your own history, the history given anyway, the ball was decided long before the ball in motion was decided. The minute
Right.
you say that it's easy for you to believe that you're on a ball in motion, now you have to go to the fullest degree, which is telling you believe in the greater spatial model, which is that the Earth is not just a ball in motion, which goes against your experience, which should be a ball which is stationary, where you get the ball, that's a different matter, but it's a ball in motion to the tune of millions of miles an hour.
Right.
So how does that gel with you? How can you say that that's easy for me to believe as well?
Because the story fits and explains the phenomena as best as I can tell, and also humans can't sense speed, so it's not like we could feel speed happening.
As you say, it's the story. The story fits.
Right.
But it doesn't fit with your experience. It just fits with, it's not even your mind evaluation and expression. It's the imagination of someone else.
Right.
Einstein solved it from his wheelchair. Stephen Hawkins couldn't even move his body, but he figured out black holes trillions of miles away. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is that doesn't bother me, because there's this whole story about how Wi-Fi works, but I've never personally seen it. In fact, I've never even used a Gauss meter to measure it. But I believe the story that these experts tell me about how my phone and my computer are connecting to the internet. So it's this whole story that I believe without experiencing it.
Yeah, you can measure it with your phone. With your phone, any standard phone, which can download a YouTube video and play it. You can be in the middle of nowhere almost, and you can get a YouTube video high definition stream. So immediately you know that there is an intense signal carrying so much information coming to your contraption, allowing you to see it.
Yeah, that's the story they tell me. So I have to believe the experts when they say that. So yeah,
that's fine, man. That's fine. I'm not saying that, but can you understand you don't seem to be able to understand the position of the I don't like flat earther, because I think flat earth is an extension on the truth that I experience. The earth's surface is stationary, so I think actually stationary comes first, and it's flatness, and then it's enclosure. But yeah, you find that so difficult to believe, or entertain, because reasons, I guess. I don't know.
No, I'm happy to entertain it. I'm just saying that when I look at the evidence, that doesn't explain the evidence well enough. It fails in so many fundamental levels, like the sun and the moon sunsets, like I said, GPS, satellite TV, like all kinds of things. So that's why I don't think
the moon is, yeah. I think the moon is a flat reflection. I think we're looking at it and see, this is the problem. See, this is the thing, right? Dealing with two different models. I always ask, or I did ask for a long time anyway, what has the flat earther replaced empty space with? And that's a difficult question. For me, myself, let me give you my answer. It has to be waters. It has to be waters, because your surface itself, like a tree stump, is cut flat, but yeah, the surface is filled with inundating waters, and the island then, or the lands, or the continents, or the countries, are all just the land as it juts above the waters, the invading waters. So the moon then, and the sun and all the skylights become for me flat reflection against the surface, the separation of the earth realm from the waters beyond.
The waters below and the waters above, like it says in Genesis 1, maybe.
Well, I think because I think the most part of the earth, what we're standing on right now, our reality, is what the fuck is going on beneath us. That's what we have to come to some sort of terms with. If you were to ask me genuinely, if I was to look at the greater picture that's presented to my mind, I think we do live on a a ball, within a ball, if you want, and it's in motion. So, yeah, am I ball earther in a sense, motion in a sense, but yeah,
I like your description of the waters above and the moon being a reflection of that. And I like your example earlier you said of like seeing the reflection of the moon in a flat lake at nighttime.
Yeah.
I think those are good examples
Yeah,
of
very
what you're
good.
saying.
Very good. It's a good point, isn't it? So when we look at something that seems to be absolutely solid, and then we understand that, okay, it isn't solid, but it is some sort of an expression of solidity. And that's what I think the moon is itself. It is not solid, but it is a reflection of solidity. But that's where I think, yeah, eyeball Earth is what I think about, Brad. I think of a big eyeball, and we're on this. Imagine look up at the ceiling with your own eye at the minute. We're on the iris at the top, black hole center. So it's a greater sort of metaphysical interpretation in a sense, but that's it. Just depends. The greater body of the rotundity is what's going on beneath us. We're on the sort of collapsed surface here, as I look at it. But it doesn't even matter anymore. Is your mind capable of entertaining or considering the simple? Do you go for the more complex, ultimately infinitely more complex explanation, or do you rest on the simple explanation as a starting point? I think, yeah, Occam's razor will tell you always to take the easiest path forward. It's not if you, let me just say this, it's not that you're right, or it's not that one model is right, one model is wrong. Just you don't compare models with models, Matthew. I think you compare models against reality, and that's where the mystery comes into it. I think there's probably truth in all things, you know what I'm saying? Probably truth in all things. We just have to get our mind straight about it.
Yeah, that's why I like the distinction of asking this one question. Is the direction of down in Los Angeles parallel to the direction of down in New York?
Right.
And so that doesn't say anything about the shape of the terrain or anything like that. And so, but that is like a stark question that separates people who think that the Earth is a globe from people who don't.
Let me make a declaration. For a flat earther, if all peoples on Earth were to stand and point vertically, casually vertically, just do it yourself in your room. If we were all to do that in unison, over the flat, not flat Earth, the flat surface, and we're all pointing in the same direction, the ball earther would have to say the absolute opposite. We're all pointing in opposing directions.
Right.
It's
No,
simple.
that's a different way of saying the same question. I like that too.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
as a globe earther, my answer would be that I think that people in Spain would be pointing directly opposite the people in New Zealand.
Right. I was just sort of reiterating my declaration there from years. It doesn't matter, but it does hold true. That has to be the case. And furthermore, let me tell you this: I'm on the flat Earth side, a flat surface Earther. I think the biggest variation in water from horizontality, excluding the north center, whatever's going on there, I think there's a massive whirlpool. But I think the big variation from horizontal, absolutely horizontal water, hot water, if you want, is the biggest variation between high and low tide anywhere. And it's found somewhere, I can't remember where it is exactly, but it's up somewhere close to Alaska or northern Canada or something like that. It's about, I think it's about 30 meters. Outside of any massive storms and massive swells, that is the biggest variation from horizontal on the water surface, any water surface on Earth. That's just my position as a flat earther.
What's the greater direction then?
The only way is up. Die slow. UP.
Up or
UPS.
is it up?
You see, we have to decide what's up and what's down. Alice in Wonderland. I point upwards
Yeah,
now.
but
I
again,
think I'm actually pointing downwards. Yeah.
but again, up is down depending on where you're at relative, to any one location from their model. So I don't think up would be the proper term.
Right, you're correct. You're correct.
I think
Oh,
it would be
okay.
just away from the surface.
Sure,
Let's
if
think
you
of a
want to be
word.
technical, then yeah, you could say away from the center, away from the surface. But people use up as a convenient shortcut for meaning that.
Yeah,
So
I
think of
know,
a
but like
word.
I said, it's antithetical depending on where you are.
Yeah. Yeah, just as there are no straight lines on a ball, there's no up on a ball. That's true. Good one. Nice one. No up on a ball because your up is someone in Australia's down.
Yep.
Very good.
There's only towards the surface and away from the surface. That's it.
Or towards
Relevant
the
to
center.
terrestrial.
Yeah, on the ball Earth model, towards the center and away from the center, and every point away from the center is at variance. So yeah, very good.
But I mean, if you can't determine where the edge resides, then how can you determine the center point?
Can't possibly.
Yeah, on a sphere, there's no edge, but there is a center, and up is away from the center.
Again, though, like how do you navigate oneself to the center of a sphere without seeing the entirety of the sphere, or even being able to depict the entirety of
You
it
have to imagine.
from
No,
a
you
geographical.
use a
yeah.
plumb bob. A plumb line goes straight down, like weights hang down. So that's how you determine which direction down is.
I mean,
How about
yeah, like maybe on your model that might work, but on our model that doesn't seem to fly.
we could all do 1 second. We could all do the same thing. This is the point about a plumb bob. Every flat earther will say, "Well, those plumb bobs are parallel." The ball earther will declare they're not. So it's the same thing as up or down. And I think it's actually more to the point. You couldn't use the plumb bob, although with clarification you could, and that is within your mind's eye. And I'm wondering, where does logic and reason only apply to your imagination? You've never been to the Earth Center. So that's outside of your experience. So yeah,
So if we
logic and
were
reason.
gonna
That's my
go,
question, Matthew. Yeah.
if we were gonna go to the center of the Earth, right? We were gonna make a mission out of this. Our mission was to get to the center of the Earth. Assuming that it's feasibly possible in all contexts of the word. But so we're using this plumb bob as our compass. Now, how far down do we have to get before that plumb bob proves to be inaccurate, Matt?
I
Because
guess the
as
definition
far
I'd
as
say it's always accurate because the plumb bob, the direction of down is by definition the direction of the plumb bob.
well, again, like if we were to actually perform this, right? Your model says that once you get far enough underground and the mass above you is greater than the mass below, now which direction's that plumb blob's supposed to point?
That never
Blob,
happens.
did you say plumb blob? You did.
Yeah.
I would say no matter how low you go, there's still a direction of down. The only exception would be in the very center of the Earth where you'd experience weightlessness.
Well, I've heard different answers. I never heard like directly to the center. I heard again, like as I put it, once the mass above is greater than the mass below, which doesn't necessarily have to be at the center.
Well, at that point you're more than halfway through the center, and so the direction would switch the other way. So it's just basically always pointing towards the center.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
1 second. Yeah, die slow. Let me say this, Matthew. Have you ever heard of Lord Stephen Christ?
No.
I guess, right, I'm sure you have, right? But you've definitely heard of the concave Earth model. He's definitely the one who picked up the baton. But he'll refer you to the Tamarack Mine. I think it's the Tamarack Mine experiments where they dropped plumb bobs. And instead of this convergence, it actually got divergence. So that's sort of the basic, or at least big piece of evidence for Lord Stephen Christ's modeling, that you don't get this convergence of plumb bobs in certain points.
Huh,
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that.
But those plumb blobs are diverging mostly because of magnetic anomaly.
Plumb blobs. That's a good one.
No, that could be. I haven't heard that evidence.
Well, that's all. That's all gravity really is a magnetic anomaly. So, good point.
Yeah, but blocks of wood and styrofoam are affected by gravity, so they're not magnetic.
But it's the Tamarack mines.
So wood and styrofoam is not affected.
The Tamarack mines are copper mines, so they present magnetic flux, which.
Very good.
There you go.
Good snacks. I was just pointing that to Matthew. Whereas, that's the reason. That's what. For other reasons, I let go of the concave model. But yeah, to contradict the idea that plumb bobs will converge towards the center point seems to be on the surface anyway. Yeah, denied by that. This is the Tamarack mines, isn't it? Or Tamarack.
Yeah, Tamarack mines.
Anyway.
Zanuck also references Plum Bob's doing the same thing, but that's also near another magnetic anomaly site.
Right. And who's to say that, like 500 miles down, there isn't a massive vein of gold or something, which it has its own gravitational pull. So anything close to the surface or even beneath the surface won't get pulled to the surface. It'll get pulled more towards this massive dense.
By the way, there is
yeah.
speculation that all the different metals are molten far enough down in the center of the Earth, and that including gold, there's a layer of gold that's maybe several dozen feet thick all the way around the Earth. That's just speculation, though.
Well,
Nobody says that.
Yeah, well, one second. I wasn't talking about the 1 second. Let me say this. I wasn't talking about the molten aspect because you were told that a plumb bob will deviate slightly close to a mountain or something like that, or the gravity will differ somewhat. I'm talking about just a mere 500 miles down, or even 50 or 100 miles down, and just a massive dense layer of solid material, which could be gold, could even be denser. Why, how could you rely on the plumb bob itself or whatever instrument you choose to use? Confidence, anyway.
What are you saying? Is that your theory, Matthew? That there's like a sphere of gold and a sphere of iron and a sphere, like just all the elements are
No,
rarefied
he
iron?
brought up a bunch of gold down there, and I was saying that I've heard that there's speculation. Some people think that's true, but nobody claims it to be true for sure. They're just
I don't know. All I do know is that copper will slow down a magnet, and it'll deflect a magnet. That has even though it is not magnetic, it fluxes magnetism through itself. Some things can do that, and some things can't.
Yeah, that makes sense. And even if this were true, I think that probably molten copper and molten gold would be way different. I don't know how, though.
I see what's wrong, Snack. I already saw what's wrong years ago. Problem with the average ball earther is they have to take the model in its entirety and compare one aspect to a differing aspect. The flat earther sort of takes every individual piece of information as it comes and justifies it in its own for its own self. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's a massive.
All of the points are so backed up as if they were like some kind of chess move with like three pieces backing it up, but those pieces really are false or pseudo pieces. You know what I mean? They're theoretical pieces. Like they've thought of everything, but they can't prove everything.
But that's true of the average.
But they put you in such a zone. You'd be crazy to think that you could think any other way about it, though. Yeah. So that's why they have blinders on us, I think, in that regard. Thanks for letting me finish, Matthew.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I thought you were done. Yeah, but I would say that just like that's true for the average glober, it's also true for the average Wi-Fi believer. All of us who believe in Wi-Fi with no evidence, we're having a hard time explaining to the Wi-Fi deniers, how Wi-Fi works. But that doesn't bother me.
That's not true, bud. That's not true. Easy time explaining. My computer isn't plugged in like it used to have to be to get the internet. Now it's receiving signal through the air, and there's a router beneath. Oh no, it's very easy. You can see the waves coming, but you can show the outcome of it.
Right.
And you can show the implication of the instrumentation to deliver it.
And I would say the same thing is true of the ball Earth. You can see sunsets, you can see moon phases, you can see eclipses, all these implications of the.
But you don't know what the sun is, man. You don't know what the
It's
sun
wireless.
is.
The sun is wireless energy.
Yeah, but we can manipulate the Wi-Fi. We can use it as an independent variable, so to speak, and wiggle it. We could turn it on. We could turn it off.
Yeah, send lower power. Remember was it 528 megabytes with the old internet connection? Yeah, you could just vary the strength. Soon, no,
Well,
we
can
can't
shut it off. You guys can unplug the router, and now there's no Wi-Fi. Then I plug the router in, and there's Wi-Fi. Like it's not even close to the same thing, Matt.
Yeah, you can do scientific experiments with Wi-Fi. That's true, and you can't manipulate the moon phases.
You guys can't
who
manipulate
denies
any. Hold on, Barrel. You guys can't manipulate anything in your scientific experiments.
Right. We're
Gravity,
not
none of your.
changing any of that. You're right.
You can't
and
manipulate
who
space-time
denies
bending, none of that.
Wi-Fi? Who denies
Nope.
Wi-Fi?
Nobody. But I wouldn't be surprised if 1,000 years from now, historians looking through the dust of our civilization, there might be some people who say, "Wait a minute, is this really true? How could that happen?"
Yeah, but we're not those people. We have all these things to detect it and control it and use it.
Right, and I mean, same thing. We tap into all this technology that's based on the heliocentric model, like GPS and satellite TVs.
So you're saying that you can logically believe or deduce or whatever, you can logically think that the Earth is a ball, even though you can't prove it, and that is because I can't prove what Wi-Fi is. I should believe in the globe, even though I can't prove it, because I can't prove exactly what Wi-Fi is. That doesn't seem very logical to me.
Yeah, it's an analogy. Analogies are only good for one small idea. But yes, I say that the heliocentric model is the best explanation for the phenomena, and I'm also saying that it doesn't matter to me if I can't directly experience something, just like I can't directly experience Wi-Fi signals. That's the analogy.
Well, let me comment here. Hello, Dan, by the way. Let me comment here and say this. It's not that you're wrong, bud. You're definitely clinging to a model. You didn't develop it yourself. You don't experience it yourself, but you sort of put the pieces together in your own mind, and it seems to make some sort of sense. It did to all of us, in a sense.
It's
Then,
a
even by your own, let me say this, but even by your own principles, should you not, in the scientific mind, always be testing to the ultimate extreme level, everything that you hold dear and to be true, because we know that we know so little in this greater expanse we call life.
Sure, I think that's a good attitude to have. That's right.
So what's wrong with the problem that the Earth is Earth's surface that you live on is stationary? Is it that the sun has to be 93 million miles away and has to be solid and exploding in empty space? What's wrong with the problem
Yeah,
that the Earth is
the idea that the sun and the stars are far away, and so when we see them rotating, it must be because we're rotating, not because they are, because they're so far away. That's the main problem.
That's true. That's in your model. That's true. But the problem is, you see that the sun's actual distance and size always, and the universe's actual distance and size always changing, always and ever changing. So again, you have to step outside your model and make the sun something different. But you seem incapable of doing that, which is totally unscientific.
No, yeah, we can't go to the sun, but I have a explanation, a story that makes sense, and it seems like a good story. It matches the observations, and I'm
Can
going
go
to
to the
stick with that.
sun. Yeah.
Stick with that story
Went
until
the Parker probe. Do you believe the Parker probe went to the sun? You
the
can't go to
Parker
the sun.
probe went close.
Can I just go back?
Hold
Real
on,
quick,
man. Hold on, guys. Matt was in the middle of something. Pete just blurted out and interrupted him. I don't know why. Finish up your thing, Matt.
Yeah, go ahead. We're having a conversation. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure, I was just saying that there's a heliocentric story for what the sun is, and that seems to make sense, and it seems to match observations. Now, I'm going to stick with that story until I hear a better explanation, a better story that matches the observations better. That's all.
Yep. Real quick, Matthew, that the Wi-Fi analogy is flawed, and what you really should be doing is saying like the Wi-Fi works, but it's because we're spinning on a ball. That's what powers it. That's how it works, and and just having that given that it works, you don't question the reason being why it works. That's a more perfect way to describe it, I think.
Yeah, but Wi-Fi doesn't have anything to do with spinning. The analogy would be more like I don't see Wi-Fi signals. However, these experts tell me it works because of electromagnetic radiation, this mythical, magical, invisible force.
Magical, right there. Yeah, so you're equating it to magical thinking. That'd be object permanence or something like that. I need to see something. I don't identify that it exists or something like that. This is very like 3-year-old kind of like developmental psychology. What I'm saying is that it's something different, and that I just offered you a more perfect analogy. I think it still shines in brilliance. Thanks.
We've been down this road before, Snacks. It becomes a matter of belief.
Guys, let's try
Then I
not to
mean,
interrupt,
Matthew.
please.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go
The
ahead.
second I left you off mute, you were talk. Did you stop talking that whole time? Were you talking that whole time?
No,
No, I wasn't. And you stopped judging.
Guys,
there
let's
was
try not to interrupt.
there was a delay of about like 8 or 10 seconds, so he jumped in, so he wasn't interrupting anybody.
No, I had him on server mute. I was just wondering if he was talking that whole time. But guys, let's try not to interrupt, please.
I wasn't talking. Snacks was talking. Jeremy.
I was waiting to cut in with that.
No, I'm happy. I was happy. That's what I said, Snacks. To go ahead. I was happy. Happy to.
We did it.
I'm not.
We did it. It's over. I'm
Okay.
glad we did it. It was great. I want to make some commemorative artwork for it.
We've all listen. Let me just say this to Jeremy. We've all been down this road before. At the likes of Matthew, I've encountered from the very start, and I'm not being impatient or anything. But I still asking pertinent questions. So when he mentioned about the evidence presented that the sun is what it is, that's why I asked him at the Parker probe, and does he believe in that venture that man actually can go to the sun, or man can actually bounce radars off the sun, radar signals off the sun, and get a return from 93 million miles away in terms of all of the different rotations and motions as well. So that's all. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the Parker probe is real. I haven't heard of anybody saying that we can bounce the radar off the sun. That's new to me.
Yeah, they said that as well. Something similar. Something similar. Maybe it's not radar exactly, but something similar. It's extraordinary. I mean, what do we believe at the end of the day? Is the basis of our belief system why that's what Snack was talking about the afterlife. Is the why you're not religious then? You believe anything without question. Sufficient experiential reason. Do you know what I'm saying?
He is religious.
Leaves us lost. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Go
so
ahead.
I believe
He
in
is
God
religious.
from personal experience, but also I think it's appropriate to say that there's evidence for God, the fine-tuning argument, the cosmological argument. So I think there's logic and reason that can be brought to bear in the question of whether God exists.
What about revelation? What about miracles? Do you believe in miracles?
Oh yeah, God can choose to break the laws of physics sometimes, and he does regularly.
Yeah, but that becomes a belief then because it defies your experience, right?
No, I mean if somebody becomes supernaturally healed by God, they experience that, and so I think the supernatural can be experienced.
Do you know someone or have you personal experience with a miracle? You don't mind me asking.
Yeah, I would say that there are times that I would count as God supernaturally intervening in my life
Excellent.
and
That's wonderful.
changing things in my
That's
favor.
wonderful.
I couldn't prove it though.
That's wonderful. No, that's fine. There's things we can't prove to anyone. This life is not about proof. But let me say this: on the basis of that acceptance, and maybe there's a different game in play. The model, the globe model itself, the heliocentric. The word itself, hell-centric. Look at the book of Job. We're told that God and the devil, in a sense, devil has lived backwards or is sort of in cahoots. So yeah, I mean, now we consider a different setting for our reality. If you accept God, first of all, you accept the idea that there is a beyond our awareness. Maybe we're part of it, or maybe not, but there is a beyond. But now, is it possible that we can somehow, if this experience is sort of a school of some sort, rebuild, recognize the lie and rebuild from scratch again? Is that possible as a challenge set for us from God? I think so. You don't have to answer that, Matthew. It was a bit too long-winded, but I think so anyway.
I would say, yeah, it's possible.
Let me tell you that possibility then for every flat earther, whether they know it or not, it's not about flat versus globe. It's about moving versus not moving. Every one of us could testify that we're on a surface that doesn't appear to have moved one iota the whole of our lives. Whether it's flat or not, you see, the Earth could be so big and our perspective so small that it could be, to some degree, a globe. Whether it's a globe or flat, that's a possibility. But the one thing we'll all testify, I should think, is too that the Earth's surface is not in motion, and that's the foundation then of I should think every, whether they know it or not, every flat earther's future development.
Yeah, but the thing
Let
is,
me ask you a question.
humans can't.
Let me
Humans
ask you a
can't
question.
sense
Sorry, Matthew.
motion.
Yeah. Sorry, bud. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, humans don't sense motion.
So I asked you the question, but let me ask you this question: what is the foundation? If you could bring it down to one foundation principle of the ball Earth, what would you say it is? Would you say it's curvature as opposed to motion?
Probably so, yeah, because before 500 years ago, all ballers were geocentrists and thought that the Earth didn't move. If you go back 1,000 years ago, that was the general consensus.
Well, maybe it was. I mean, you don't really know that. They just told you that.
The historical evidence shows that. I mean, if you read writings from back then.
Yeah, it is the consensus, Jeremy. It definitely is, and that's what I'm saying to you about the sort of. This is a decoding in a sense. Everything is inverted. Then along comes Einstein and proves definitively, proves in inverted commas, that the Earth's surface is in motion. So now we have a consideration of a ball in status to a declaration right now where we're standing and communicating to a ball in ultimate motion, not just 1,000 miles an hour, not just 100,000, but millions of miles an hour. What a variance! What
the Columbus story might. Christ.
Go on, Jeremy.
Pete, how long have you been in here for, Pete?
Man, you piss me off with your reaction to, someone talks and then you have to shut up and go, is my mic working? Go ahead, man.
The Columbus story would beg to differ with everyone thinking it was a ball 500 years ago.
Yeah, nobody thought that Columbus was going to go over the edge of the Earth. Everybody at that point knew that it was a ball. It was just that he was wrong about the size. He thought it was smaller than everybody else said.
Even though, see, it's all funny because supposedly 1,000 years before that, Eratosthenes measured the circumference or something, right?
He calculated the circumference from sticks and shadows, but nobody thought that Columbus was wrong because he said it was a ball.
Well, are you sure about that? That's what you know because they told you. And as far as these writings, I mean, maybe somebody wrote some shit down on paper. I mean, are we gonna go back and look at writings and think Lord of the Rings was true? I don't know. That's weird.
So Columbus thought the Earth was smaller than it was. In fact, that persisted. It's not clear that he even knew that he found a new continent because he named the first islands he came to the West Indies, and the people that lived there, the Indians, and those names still persist. So he thought he'd made it all the way around the ball to India. He was wrong.
Yeah, but he had trouble getting sailors to sail with him because they thought they were going to sail off the edge of the Earth.
That's not true.
That is true. That is true. I mean, he immediately said that's not true. That is true. I didn't make it up. I read it somewhere. It was on paper.
Okay, but even in your story, Matthew, doesn't make sense. Did we get worse with sticks and shadows over the ages? The centuries and centuries following Eratosthenes? They got worse with sticks and shadows?
It could be. I don't know why Columbus thought the Earth was smaller than it actually is, but that's why the settlers didn't go with him. They said, we won't have enough food and provisions to make it all the way around to India, so I'm not going with you.
Yeah, dude, your story doesn't. I know, but your story doesn't. Sorry to clip you. Go ahead, Matt. I'm trying to be the next one to get in, but go ahead.
Sure, I'll let you go next. But all I was going to say is that the typical story that he was the one that proved the Earth is a globe is just a made up fairy tale. Within the past 100 years or so to tell school children. What really happened is that he was wrong about the size of the Earth, and so that's why nobody wanted to fund him. Nobody wanted to sail with him. They're like, you're going to run out of food before you get to India. And guess what? They were right. He was wrong. but he had the fortune of running into a ginormous continent called the Americas. So that's what happened.
Well, that's what they told you what happened. But the thing is, the whole story put together doesn't make sense because this guy Eratosthenes, thousands of years before that, measured the circumference. These guys didn't even know. They had no idea. They thought it was smaller than it really was. They didn't know about the sticks and shadows thing.
Captain Cook thought it was smaller too.
Right,
because
but all the people who refused to fund Columbus thought it was larger, and so they were right. It's Columbus was wrong, and I don't know why Columbus thought it was smaller than
because
maybe hopeful
the
thinking.
measurements don't add up. Same reason Captain Cook underestimated his circumnavigation of Antarctica, bro. Because your measurements that you reverse engineered with shadows 1,000 years, 1,500 years before don't add up.
So yeah, I guess we'd have to look at the historical record to see why Columbus thought that it was a certain size. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I was definitely taught in elementary school that sailors thought that they were going to go over the edge.
Yeah, it's also quite convenient that the first globe dates back to 1492 or around that time, and no globes before that.
So did Columbus have a little globe?
There wasn't no globes. There was no
Reflected?
globes.
No, I thought they say that he navigated with a globe or something. I've heard that
Dude, if you
before.
saw the map he used, we went over this one day, and the map he used was fucking ridiculous. You could have scribbled that map on your. Go ahead.
Well, look, when I'm trying to get in, just finish your sentence, and then I'll
Okay.
pause
I
because you're
thought
finishing
Barrel
up. But I
Rider
was
was
just
trying
going
to
to
get
ask you
in, not
what
you.
Matthew was referencing was the historical tale, the version that the ball was in existence for thousands of years before the ball in motion. So that's the point that you're arguing here. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the point is there was no globes before that. Right, Matt?
Yeah.
That could be true. There's no surviving globes from before the 1400s or something like that. I don't know that there. I mean, that doesn't mean there weren't ones that they made but didn't survive. Maybe there were, maybe they weren't. But the idea of the globe had been around for a long time.
Yes. And that's the
Did
point. The
Columbus have a
stationary globe.
globe? Did Columbus have a
Prob-
globe?
probably not.
No, there were no globes, despite everyone knowing that it was a globe for thousands of years before that. There were no globes up until after that.
Peculiar. But still have to give him the benefit of the doubt, Jeremy, and intellectually, or according to the story, it was established. The ball was established. You had all of the spherical sort of layers, celestial spheres with the planets, the wandering stars, the stars. Okay, so let's deal with it in that sense. What I'm saying to you is that, well, because the whole of history is fabricated, there's a inversion in play, and yeah, it's only consider this statement. I'll take a pause. Then it's only when the mind of man decides that the Earth's surface is in motion, that the ball develops. Because now you look at the sky, you have the material surround, and you have something in motion, and that has chosen to be the Earth. And also then you have the massive distances to the sky, like just take us away from our personal experience again. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I posted a quote from Bede the Venerable, which is in the 600s and 700s AD, and he refers to the roundness of the Earth, the orb of the world. So, at least the story goes that he thought the Earth was a globe. That's like, what, 1,300 years ago?
Where did you post it?
In the
Yeah, we know the story is they thought it was a globe. However, there's no globes. And the story doesn't match because the sticks and shadows thing doesn't add up. These guys didn't know about the sticks and shadows. They knew it was a globe. According to you guys, they knew it was a globe for thousands of years, since 2000 BC, because of the sticks and shadows thing. That was the globe proof. Everyone knew it was a globe because of the sticks and shadows thing, and these guys didn't know about the sticks and shadows.
Oh,
No,
I
that was
wouldn't call
just
that. No, that's not proof.
circumference. That's not how they knew it was a globe. They didn't think because of the sticks and shadows. The sticks and shadows is just how they got the circumference.
Right. The
They already
sticks
thought
and
it was a globe.
shadows are a calculation based on an assumption. They assumed that the Earth is a globe, then used sticks and shadows to calculate the circumference. It wasn't a proof that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so when did we first find out Earth was a globe?
It's a good question. I mean, Eratosthenes thought it was a globe, so I don't know.
Yeah, every time I ask that question, I get pointed to Eratosthenes right then when he measured the circumference.
But
that's Let me answer you. I know the answer. Let me answer before
Those
Bacon
sticks
comes
and
in.
shadows,
It's
like Jeremy
Pythagoras.
just
It was
said.
suggested. 1 second. It was suggested by Pythagoras.
What the fuck? Hold
as
on,
a sort
Pete.
of
Let's let
mathematical
Elbow get in
idea.
real quick. Hold on, Pete. What'd you say, Elbow?
Yeah, no, like you said, when you said, "Oh, it was sticks and shadows," and they were like, "No, no, it wasn't." And then when you asked them, they all of a sudden, well, they go back to the sticks and shadows. What's going on?
No, we don't. Not we here on VC. We're saying that that's the wrong answer.
Okay,
Whoever's saying that, that's the wrong answer.
Yeah, Bacon, 1 second. Let me come in, and then you come in directly after me. I'm saying to you that according to the historic tale, it was Pythagoras who first suggested as an ideal representation of perfect mathematics the ball itself. Eratosthenes then was, and every endeavor after that, Aristarchus already accepted it as well, but every endeavor was based on that mental projection. Yeah, very good. Go ahead. Go ahead, Bacon.
I was replying to Elbow. I think it's his turn now.
Go ahead. Jeremy
I
asked
mean,
the question.
looking at something from Harvard said it still said that the church and pretty much you did find opposition because some of the churches still clinch to the idea that the Earth was flat, practically.
Where
Come on,
Jeremy's
dude. Who do
question
you
was,
think?
where
Hold
did
on,
the
Pete.
idea
Hold
of
on,
the
hold on,
Earth
Pete.
originate?
Hold on, Pete. Who do you think's right, Elbow? Harvard or these random dudes on Discord, man? Come on, you know Bacon and Matt. You know they're right. Harvard's got to be
Oh,
wrong.
100%.
Did Harvard say we figured out the Earth was a globe with sticks and shadows? That's what we're
Well, I mean, the
disagreeing
question.
with.
I mean, the question was for. I mean, because I was just because I was looking up the story after Rakia was saying, and there Matthew said that no, that he didn't find opposition because of that, but he did find opposition because of it. So that was the one. The other one was Jeremy said they knew the Earth was a globe because sticks and shadows and yada yada yada. And then when he asked you, okay, who was the first one? You go back to Aristophanes. I mean, what are y'all? So what are y'all saying? Y'all,
But he
said
didn't.
no in one hand, and then y'all go and said on the other hand, yeah, Aristophanes.
No. We're not talking about who knew the Earth was a globe. We're talking about how they knew Earth was a globe. What Matthew said is
No,
that
we're talking about who
hang on,
suggested the
Pete.
Earth as a globe,
Pete.
Bacon.
Matthew was asked how they knew the Earth was a globe, and then he said that the sticks and shadows warned how we knew, but he mentioned that Eratosthenes thought it was a globe. That doesn't mean he's saying that sticks and shadows is how he figured out the Earth was a globe. It's not the same thing. Just because he mentioned Eratosthenes, however that's spelled or pronounced, it doesn't mean that he's saying that's how he knew the Earth was a globe. He's just mentioning that he thought it.
Right. So Eratosthenes had to use the assumption that the Earth is a globe in order to do his calculation. That's how we know that he thought the Earth was a globe, because he used it as an assumption. Now that's not proven. Now why he thought the Earth was a globe? Maybe he read Pythagoras or whatever. Who knows why he thought it?
Well, we're asking Bacon that question, please. Bacon just comes in, and I get muted. Bacon, the question was, where did the idea of the globe come from? Eratosthenes gave evidence that the idea of the globe might be correct. Do you know where it came from? Yes or no, Bacon? Go ahead.
No, I remember when I read about it. I like. It seems that the Greeks had that as an idea, by like observing boats going over the horizon, or I don't know. I don't
No, you're
remember
incorrect.
exactly why
It
how
goes
they
back to
inferred that.
Pythagoras. Yeah, you're incorrect. It goes back to Pythagoras. and a consideration, an ideal setting. I don't know if you understand my words or not, or understand my frustration. It was Jeremy's question that you deviated from. The idea of the ball came from Pythagoras, considering perfect shapes, right? Perfect or orientations, mathematically wide, and then it was justified by the likes of Eratosthenes or Aristarchus of Samos, and further, yeah, it was justified. The idea.
Hold on,
That-
Jeremy. Let me ask
Look
you
it
a
up.
question again. What was your question again? How did we find out the Earth was a globe? That was the question, not who thought. Did you hear my question to you again, Jeremy?
Yeah.
You're not Jeremy.
No, I was having some kind of technical difficulties. Say it again. Say it again, Elbow.
Well, your question was, how did we find out the Earth was a globe? Right? That was your question.
Well, I mean, what? Yeah, how do we? Who? When did we? When was the first time out when we found out Earth was a globe? Yeah, I always get pointed back to Eratosthenes. That's interesting though about Harvard saying that the church was fighting. The church was fighting the rest of the people over this, and it's also very interesting that at that time the church probably had a major influence on the people. You know what I'm saying? That was a time where people were heavily religious, heavily. The church had a lot of power back then.
Jeremy, did you not ask where the idea of the globe came from first, as opposed to who proved the globe first? I thought you did. The suggestion that it was a globe and then it was tested. Who suggested it first? Where did the idea come from? I thought that's the lines you were going along. My bad if it wasn't.
Yeah, well, somebody can suggest anything until you check it. It doesn't mean anything. You know,
Yeah,
an
but who's
untested,
more
unmeasured thing is nothing.
right? But who's more important, the tester of the idea or the originator of the idea itself? If the originator of the idea is proven right by the tester, then the originator would be put up on a higher pedestal than the tester. Would you agree?
Yeah, but the originator doesn't know yet, though. We don't know until the guy checks it.
Right, and it just
Like,
turns
sure,
out
you
that the
can
guy
make
who
you
checked
can
it.
make a claim like, oh, hey guys, maybe this is that, or maybe this is this, but he doesn't know until you test it. Then you know. So that's what I'm saying. When
Right.
did we know?
All right. Okay.
Does
Well,
that
okay.
answer your question, Elbow?
Yes, it does. Then you're talking about
I would say it wasn't
Eratosthenes, and
until
you're
NASA where they actually
I'm
got
confused.
a third person perspective.
You keep answering even to ask the question wasn't towards you. So I mean, I still want to know from the Globers, man. How did we know? I mean, yes, it does answer my question, and it goes back to them. What's up, Bacon and Matthew?
I would say we don't know for sure why they started believing the Earth is a globe, but one speculation is ships disappearing bottom up over the horizon. Another speculation would be sunsets. And also Pythagoras just thought, hey, this is like the best cosmological model because the sphere is the most perfect shape. So those are some speculations about why they thought it, but we're not sure.
Yeah, they could speculate all you want, but until you know, you don't know. So when did we
That's
know?
our point.
And
That's what I
that's
said.
We
That's
never.
why I
when
said
I
I
get
don't
pointed to
know.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah. Sticks and shadows is not how we know. No one's saying that's how we know. We're not saying we know how we know. We don't know how we know. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, it wasn't until the 19th century, Jeremy.
And Sticks and shadows weren't that, because there was an assumption of Eratosthenes, and he wasn't the first one to think the Earth was a globe. That's not how we know.
Do you understand?
That's not how it was figured out. That was just
Okay,
how.
so how do
the
we know? How did we know then?
I
When was
don't
the
know.
first time we knew it?
That's a historical
Okay,
question.
sorry, I may be
and
in
we
a
don't know
bad
the
internet
answer.
thing. Well,
Yeah,
every
you're-
time I ask anyone else other than you two guys right now, I get pointed to Eratosthenes.
And that's the wrong answer.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if
I'm gonna
other
go
people are giving the wrong answer. That's still the wrong answer.
No, that's dope. I'm gonna go back over all the hours of video, and we're gonna call everyone out, me and you, Bacon. It's gonna take thousands of hours. You ready to do this?
Yeah. That's all I'm here for. Calling out people, you know that. It wouldn't be the first time I'm saying that they're giving the wrong answer. You know that.
Okay, so you have no idea when the first time we knew was.
That's a historical
No.
question, and I'm not a historian, and so I don't know the answer. And I suspect most historians would just have a educated guess.
I mean, y'all
That's
can't search it
fine.
up
How
to
about
see
elbows?
what. Y'all can. Sorry, Jeremy, I cut you off.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, y'all can't search it up and actually look for where was it when was it actually known?
You just asked when it was known, not why it was known. Those are different questions.
Okay, how about elbows point about the church? Because Matt, you told me everyone knew at that point, but here Elbow is telling us that Harvard says they didn't all know.
Could you repeat that question, that thing you said about the church?
It says that in the image of a dogmatic medieval Spanish church that clung to a retrograde idea about the shape of the earth and refused to listen to reason and evidence. So the church he did have opposition about the shape of the earth being a ball. To say that he knew somehow Columbus knew the earth was a ball, but he had opposition because of the church.
Yeah, so around that time, the church's main opposition to the heliocentric model was that they said, no, it's geocentric. It was more about the earth being in motion or not. The earth is firmly established and shall not be moved, is what they said. So it's not clear to me.
It didn't say it was a heliocentric sphere. It was a sphere. It said it's shape of the earth.
Yeah, I don't know. So the church, in all of its existence, most people in the church have been globers in the church, at least among the learned people. I don't know about the.
Well, I mean, Harvard is telling you no, they didn't because they're shape of the earth and refuse to listen to reason and evidence. So, and that's in Christopher Columbus.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'd have to. Maybe there were some churches that didn't. So that would be Harvard is presenting good evidence that maybe some churches thought the earth was flat. I didn't know that.
How much sway do you think the church had at this time over the people? Think they were a heavy influence? They were some
Yeah,
heavy
I mean, it
hitters?
was more important than the government. I mean, it was the government in a sense.
Yeah, so the church thought it wasn't a globe. They have major influence over the people. You think they were the only ones? How about some of their congregation? Maybe they swayed some of the congregation to think
Right.
that. That's feasible.
And they will have
Nice
the
work,
queen's ear
Alpha.
and the king's ear.
Yeah. So, can you read that quote from Harvard again? I want to see.
In the image of a dogmatic medieval Spanish church that clung to a retrograde idea about the shape of the earth and refused to listen to reason and evidence.
Okay. Yeah. So it is talking about shape.
Whoever wrote that was wild biased. You could tell just how it's written. Anyways, nice elbow, nice work.
There was all kinds of schisms, bro, in the church. All kinds of divisions regarding the shape of the earth, whether the earth was in the center or the sun was in the center, bro. But that's irrelevant. I stand firm that they didn't really know, bro, until the 19th century when mankind first started venturing into space, allegedly, right? That's when, for the first time, they could actually prove all their speculations for thousands of years regarding the shape of the earth. That's the first time that they could actually, allegedly.
Since the Apollo mission, you're saying?
Yeah, bro. Or the Russians. I think the Russians were the
fair.
first ones in space.
Yeah, but they had this idea long before that. If you look at 25 past the hour, I posted a quote from this guy
Yeah,
from
I know.
1,300 years ago.
I know that. But for thousands of years, since Aristophanes, it was speculation because you can't prove the shape of the earth with sticks and shadows and gnomons and obelisks and the celestial sphere, right? With celestial navigation. You can't prove the shape of the earth with that. That's not a proof.
Right.
I mean,
we don't know.
ideas are like. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
We don't know what Jupiter is until we go there. Nobody's been there, so until we know something, we'll come up with the best story, the most likely scenario, and go with that.
Yeah, so we don't know. So we could see Jupiter. We
Right.
don't know. But when did? That's what I'm saying. Like, when did we know? When was the first time we actually knew? I like Lion's answer. That makes sense. That's a good answer. Apollo mission, or when we started going into space. It's cool. But you guys must have known before that, right?
Yeah, that's why I chose Jupiter as an example, because nobody has been there. We don't know what Jupiter is in the sense of like personal experience, because nobody's been there. However, I think it's sufficient to take pictures and do observations, and that's a pretty good guess without us actually having to go there.
So you agree with Lion? We didn't know until we started sending stuff into space.
It depends on what you mean by know. If you have personal experiences knowing, then yes.
Yeah, humans as a whole, not personal experience, but humankind as a whole. When did we know? You would say the Apollo mission.
In terms of human experience, the Apollo missions, yeah.
No, in terms of knowing.
What do you mean by knowing? If you mean by knowing a personal experience by a human being, then yes. If you mean by knowing looking at something, then it was sooner.
I don't know. Can we get a definition up for knowing? Maybe, I don't know.
Well, that's called epistemology, and people spend years and years like doing epistemology in grad school. So, yeah.
So nobody now nobody knows when we knew it was a globe. Okay. Not everyone during Columbus's time thought it was a globe, right? We just established that, or do you not believe Harvard? I
I
wouldn't.
could
I
buy it.
wouldn't
No,
blame you if you don't believe Harvard, Matt.
no, I'll believe Harvard. Sure, I could see that. There wasn't sort of a monolithic, consensus about stuff back in the Middle Ages as much as there is now.
For 5 years I've been told we've known since Eratosthenes. Like, when did we first know? Like, would you agree though? Having an idea of something is not knowing. Like, you may think there's this thing, or not this thing, or whatever, but you haven't measured it or tested it, so you don't know, right? You don't know until you don't. Wouldn't you have to look or check or touch something or do something and know? Just having an idea is not knowing, right?
Well, I would say knowledge is justified true belief. I think that if you have an idea and you happen to be right, then that counts as knowing. But maybe the whole reason that you have been hearing people saying that we knew the Earth was a globe since Eratosthenes is because people were assuming that version of knowing.
So would you say Eratosthenes knew or did not know?
I would say no. He did know it because I think he was right.
No, he didn't know it was a globe.
He knew it was a globe.
Oh, so you say he would? Yes, he did know.
Right.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying because just because he thought it was a globe?
He
So
thought
you
it
got a
was
weird version of knowing.
justified true belief. He was justified because of the evidence that he had. It was true because the Earth is a globe, and it's a belief. So those three things count as knowledge.
Yeah, but would you say at that time he know, or at that time was it just a belief?
I think he was justified even back then. There was enough evidence.
I think there was enough evidence back then. Okay, so now I'm wondering who else in 1492 didn't know it was a globe. The church. I mean, which church? Some little rinky-dink church, or the Roman, or the Catholic Church, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, because that would be something if it was the church. You know what I'm saying? The Catholic Church. I'd have to believe at that point there would be a lot of people that didn't know, and not just these, these God-fearing people.
Well, yeah. So in general, the population as a whole was more interested in raising their cows and getting their crops to grow and living past age 40. So if you went and asked the medieval farmer in the middle of France in 1492 about the shape of the earth, he probably wouldn't have any idea.
You don't think he would have had any belief on it?
Probably not. I mean, I don't know. It's similar to like if you go into the middle of Walmart and interview people today and ask them where Europe is and how far away the sun is, and that, stuff like basic questions that there is scientific consensus on. Even today, you're going to find that most people wouldn't know the answers to those questions.
Like random people are idiots, basically.
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I'm just saying there's a difference, the difference between
Walmart shoppers
consensus and Have you ever seen who is it? Jimmy Kimmel did Live Witness News. He'd go out and interview people on the street, and it's hilarious because before the State of the Union address, he'd go out that day. He's like, "How do you think that Obama did in today's State of the Union address?" And people pontificate about the speech and blah blah blah. And then he's like, "Well, that's amazing because it didn't even happen yet." But people are, want to sound smart. So anyway, but then of course he's editing.
That's hilarious. I didn't know he did that. That's fucking great.
That still happens today. They tell you about gravity and how water curves. They want to sound smart. They have no idea. Like they've only heard it, but they want to tell you that you're wrong, and they want to sound smart and say they're right. Yeah, exactly. It's easy to fool the public or get the public to support the authority figure when, once you reach that tipping point of most people believe this, then they want to be on that team. They want to seem smart. And what do you do when someone proves that theory wrong? You mock them, you scoff them, you throw them under the bus, you call them peasants.
Yeah, what was your point, Jimmy Kimmel thing? People are easily tricked.
Of course, people are easily
Jimmy Kimmel
tricked.
Go out there and trick people to think the president. Yeah, I'm just wondering what Matthew's point of that was.
Oh,
most people are.
Was it that we're dumb or we're easily fooled?
Most people are not that smart and easily fooled, bro.
Right. Yeah. The general population doesn't know much about even the scientific consensus. Like if you ask people what is water made of, I don't think there's anybody who would disagree that it's hydrogen and oxygen, right? But I would guess that there's a significant portion of the general population who would have trouble coming up with that.
And listening to everything, I think there's a great benefit of it being 2023 and us having the internet and being able to look back at what people thought and what people said. And a few things that I find somewhat fishy is the science fiction writers that wrote what space might be like well before 1900. And then Paramount Pictures showing the spinning globe in the early 1900s, long before NASA went there. And when NASA went there, it all lined up with what the sci-fi writers were writing about, and it lined up perfectly with what Paramount showed people. And then TV was fairly new and everybody had a TV, everybody was watching the TV, and they bam. It's like the opposite of flat smacking. They globe smacked everyone at the same time and said, proof once and for all, here's Mother Earth, and it's just a story. And everybody started believing in it. And you can't refute what you
Oh
saw
yeah,
on TV.
yeah.
Yeah,
Imagine
but
if we had all the resources they had, just unlimited Oh, go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to say that everything you just explained and that story you just said is also consistent with it being true, that the Earth is a globe. All of that same stuff would happen the same way.
But can you admit that if it was a deception, that'd be a wonderful way of deceiving?
Yes, that would be a wonderful way of deceiving if it was a deception.
And a while ago, I thought I heard you, Matthew, say that humans aren't designed to feel motion, and that kind of
That's
threw
right.
me off because we have the vestibular system, and like when you've ever been at an airport and you step onto a moving sidewalk, it's only going 1.2 miles per hour, and if you walk on it, you know that you're walking in the direction of the sidewalk. And if you just joke around and you turn around and you walk on it backwards, you can feel and you know you're going against the motion. Is that true?
Yeah, so what did God design the vestibular system to do? And the answer is detect acceleration. And that's what it does.
Right. So my question is, what if you had an entire state that was a moving sidewalk and someone was blindfolded and they were just sitting down? They might not know at all that they were moving, and that's fine. But we're given the God-given ability to have our own locomotion. And the second a person stood up and started walking, they would know, oh, okay, we're going this way. We're spinning at 800 or 1,000 miles an hour this way, because whenever I walk this way, it feels like off axis or off angle to the motion of the ground. But in our experience, we don't know which way we're moving because it doesn't feel like anything's moving.
Yeah, like if you get up to go to the bathroom on an airplane, walking back to the bathroom isn't harder or easier than walking back to your seat. So so we can sense acceleration but not motion. It's just sort of a pedantic physics thing that technically what our ears are sensing is acceleration, and we infer motion from it. Same thing with like riding a bullet, like one of those super smooth bullet trains in Japan. It feels like you're motionless. Then you look out the window and realizing, oh, you're going 300 miles an hour.
Yeah, that makes sense, and I get it.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You can.
No,
You can say
I'm just saying
something.
that the Earth, according to your model, does actually accelerate and decelerate.
Right. It accelerates at
twice a year.
0.03 meters per second, which is below the threshold of human senses.
I believe it's 2,000 miles an hour twice a year.
Yeah, but the question is acceleration, because what's the acceleration that causes that to happen? And all those different accelerations added up are at most 0.03 meters per second squared, and that's below what we can sense.
All right, fair enough. So how fast is it actually orbiting? How fast is it orbiting? Is it enough for us to sense?
No, those are.
I haven't looked at the numbers. I'm asking you.
Yeah, those are even small. Those are high speeds, but smaller accelerations. By far, the largest acceleration is from the rotation of the Earth.
Well, not acceleration, just the actual velocity, the speed that the Earth is orbiting at. I know.
Yeah. The speed is really high. Yeah.
To when because like Boston just mentioned, like if you're on at the airport and you're on those what are they called?
The moving sidewalks.
That you jump on. Yeah, the moving sidewalks. That's not accelerating. That's at a constant speed. You jump on that, and then if you walk against it or if you walk with it, you could definitely sense it, bro. That's at a constant speed.
The vestibular system doesn't detect motion. Is that what I heard Matthew say?
That's right.
How did you come to that conclusion? Is that just
It's just no. It's just a sort of pedantic physics thing that our senses sense acceleration, not motion. We infer motion from it, but we technically are only sensing the change in motion, which is called acceleration.
Yeah, I would say everyone look into the vestibular system a little more because he's misrepresenting the vestibular system.
Wait, so you think I'm wrong?
Yeah, I think you're wrong.
Oh, how
Yeah.
much do you understand the difference between acceleration and motion in physics?
No, it's never wrong, ever.
I mean, I can just read you, the vestibular system monitors the motion and position of the head in space by detecting the angular linear acceleration. So, yeah, I could see your point there.
Yeah.
But to say there's no detection of motion, I really don't understand what you're saying. Could you be more specific? And I might cut out because I got company coming. So.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying that the way that the basic thing that God designed our vestibular system to detect is acceleration, but our minds are really good at inferring motion from that, and so we are technically detecting just the acceleration and change in motion. So we can tell which way our heads are leaning and if we're going forward or backwards, that type of stuff. But like you read, it's acceleration that we're detecting.
Have you ever experienced vertigo?
Yeah.
Were you moving?
No.
Why did you experience vertigo?
It was a flaw in my senses. That's what vertigo is if you it's kind of like an optical illusion fools our eyesight. Well, vertigo
Kinda
is
like
kind of like a vestibular system illusion.
Yeah, kind of like, having your eyes level, lack of better terms, level-headed, and you say there's a defect in the system, and so you think you're not level anymore, right?
Yeah,
But are you
you're
moving?
dizzy.
Are you moving though?
When you're dizzy, you think you're moving when you're not.
So when there's a defect in the vestibular system, and people talk about these crystals and all these different things. So when this happens, and you're standing still, and you think you're moving, are you detecting movement, or are you not detecting movement?
You're sensing acceleration, which your brain is interpreting as movement, so it feels like you're moving.
What's accelerating at that point when you're standing still?
Nothing. But your vestibular
Nothing.
system is telling you that
How
you're
can you?
accelerating.
How can you detect nothing if nothing is happening?
Because our vestibular system isn't perfect, and sometimes it gives us incorrect information, just like optical illusions in our eyes.
So it's a false reading,
Right.
and the false reading is due to the no acceleration whatsoever and the defect.
If you're dizzy and you lie down and you're perfectly motionless, you might feel like you're moving still because your vestibular system might give you a false reading of saying there's acceleration happening when there's not. You've been
So there's
dizzy
no
before.
acceleration happening, but you're still detecting movement, right?
When you're dizzy,
Motion.
right? Yes.
Motion. So when you have vertigo and everything around you is spinning, yet it's not spinning,
right?
And your brain is spinning in your head, there nothing is really moving, is it?
No, it's
you're
just like
detecting
you
something. You're detecting something. Now, whether it be a false reading or not, I think that's due to other things that you might want to be more specific of, and how they're not reading that level, as people say.
I mean, if you're dizzy, you just have to wait because your mind is designed to like reset itself, and your senses will come to your senses, so to speak. So, yeah. But in that moment when you're dizzy, you can be perfectly still, but your senses tell you incorrectly that you're moving.
Yeah, so your senses are telling you there's movement when there is no movement, right?
Right. That's called being dizzy.
So your vestibular system is reading something, but it's not reading movement, is it?
It's not reading anything, but it is incorrectly telling you that it's reading something. I mean, this isn't a hard, thing to understand, because we understand optical illusions all the time.
Well, this is quite different, but I would just tell you, if you're level-headed, that's all I'm going to say, man. I don't have too much more to say to you. It detects emotion, although there is no motion. I can kind of get where you're going with that, and maybe I need to look into it more.
Yeah, fair enough.
I appreciate it, man.
Maybe a little bit of a red herring, but our inability to detect motion or our inability to detect a small amount of acceleration is not proof or evidence of something moving.
That's true. But typically, we're not saying that it is proof. Typically, it's flat earthers saying the lack of evidence is proof that it's not moving. And that's not true either.
Right, so it's a poor argument on the part of the flat earthers. They shouldn't argue that point because, I mean, it could be true that we can't feel motion and detect small amount of acceleration, but still, you can't use that as evidence to say that something is moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just feel like intuitively I can't prove it, but if the Earth is moving 15 degrees an hour and you're flying around on an airplane, or you know what I mean, I think that you would feel it and you would see it.
15 degrees an hour is not much. It's a half as fast, or the half the angular speed as a hour hand on a clock. You sit there and stare at a clock, and that hour hand is barely moving, but it's actually moving twice as fast because it goes around twice. 12 hours every day. Yeah, so an hour hand moves 30 degrees per hour, not 15.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Actually, if what you're saying is true, right? But you wouldn't sense it. Our senses aren't sensitive enough to sense it. I'll give you that, logically speaking, because it's just that we're not meant to sense like things that minute, if it's that minute. But I feel like you would still have to adjust for that 15 degrees per hour, like if you're flying around, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're going from north to south at 15 degrees an hour and your flight is 8 hours, it's not gonna be a straight flight south. You're gonna have to adjust for that. Otherwise you're gonna miss your target. In 8 hours, you're talking about 15 degrees an hour, you're gonna be off target. So you'd sense it in the long term. It's like a time lapse. You definitely sense it. You wouldn't sense it in the moment, but as you flew, you would definitely sense it. You'd sense the drift. Am I breaking up? I don't hear nobody.
No, you're doing good.
You're clear, Lion, and it had me wondering, would it in flight training, especially for those long flights. They teach how to head it off, like cut it off, rather than if you're flying straight at it, you're sort of chasing a moving target, right?
Yeah. You have a 6,000-mile flight from north to south. How many hours would that take you? And then take into account the 15 degrees per hour that the Earth is spinning counterclockwise. That's a pretty big distance, bro, that you'd have to account for. I don't know. I can't do the math in my head, but maybe somebody else can do it. I'm driving. It's like leading the target, bro. Like if you're sniping and your target's moving at 15 degrees per hour, you know what I mean? Like you'd have to lead it. The target, you'd have to lead it. So you'd actually, if you're a pilot, you'd have to aim ahead of it. So by the time you got to that position, you'd be right overhead. You know what I'm saying? But they don't do that. Nobody does that.
So I don't think you have to lead it though.
Why not?
Because I mean, the air with the Earth is also rotating, right? So I mean, if the plane's flying in that air, then it's moving along with that air. So that kind of comes for free. That sort of extra distance.
I don't know. I don't get it. You'd have to enlighten me on that.
So like if you had like a helicopter, right, and it just starts floating and just above a certain spot, right, and it did that for a whole day, right, like it didn't have to like travel around the whole Earth. It got that that whole it got that distance for free pretty much because it's in the air, which is also traveling with the Earth, which is rotating. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that's pretty much for free. It pretty much traveled that entire circle, that entire rotation with the Earth for free.
So because of the drag of the atmosphere, you wouldn't have to lead the target. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much, I would assume so.
I don't know. I'd have to work out the math. I don't have it all in front of me. I'm sure Matthew could probably do it.
So since it's kind of quiet on the motion that we don't detect, but are told to believe is there by the learned or the science, I think the Bible states very clearly, if you're a Bible believer, and I think Matthew is, that the earth itself is not moving. It's actually stationary. It says it multiple times, and that the sky is moving. It also gives you the rate at which the sky is moving and matches what we see in reality, about 15 degrees per hour. States this by in the creation account and also in the account of stopping the motion of the sun and making the day last longer and turning that sun back 15 degrees, so a battle could be continued. Someone prayed to the creator God at that time to make the day longer, and the way he did that was to stop the sun from moving, which means the sun was moving, not the earth. If the Bible is true, then that's what you have to believe. So as a Bible believer, why don't you trust that instead of the science so-called, which is also what the Bible says? Be aware of the science so-called.
Could it be as written by people with less understanding than we have now?
Are you a Bible believer?
No, not really, no.
Then wasn't
I
talking to
don't
you at
think
all.
that matters.
Yeah, I
I don't think
wasn't
it
talking to
matters.
you at all. Yeah, no, I'll talk to you later if you want. But I was talking to the Bible believer Matthew, who was questioning what was moving and why it was moving and how it was moving. I'm not sure why he goes to the worldly men of authority figures in science when the Bible clearly states that the earth isn't moving.
I think he left, man.
No, you did. But
Yeah,
he
I
brought
don't
up
think.
church, right?
Yeah, but I don't think he's willing to have that conversation with you. If he is, he'll just say metaphorical or whatever. The main sticking point would be the difference in the word circle and the word ball in the scripture, and I don't think he has addressed that yet.
Well, circle and ball don't have anything to do with the topic, which was movement. It's very clear about the movement of Earth. It's very clear on what Earth is. I myself just ask myself on a daily basis, what does the Bible say about this? And I'm fine with trusting what the Bible does say. It would be just so coincidental that it just happens to match up with what I actually see and can feel and things I touch, or like it does have some places where you have to have faith because it actually challenges you on that, but not on the movement of the earth or of the luminaries. It doesn't challenge me on my faith on that. It's very clear.
In 2 Kings verses 20 through like 23 or something like that, it mentions Hezekiah's sundial going back 10 degrees or 10 increments, which is pretty remarkable because you still see oscillations in the sun even today, bro. With that same exact concept where the go back 10 degrees.
Yeah, it goes back 10 degrees. He stopped the sun from moving and turned it back 10 degrees.
Yeah, these are two different accounts where he messed with the sun.
Yep.
Is there anyone in here, that wants to talk about that vestibular system? Are you aware of? Do you have more information and when we're speaking about movement in the head, and you move your head around, right? So is it detecting any motion of your head at all? Right?
Well, it's detecting the fluid that's in your inner ear and the crystals of your ear. I just took my mom to the doctor. She was dizzy, and they can reset those crystals sometimes, and it evens out the fluid where she's not dizzy anymore.
So if it's off, and we can, look at something like a bubble level, we can look at that. If it's a little off, yeah, it's going to give you a false reading. But does it detect motion at all? I would say yeah.
I would say it does. Yeah, the bubble moves when you move the level.
Yeah. So if you take your right ear and you put it to your right shoulder, you're detecting motion. You take your left ear and you put it on your left shoulder, you're detecting motion. And this is how we can understand that we're looking straight ahead or we're, at an angle or whatever. But yes, I didn't really get his point on that, and I wish a few more people would have stepped in. But yeah, I think it clearly detects motion.
Yeah, I do as well. I know it does. I mean, the first thing they do when they're checking, when you're going to the doctor and they're checking your inner ear because you say you're dizzy, is they lay you down at a certain angle and then pull your head towards one of your shoulders or the other, and they can tell, by your reactions, by some other things, and questioning you which ear is more equalized, right? Because if you're dizzy, it means that your inner ear is off for some reason, pressure or whatever it may be. So they can adjust that and equalize your ears out where you don't feel dizzy.
This is why people slap people in the side of the head when they're fighting to knock them off balance. But if you ever get hit in the head many times, you will get vertigo. I mean, it's almost inevitable.
Box the ears. It creates a disequilibrium where the person is so dizzy they're disoriented. They don't even know where you're at anymore. They don't know where they're at. So they usually fall down.
So think about it like this, right? Because I'll give him actually credit that I think that our senses wouldn't be sensitive enough to actually sense motion, or maybe you could in like a sixth sense type of way. But like if you're in a train and you block out all the windows, and there was you couldn't sense the vibrations or the friction, could you actually know that you're moving? Or if you're on a giant ship and you couldn't feel the ocean, and you're on could you feel the motion? Like if it was just straight without the waves affecting the ship, would you know that you're moving?
Absolutely.
I don't know if I would.
You're moving. Yes, you would. The
Yeah,
gentle
go
motion,
around
that's why
the
people
curve.
get sick. It's usually not the rough sea that makes people sick. It's the gentle swell that's just barely off their normal of being equalized, right? That gentle movement that makes their inner ear just barely off, right? That's what makes people the most sick.
But I'm saying if it was theoretically speaking, right? Hypothetically speaking, if the ship was just perfectly straight, no sudden movements or no slight movements at all, but it was still moving at like 15 knots, per hour or whatever, or 20 knots per hour, and everything's perfectly leveled and still, would you actually know that you're moving? It's just a question. I don't know if I would. I don't know.
Is there any place like that? Have you ever experienced that?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I can't say I have. I had to experiment.
Yeah, I think the scenario itself, I don't think anyone experiences those types of things. But if you're in something and it's enclosed, and let's say you're going fast and you turn a curve, of course you're going to feel it, right? But if it's going up and down, you're going to feel it. So, yeah.
I was going to comment that I am a Bible believer, but it doesn't take my faith in the Bible or what the Bible says for me to understand now that it's just a bunch of garbage they tell us over and over and over again, we wouldn't be able to feel it. We wouldn't be able to tell. But when you take back your ability to be inquisitive, because like we're all born and we just are sensing and feeling out our environment, and we're like little scientists just by nature. The speeds at which they say we're spinning and gyrating and moving, and all the vectors, and then the 3 different wobbles, and all the millions of miles an hour in different directions. Like, okay, so even if we couldn't feel with our vestibular system these motions, which I think we would, the water, the surface of the water is metric tons, and it stays in its perfect place. And even with all these wobbles and all these motions, there's no shifting of all this massive amounts of water anywhere. And that's a red flag to me. And then you look at the heavens and the stars, and they repeat annually, perfectly. And you've heard no star has crossed the path of another star. It just keeps doing the same thing in its perfect path above us. It's like wake up call. They tricked us into believing that the earth is so big and moving so slow that we wouldn't feel it. But the water doesn't show us any of that motion. The sky is more of a clock than the randomness that they try to tell us. I mean, I've opted out. I've opted out of what the authorities told me when I was young. I've woken up. I trust the Father. I trust the Word, and I trust my senses more than what man has been deceived to believe.
Amen.
I do as well. Stand by that. I'm not afraid. Like, I don't fear the repercussions of why I believe what I believe. And if it's the Bible that I stand upon, well, what better thing to stand upon? I mean, how can I stand upon it unless it, is telling me that the sky is moving, which is what I observe, or that we do feel movement, or he can stop the sun, or, whatever. I mean, what better standard to hold yourself on? What baseline? Why would I listen to another man telling me that that's a man written book when all they're doing is trusting another book that's written by man in their eyes? Well, the Bible to me is only written down by man and preserved by man and studied by man. It's not written by man. It's the inspired word of the Creator. So if that is true, which I believe it is to the fullest, then this is a book like no other. This is the book that I choose to put first over any other definitely man-written book, called a science book or a physics book or whatever you want to call it. The first comment that Peyton Asashil said when the Bible was brought up was, it's not a science book. Well, okay, good. I don't need another man-written science book to tell me what I'm seeing or feeling. The last thing I need.
I read a verse the other day that said that the stars have their own receptacles, bro. Or are in a receptacle of sorts, whatever that, and to me, it means that they're in the firmament. And the same thing with the sun. In Psalms, it says that the sun has a tabernacle or has like an it's enclosed, bro. And that's mind-boggling to me because, like, it doesn't make sense. Even as a flat earther, right? We've been shown like the GP of the sun, or the apparent GP of the sun. But that might actually just be a projection, so it can get even more complicated, bro. Like what we see as the sun floating in the sky might not actually be like where the sun's actually at. And how would the Bible know that, right?
Yeah, how would they know? They wouldn't know.
How would the Bible know that?
The Creator would know. And if the Creator told the, so-called dumb sheep herders and carpenters to write this down, and then it actually is true, that's proof right there. But I don't need that. I mean, but that's what I fight for anyway, the apparent position of the light in the sky. I mean, we see how this works. So it even gets worse if the sun is set in some type of layer of a firmament and tells us what the firmament is. Crystal like, whatever. But if it is something like that, it's shining through there. It could be right above us the whole time, right? It could be straight above us the whole time and be projected to shine. That's why I think it appears to be in the clouds sometimes, right? It's magnified closer to us. It appears here, it appears there, it appears a different color or a different shape or a different distance. It always does.
Well, I heard you earlier debating that one guy, and he kept flip flopping. It's like, well, you were mentioning how it's the sun's apparent position, and he was like, no, it's the actual position, and then he would switch it up. But I agree with you, bro, that what we see as the sun, even when it's at your zenith, bro, I'm not entirely sure that that's the actual position of the sun. It's just
Yeah, I
its
agree.
apparent position.
Yep. I mean, I agree that it could be that, and that would explain a lot, right? I have a video of me. I'm set up on a pier on a bay where I film the sunset a lot of the times, and on this particular day, the sun appeared very, very, very close, like it was right there in the cloud that you can see. So, if you're at sea level, which we were on a bay, and you're looking at a cloud in the distance, it's not that far away, right? And the sun appeared.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it appeared in that cloud. I filmed it, and I let the lady next to me view it. And I said, "That's amazing, right?" And she says, "Yes, I've never seen that. How is that possible?" I said, "Anything's possible on this great creation. Anything's possible." But there's a person who had never seen what I was filming. See if I can find it.
But you know how sometimes you see the sun like being covered up by the clouds? Like I've seen footage where it looks like the sun's in the clouds. But I don't think you could actually ever reach the sun, bro. Like if you tried to fly to it, and it's not moving that fast, bro. Whether you believe in the heliocentric or geocentric, it's only moving at 15 degrees per hour, bro. You should be able to catch up to it in a fast jet and get close to it. But nobody's ever done that, bro. You can't do that. Because what you're seeing, even though it looks like the sun's being covered up by clouds and there's clouds behind it, that's just a projection, bro. It's like a rainbow. You can't actually go to the rainbow. You could try, and it's just gonna keep moving. And I think FE Core proved this back in the day that the sun, bro, what we see as the sun's orb, bro, is just an apparent position. It's not its actual position, bro. You can't fly to it. You can't get to it.
You can taste the rainbow.
Yeah, that's all you, bro.
Hey, Glover, look at me. I'm a skittle in a tree. Taste the rainbow. Taste the rainbow. That's an old baseball chant. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Isn't the hydraulic cycle in the scripture? So when we speak about rain and we speak about all these things and how we have it and how we have the clouds, that's in there, right? And people say it's not very scientific. It's not very reliable. But even in your lifetime, you've seen the abundance of earthquakes. You've seen the sea roaring to and fro. You've seen many things happen that were written about many years ago. Even within your lifetime, increase at a great rate.
Is that a question or a statement?
Both.
I think we'll have to refer to Jeremy for the answers on that one.
So have you seen earthquakes increase in your lifetime?
Increase in the magnitude of the earthquake or the consistency between the earthquakes?
The number of earthquakes.
In one particular geographical location or globally, or should I say plainly?
Plainly.
I don't know. I don't have enough statistical information
Wait, then why did you ask all those questions for? As if you were leading to like, oh, like you knew it. You just wasted his time.
Is that Arma?
Yeah, you were asking all those questions and you didn't even give an answer. Like, what was the point of that?
Because that's what you do, bro. I'm like, I'm learning from you, bro.
I don't do that. No, I'll ask a question because I want to be specific. I was like, you want this? You want that? I usually have an answer in mind. I don't know. Did you at least have an answer for one of those, or was it just none of those?
No, I didn't have a fucking answer in the world. I was just,
At least I have an answer for at least one of them because I'll be like, okay, I want to see if it's the one that I know. But if you have an answer for one of them, that's just silly, man. What are you doing? You're being funny.
just trying to keep the chat going.
Oh,
yeah. I posted a meme with the verse from Enoch 70, verse 5, and it's pretty insane, bro. It says, "He showed me all the hidden things of the extremities of heaven." So apparently the heavens have an extremity or an end to them. And it says all the receptacles of the stars. So the stars are literally enclosed or encrusted in some sort of receptacle. And the splendors of all from whence they went forth before the face of the whole. And you can see there, that's pretty trippy, bro.
Like trippy your head or what?
Trippier.
I'll have to think about that.
I was listening to the channel last night late, and we had Witsid and Shane and Alan and just a bunch of legends talking all sorts of stuff. And I like the positive direction that this conversation is going, where somebody just comes in just straight trolling, and they get muted because we were having a positive conversation. We were bringing up a lot of neat stuff about Dayton Miller, interferometry work, GPS, and it was productive. And that's where, when I started this journey 2 years ago, flat earthers just got made fun of constantly and ad hommed and just like berated. And now we're actually having like human to human conversations about reality. I think it's beautiful.
I think you're beautiful.
You're funny.
Well said, and we owe it to them. It's because of them we had to go and research all this stuff and find out what's going on. So thank you, ballers. We couldn't have done it without you.
Why do I feel like Boston blushed when you said that?
Dude, I think I did.
It's all right. I did too.
I also had some kind of strange knee-jerk reaction. Like I was like, "Hey, do you want to go on a run? Let's go running." I don't know why I wanted to run with you when you said that. It's funny.
We can go frolic through a long grassy field together.
Bro, you're funny. Hey, seriously though, thanks for getting me home. I just did a 6-hour drive, and I didn't listen to y'all the whole time, but it was pretty entertaining. You guys are all, I don't care if you believe we live on a globe or flat. You're all very unique individuals, and I value who you are as a human being, and that's where it's at.
Thank you, man.
Did you guys hear the latest 2 Big Bangs? Did you hear the latest nonsense? No?
2
Big Bangs. You heard correct.
Yo, is that how they're getting around your baby galaxy thing?
Yeah, they're trying, yeah.
Was it the double bang theory?
Hey, you got to come up with something.
Yeah, they say there was the regular Big Bang, and then like 100,000 years later, or whatever number they said, doesn't really matter. Then there was a bang of dark matter. Dark matter bang. If you don't believe me, go. What is it? 30 past the hour. I posted the vid, and it's a paper. It's an actual paper written.
Should we call it a space quake instead of an earthquake?
Yeah, or a double bang.
That's more scientific, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine a bang, a regular bang, and then a bang of dark matter. It's like complete loot, like complete. They've gone off the deep end, you know. But yeah, we're gonna have a lot of more these coming up because they're gonna have to explain the anomalies, the baby galaxy anomalies and the black hole anomalies that their James Webb Plane Telescope found. Yeah, this is gonna get really good.
Sound like a bunch of gangbangers.
So when they find another anomaly, will it be the 3 Big Bang theory?
Yeah. They're gonna just keep adding. Well, did you hear the one before this one? They doubled the age of the universe. That was the first explanation to explain the baby galaxy paradox. Well, that's what I call it. But that's
So
only
now they're
one.
not baby galaxies because the universe is actually a lot older than we thought. So they were wrong all this time, but now they're right.
Yeah, that's right. Just adjust the numbers a bit. Just turn the dial.
It's just laughable.
When I heard this one, I think I heard it today or yesterday. I couldn't believe it. I almost fell off my chair. 2 bangs? Like, I mean, how? Like, how are these people taken serious? It's astonishing.
It was a BOGO deal,
You
two
know
for the
what?
price of one.
One way of looking at it is they're doing damage control and they're just like coming up with more. But another way to look at it is they're just stretching and pulling the minds of the masses, pulling you this way, pulling you that way. How much can they get away with? How much can they get the people's mind to adapt to the changes? It's just it's like shaking up a soda bottle. Because as crazy as it sounds, walking away from mainstream science and the stories they tell, I found stability and peace and consistency in truth seeking over just going with the wild claims. All right, I got to unload this car. Y'all have fun. I'll catch you later.
Later. So, Arma, double Big Bang.
I don't really know about how the Big Bang works. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not the person to talk about this too.
Fair enough.
I just heard
That's all right. No one knows. It's totally theoretical.
Hold on, Bacon. Hold on. I mean, I'm being serious, Bacon. I don't really know this stuff. I mean, I don't really know how the Big Bang works exactly. Like I've
me
heard.
neither. I'm just kidding.
Okay. You're funny though.
I'll go as well.
Bacon, you're on board on this one? Double Big Bang?
No idea.
Good answer.
Bro, make it a triple. Make it a triple. Why not? You know how many stars Polaris is? There ain't no stopping them. You heard me? Make it a triple Big Bang. You gotta say it like East Idaho. Big Bang.
The next one's gonna be the bigger bang.
The bigger bang. I like it. I like where your head's at, Elbow. Let's keep this rolling. What else we got?
I'm just wondering what they could say that would make the average person that's in these conversations, that's a baller, second guess the foundation of their cosmology. If they said it was 5 Big Bangs, would that make you second guess the foundation of your cosmology?
I mean, they could say it was 100. I mean, I wouldn't personally, be like, I'm really, neutral to the whole Big Bang thing, whatever, because that's not what defines the world for me. Like
What could science come out and say that would make you question the foundational belief that you currently have and the idea of the cosmology you think we reside in?
Well, once again, what I was saying is that it doesn't matter what they come out with per se, because like I don't follow that exactly per se. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it could be that the stuff they're talking about is, maybe perhaps a little made up, whatever. But it doesn't matter though, because from what I've seen, right, I at least know that the Earth is round for me. That's so the Earth, the universe could be something else entirely, but I at least know the Earth is round from the shit that I've seen. So it doesn't matter.
You know, you're opening a whole can, right?
What you mean?
What was your statement? Your statement that were the things that you've seen. That
Yeah.
was gonna, that's a whole can. Like we're gonna ask what have you seen?
Oh, I see. Well, okay. Well, before we get to that, right? Because yeah, that is a whole can.
Exactly, it's a big can. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, because the point I'm trying to get at is it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, I don't really follow like like science like that per se. Like, I'm not really like wondering, okay, is that really true? Like, that means really little to me if there was a Big Bang or some shit. Because that's like, what do I do with that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I personally can't do anything with that.
But what if science comes back and says, yeah, the Earth is still a globe, but the Earth is in the center of the whole entire universe, and everything that we thought was all these billions and trillions of light years away, we've reduced all of those distances to 1/6 of what we previously thought that they were, including the sun, moon, stars, and everything that's considered within what we thought was a solar system.
Oh,
Would
then
you be
yeah, I
like,
would have.
oh, okay, that's cool as long as it's still a globe?
No, I mean,
That
I definitely like, wow, like that's really, a really huge change. Like, at least at that point, yeah, I would maybe start questioning, like, okay, what else did they get wrong? Perhaps, like, I'll give you that, but like, you know, I feel like that doesn't that doesn't really change the shape of the Earth for me, but that would change quite a lot because, for one, I have a lot of I write a lot of like, I write a lot, whatever, and one of the stories that I've wrote, involves like a space sort of adventure, so, I might even just change that because. I don't know.
Bro, this whole thing's a
Yeah, so that's
mathematical
why.
model. You could cut it in half, quadruple it, smack it up, flip it, rub it down. It doesn't matter. It's all just a mathematical model. Go ahead, Witsit.
Well, that's why I started talking to these people about the motion instead of the shape.
Yeah, I mean, they can't even detect the most basic motion. Well, one of the most basic motions they need for their model, which is Earth's orbit around the sun. Like, that's non-detectable. Do you find that interesting, Arma?
I don't know. I haven't really looked into it, so I don't know.
What have you looked in? You've been in this conversation for quite a while. What have you actually looked into with a critical eye?
But
Or like,
basically the stuff, I don't know, relating to like geometry. That's it really, because I'm fairly okay with that. So whenever there's like something comes up, like, oh, this isn't what you would see or some shit. I'm like, okay, let me try this out. Let me see what you would see, and then that's it. I don't really care for like the sides, like the science stuff, like, oh, whether or not the galaxy is not the galaxy, the universe is expanding or something, or I don't look into like like how like how the speed of light, because I mean, like I looked into like a little bit of that, but like not enough though, because it doesn't really interest me enough for me to like look into like,
Okay.
oh, how does light work, like if, because I know that this is a whole idea that, at least in my model, at least, or at least the model model that I'm sort of subscribed to, that light sort of, what's the word, it's like the whole relativity thing is really weird, but
Fucking babbling. What have you
No,
looked
I mean,
up?
Dude, you're all over the place.
He doesn't know where to go.
look,
Did
all I'm
you
saying
take
is
your
that,
Ritalin
Hey,
today?
Arma, are you an atheist?
no,
Are you agnostic?
yeah,
So you okay?
I don't know.
Now,
I don't,
if the
that's it. I just don't know.
okay, that's cool. Yeah. So if the Earth is in the center of the entire universe, do you think that would require a creator?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
Because
explain that to me.
multiverse, and there you go. It could be that's one of the,
Multiverse?
or an even crazier version of that, or like an omniverse kind of thing where everything exists. Because that could be one universe where that exists. So
if the Earth, the one place we know has life and we live, happened to be in the very center of the entire universe, you don't think someone would have had to place it right in the middle? It could have just been a coincidence.
Not a coincidence. It could be that this is just one of the setups that you could have a universe be like. If you have everything exist, that is one example. That is one thing that could happen.
That's that means it would be a coincidence.
That's not a coincidence. If everything exists, you're gonna have that one setup.
No, you don't understand though. That means that it's just a coincidence that where we experience life is the one out of the quadrillion that just is right in the middle. It would be a coincidence.
No,
That's where we live.
No, because there would be a quadrillion more that are just like that in the center, but slightly different.
What?
You would have a quadrillion other universes where it's just like that, but maybe slightly different things. Like maybe there is no Jupiter in this one universe, or maybe Jupiter is just like 0.0001 times larger. Like you could have a very similar setup.
Can you not be honest about this? I'm asking you.
I am being honest. Why do you want me to think the way you want to think? That is how I think.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Chill out, man. Chill out.
Because you want an answer. No, hold on, wait. Because you want an answer.
Dude,
from me.
If you stop interrupting me right when I say the words "be honest" and assume what I'm saying, then maybe we would get somewhere. Okay, listen to me. I'm not saying you're being dishonest. Can you just stop interrupting me, dude?
Okay.
You did say.
Jesus Christ, bro. No, I didn't.
Well, it seemed like
you said, how can you not? How can you not
This
be
is
honest?
why I just don't like you guys anymore. I'll be honest. This is why I don't come in here when you guys are here. I genuinely don't even like you people anymore.
But it seemed like you were alluding to that. I'm sorry if I took it the wrong way. It seemed like you were alluding to that, though, so I apologize.
Okay. So what I'm saying is just be honest, meaning truly step back and think about this perspective.
Okay.
If you discovered that the Earth was actually right in the middle of the entire universe, would you then consider, oh man, that seems to make it much more likely that something placed us in the middle?
Once again, not necessarily, because if you have, my thing where everything exists, then no.
Okay, so you don't think it would even increase the chances that there would be some type of intelligent agency?
Not really. The only way that I'll know is if I come face to face with them. That's the only way. They come face to face. They endow me with some sort of like truth, like a truth that cannot be denied, like an ultimate truth. That's like, oh wow, that is, there's no, there's no way that being in the center would just mean that necessarily with what I believe in. It's not going to work.
Like, I just find this crazy to me. You can't even, and I'm not saying you're being dishonest, but it's flirting with it, right? Because obviously it would increase the odds that something put us in the middle, right? Because that's the entire concept of modern cosmology. It's called the Copernican principle. Do you know what that is?
I don't, but that principle doesn't define like my belief. I mean, my belief, it depends on the context, right? Like if the context is everything exists, then that doesn't increase the chances.
Oh, we're not talking about belief. We're talking about basic logic. We're talking about logic.
Listen, all right. Whether logic, whatever, right? I only know that I exist, right? So, in
Oh
terms
my God,
of
you're a solipsist?
maybe I don't know. But the point is, logic would only exist in my head, right? At the very least, right? So I have to follow my logic, right? Which is, sort of intertwined with my belief, right? And so, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like if you're saying these people said these things, right? It doesn't matter because I don't necessarily believe that. You know what I'm saying? So I would have to believe that for it to even be an argument. For me to change my mind. That doesn't really.
You think logic is entirely subjective?
I mean, it could be.
I'm
Okay,
starting
so
to
then you
believe
can't.
that they
You can't
teach
even have productive
solipsism in
conversation.
school.
I said could be. I said I never said it. It is necessarily. That's all I'm saying is that I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
But you understand that would dictate that your life is entirely without purpose or meaning, and there's no way to actually get to sound conclusions
Maybe.
about anything.
Maybe. I don't
Okay.
know.
So that's just kind of weird, right? Because let me give you an example here. My best friend growing up was atheist, right?
Okay.
And his parents are atheists. His whole family was atheist, right?
Yeah.
And whenever this discussion came up, bro, I mean, this dude's a diehard atheist. I mean, you're claiming that you're just agnostic. You're not even claiming to be atheist, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
this guy was like an atheist.
Okay.
And whenever I had this discussion with him, he very quickly acknowledged that, well, obviously, if we're not just this tiny speck of dust in this huge universe where the Earth is insignificant, but rather
Okay.
the Earth is in this very special and unique place, the very center out of everything,
Okay.
then logically speaking, it would be more likely that something put it there, right? Like the logical antecedent to that would be like some intelligence placing it there or positioning it right in that very special place. So I've never even had a conversation with someone where people don't acknowledge that, right? Like this is kind of baffling to me.
Context is important because what they're assuming that they're not assuming like the whole like multiverse, omniverse thing, whatever.
Okay. Dude, see, when you say like, oh, there could be a multiverse, what you're saying is like that would be an alternative. You've boiled it down to.
I don't know if it is.
Well, listen. I'm trying to explain this logic to you. I can't. This is baffling.
I'm explaining my logic to you. I don't know if there is. I'm just saying it could be.
No, but your logic is
I don't
flawed.
know.
I'm trying to explain it. It's objectively flawed because when you
You're
say
gonna have
listen. When you say there could be a multiverse, so therefore it would explain it as opposed to a creator. Okay, fair enough. But you've now boiled it down to that's the only other alternative you can come up with, as opposed to right now there doesn't have to be a multiverse. It's not just
Okay.
multiverse or creator right now. So you've actually boiled it down, which means by deduction, you've increased the odds of there being a creator. Do you not understand that logic?
Say that again. I kind of was just thinking
If
about
you've
something.
boiled it down to the only other possibility is a multiverse,
Okay.
then that means that if that's now the only other possibility, you've increased the chances of the other possibility intrinsically.
How?
Because right now you can say there's a million different ways that you could try to explain the Earth not being created, right? It's just random. It just in this huge. But if it's in the center, now it's like, oh well, then there has to be something like a multiverse to explain why it's right in the middle. So you've actually eliminated a ton of other possibilities, which means you've automatically increased the odds of one of the possibilities, which you now only have two of. I don't know how else to say that.
Okay.
Does that not make sense to you? Does anyone else understand what I'm saying?
Like
Am I not conveying this right? Dude, what I'm saying is if you end up having to adopt a position that's like, oh, well, there's only really two possibilities, like infinite universes, thus possibilities, right? So multiverse or some type of intelligence, right? You've boiled it down to just two options. So if before that you had like many more options, then you've increased the probability of the
Okay, that's
creator
fair.
option by narrowing it down to just two. Thank you.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, right? You're assuming that multiverse is just one option, right? It could be there are an infinite many other possibilities that I just haven't come up with yet, and that's what I'm also assuming as well. I'm assuming I just don't know. If I don't know, then I have nothing. There actually is no like possibility I can narrow it down to. There's just nothing to work with. Like,
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
know if
saying. You're not. I can't work with you.
I mean, I didn't really ask for this conversation.
Well, I know, but I'm just trying. I just think it's kind of crazy, bro. Like when I asked you, do you agree that at least it would increase the odds that there would be some type of intelligence? You kind of had already said that by saying, oh well, no, there could be a multiverse. So you've said, oh well, no, there's an alternative explanation. Fair enough, but you acknowledged immediately that like it really narrowed down the possibilities, right?
Well, once again, I think the context is important though, because I did say, if we assume, the one like multiverse was just one option, I don't think it's necessarily. I don't think it's just one option. I think it's more of like a, like I don't think that works like that. If you can count
Can
it
you
as one thing,
articulate any other options, Arma?
it could. I mean, there could be other things I just don't know of
Okay.
outside my comprehension. So, yeah.
Okay, man. So this is called an appeal to possibility.
Okay.
Yeah. So therefore, it is fundamentally illogical. I mean, it's all good. We can say. I'm just saying. I think this is wild because I wasn't saying like it's whatever. I just thought for sure the question of like, do you agree that would increase the chances that there was intelligence? Would be like, well, yeah. If it's like in the very middle of everything, then obviously it's more likely that some type of intent put it there, as opposed to it being in some random, unimportant, place. Like, it just
Like
seems like
maybe.
very fundamental to me.
Like maybe, yeah. I mean, I haven't really thought, like, really thought about it. So I mean, probably if I I was to give it like an afternoon, maybe I'd be like, yeah, actually, no, Witsit was right about that. That's a really good point. Like, if I consider these two things, whatever. But
Well,
I
let me
mean, I'm
just
not really.
explain that. Let me wrap this up by explaining the context of why I even brought that up. I wasn't just trying to bring up God or something. I was just kind of responding to your idea of like, oh well, it's just unimportant to me. I haven't even really looked into it, right? Like being in this discussion for so long, and he was asking you about the orbit of the Earth, and you said, "Oh, I've never really looked into it. I just kind of look
Yeah.
into like the math or the geometry." And I was trying to convey to you, well, there would be major philosophical implications that would directly impact the way that you view the world, your worldview, or your ontology, your ontological approach to life, right? In that scenario, in the scenario that the Earth's not moving, it would be important to just even the way you view things. So seemingly, it would be almost irresponsible to be in this conversation so long and not even kind of look at that major component of it. Yeah. Because it could be a huge deal, right? I mean, can you admit that it would make you step back and have to really kind of recalibrate and re-examine how you see everything if you found out that the Earth actually wasn't moving and was in the center of the universe?
Yeah, I'd be definitely like, yeah, like that's, that was like it was a lie that was like a whole big ass universe and shit. I'll say that much, yeah.
Yeah. So don't you
But
think that would maybe be worthy of investigation?
not really, because I mean, I'm in these like debates just to sort of like share what I know in terms of like geometry, because I find that fun.
Do you think truth is important?
Yeah, I think it's important. Sure.
Why is truth important?
Well, I guess I can't exactly tell you why it's important. I just think it's maybe nice because, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure 100% why it's important.
How about sanity? That's a good reason. Sanity.
I want him to think through why truth's important to him, though. He instinctively knew it was, right? Like, yeah, of course, truth's important, yeah. But like, why do you intuitively know that? I'm not even asking you to answer right now. I'm just saying you should think about it. So it's all good. I just like, I feel like I think you may be undermining your own value or the value of your own existence. I say that with no disrespect. I'm saying that like out of love, right? I think that you may not truly currently grasp the magnitude of your existence. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that it's easy to kind of not really ever think about that or put it off, I guess. I think you know though, because like if truth's important, then obviously we're kind of here experiencing life, which is like this pursuit of trying to find truth. Like they're trying to figure out what's really going on. Like, why am I here? Where am I? What's going on? You know, like the basic questions that like 5-year-olds think of. You know, we've thought of since we were children. You know, everyone's always thought of them. Don't you consider those things to be pretty pivotal to like our experience of life?
Somewhat, but I mean, it's weird because I mean, like with truth, I feel like you could make an argument where it's like it's not always like 100% like like you don't necessarily like necessarily need it per se. I mean, like if like for example, like if you had like a world where like this is already like extreme example, but let's say the world was like apocalyptic, right? But then there was like some sort of like I don't know, like some sort of like underground bunker or whatever, right? And people, live in there, they're thinking life's all good and shit, right? But like if they found out the truth, like the world is all fucked, above and whatnot, I feel like some ways it'd be better to live that, lie that it was, a nice, like world or some shit. So I don't know. I feel like truth is weird. I feel like truth could be good, it could be bad too.
So just to kind of to summarize your position or motivation for being in places like this, the conversation itself isn't actually really important to you, or like whatever the truth of the matter isn't really that significant. You just like math.
I mean, there is definitely like some like importance there, but I do think maybe the teaching aspect is definitely a big part of it.
You mean like learning, like you can learn things here?
Well, maybe learning, but teaching mostly.
Okay.
Yeah, I see what
So
you try to do there. You try
come
to flip
teach.
it.
So it's like you're saying you come here to teach. It's like a philanthropic pursuit for you. Like you come here out of mere virtue to help aid others and teach them.
A little bit of that, a little bit of just it's just kind of fun to do that too. Like I actually joined. There's a server I joined where it's there's like some coding stuff, right? And like sometimes someone will be like, "Hey, I don't know how to code this," and I'll just jump in real fast and help them out how to code a thing because it's just kind of nice to help.
So isn't there truth in maths that's important?
Yeah, I guess.
What's the math of trying to measure motion, but not measuring motion?
I have no idea.
0. So I guess what's crazy to me is like I'm trying to get down to this fundamental core idea here that I'm not understanding, right? Like you agree that you were told things when you were young about how to interpret the world and that it directly molded your current perspective of life, right? Like we were told basic things like how to speak, how to convey our messages, our like what emotion is, why is the sky blue, where do we live, right? Like we were told these things. Do you agree that if the things you were told are actually inaccurate, that would be important? Because that would be an example of why truth is important. It actually developed you, right? Like the information you were given literally and directly developed you to be the person you are today. So isn't that a reason that truth would be important?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I mean, that does touch on to his point from before, though, where he's saying about how, you could have, an absolute war zone going on, but you could be somewhere safe and not teach your children about that war zone, and I don't know, they might grow better. So there is a weird truth to that.
Sure, right. I mean, but like there are some things that's not the case for, like just basic understanding of life and stuff like that, right? I mean, if you don't teach your child like basic things, that's not going to be good for them.
Right.
I guess you can say maybe like the whole discussion of the earth itself. I guess that could fall into the analogy, maybe, right? Like the earth being an object and all that. maybe it'd be better for the child to never even look at it like that because it kind of strips their innocence.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna teach us something.
Well, I mean, I tried teaching you, but I'm not trying with you anymore. I see. All right. Never gonna try with you again.
Okay, try somebody else. I could be a hopeless case.
Army, are you going to teach us that you're a brain in a jar? Is that it? Is that
no,
the?
I'm not gonna. Well, I mean, once again, I mean, I don't know, but I'm not gonna necessarily say I am. I'm not gonna say that though. I'm just saying I don't know, but
I'm insulted he doesn't know that I'm real too.
So
No,
you fell
I
into
don't- I
that.
don't-
You fell into the mind virus, then, aren't you? So you don't know anything. That's basically your position.
well, hold on. I mean, I assume you guys are real for sure. I mean, I definitely, I'm going to definitely.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna, and I'm gonna
Really?
treat. Yeah, of course. I mean, that goes without saying. I'm like, I'm not gonna just assume. Oh no, you guys aren't. I'm just saying I don't know, but I mean, I'm gonna always treat it that way that you guys are, because
Did you have something? Did you have something to eat today?
Me? Yeah, I had cereal.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
You 100% you know that?
Oh, I mean, okay, I get what you're getting at, but I literally.
I'm getting a beat on the cereal. It
That's
wasn't
why I say I
Apple Jacks.
assume. I make a. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, if you want to get technical, then yeah, I guess I assume so. But I'm not.
Oh my god! You can't even say you know that. Jeez, this is an issue.
Do you even know what kind of breakfast cereal you had? I'm getting a very fuzzy picture here.
It was like a off-brand, well, store brand. What is it called? The Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Apple
Because it was
Jacks.
cheap.
All right.
It
I was on the
cheap.
cinnamon trip. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no, because it was $2. I was like, oh shit, this is fucking cheap.
Well,
Pick that
I
shit.
stepped out. I heard you guys speaking about the truth. I stepped out for a minute, but I think it's awesome how truth is associated with right, and a lie or a non-truth would be associated with wrong. I think that's very important to point out. And when people talk about scientific law, or they talk about the creator's laws, or whether they're one and the same, I would say that his law is truth. So that's what I would have to say about it.
we're talking about Santa Claus today. That's a lie. But I support it.
Oh shit, he's fake. I'm just fucking with you.
So is it
Are there such
Is it
things as like
wrong?
white lies, good lies? Are there you're saying that there's no such thing as telling an untruth towards somebody that it will benefit them better than actually having facts? All the
I'm
time?
pretty sure if we get creative, we could think of something.
If we associate truth with right and untruth with wrong, then the untruth would be wrong, right?
Right.
Well, there are grey areas to that. There are some untruths, or you could use a little white lie in the direction of good. So there is a little grey area there.
Can someone give me an
Yeah.
example?
Yeah.
Oh well, like
give an
okay,
example.
well, like if you're trying. Oh, here's my example.
I can
Like
give you many.
like if there's a kid, you're trying to give him some good advice. You're like, you're gonna be a good kid. You're gonna grow up. You're gonna be president someday, kid. Even though his dad was like a lying like a terrible person. He's a lying terrible person. But I gotta lie to the kid. Why not? Like just tell him like
What?
your dad was a good man. He never knew him, right?
You didn't lie. You didn't lie to the kid. First of all, you don't tell the kid he's going to be the president. You tell the kid you can grow up to do whatever you want. You can try to be the president. You can try to be an
You're right.
astronaut. That's not a lie.
I
Santa Claus does
made
hurt
that.
children. Santa Claus absolutely hurts children, and I don't
Okay.
see that as a good example. So if someone can give me like a good example, because I've heard this before and I've never really heard a good example.
Yeah, I'll give you a good example.
What's
I
that,
don't really
like
like
not
the
telling your
idea
missus she looks
of
fat? Or...
fibbing at all, right? But there's one example. If a girl asks you, "Hey, do I look pretty or do I look fat?" Like, what do you tell them?
You tell them
that's
that they
the only
look
example I
fat
can think of, bro.
because if you
Right.
you tell them they look fat, because if you tell people that they don't look fat, then you actually give them this false sense of security, and therefore they just keep being fat, and that's terrible
You
for them.
play into their illusion.
Well, hold on. what if they're ugly though, right? I mean, they literally can't help that. So I mean,
That's
that
a
would literally
subjective thing, though, right? That like being ugly is subjective.
Okay,
Being
but what
Yeah,
fat
you
is
say
objective.
you're not my type, right? You're not my type, right?
fair.
You don't
Okay,
think
I'm not
anybody's
attracted to you,
ugly?
right? That's what you say,
that's
right?
fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, you
You
don't
say
Come on,
bring
you
them
guys
on a
got to
but
have an
date.
example, right? Like we got to
you're
have
saying,
some example.
but Witsy, you never seen an
Right.
ugly person before?
I've seen people I consider to be ugly,
Okay,
yes,
right.
but it's subjective,
Well,
right? It's
the
subjective.
classic.
Like someone may find them beautiful. Man, I've seen dudes that I'm like, how in the world is he with that girl, or vice versa, right? But they obviously are attracted to each other. So
Right.
The classic, but I hate that example because you're just sort of protecting yourself in a way because you know it's going to be a shitstorm if you say anything else. But anyway,
So
the
the
classic
lies.
is the Jews in the cellar and they come to the door and
lying to protect. Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
yeah.
That's actually the best. Yeah, that's probably the best example, I guess.
Yeah, I think
I
that
think
probably
that
is.
I think the best approach would still be to like find a way to keep them safe without blatantly lying. But I guess if the question is that lie good? I mean, it's a good question. Right? I mean,
There's an example
when
of
you're
that in the scriptures with Rahab, where she hides two of the patriarchs, bro, in her house. She puts a red ribbon outside her window, and they
yeah,
came
but
to get the.
good.
She lied for them. She lied for them and protected him in the
Yeah, so that
house.
is probably like a good example. Like the scenario where someone is coming to try to capture and or kill someone you're protecting, and then you lie about them being there. I'll give you that one. We should have way more if we're gonna make any type of like worldview decisions based on this, right? I mean, that is a very anomalous situation, right? Because like I guess the point I'm making is like the idea that lying is sometimes good is overrepresented. That is almost never the case.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
It's like lying
Was she
by telling
white?
too much truth is actually the best way, because then you're definitely not lying. But you exaggerate stuff, and people usually get the message even better.
So was she right about
Exaggeration is lying.
was she right about lying, or was she right about the other things she did? That's what
She
you
was
have to
right
ask
about
yourself.
protecting them. Yeah, that's a tough question, Norm. Right? I mean, like it
Well, what's the
like I
bigger?
said, I think the best thing to do in that scenario would be find a creative way to get them to not find them without having to just bold-faced lie about it. Because in the
No,
scenario, what if they end up finding out she lied and then she gets in trouble or she gets killed or something, right? Like that would be a
Sure.
scenario that the lie was still bad. But we're talking about morally bad, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like I mean, I feel like we're just sort of saying, like like lying is, okay.
it's
What I'm
intent,
finding
isn't it?
difficult
Again,
is why is it inherently bad other than, oh man, you lied to me and, maybe like and you don't like that, besides that, I mean, what is actually inherently wrong with like lying?
I
It's
think
dishonest.
it comes down to intent. Like with most things, it's the intent behind it.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's I kind of use as a cop out too. Like, dude, I think that 99.99999% of the time, lying is not right. It's almost always selfish and weak. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like if someone asks me if they're fat, the easy way out is to say no. That's the easy way out,
Right.
right?
Yeah, it's
But
not
the
a life
right
or
thing to
death.
do is to be like, bro, you're gonna die if you don't get in shape, bro. Like, and you don't have to actually be that brutal. I'm just saying, like that. You know what I'm saying? Like the easy thing is not the best thing, and nor is that a justification for action.
Yeah, and there's times where you may be doing something that it seems like you're breaking the law or you're being untruthful, but it's to save someone's life, which is an immediate danger, right? So there's many things to consider there, but it doesn't make the lie right, nor does it make it truthful or honest. So it's still wrong. And I would go back to the example of, let's look at, David. Did David say, we don't have anyone, big enough to fight you, so we'll just do it some other time? I mean, there was none of that. It was just, go right up and do what you got to do. But yeah, there's times when you can seem like you're breaking the law. You may be walking through a field and eating grain right on the Sabbath day. There's many things, so.
Back
Dude,
for
I
the
saw a
right
video of
reason.
a guy
You'll still
taking the
go ahead.
good.
You saw a video. Go ahead.
Good.
That's all right.
I saw a video of a guy like replicating the stone and slingshot thing with David. And dude, I'll find the video for you guys. It's insane. When you see it, you're like, oh, he totally could have killed a giant like that. This guy took the stone and started swinging it all crazy and did a full like 360, came back around and threw that stone so hard at this metal plate. You guys ever seen it?
That's the equivalent of like a 45 caliber. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it was crazy. I'm like, dude, that would definitely kill someone if it hit them in the head for sure. That was random, but it just popped in my head. No, let's be honest though, bro. The vast majority of the times that people lie, it's just ridiculous, and that's why I'm like, I think it's so important that people don't push the narrative that lying's good. Santa Claus is a bad lie. Yet, what's good about it? Like, so then they don't even like think their parents, like, right? Like their parents are buying them things, and they're not even grateful for that. It's like it actually teaches them to not to be particularly grateful. It normalizes the idea of just bold-faced lying to their face and hiding things and manipulating.
If you think about it, yeah, it's the closest thing that kids get to experience to like actual government, like where there actually is somebody that's like taking care of them, like fucking thinking what they want, and actually like there's morality checks and like like behavior checks and things like that, right? Like there's magical plays that exist only for a couple years and then fucking slap you move on. But it's a tradition that people do. I wouldn't know what to say I'd be like without having gone through those years.
You're not saving anyone's life. You're just hindering them and feeding their head full of lies and these things. So it's really not saving a life, and there's no one's life in immediate danger. So it's just a waste of time, man.
But also like the mystery of the mystery of like why to be kind anyway. Why get somebody a gift any fucking way? Why even think about that? Why even consider anybody else? Like at least it instills those qualities. Would you not agree? I mean, it's not without any sort of like moral benefit at all. Like to modify and make people behave at least.
Those things are
the reason that you do something like that is sorry.
Yeah, those things are conveyed early on, and when you're teaching people, or children, how they should behave, and getting gifts and giving gifts, that can be taught not using Christmas or any of these so-called holy days.
Yeah, so when I was young, right, I got gifts for everyone, right? And when I was young, it was like, yeah, because this is what you do because you get gifts back. So does it actually make it? Is that actually good? Like, what's moral about me buying a gift just to ensure that I get them back?
And they all freak out too, man. They all freak out too, right? That's not what I wanted, right? I mean, we've all seen those or heard of those things happening. So.
It's a venue to express kindness. We don't often have that, and it's weird to just go buy somebody a gift. You know what I mean? But you might use Christmas as reason to give that, or their birthday, or Mother's Day, or some other holiday, right?
I think that's actually. Sorry. My opinion is that it's bad though, right? Because we should be giving people. We should be giving people what they need, right? We should be generous and giving people things to aid them. And oftentimes with Christmas, people just force themselves to come up with something to buy for the other person. Rarely do they even actually need it, So, I think the real moral part of gift giving is helping someone out, where you know that it'll help them, even if it's a sacrifice on your end.
Yeah, if you really care about people, if you really care about them, help them out in their walk of life, and share the truth with them, right?
Well, that's like what. but like the family unit, like that might be buying gifts for other people, and they're like, oh yeah, how about that guy, homeless Joe? You know, I mean, we always see him walking down the street. Well, you know, maybe that just express kindness to that, and like, you know, I think a lot of people use holidays as a vehicle to do this. You know, even
That's
Thanksgiving.
terrible, man. So
I
one
agree.
day
It's
out of the
bad.
year, one day out of the year, it's
There's
terrible,
nothing.
man. You
It's
teach
just
your
called holiday
children.
spirit. It's not
You,
complicated.
well,
That's
let me
all.
It's an
finish. So
evil spirit.
if you teach your children at a young age that there's only a few times out of the year when we even take notice of these homeless people and we give them gifts or we give them food. If you teach them to behave that way, that's a bad thing, right? They should always be that considerate, correct?
These are the only things that we do get. These are the bones of what the monster spits out at us as kids. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying, like, if not that, then there is nothing else. You know what I mean? Like, what
You know,
else is trying to make that happen? Am I
I
not
just
wrong?
want to, I just want to spread some knowledge because I was looking into this last week, Christmas, and I was like surprised. Like I knew it was illegal, but I didn't know how long. And then I'll post the link, but this is from the Huffington Post. It says Christmas, an ancient pagan holiday which was criminally illegal until 1907, bro. And it says, so while you may have known that Christmas was originally a pagan festival, you might not have known that in the UK it was also made illegal for 12 years, and in the US it was illegal for 260 years. The origins of Christmas are pretty much well known. There was a whole virgin birth in a manger while trekking across Africa or something, but what is less well known is that it was originally a pagan holiday which was criminalized until 1907 in the US. It was, anyways, let me fast forward a little bit. In England, Parliament banned Christmas for 12 years from 1647 under Cromwell. That ban was lifted only for it to be imposed in the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1660. And I'm from Mass. This ban on Christmas becoming law in many places lasted until apparently progressive states like Alabama was the first U.S. state to legalize Christmas in 1836, meaning there was almost 200 years during which it was criminally illegal to celebrate Christmas in the U.S. Oklahoma became the very last state to make Christmas legal again in 1907, despite the U.S. making it a federal holiday in 1870. But yeah, bro, that's crazy, right?
I think so. Yeah, I did not know that. Like, you know, like the parts of Christmas that I liked, bro. I'll be honest. I didn't. Sure, when I was really young, sure, I liked gifts or whatever. But like, really, the part of Christmas that is good is that families get together. Families should be doing that without some like holiday dictating it. You know, so like that's like one of the positives, I guess you could say, of Christmas is like families get together. Like, so you know, because basically our society kicks the children out at 18, which is just such a deception. It's such a like slave. That's a slave thing. The fact that they've tricked them, and by the way, they make more money around Christmas than any time of the year. These very same people, right? That you're saying like spit bones at us or whatever. Like, dude, people go into debt to buy gifts that they don't even know the other person's gonna like, and they just make an insane amount of money. But then so the families get separated, and then they like kind of, oh well, we'll fly in for Christmas, you know,
It's a
and the
retail
families get
wedge.
together.
It's a retail wedge. It's a curse and a blessing because it does kind of attract people. We're more going to be in the Northeast anyway, like inside the home in the winter months. So like we're going to drive each other more crazy. It's good to have new toys. That's one thing. But secondarily, yeah, it's just like a way to kind of cure the depression in the low light months too. I think you know what I mean. It adds like something to look forward to beyond spring because it's like what a long time away that is. So I mean, I think I'm for it. You know what I mean? We need some kind of reason to party on through the winter months. So I'm for that. You know, mainly it takes this vehicle, which is just a retail monster, obviously too, and That's the terrible part about it. And then yeah, like you like then take your toys and then go away from your family and leave everybody be. And which is that maybe what domesticity kind of like wants sometimes too. But also yeah, it is like the initial like separation of that moment too. Like we're poisoning our own experiences by putting too much retail in it. I agree with that. There's a lot of bad parts about this that would if we took a 180 on a little bit of this, it would be a lot more beneficial. But I think like there's reason to have like celebration within the winter months. It just takes this form, you know. I'm not.
Well, there was a time that I went to college, right? I dropped out of college, and like I was struggling, right? And so for Christmas, I get like these Levi's that I'm literally never gonna wear, a sweater that I'm literally never gonna wear, things that I literally don't want, that like are actually aggravating to me because I don't even want them in my possession. When the amount of money they spent could have helped me pay my utility bill, which is something I actually need. You see that it would obviously, it just makes way more sense from every angle that you're like, oh, I'm going to try to help this person out and I'll pay their utility bill this month because they need help, right? It's this weird thing. Like from my experience, like when I had a girlfriend and I was going to buy her a Christmas gift, I'm like, I don't know what to get her, dude. Now I'm having to like force myself to buy them something, or I'm like, I don't know what to get my dad. Like what? Like I'm gonna force myself to buy something that maybe my dad will like. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of weird in that way to me. I don't. Yeah, I just
Bro,
think
that's my favorite
this is
part.
not good.
That's my favorite part of Christmas is all the presents. We have to fill this void that atheism and the heliocentric model have left in us, with material goods.
You think? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, material. And think about this, dude. Say, and parents spend different amounts. Say you spend $1,200 on your children for Christmas. That's a lot, right? But I don't really know. So what if you just like, oh well, we work this thing out as long as you do your chores and you do good at homeschool or whatever. We put $100 a month in towards this like fund, right? So if you want something, if you need something, that money goes towards it. Or say they needed something in September. Well, okay, look, we'll go ahead and front you these next 3 months, but you got to keep your word and do your part, right? Like you could take the money. All I'm saying is it doesn't make financial sense for families to like go in debt or like really go broke to cram purchasing material goods in a short period of time, and then people not even really want or need it. And then when you do it every year, then people just begin to not be grateful. You know what happens, right? Like I went to a private school. I had friends that were very, very wealthy. You know what I'm saying? Like 16-year-olds driving Mercedes and stuff, And if they ever didn't get what they wanted, or they felt like their parents didn't do enough, they were actually mad about it.
If you put $100 a month away,
You cut out, bro.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
$100 a month. Go on.
If you put $100 a month away, you can get a better internet service.
Yeah, if you put $100 a month away from your kid,
you can get $1,200 a year.
They will be able to. Dude, if you put $100 a month away for your kid, they'll be able to retire when they're like, if you do it right when they're born, they'll be able to retire by the time they're like 35 or something crazy. You know how awesome that would be?
Yeah, bro. And there are all kinds of secrets that wealthy people do with their family, right? Like they add their children as authorized users on their bigger credit lines when they're like 12. And then by the time they're 18, they have like a perfect credit score. They teach them how to borrow against their own lines of credit. They create insurance policies that they can borrow against up to a certain age. And then they create like trusts for their children. But they have the peasants going broke and running up credit card debt to buy them gifts crammed in all at the same time. It's so obviously a trick, bro. Like I'm just saying, that is a evil spirit to feel so entitled to getting presents from someone that you'll actually get angry if you don't get what you wanted. That's not good. That's totally not like a good vibration at all. Teaching children that is awful. You know, like, don't you guys agree that that's like a terrible thing to teach children?
I was gonna say that not that correlation means causation, but that there's an uptick in suicide rates, bro, right after Christmas. There's an increase in suicides. Now I don't know why exactly that is. It could be because it's the middle of winter and they've been depleted of vitamin D. But there seems to be something connected with the whole Christmas thing, because not everybody's having fun with family on Christmas, bro. Not everybody's getting gifts. You know what I mean? And some people can't afford gifts for their own children, the people they love. Maybe that gets to them too. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I think there would be a direct relationship. Like if someone loses their job close to Christmas or can't afford to buy their children gifts, or
Yeah.
they see other people, other families, and compare themselves to them.
We used to have big family dinners every weekend. So we weren't looking forward to, like, maybe 3 or 4 times a year. It was every weekend. And if someone needed help in the family, like with an automobile, with carpentry work or whatever it would be, that's what would be done. And if anyone needed food, that's what would be done.
Yeah, that's how it should be. I think that you're actually supposed to stay with your parents until you get married, right? I think that this whole like, oh, you're 18, you're on your own thing is so stupid, dude. It's just clearly they've created a blueprint for the slaves. Can we all agree that this commerce, kick your kids out thing, it's just like a blueprint for the slaves to keep them slaves? Seems pretty obvious to me, right? Where they're like, oh, 25% off Black Friday sale. They're still making a lot of profit. All that does is show that they've been screwing you over the other like 11 months.
Yeah, they got a blueprint.
Yeah, but the real question is, what are people going to do about it to put these people out of power and do it forcefully? Because clearly protesting, negotiating, trying to show up for little meetings doesn't work. So what do we have to do to forcefully break the system and start over?
Stop
You got to start talking
celebrating.
with your dollars. You got to regain control of the food supply, and you got to let your dollars talk. We got to stop spending dollars on
Yeah, but
whack
how do
stuff.
you psychologically convince an entire nation of people to stop spending money on 80 to 90% of the products for let's say even 6 months? Just stop spending money so that the whole capitalist system can crumble, so that we can then regain power to like actually go in a different direction and show
What
people
different
that the system is toward what you guys were talking about before, like a needs-based society where we take care of people and we take care of their needs. Like, I think that's more intelligent.
Yeah, but like I don't think that collapsing capitalism as in free market is the answer. Like that's not the answer. The answer actually is that people become informed. And first of all, you're never going to get an entire nation of people to do anything. But I would say the answer is that people become informed. They kind of see these traps and blueprints that they keep people in like this slave state of mind, and they just build like generational wealth, and they do the same thing that those parties are doing, right? And that's really the only true feasible way to gain power is individually, and then try to then help other people out once you do that.
Okay, so
That's
let
my
me ask a question. How much of the population of the United States do you think actually live in poverty, where they will have no chance to do what you just explained?
Everyone has a chance to do it.
No, I'm talking you have to have a legitimate amount of income buying power, which means not only are you able to easily pay your bills in cash, no credit cards, no loans, no nothing, and be able to save. We're talking at least $5,000 additional savings per month, which is cash in your bank account, which you can use toward investing or other options. How much of the United States do you think has that means?
You're just making up arbitrary numbers and stuff like.
I'm giving low ball thresholds here. Low
Yeah.
ballers here.
The reality is everyone can go through a period where they're like, okay, I'm going to sacrifice my quality of living to try to save some money. I'm going to
They
invest
have
all the
for
time.
40. They do
I
for
bet if you
40 years.
interrupt me, you'll be right. So what I'm saying is everyone, no, and they haven't actually.
They
It's
have.
very easy to look. No, they have not.
People are
Almost
living
everyone.
their entire lives stuck paying bills and have no lives. They can't enjoy their lives.
Okay, but they live outside of their means and they don't actually inform themselves. And I'm not claiming to have done it because I also fell for the trick. They don't inform themselves and spend the time and energy needed to educate themselves about how wealth actually works. They don't build their credit, right? They don't actually invest with the proper people. And they just watch Netflix when they get home from work, and then they buy things that they don't need and they barely make it by because that's what they taught the slaves to do. Everyone can actually inform themselves, apply discipline, lower their costs of living, right? Work really hard for a few years and then begin to learn about wealth and then teach their children that. And that's the real problem. The problem is that those families put their children in a position to be wealthy by the time that they're 18 or 21. They have an 850 credit score. They have an ability to go get any type of business loan that they want. They're able to go invest in real estate. They've taught them how it all works. They've taught them how taxes work, all this stuff. And then the slaves, they kick their children out at 18. They go work at Buffalo Wild Wings, barely pay the bills, go into college debt, etc. So that's what I'm saying is that we were tricked into how wealth works while they're actually implementing generational wealth. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying I don't empathize with people because I've struggled with the best of them. But the answer is definitely not to just be like to pout and be like, I have no chance. The system's not fair. It's like, no, if you go look at these people's lives, almost all of them have been irresponsible with money. They buy things they don't need, right? And then they go into debt because we were tricked into doing that. We were tricked into buying 30, 40-year mortgages as if that's normal. We were tricked into going to college and going into tens of thousands of dollars of debt for something that isn't even going to actually pay off. We make those decisions though, right? Like you go sign the mortgage, you go tell your child to go to college, right? Like we're still doing it. It's just like it's actually ignorance.
All right. Let's just say, theoretically speaking, what about all the responsible people that have their, let's say, $15 to $25 an hour jobs, but the cost of living, as you can tell in America, is outrageous to the point where 55% plus of their income gets just destroyed, eaten away by the capitalists that are basically putting costs on them to keep them subservient. How are they supposed to be able to get out of this little rut? The ones that are responsible.
There is no outline for a society where people don't have to work to pay for their stuff. So it's not like the big boogeyman that someone's charging us for goods and labor and services, right? Like that's just how the world has to work, in my opinion. But I'm just saying.
Gouging is the standard by which it's how things have to work. I disagree with that.
Okay. Well, whenever you actually worked for 20 years or 15 years to build a business, you slept in a studio apartment, right? And then eventually you were able to have a business that offers valuable goods and services, and then you compete with the market. What does it look like? What does that person look like listening to someone else saying, you shouldn't be charging, right? Because they didn't do it. I'm just saying, like, some of the wealthiest people I know, like actually I would say probably 90% of the wealthy people I know, they didn't really have anything and they had to earn it themselves. They had to start at the bottom. And what they did was they sacrificed their cost of living for many, many years to eventually be able to succeed. Can we all just acknowledge that there's also self-responsibility here, right? Like that the lack of discipline is why people are poor. Like same here. That's why I'm not wealthy, because I didn't apply discipline. If I could go back to when I was 22 or even 18, right? I could have worked super hard, concentrated, tried not to save my money, and then looked into business investments, build my credit, blah, blah, blah. Instead, I went to college. I ended up getting in debt. I just partied. I didn't take anything seriously. Then I just went and got little jobs just to barely pay the bill so I could party in the meantime and talk to girls. And of course, I didn't make any money doing that because that's stupid.
With that, as far as the mortgage though, the mortgage thing, like Me and my wife were renters. Rent was becoming more than a mortgage cost. Like, what do we do in that situation? At least, you know.
Okay. So what I've discovered is that almost everyone can cut down their cost of living, right? And then try to figure out how to build their credit. So from my understanding, the wealthy just utilize credit. So it's about getting over that hump, right, to where you don't even have to use your own money to make money. So I agree that everything's going up in price. Yes, that's true, and that's unfortunate. Wages are actually going up as well, by the way, but because they have to. But yeah, I would just say that's the answer, is to try to just be really disciplined and build credit.
I'm just saying, bro. Me and my wife were in a position where we either get the mortgage, a 30-year mortgage. I agree that sucks getting locked in for that long, and it feels like a weight on your shoulders. I know.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you can still like eventually refi. You can like borrow against it, etc. Right? I mean, it's not like you're actually screwed forever or anything. Does everyone agree, though, the reason that wealthy people are wealthy is because of knowledge
on your
and
shoulders?
hard.
And yeah, as far as the other thing you guys were saying, like, yeah, even in
Damn, bro, you're super delayed.
Yeah, you're roboting, Jeremy.
He's like 10 seconds delayed.
I was just going to say, going back, the other day, Austin, I was talking about discipline and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The Mouse Utopia experiment is socialism on steroids. That's what it is. It's taking away people's responsibility, taking away people's purpose. That's the universal credit is coming to a town near you. So just remember that. Socialism can't work.
Well,
History tells us that.
Actually, you're wrong.
All right, comrade. Socialism doesn't work.
It
Cannot
works.
work.
You know how I know? You know how I know?
No, it doesn't.
It does. You know, I can give you an example of socialism working, and it's slowly growing as a frontier. It's called the off-gridders. Off-gridding went from 5 million to 11 million to now over 15 million Americans. It is growing. These people are hardcore socialists, gun rights advocates, family, communal, homeschooling advocates. It's socialism.
Socialist.
Yeah, listen.
These people are growing.
If you want a fucking dictator with 50 Mercedes and everyone else without a pot to piss in, then yeah, that if you're the dictator, then it'll work for you.
They're not
Wait,
pissing just
off-gridders
pots.
aren't socialists, though. They're actually they build their own crops and then they barter and trade with surrounding
No, but
people.
they're not just pissing in pots. They're doing solar panels, water harvesting systems, toilets that are attached to the solar harvesting, attached to the solar panel systems that can burn their poo. You don't need a sewage system anymore. You just got rid of the middleman right there. Yeah, the harvesting crops. There's technology for drip technologies. Things are getting very advanced, and as soon as people can finally realize, if you control the infrastructure and you control the land and you control the home, and you can keep your communities localized and push out corporations out of an unincorporated area, you will win. That is socialism.
That's not socialism, dude.
It is.
You're crazy.
whatever that is, though, that's how you take it back, bro.
That's how you
That's the
take it
way
back.
exactly.
Yeah,
Whoever
it sounds
controls
good.
the
It
food and
sounds
the
good on
infrastructure.
paper, Jeremy.
It's not on paper. I'm doing it.
No, listen. In reality, in a small thing like you're talking about, yes, I completely agree. On a large scale, it's not realistic.
But you got to
because you got the
teach
human
people to
condition.
buy
quite
the
simply.
infrastructure. That's the
Listen,
point.
whenever you've got the human condition in place, as we have, and people are greedy, some people want more than others, some people want to control. That's just it's not realistic.
It
That's
is
the truth.
realistic. What is
No, it's not.
unrealistic?
Okay, cool.
about
We're gonna send you 5,000 people tomorrow, and since you said you're already doing it, I need you to take care of them. Okay.
I'm saying that it is realistic to teach people to go to work and buy the infrastructure and control the infrastructure. That is a human right, and if people would learn this, We wouldn't need all this
How do you buy
bullshit bureaucracy.
infrastructure if it's socialism?
Because socialism is your ability to live as a sovereign entity amongst other sovereign entities, and thereby you only infringe upon each other when communal projects need to be done, which means that as is basis, not as enforced basis or corporatocracy or whatever that word is, or technocracy or all these other bullshit oligarchy and all this other crap. We don't need it. All we need is you control your own land, your infrastructure, and then when you need help from your neighbors, you learn to make the projects bigger and bigger, but not to the point where it becomes a corporation. You keep them at a communal level, and you basically push outward anyone that is a corporation and keep them out. And if they want to participate, they can invest into your localized communities, but they cannot control anything. That is the only option.
How do they invest? Where do they get the money from?
They invest in your ideas from a localized community. You promise them that you can grant them that your idea works in some capacity, and they invest into you, so you control the investment, you control the idea, you control the capital, you control the.
Where they get the money from?
Would you let them own land?
No, you never let them own land. You keep them out of the local communities.
I'm talking about the commune that you're talking about. You're
Yes,
talking about commune, right?
Regular people. Regular people can, but they have to. But you obviously you don't want some corporation pretending to be like a regular.
I'm not talking about corporations, dude. Because I think you're conflating like libertarianism and communism and socialism, bro. Like, I don't think you understand what you're talking about. Be honest.
I am.
Yeah. What you're talking about is anarcho-capitalism, not socialism.
That's not anarcho-capitalism. I'm talking about sovereignty rights, basic understanding of what it means to be human, and to control every action that you do from the moment you get up in the morning, so that you are fully responsible and fully free to your own devices, and that you should not be infringed upon at all, except
That's
if you bring harm.
anarcho-capitalism.
Except when you bring harm upon someone, and then the whole community can come and run down your neck.
Yeah.
That's the only option.
That's anarcho-capitalism by definition, bro. So socialism actually requires a structure, a hierarchy that actually is in control.
Well, the socialism part is just the need-based portion of the communal local area, like need-based things. Like the thing is, a hospital should not be controlled by a corporation. A hospital should be controlled by, if there's 2,000 people in a town, it should be controlled by the entire town of people, so that everyone has an investment into the hospital, and everyone has a stake in the hospital, and everyone is locked into a fixed amount, and you cannot overpower another person in your community. So the hospital will always be there, and it will always be sustainable for everybody. That's how it should be controlled.
Anarcho-capitalism, my brother.
Well, then let's go for it.
Anarcho-capitalism is the idea. Anarchy means without rule. So there's no central power. Anarchy is without rule, so there's no central power that rules over you. And that capitalism, meaning the private free market, people create their own value with goods and services. They barter and trade. They work with each other, and then the local communities come together to provide the public services to the rest of the people with their own money, with no actual ruling system over top of it. That's anarcho-capitalism.
Okay, well, the way you described it was pretty good. I didn't sense anything mischievous, so it's fine.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I used to be an anarcho-capitalist. I actually now don't really think that it would work on the big scale, but
it does work, but it has to be done slowly, and it has to be done by word of mouth, and people have to learn to be consistent with spreading the ideas and the infrastructure projects, and showing other people that, like, I got this portion of my land set up. It actually works. Here, Mr. So-and-so, take a look. Now take my model and either replicate it using your own resources, and if you don't know how to get the resources, I might be able to provide you the feedback of how to get the additional funding to be able to get the same project on your land, and then so on and so on and so on. The goal is to keep power in the people's hands at a localized level. That is the ultimate goal, to be able to free a nation. There is no other way.
You agree, though, that
you don't understand.
getting capital is going to require capitalism.
No, it just requires what that other gentleman said. I don't know if it was you, maybe even the bartering system. We can still use these technological advancements of money exchange by quickly moving it through electronic, means. But the point is that money must be controlled at a localized level, and it cannot be used to weaponize other people against each other, pit against each other, to bring down or exploit people.
But hold on, your vision is very short term, because if your population is not growing, then you're
It
not
will always
thriving.
grow.
You
It
have
will
to
always grow.
multiply. You have to multiply and be fruitful for your population to be thriving and successful. That's part of the
But
whole idea.
populations always grow because by
If you're not
nature,
having
there's.
children, right? If
But
you're
you're
not
not being
multiplying,
logical.
you're not
By
living.
nature,
But hold
humans
on, by
all.
nature. Well, hold on. Let me finish, bro.
That's not
You don't let me
logical.
finish, bro. Because you gotta look at long term. After 1 generation, 2 generations, how are you gonna keep everything localized, dude? Your population has to expand. People have
Yes,
to
but
expand, right?
it's
And with
yes,
that
but it's
expansion, you need to keep people accountable. So you need a hierarchy, like the police state, right? Not a police state, but you need police officers to keep
no.
people
You
accountable.
just all you need is a horizontal vertical infrastructure, whereas the population spreads out and more people start to have families and have more kids who then need jobs as well to participate in the communal expansion. You just create more structures that of the same building type where it's just an enforcement building
Listen,
let's say every mile or so. And
you
then
don't get it.
This is capitalism, bro.
it's
Just so you
not
understand,
capitalism.
yes, barter and trading is capitalism. So capitalism is a system built upon voluntary exchange. Okay, right now we use like fiat currencies and stuff like that, but it's a version or modality of barter and trade. If you're in a system where you work and you grow food, so then you go trade your crops for the chicken eggs and for the goat milk, that's a capitalistic society. That's voluntary exchange with barter and trade.
You need judges and you need somebody to reinforce the rules, bro. Unless you have no rules at all, like complete anarchist society,
The
which is
rules
retarded.
the rules are enforced amongst your fellow community members themselves. So what you do is you try to figure out mathematically and engineering wise, try to figure out what the exact amount of number that people can handle from memory, the amount of people within a certain radius, and then that is the maximum threshold for that amount of people in that specific
Okay,
demographic area.
is it majority rules?
No, it's a constant checks and balance system where it's done on a weekly basis or however often the people can do this.
Well,
So they're always
what I'm saying
checking.
is like if the community is making the decision, there has to be some type of system in place, right? Either it's everyone
it's
votes and the majority
a
rules, or there's
rotational
some
system.
hierarchy of people.
No hierarchical system, a rotational system where if you have 2,000 people that are in a localized area, you tell the people, let's rotate all 2,000 people in a perfect circular model to do the checks and balances for the entire community, and everyone will get to dabble a little bit in everything to ensure that that you are feeling the very essence of the money that's inside your community, and that you are checking the corruption, and if someone's being mischievous, and then everyone gets to put their hands into the pot per se, into the laws per se, and so think of it as no one is just a master of their own trade. You now also have to take half your time to spend maybe 15 minutes to quickly go about from building to building to building to do the checks and balances for all 2,000 people in your community. So the more people, as the population grows, the time dwindles down to less and less minutes or less seconds because it's faster because you have more people. So then you have more time to do other things.
Okay, this is going to result in a lack of efficiency and productivity. For example, well, obviously you can't have women being carpenters, right? So you'd have to delineate men and women, and then people have aptitudes and gifts. Like people have so there are people that are amazing at building things, and there are people that just aren't that good at it.
Right,
and if you try to teach everyone everything, then you're going to not be
No.
nearly as productive.
Everybody has their own trades, the things that they enjoy doing with their life. What I'm talking about is the morality and ethical aspects of how a society functions. This standard can be taught to all citizens so that we come up with a standardized system. So it doesn't matter what you're good at. I don't care if you're a painter or an architect or a hobo under the bridge. The point is that if everyone follows the same agreed upon moral and ethical guidelines, and when you go from building to building to building to do the checks and balances to check on these numerical values and these thresholds, that you are actually making sure that the next guy in front of you and behind you is not altering things, is not manipulating things, and is not trying to weaponize it. And
Dude,
it's
that sounds
rotational
crazy,
system.
bro. You don't understand, you don't see the problem with that, bro.
No, I don't, because it
talk about
forces
tyranny,
corruption
bro.
out of people. It
Yeah,
forces
yeah, but
corruption out.
it's like an HOA on crack, dude. You're
It's
gonna
not
have
an
like home
HOA.
inspections,
It's
bro, where people like when you talk about checks and balances, like that's ambiguous. Like, be more specific. What are you checking for, house to house, dude?
For instance, littering. If everyone's agreed, if 2,000 people have agreed that littering is not acceptable at all in their area, let's say their circumference area, then what I'm trying to say is that if it's agreed that it has to be at 100% no littering, then if you rotate all 2,000 people and then people go around driving around and checking to see if anyone litters, the moment someone litters, it gets reported
What if somebody got a
ASAP.
trampoline? What if somebody got like a V8, like a Chevy SS 1969?
What is this example about?
No, I'm wondering if you're one of those EPA freaks. So what if I have a Chevy
Well, no,
1969
EPA is a
SS
little no, because that's first of all,
in my driveway?
okay, yeah, you're talking about engine design. So obviously, engine design was different back in the '60s as opposed to now. Things have obviously improved in terms of catalytic converters and all this other stuff. So you would obviously have to have a reasonable threshold on both ends on a chart that basically says that this person owns this 1965 Chevrolet, but the best possible performance and pollution variable, whatever that range is in this aspect of the chart. So you're right. As long as we can chart all that, then nobody can bitch and complain about what type of vehicle you want to own. But if you own that vehicle and you do go outside that range that has been agreed upon by all 2,000 people, then you will be penalized, or you will have to be forced to correct it within a certain amount of time. Let's say, to be fair, let's just say 1 year. Let's say a reasonable amount of time. And if you don't fix it, you lose the car permanently. That way, there's no excuses for not staying within your range. That's it. Fair. It's very fair system. Same with
All right,
having
man.
children. Like the way people raise their children, I think there should be an agreed upon ranges of behavior of how people raise their kids, how polite you are to your kids. You can't just be like running amok raising kids, for instance, because if they kids that are run amok come across kids that are very civilized, they completely start polluting the minds of other kids. So there's going to have to be ranges for every type of behavior as well. And it's going to be a healthy range, and it will fluctuate over time as we try to tweak based on real science, psychology, and everything else, therapeutics, to figure out what the thresholds of the human mind are, so that we can get citizens to be more and more civilized over time and not to become degenerate and perverted. It is possible with enough patience and time.
Yeah, you know when you go to your other meetings, do you call each other comrade?
No.
No? Oh.
No. Comrade's kind of like a, I don't know, that's kind of watered down term, but whatever. I'm thinking a higher use of words than that. I want a community, and I envision a community where people truly are family, as in all 2,000 people, for like the example I'm given, truly call each other family. Like that's the ultimate vision of what it means to be a human race. And the ultimate goal is to get everyone to agree to the standard that we should be treating each other as family, and to have the best best possible models for our needs, our psychology, our health, our sleep patterns, our ability to naturally function in the world according to natural things because we're part of nature. So we should follow the natural order of things, minus some of the slightly what I call vicious parts of nature, which clearly are I guess testing grounds for holding us accountable to not just go amok. I think that's why we have poisons and all this other stuff.
I like the idea of living in.
The goal is to not let technology
Hold on, bro.
trump nature.
Goodness. Nah, like I like the idea, bro. I do. But I just don't like the invasion of privacy. Like you have to give some liberty to people, right? You have to give some people liberty until they offend and there's evidence of them transgression. Then maybe you can hold them accountable, but you can't just go into people's houses willy-nilly like
Well,
that,
no,
bro.
I'm
On a
not talking
periodical
about going to
basis.
houses. I'm talking about public spaces where everyone, as soon as you walk outside your property line, you will be held fully accountable to every other person of the 2,000 people outside your property line. But even within your property lines, there's going to have to be a very agreed upon guidelines and methodologies, because obviously if a child is claiming that they're being abused, we're going to have very, very quick ways to remedy that, so that that child doesn't end up dead 2 days from now because they were too afraid to go to a neighbor next door to remedy that they're being abused. The goal is to get people to be transparent and not be afraid of each other, and to communicate reasonably and ethically and quickly, so that things can be resolved ASAP, so that we don't have dead people unnecessarily, or abused people, or kidnapped people that could have been kidnapped and then, like, I don't know, out of the 2,000 some people out of the community. The goal is we got to keep people's state of mind focused on each other for the well-being of preserving the organism, which is the human race.
I know a couple of different people that are Hebrews. So in the Ozarks, there's a community called Parable of the Vineyard.
Mm-hmm.
Is part of Parable of the Vineyard. There's a whole community of set apart believers in the Ozarks in Missouri, living pretty much
I almost bought
successfully.
land there. I almost bought land there. Yes.
And then there's another area in Texas called Straightway, also a bunch of set apart community, and they live like independently from the grid and the government. They have few resources. They literally stored up like silos of diesel, bro. And they have
make their own
generators, and they
kerosene.
build houses out of concrete.
Yeah.
And like these people are living awesome, man. But
Hey,
but they don't do what you're doing. They don't talk about, like, they don't go into people's houses and stuff like that. What's up, man?
Well, I was just going to ask if you've heard of the controversies and the problems that Parable of Vineyard have had.
Yeah.
Like some stuff
Yeah,
with
I
child
heard
abuse. Adam Fink stepped down, so I wouldn't say that they're doing awesome.
Well, that's why we need
No.
Yeah.
Well, I heard of there's always, that's what I'm saying. It's not going to be like spotless. Like anybody that thinks that you can actually have a spotless community, they're living in a fantasy.
No. You can have a spotless community. There's
Dude,
one
can
way.
I talk without you interrupting me, bro?
Because there is a way.
Anyways, I expect things to happen, bro. And I know things happen, but with YouTube, everybody, like everybody's got like gossip going on, and they over exaggerate things, and especially Adam, he's got like a magnifying glass over him. Everything he does, it's like being a celebrity. Like everybody's watching every step that you take, bro. So you can't really hide anything.
That's good.
But not that he's hiding anything, but like I think that a lot of the gossip that were talked about in the past year about Adam, bro, I don't know if a lot of that stuff is legit. But anyways, that's drama that nobody here knows about, and I don't really want to talk about it. But adultery, there's gonna be kids getting molested. Like that happens in every community, everywhere, bro.
Yeah, but that's why
But anyways, go ahead.
that's why before you set up such a community, or as you're setting it up from the initial phases, you've got to convince more therapists, psychologists, humanitarians, and people that study the natural order of things, that actually truly, like what I call, have an egalitarian mindset in their brain. You've got to get them into the community first. You've got to prioritize them first. You've got to spread them out, and you've got to establish kind of like a web, so that this process can go smoothly, because these people have the ability to detect deviance very rapidly and not allow such people to come into the community if they detect them based on proper methodologies. It is possible. Another thing that you can do also is, like, how our society right now, everything's amuck. You can go to liquor stores down almost every block. It's every block or so there's a liquor store or a bar or a club or this or that. Well, what if we separate the intensity of certain actions away from each other? Let's say you put all the more aggressive action-based activities in one corner, way over to the left side of, let's say, of your community, and then you put all the educational stuff way over to the other side. So like you separate out, like on a spectrum, on a graph, the most innocent activities as opposed to the most debaucherous activities. And if you don't want to take away people's rights to have the full spectrum, then you've got to create your society in the communal area in a way so you keep it on the completely opposite sides, so that there are ways to what I call gatekeep and have people that can enforce to make sure that one type of behavior and type of people that let's just say you're for the most part a good teacher, you're very humble, you go to church, you like to be part of the community and help the homeless, but then let's say on Sunday nights you just have this craving to go be like an idiot and go to the rave and smoke it up and be debaucherous. So you will have to go all the way across town, 30 minutes plus, to do your one day partying, and then somebody along the way before you enter that district or zone will actually like scan you, write who you are, that you've entered that zone, and then they don't infringe on your rights. You go do your own thing, but they keep track of who goes into what district for what activities, so that if something bad does come up where you end up in another district where that type of activity is not permittable, you will be held accountable immediately, and you will.
Yo, is this the
not
plot?
be able to make
Is
stuff
this
up.
the plot? Is this the plot for In Time with Justin Timberlake?
No, I don't watch Justin Timberlake.
Oh,
RoboCop
I
2.
thought you were saying this was a movie.
I'm
or
just
something.
saying that we can create a society where we separate out like innocent activities as opposed to non-innocent, and really spread things out so that we can still do all the things we do as human beings, but it doesn't conflict with each other. Because truth of the matter is, I don't want my kids walking down the street a kid walking down the street should never ever see a drunk person. A kid walking down the street should never see a man walking up, or is even on the other side of the street, who just starts yelling like an idiot. Like, this is stuff that should not be occurring in our society. So you have to separate out where people do certain things.
Yeah, I hear you. There's ways.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of got that now. It's called downtown, but yeah, no, that's good. There is ways to fix that. You know
Oh
what I
yeah.
mean? Like, what do they do in the Amazon? Like, don't they use like shamans and stuff? Like, they don't got none of this weird. They don't got weird stuff going on like we do.
If you want to, if you're a heavy use smoker and you like to litter your buds everywhere, then you will be spending most of your time on your side of the town where it's permittable, and your buds will never land in areas that are not to touch the ground, or you will be heavily fined for littering and then arrested immediately. No ands, ifs, or buts.
So, like, people that like to smoke tobacco got to stay in this zone, and then
it's not about
you're
just
gonna
the smoke.
split it up into all different zones.
It's the associated behaviors that come with the substances that you use, and how it affects the mind and the body, and how it causes aggravation for other people. So that's what my concern is, not the fact that someone's holding a cigarette in their hand. It's what is happening when someone's smoking too many cigarettes, and it's causing too much distortion in their body or their mind, that they're causing themselves to either be very slothful or aggressive or disengaged or antisocial, that it's causing a hindrance to the other community members. You know, and sometimes it's
we would have a
temporary.
zone. So
Yeah.
you're saying we would have a zone where it's like you can't smoke tobacco on this side of the line?
Like, yeah, look at how companies have a lot of designated smoke zones when you go to companies for large corporations. That was a very smart thing to do, because you've got people that go to the same companies who make around the same amount of money, but they're health freaks. They're the complete opposite of these type of people, and they don't want to
I think a big
associate
part
with
of the problem is the cheapskates that want to hand roll their cigarettes instead of buying the good tobacco, right? That's
Well,
part of it.
that's not a cheapskate. That's being resourceful and understand the natural properties of the land.
Yeah, but they're not smoking the good stuff. You know what I mean? They're smoking the boosh.
Explain what you mean by the booze.
Yeah, you know, they're smoking wood scraps and shit. You know, I'm over here.
Oh, okay.
I'm smoking quality tobacco.
Okay, so we're talking about like toxins and pollutants inside of like what people are smoking up, and okay, well, that's a whole different environmental aspect of society that we'd have to break down.
Yeah, those guys aren't even smokers. They're just like, they're smoking. They're smoking wood scraps and shit. You know, I'm over here. I'm smoking quality tobacco. Okay, well, that's a whole different environmental aspect of society that we'd have to break down. Yeah, those guys aren't even smokers. They're just like, They're
No,
just
you're right.
burning
I know
wood.
people that do this. They will just find a bunch of random things and put it together, crush it up, and then just like wrap it and smoke it. I don't understand these people. They
They
don't
think
even
because they
test
got
it.
a fucking Powermatic that there's something special.
Yeah.
Or I'll smoke the leaf off the Canadian flag.
Yeah. So this is the problem with
I
society.
actually. God.
Have you ever? I
Yeah,
don't know. Have you guys ever noticed that if you look at like when you move through the world, how many of the buildings that you drive past or walk past or see on a daily basis, how many of the buildings do you never ever ever go into? They have no value to you. They're useless. Have you ever thought about that? How unorganized our societies are, that the majority of buildings have actually no value to you. Like for me, 90% of the buildings around me in any city are just useless.
XRP is gonna fix all of that shit.
Yep. That just tells you that we're not designing our cities for, for the well-being of our citizens.
Jeremy thinks he's better than me because he's got a Powermatic. I'm just throwing it out there.
Oh God.
Well, I'm just saying, you're dropping like 500 a month in cigarettes, and I'm spending like $20.
That's a big difference. Yeah. The 20, the
Jeremy's
one was,
cigarette
You know what I
machine
do with
don't
my
burn.
money? I make smart investments.
yep. I don't spend any money on cigarettes, alcohol, any of that. I think I'd rather have that money to put toward land investment and stuff like that.
Yeah, to grow more tobacco,
Yeah,
right?
get your money up, not your funny up.
Well, no, to allow my egalitarian socialist, ideas to come into play so that maybe it'll spread someday.
What do you think about that wacky tobacco, that hippie lettuce,
That what?
that Zaza,
I don't know what that is. Never heard of these terms. Sorry, bud.
that Chief Puff'em?
I mean, I'm what you call somewhat of a hippie, somewhat bohemian, and somewhat of a country bumpkin, I guess you call it. But I've never heard these terms.
How about the chronic?
Too spiritual to understand what that is.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I unfortunately I was actually luckily raised by parents that did not allow me to go near anything that looked vile to my organism, my body, my mind.
Well, why are you eating paint chips as a kid then?
I never eat paint chips. The only experience I ever had as a kid was pulling up. Once I had a driver's license, pulling up to a gas station, and somebody spilled some gasoline on the ground, and I smelled it, and I thought that it was the greatest smell ever. That's the only experience I've ever had that I enjoyed the smell of gasoline.
Did your mom make you say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America?
Nope, I was the kid that got kicked out of class and sent to the principal's office for never participating in that in the mornings in the American schools. Because I already knew there was something weird about this whole nationalism. It didn't feel natural to me. It felt weaponized, like get people into place. Just.
Did you used to get in trouble for getting woodies or what? In class?
Nope. That's what I'm trying to say is that civilized people, if you raise your kids right, your kids should not even be thinking about having woodies in class.
Duct tape works good. I'm just throwing that out there.
Now, if that kid has serious frustrations and gets home and then needs to wank it off 3 times in their own private space, go for it because it's in your own private space.
All right, I'm noting that.
But like in my society, even just a guy, I don't care what type of guy you are, even just grabbing your balls to adjust your junk in your pants while walking around in public, that should be a punishment.
Really? Yeah, I always thought about having like a junk adjuster, just like a string that's,
I hate that. I hate
that's
that. It's ghetto white shit. That's what I call it.
I think it would be a good invention.
I don't know. I think they should have a special invention that if you're that kind of person, you should go to a special building. They should put on a special like belt that locks around your junk, and then every time you grab it, it shocks you until one day you stop grabbing your own junk, and then they'll take the belt off once you've been healed.
I don't know what your mom did to you, bro.
Nothing.
But
My parents did a really good job raising me morally and ethically.
if you're not allowed to scratch your balls every now and then, bro, I don't know.
You
I mean,
are
you might want to go to North Korea or something.
I just don't get why people can just walk down the street and just twaddle their balls in front of everybody else. I don't understand why people don't get that this is unacceptable behavior.
You don't twerk your balls in public?
No. If I need to adjust, I make sure there's nobody around.
I think we ran this past its course.
It's called common decency toward your fellow man and woman. I'm actually near a town where even cursing is now a crime. I have moved into an area where cursing is a crime and excessive yelling is a crime. Like they don't play around.
I remember when I was a teenager, it was like a big deal on the news. Somebody went on vacation. I don't remember exactly where they went. I want to say like Turkey or some fucked off place. And they spit on the ground and they were apprehended, and part of the punishment was being publicly caned. I don't know if anyone else remembers that, but it was like a big deal at the time.
No, I remember that. That was a big thing back then. Absolutely, yeah. That was huge. I remember that. It was all over the news and shit back in it was the 90s, maybe mid 90s or something. Yeah.
We went from spitting on the ground as being like, a big topic to fucking, I don't even know what the fuck now.
Well, because I mean, if you're walking around a town and you're just spitting on the sidewalk in random places and people are walking on that, or what if you were sick and you had a virus and now it spreads from person to person? You're not doing your justice to your community if you're just being an asshole.
Well, I'd say you've got a weak community that needs to bolster up their immunity responses through more spit.
If you're being nasty, keep your nastiness at home.
Listen, the West was built by spitting. All right.
That's nonsense. That's propaganda.
No, that's true shit.
No, that's all marketing propaganda. I've seen this in posters. I studied all that already.
A lip full of dip makes the trip.
No, it's all this propaganda to teach women like, oh, if you behave this way, you're more womanly, and if you behave this way, you're more manly. It's all bullshit. To sell product.
Can you define a woman?
Well, my definition of woman is really hardcore. I don't think you'd like it.
All right, we'll skip that. Can you define?
Your definition of woman is hardcore?
Yeah, I would say most women in society that I see, I do not even call them women anymore. The way women have changed in the last 100 years is mind blowing.
Yeah, but can you define one though?
Yeah, to me, a woman is super feminine, actually looks feminine, actually walks feminine, actually acts feminine, and is graceful, and is respectable, and is not loud, and can hold her own weight, but in a very gentle, feminine manner to that of her male counterpart, demands respect in a calm, feminine manner. Like, we're talking like a little princess, but is a full-blown
Sounds like
adult.
you're describing Kosho right now.
Yo, the one time I should have listened to Die Slow and I didn't because I was too curious to hear this hardcore.
Yeah, so let me give you a better example. All the butches out there, the obese women, those are not women. I don't know what those are.
I've often heard them be referred to as wildebeest or behemoth, but I could be wrong.
Now there are exceptions. I have seen one woman in my lifetime that was like, she's very feminine looking, but she had really lean, toned, tight, like almost like I guess more of a tomboy's muscular build, but it still looked kind of feminine. And she was not afraid to take care of herself, to cut her own wood, to fix her own truck. But then when she needed to put on a dress and get her shit together and to do the feminine things that a woman's supposed to do, she did them.
Well, how do you know she wasn't really a he in the past?
It's not hard to tell. It's not hard to tell a transgender person.
Did you check?
Most transgender people you can tell just by their voice because they'll never ever be able to get the ideal feminine voice. It's impossible.
I don't
even
know,
with
bro.
them.
They got hormones these days. There's all
No.
sorts of
If you go on YouTube and start typing in transgender, watch hundreds of videos, you will notice that statistically it's almost impossible to find a transgender person that can pass 100% super feminine voice. It's impossible.
Jeremy got fooled once or twice.
Well, yeah, of course it's possible, but it's statistically see, humans have this ability to detect even the smallest things, the most smallest things that are off, and then we know immediately that something's off, and then we act upon it. Like we
definitely
detect.
acted upon it. Yeah.
Yeah, humans are detectors. That's what we are. We don't like bullshit.
We love bullshit. I'll tell you right now. All
No,
right?
we don't.
I know for a fact we love bullshit because I like Die Slow and he's all bullshit.
I guess. I don't like bullshit.
You heard that? He don't like you, Die Slow.
No, I like everybody. I have nothing against anybody. A liking an action, not liking an action has nothing to do with the person themselves.
Yeah, we'd be bullshitting around here. All right.
That would not be very Jesus-like of me if I could not separate the action from the human being.
I once heard a wise man squeeze water out of bullshit once. I think it was
Bear
what's
Grylls.
his name? Barry.
Well, that's interesting.
I mean, that's fairly biblical.
Yeah, you know what I bought? Can you guys hear me good now?
Mm-hmm.
I bought Canadian. Don't tell SC. I bought some Canadian coins yesterday.
Okay, and why is this person not allowed?
What's up?
Why does this person not allowed to know?
Just don't worry about it, because I don't want to know that I have anything invested in anything Canadian.
It's hilarious. See,
5
this is the
ounce.
problem with our society: lack of transparency.
We got secrets, bro.
A Canadian gun once. I think they called it a whistle.
I got secrets. I can't tell if secrets are authentic anymore or if people are doing it for the wrong reasons. It's getting harder to tell.
Information itself is becoming an issue. With the age of information, comes the age of misinformation. There's never been so much information. I can find you 2 contrary different pieces of information right now on probably anything.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I don't know. I bomb at 90% of information that comes through my stimuli on a daily basis. It's all garbage.
Oh, that sounds
I've been
like
listening
bullshit
to
right
Die Slow too much.
Hmm? No, if you really look around, you start realizing that the majority of crap in society is just crap. Most stuff that you're around is just garbage.
All right, we're putting your feet to the fire now, dude. What do you think about crypto?
What?
That was his idea. His idea was for crypto. You didn't catch that when he was describing his anarcho-narcist, whatever it was, society there? His money was going to be crypto. You didn't catch it?
Crypto can work, but man,
you said you wanted to.
The problem with crypto, here's the problem with crypto. There's only one drawback to crypto. It will increase criminal activity for the ones that already are shady as fuck to buy even more illicit, illegal shit and to try to turn into empires. That's the disadvantage of crypto. Nobody
That's why
will
I don't
really
trust Good
know.
White.
Nobody really will know until maybe you can sense it in your community on a street level, but
Well,
eventually
you said
it
you wanted
will.
to get organized. You said you wanted to get organized, right? Do you also want to get efficient? Because crypto would be way more, dude. In your plan of the society you were transferring funds electronically. What kind of?
Yeah, but how are
What
we
were you?
going to
What,
verify what people purchase? Because you can't see what you purchase with crypto. That's the whole point of crypto, is that you cannot know the transaction of the specific thing that someone bought. You know,
why do you need to know what I bought?
because what if everything looks peachy clean on the outside in society, but like for the last 10 years, somebody in your community of 2,000 people has built a methamphetamine empire and has done it in such a way that you couldn't detect it, and then one day it bites you in the ass and he wages a war on your very community. Yikes.
Bro, that's the most unlikely. I mean, what? What? How?
Well,
Okay, how do you stop it then? How do you? Because you could do the same thing with cash or tangible goods. The barter system can do that. Anything can do that. So, what was your idea to do to stop that?
well, cash is a little different because you physically will have to walk up to every single person to make the transaction, and
See,
it could
how
be
do they get
verified.
the meth? How do you think they get the meth, bro? Oh, you're getting me all excited, dude. I don't know
Oh, that's
why
another
I'm getting
great idea.
excited over this.
So we could do cash only transactions, but then we would also place high recording devices on everyone's chest so that every time you go and do bartering or a business transaction, everything has to be recorded so that if anything shady goes down, you can report it immediately that someone is being shady.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if this was Minority Report or In Time with Justin Timberlake, but now I'm fairly certain this is the plot to 1984.
No, it's not 1984.
Yes, this is the
1984 is a
plot
little.
to 1984. You're
1984
describing
is
the plot to 84, bro.
1984 is what we have in North Korea. That's 1984.
Bro, your shit is very close to 1984, dude. This thing you're
No,
describing.
the goal
Yeah.
is to maximize the needs-based society and to lift up production without destroying nature to the best of our abilities and maintaining social cohesion so that people are not perverts and deviants, so that we can head toward like really looking at the raw resources of the world and like really like permanently solving problems in terms of like materials and processes
Okay, bro.
and methodologies.
Bro. How do you stop the meth lab in your thing? You said
There will
crypto
be
was a problem because you could have a meth lab. How do you
well,
stop it?
I personally think that crypto would not be a legit form. No crypto. That's it.
Bro, how do you stop the meth lab in your scenario?
There wouldn't be a crypto because I would be able to write up a 20-page proposal on why it just has too many negatives over positives, and then people would verify my work, and then it just wouldn't come into
Oh,
existence.
dude. I remember you already said it. Your idea to stop the meth lab was to have everyone wear a camera 24/7. Bro, that's
Well, no, that's with
1984
cash. That's
shit.
with cash. That's with cash.
Well, how do you stop the meth lab, bro? Is that what we're using? What money are
Well,
we
another
using
way
in
to
this
stop a
thing?
meth lab is if there's certain ingredients that are used to make the drugs, then we just do not allow those ingredients to be sold within the proximity of the 2,000 people radius. And you could get it outside the radius, but it would not be permitted or to enter into the radius of the community.
Yes, dude, it's called methylamine. You didn't watch Breaking Bad enough.
And you
Okay,
would be
the thing
punished.
is,
Yeah, and you'd be punished if you step outside the 2,000 radius community to buy the meth and immediately be ostracized permanently from the community if caught. Problem solved.
so there is going to be a meth lab in the future of your society.
Yeah, no, outside this, because you can't stop the outsider. The outsiders are always going to be like Mad Max anyway. There's nothing you can do with these people until they come into your circle. By which I'm sure if it gets really out of hand, all 2,000 people will agree that if a Mad Max comes into your circle, we could slaughter them upon impact. No
I'm pretty
courts,
sure
no
this thing you're talking about. I'm pretty sure this thing you're talking about already exists. It's called the HOA.
no. HOAs don't go around killing people.
This is like an HOA on steroids you're describing now.
Well, because
This is an HOA mixed with 1984 with a little bit of Minority Report
all you
sprinkled
can
in and a
do,
Justin Timberlake in time plot.
all you can do is keep Mad Max people out of a circle. You can't keep them. Yeah, that's all you can do. There's nothing else because these people will never change. They're just hardwired differently. But the thing is, you got to put the blame on them. You've got to show them evidence that you legally, righteously, and justly, actually not even legally, just morally and ethically, according to the community of 2,000 plus people, can show them proof to the outsiders that you guys are so extreme that when one of your people die, it's a righteous notice of extermination that you brought it on yourself, basically. Problem solved. But so you wait for them to make the bad move. You give them three chances or whatever the protocol is, and then you have evidence for it, and then you wipe them out. That way they can't come bitching, complaining, "Oh, you're unethical, you're cruel, you're evil." No, because good people have methodologies by which they hold true to, and they do not allow deviants and perverts to get out of hand. It's just like a virus or a parasite.